Tang Jiulu has crossed over and unexpectedly found herself in the Doluo continent, becoming a 100,000-year soul beast. Tang Hao is her father. Tang San is her brother. As a soul beast, she has the ability to see the emotional colors of others, and the comforting Tang Jiulu has become everyone's little darling. Dad spoils her, Master spoils her, the seven monsters spoil her, Xiao Wu spoils her, and Sangu spoils her. So, what should she do since she has turned the Doluo continent into a story about a beloved pet? Chapter 1. Crossing over. Open the door. Open the door. I'm being trampled to death. Get out of the way. I'm being trampled to death. Tang Jiulu felt intense pain throughout her body, as countless feet had trampled over her. Soon, her consciousness began to fade. In the end, she seemed to hear a girl's heartbreaking cry. Then, she sank into darkness. When she opened her eyes again, she saw a strange ceiling and a handsome guy with a rugged hedgehog hairstyle. The handsome guy was holding a chubby baby and was flustered trying to feed the baby rice paste. When the handsome guy saw her wake up, he gently patted her chest and said, "Jiulu, good girl, Daddy will feed you after your brother is done." "Hey, even if you're handsome, you can't just pat my chest out. Oh, I'm a little baby? Then that's fine. Wait, when did I get a cheap dad and brother?" Tang Jiulu felt that either this world was broken or her brain was broken. How did she end up here? Right? She remembered. She went to a comic convention with her best friend Lin Wu, and due to the crowd, a trampling incident occurred. She seemed to have become the poor person who was trampled while trying to save a little boy. Lin Wu should be fine. She saw Lin Wu get on the bus with her own eyes. But wait, did she die and then reincarnate? And did Meng forget to give her the soup? So, the person in front of her is her cheap dad in this life. And her cheap brother? Tang Jiulu happily wanted to clap her little hands. Unfortunately, her arms were a bit short, and she was wearing too many clothes, so she couldn't reach. But that didn't hinder her happy mood. In her previous life, as an orphan, she only had one good friend, and she dreamed of having family. This wish can finally be realized. Tang Hao, are you sure you want to live in our Holy Soul village? At this moment, a slightly hoarse voice came from the side. Tang Jiulu's whole body stiffened. She wasn't concerned about that hoarse voice, but about the words Tang Hao and Holy Soul Village. Those two words seemed strangely familiar. A month later, she finally confirmed it. She had reincarnated in the Doluo continent, becoming the beloved daughter of Tang Hao and the beloved sister of Tang San, Tang Jiulu. Indeed, was this her reward for saving someone? Is the saying, good people will be rewarded, referring to her? But as an ordinary person reincarnated here, would she only have a useless martial soul? No, it shouldn't be. After all, she is the daughter of the Haotian Duo and the Blue Silver Emperor. Even if she doesn't have Sanji's twin martial souls, she must have the Haotian hammer, right? Or the Blue Silver Emperor would work too, as long as she could become a soul master and follow her brother around. She would have an exciting life with a sister-in-law and a bunch of companions. Although she hadn't read the original novel and the anime she was following was not yet finished, she wanted to see if she could help rectify some of the regrets she had seen. Still in her swaddling clothes, Tang Jiulu had already made up her mind to closely follow Sangu, enjoying life without worries. In the blink of an eye, 6 years had passed. She had been in this world for 6 years, and now Tang Jiulu was lying in the grass with a blade of grass in her mouth, basking in the sun. As a homebody, Tang Jiulu had developed a new hobby besides eating, sunbathing. Could this be a sign that she has the Blue Silver Emperor martial soul? Jiulu, let's go. Tang San, who had opened his eyes, had a flash of purple in his gaze. Tang Jiulu slowly got up. Brother, do you meditate every morning to practice some kind of skill? A hint of something unusual flashed in Tang San's eyes. His sister was precocious like him, but she wasn't special like he was. I told you to practice with me. Have you practiced? Tang San asked irritably. Tang Jiulu chuckled awkwardly. I have my brother protecting me. What is there to be afraid of? She had practiced, but she didn't expect Tang San's skills to be so difficult. Standing in horse stance for half a day, running laps around the Holy Soul Village every day. She was just a few years old, for goodness sake. Tang San sighed helplessly. Let's go. Today the village chief seems to be coming. He said he was looking for us. Upon hearing this, Tang Jiulu rolled over and got up, curiously asking, the village chief is coming? What for? It seems to be related to some awakening ceremony, Tang San recalled. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Tang Jiulu grabbed Tang San's hand, and with her little legs, she dashed towards home. As soon as Tang Jiulu and Tang San rushed through the door, they saw Tang Hao yawning as he lifted the door curtain and walked out. Dad! Tang Jiulu beamed a bright smile. You're up. Tang Hao nodded as he looked at the two of them, holding hands coming in from outside. Did you go out to train again? Yeah. Tang San nodded, placing porridge and buns in front of Tang Hao. The buns were freshly made by Jiulu this morning. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao's eyes brightened, and he reached for a bun, taking a big bite with a satisfied expression. Jiulu's cooking is really good. However, Tang Jiulu was a bit anxious, her eyes constantly drifting towards the door. Is someone coming today? It seems like Jiulu is waiting for someone. Tang Hao tossed the bun into his mouth and reached for another one. Dad, didn't the village chief come 3 days ago to tell us he would take us to the awakening ceremony today? Tang San asked curiously, Dad, what is the awakening ceremony? His purple extreme magic I had been stuck at the first level's bottleneck, and he wondered if it had anything to do with this awakening ceremony. Tang Hao finished his bowl of porridge and sighed. Each of us has our own martial soul, and we need to undergo the awakening ceremony when we turn 6. Having a martial soul will enhance some aspect of us. Even the most ordinary martial soul will be helpful. If you have soul power and can cultivate, you could become a soul master. Tang Jiulu listened intently, resting her chin on the table as she absorbed Tang Hao's explanation about martial souls. However, I actually hope you don't become soul masters. What good is it to be a soul master if you can't even protect the important people in your life? Tang Hao's eyes were filled with sorrow, as if he remembered something sad. Tang San didn't ask any more questions, in fact. He wanted to ask what a soul master was. This world was vastly different from his previous one. Tang Jiulu, having seen some of the earlier anime, knew some things. Little San, Jiulu, Grandpa is here to pick you up. Village Chief Old Jack stood at the door with a cane. Tang Hao, lost in his sad thoughts, closed his eyes and waved his hand at the two to let them leave. Tang San looked at Tang Hao with some concern, and Tang Jiulu tugged at Tang San's hand. Tang San sighed and walked out of the house with Tang Jiulu. Under the guidance of Village Chief Old Jack, the two followed him to a larger wooden house in the center of the village. Please be kind and support the new book, The Strongest Breeder, which is currently being serialized. If you like it, please support it. If not, it's fine to quietly leave after giving a little love. Don't use your tiny fist, the milk bottle can't take it. Bowing. Please collect, recommend, and reward stable updates. You can tell by the update frequency. The usual rule. 1,000,000 rewards will add 10 more chapters, and other updates will be random. Thank you, everyone, bowing and sending kisses. And the key point, emphasizing the importance of following the reading. Following the reading means the number of people who read the latest chapter within 24 hours updates happen every day at midnight. When a number of readers reaches a certain level, recommendations will be made, which will motivate the authors. So, please don't just support passively. Never just support passively. It's very easy for current books to become inactive. As long as there is an update, please read it within 24 hours. Or catch up to the latest chapter. You can comment in this chapter to check in. Thank you so much. Love you all. IL. Chapter 2, Awakening. This year, a total of 9 children in Holy Soul Village are undergoing their martial soul awakening. Tang San and Tang Jiulu are the last 2 to enter, guided by Old Jack. The village children don't play much with Tang San and Tang Jiulu. One reason is the preference for the wealthy over the poor, and the other is that Tang San and Tang Jiulu are not considered real children. They feel that the time spent playing with mud and stones could be better used for cultivation. Therefore, Tang San only has Tang Jiulu as a playmate, and most of the time, he is guiding her in cultivation. Tang Jiulu pulls Tang San into a small wooden house, where they see the other 7 children and a young man standing at the front. The young man is about 20, with starry eyes and a tall, handsome figure. He wears a white tight outfit, with a black cloak draped over his back and a martial soul emblem in the center of his chest. This is the standard attire of the Wuhuan Hall's direct personnel. On his left chest, he has a badge engraved with a long sword. The 3 crossed long swords on the badge signify that he is a 3rd-level soul master. The ranks of soul masters are divided into soul scholar, soul master, great soul master, soul elder, soul grandmaster, soul king, soul emperor, soul saint, soul daw, and title daw. The 3rd level is that of great soul master, and the long sword represents that he is a battle soul master from the Wuhuan Hall. Hello, respected battle soul master. We need your help this time. Old Jack respectfully bows to the young man. A hint of pride flashes in the young man's eyes as he replies, I don't have much time. Let us get started. All right. Old Jack turns to the 9 children in front of him. Kids, this is the Battle Soul Master from Notting City. He will guide you in awakening your martial souls. You must cooperate well. Your grandpa hopes to see someone among you become a soul master. The young man waves his hand. All right, becoming a soul master isn't that easy. I've been to 6 villages already, and there hasn't been a single person with soul power. Yeah, it's really hard for us ordinary people to become soul masters, old Jack says with a hint of sadness in his eyes, shaking his head as he walks out of the hall. The young man's gaze falls on the 9 children, and he gently says, "Now, children, stand in a line." The 9 of them immediately line up, with Tang San and Tang Jiulu standing on the far left. Tang San is slightly smaller than his peers, and Tang Jiulu is a half head shorter than him, looking like a 5-year-old and a 4-year-old child, although in reality, Tang San is a year older than them. Tang Jiulu is extremely excited. What will her martial soul be? My name is Su Yuntao, a level 26 battle soul master. The young man smiles and says, "Now, I will awaken your martial souls one by one. Okay, from now on, no matter what happens, don't be afraid. I will release my martial soul." Su Yuntao's eyes suddenly brighten. In the excited and astonished gaze of the children, he shouts, "Evil wolf, manifest!" An illusory black wolf instantly appears behind him, and his originally black hair turns gray. His body rapidly expands, filled with muscle, and gray fur sprouts on his face and hands. Illusory claws appear at the tips of his fingers, sharp as a giant wolf standing upright. All right, starting from the right. The first one, come here. Su Yuntao points to the 6 black stones arranged in front of him. A boy trembles, but dares not step forward, his eyes filled with fear. All right, I said don't be afraid. This is my martial soul, evil wolf. After you awaken, you might have the same abilities as I do. The children nod, a hint of excitement rising amidst their fear. Could they possibly gain such abilities too? The boy finally gathers courage and steps into the center of the black stones. Let us begin. Su Yuntao extends his hand to release his soul power, and 6 streams of soul power flow into the black stones. Then, a beam of light shoots out from the 6 black stones, enveloping the boy. A scythe appears in his right hand. All right, it's a weapon martial soul. Now, let us check the soul power. Su Yuntao takes out a crystal ball and asks the boy to place his hand on it. The boy complies, but nothing unusual happens on the crystal ball. Su Yuntao shakes his head in disappointment. No soul power, next. The second child steps up. No soul power, next. Finally, it's Tang San's turn. Tang Jiulu clenches her fists in excitement. Although she knows Tang San has 2 martial souls, she is thrilled to witness the initial awakening of the one called Shura. How lucky she is. Without Su Yuntao saying anything, Tang San walks to the center of the 6 black stones. As Su Yuntao's soul power flows in, the light brightens again. The light points surrounding Tang San are more numerous than all the previous children combined. This causes Su Yuntao's eyes to brighten slightly. He vaguely feels that a powerful martial soul is about to appear. Excitement is evident on his face. Tang San instinctively raises his right hand, attracting everyone's attention. Su Yuntao's heart tightens slightly. In the palm of that small hand, a blue light slowly rises. 1 leaf, 2 leaves. It turns out to be the same blue silvergrass as the previous little girl. Blue silvergrass, a standard of a waste martial soul. Su Yuntao shows a look of disappointment. But Tang Jiulu's eyes are fixed on Tang San's other hand. That hand, which he instinctively placed behind him, has a small black hammer slowly floating in his palm. Tang Jiulu's heart lets out a squeal of excitement. Ah, it's the Haotian hammer. So cool, so cool. She shifts her gaze to Tang San's face, seeing that he doesn't look disappointed due to Su Yuntao's disappointment, but rather calm. Her little heart races. So cool. Her dear brother is just too cool. Twin martial souls, born with full soul power. Tang Jiulu excitedly watches as Tang San places his hand on the crystal ball. The dazzling blue light begins to spread, and in the blink of an eye, the brilliant blue light shines like a sparkling sapphire, casting a faint blue halo. Not only Tang Jiulu, but everyone is astonished. According to traditional testing, as long as there is a little bit of bright light on the crystal ball, it can prove that the tested person has soul power. The crystal ball in front of them is flashing with such dazzling light, which can only mean one thing. My God, that is actually innate full soul power. Su Yuntao suddenly grabs Tang San's shoulder, his expression complex. There is shock, helplessness, and more regret. What a pity. Innate full soul power. If it weren't for the blue silvergrass, even if it's just an ordinary weapon martial soul, he could still become a powerful soul master. Upon hearing this, Tang San's body shakes violently, and a flash of brilliance passes through his eyes. But Tang Jiulu is not affected by Su Yuntao's words at all. She simply admires Tang San. Chapter 3: Invitation to join the Wuhuan Hall. Uncle, what is innate full soul power? Tang San retracts his hand from the crystal ball and curiously asks. Su Yuntao instinctively explains, actually, when everyone awakens their martial soul. The amount of soul power is also crucial. Most people do not have soul power when they awaken, just like them, unable to become soul masters in their lifetime. However, as long as there is a trace of soul power, one can cultivate through meditation. The amount of soul power during the martial soul awakening is crucial, as it determines the starting level of a soul master's cultivation. The higher the innate soul power, the faster the cultivation speed afterward, naturally leading to an advantage over others. The so-called full innate soul power refers to the highest soul power that can be achieved innately during the martial soul awakening. Tang Jiulu looked at Tang San, who seemed thoughtful, and smiled gently, tugging at his sleeve. Brother, you're amazing. Tang San turned his head and reached out to touch Tang Jiulu's head. Go ahead, it's your turn. Su Yuntao had not yet recovered from the blow of the wasted martial soul and innate full soul power when he saw that the person in front of him had already changed. He sighed, and the blue light on his body reappeared, causing the 6 black stones on the ground to start flickering. Warmth. This was the first feeling Tang Jiulu had standing there. She felt as if she was wrapped in a warm world, indescribably comfortable. Deep in her heart, it felt like something was breaking out of its shell. It came out. She extended her right hand, and a small green vine slowly emerged from her palm. Su Yuntao frowned as he looked at the vine in the little girl's palm. It didn't look much like the green vine he usually saw. Could it be a mutated green vine? You should test your soul power. If you have soul power, the green vine can be cultivated and is much better than blue silvergrass. Tang Jiulu looked a bit disappointed at the green vine in her palm. Is this the martial soul I awakened? No, I'm Tang Hao's daughter. Where's my Haotian hammer? Isn't it said that direct descendants of the Haotian sect will inherit the Haotian hammer? Tang Jiulu's mouth pouted, wanting to cry. However, this doesn't look much like an ordinary green vine. It might be a mutation. A mutated martial soul is still very powerful. Su Yuntao looked at the little girl about to cry and felt a bit of a headache. He quickly took out the crystal ball and handed it over. Hurry, try it. Tang Jiulu sniffed and placed her hand on it. Then, the dazzling blue light shone brightly, just like before. Su Yuntao's mouth dropped open in astonishment. Could it be another one with full innate soul power? His previous regret was swept away, and he burst into laughter. Child, would you like to join the spirit hall? Su Yuntao retracted his martial soul and squatted down kindly in front of Tang Jiulu. You have a mutated green vine martial soul with full innate soul power. That's very good potential. The little dots in Tang Jiulu's eyes were about to fall out, and being startled by Su Yuntao, she instantly began to cry. She sprinted behind Tang San and started sobbing. Oh no, I don't want to join the spirit hall. Her mother had been harmed by the spirit hall, and her father had taken her and Brother San to hide and live here. How could she possibly join the spirit hall? I have no ill intentions. Su Yuntao awkwardly extended his hand, trying to reach for the fleeing little girl. Tang San took a step forward, blocking Su Yuntao's hand. Uncle, my sister is a bit shy. You can talk to me. Su Yuntao withdrew his hand and smiled. It's like this. Your sister has the potential to become a top soul master. We want to recruit her into the spirit hall. Tang San stared at Su Yuntao and then smiled. Uncle, you need to ask my father about this. Su Yuntao nodded. Indeed. Then how about this? Where is your home? I'll go with you to discuss it with your father. Tang San thought for a moment and agreed. Su Yuntao collected the 6 black stones and the crystal ball, then opened the door first. At the door, the village chief, Old Jack, was anxiously pacing back and forth when he saw Su Yuntao walk out. Master, he quickly approached, respectfully and flatteringly asking, how is it? Did any of the children in our village become soul masters this year? Su Yuntao appeared to be in a good mood. Yes. There's one no, too, and both have full innate soul power. The village chief, Old Jack, was instantly shocked. Full innate soul power? 2. It's just a pity that one has blue silvergrass as their martial soul, but the other has a mutated green vine martial soul, paired with full innate soul power. That is top-notch talent. Su Yuntao appeared somewhat excited when talking about the other one. I want to invite her to join the spirit hall. Take me to her home. I'll talk to her father. Old Jack rubbed his hands excitedly. All right, which child is it? He turned around and saw Tang San holding Tang Jiulu's hand. Little San, could it be you? Su Yuntao nodded. He is the one with the wasted martial soul, blue silver grass, full innate soul power. And the little girl behind him is the one I want. Old Jack was extremely excited, his hands trembling a bit. Then, can't the blue silver grass be cultivated? Su Yuntao shook his head. It's not that it can't be cultivated, but blue silver grass. What do you think it can evolve into with the improvement of a martial soul? All right, isn't having one top innate talent enough? Let's first go to their home. Okay. Old Jack immediately led the way. Su Yuntao followed behind, while Tang San and Tang Jiulu walked at the back. Brother, Tang Jiulu, am a bit uneasy. She tugged on Tang San's hand. I don't want to go to the spirit hall. I want to stay with you. Tang San tightened his grip on Tang Jiulu's hand. Don't worry, brother will always be with you. The four of them quickly arrived at Tang San's small wooden house. Tang San quickly stepped past the two and opened the door, leading them inside. Tang Hao was sitting at the table, still maintaining his previous posture. Tang Hao, this is Master Su Yuntao from the Spirit Hall in Nodding City, who wants to have Jiulu join the Spirit Hall. Old Jack said excitedly. Su Yuntao stepped forward with a smile. Hello, I am Su Yuntao. I will recommend her to my teacher. Rest assured, I will take good care of her. Tang Hao slowly opened his eyes and didn't even look at Su Yuntao. I'm sorry, my daughter Jiulu will not join the Spirit Hall. Very well. I will take good care of her. Su Yuntao came back to his senses, shocked. What? He thought it would be a simple matter to persuade the villagers. But he didn't expect to hear this response. Chapter 4. I disagree. The village chief, Old Jack, immediately got anxious. Tang Hao, what's wrong with you? The Spirit Hall is well known across the continent. Don't obstruct Jiulu's future development. Tang Hao snorted coldly. My own daughter, I decide. If I don't want her to join the Spirit Hall, she won tea. Is there no other place on the continent she can go? Su Yuntao's face darkened. As an outer deacon member of the Nodding City branch of the Spirit Hall, he had never been treated like this. If it weren't for Tang Jiulu, he wouldn't lower himself to come to such a broken wooden house. Do you have a prejudice against the Spirit Hall? Su Yuntao, holding back his anger, asked loudly. Tang Hao waved his hand. Being a soul master is too dangerous. I don't want my daughter to be a soul master. Su Yuntao felt his anger deflate upon hearing Tang Hao's words, like a balloon being pricked. It turned out to be like this. He sighed, feeling his temper rising recently. How could he get angry at a simple country person who knew nothing? Su Yuntao patiently said that as a soul master, not only could one receive the monthly stipend from the Spirit Hall and gain respect, but a girl who was bullied could also have the ability to protect herself. He earnestly wanted to persuade Tang Hao to let Tang Jiulu join the Spirit Hall. Just then, Tang San suddenly spoke up. It's okay. I can protect Jiulu. I will never let her get hurt. Tang Hao was taken aback and turned to look at his son, seemingly recalling something, with his eyes becoming a bit moist. Good boy. Tang San reached out and held Tang Jiulu's hand, nodding firmly. He had already noticed that his father seemed to dislike the Spirit Hall. Since his father didn't want Jiulu to join, then she wouldn't join. He would protect Jiulu and his father. Tang Jiulu also knew that now was the best time to express her opinion. She tightened her grip on Tang San's hand and said loudly, I don't want to go to the Spirit Hall. I want to be with my third brother. What if your third brother also joins the Spirit Hall? Seeing that he couldn't persuade the two men, Su Yuntao turned to persuade Tang Jiulu. Tang Jiulu shook her head. Dad won't allow it, so we won't go. I want to be with Dad and brother. Su Yuntao's breath hitched. After looking at Tang San and Tang Jiulu again, he finally sighed and shook his head, turning to leave. He had already confirmed that Tang Jiulu would definitely not join the Spirit Hall. What a pity, such a good seedling. The village chief, Elder Jack, paused with his cane in regret and quickly followed out to see off Su Yuntao. Tang San stepped forward and closed the door. Tang Hao looked at Tang Jiulu and Tang San and suddenly sighed. They left. Have your martial souls awakened? Were they? His gaze seemed to rest on Tang Jiulu, as if he was very interested in her martial soul. Tang San glanced at Tang Jiulu and said, Jiulu has a mutated blue vine with innate full soul power. Tang Hao nodded thoughtfully, saying nothing. He then looked up at Tang San. What about you? It's blue silvergrass. Tang San extended his right hand, and a patch of blue-leaved grass appeared in his palm. For some reason, Tang Hao, who usually showed no interest in external matters, trembled suddenly upon hearing those three words. His eyes fixed intently on the blue silver grass in Tang San's hand. He trembled as he reached out, wanting to touch the swaying blue silver grass, but suddenly came to his senses and stood up. Just as he was about to say something, a knocking sound came again from outside. Tang Hao, Tang Hao. It was Elder Jack's voice. Tang San put away the blue silver grass. Tang Jiulu, understanding the situation, ran to the door and opened it. Grandpa Village Chief. Why are you here again? Jiulu, good girl. Elder Jack panted, reached out to pat Tang Jiulu's head, and glared at Tang Hao. Tang Hao, today is the day your son and daughter awaken their martial souls. Do you know how important this is? Moreover, the master of the spirit hall wanted to recruit Jiulu, and you actually refused. How stubborn can you be? Elder Jack was clearly very angry at Tang Hao. To prevent Jiulu from being delayed, I've decided to give this year's student worker position in the village to Jiulu. Tang Jiulu was stunned. Oh my, isn't that position for third brother? Wasn't she taking her brother's place? Before Elder Jack could finish, Tang Jiulu quickly shook her head and rushed into Tang San's arms, holding him tightly. I don't want to. I want to be with brother. I don't want to be a student worker. Tang San was taken aback, then his eyes softened. It's okay, brother doesn't mind. Jiulu can go. I don't want to. Tang Jiulu shook her head vigorously. Elder Jack chuckled. Don't worry, don't worry. Although Little San's martial soul is blue silvergrass, he also has innate full soul power. So I just went to the neighboring village. They have no children who can cultivate, so I'm taking that student worker position too. Jiulu, you can go with Little San to the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy to study. The village will cover the travel expenses. Elder Jack patted his chest heroically. Blue silvergrass, blue silvergrass. Tang Hao muttered to himself, but when he heard Elder Jack say this, he suddenly looked up, his eyes revealing a determination Tang San had never seen before. No. What? What did you say? Elder Jack was furious. Do you know how precious this opportunity is? You've already refused the spirit hall. Do you want your children to spend their lives as blacksmiths in the village? Do you not know how valuable this position is? I worked hard to get this extra spot from the neighboring village. Don't you want them to become exceptional people? Tang Hao coldly glanced at Elder Jack and replied, What use is it to be exceptional? All I know is that if they leave, no one will cook for me. Blue silvergrass? What do you think blue silvergrass can cultivate into? It's just a useless martial soul. And what about Jiulu? Are you going to watch her waste her talent like this? Elder Jack shouted angrily. Besides, Little San and Jiulu both have innate full soul power. As long as they get a soul ring, even the lowest quality soul ring can immediately make them a soul master. How long has it been since a soul master appeared in our village? Tang Hao calmly looked at Elder Jack. This is your real purpose, isn't it? I said no, so it's a no. You can leave. Tang Hao. Elder Jack's anger had reached its peak. There's no need to shout so loudly. I'm not deaf. Tang Hao said lazily. I said you can leave. As it seemed the two were about to argue, Tang San and Tang Jiulu exchanged glances and rushed towards each of them. Chapter 5. Brother is a twin martial soul. Tang San rushed to Elder Jack's front, bowed and said, Grandpa Jack, please don't be angry. I still don't want to learn to be a soul master. Dad is right. Blue silvergrass is just a useless martial soul. Thank you for your kindness. Tang Jiulu dashed directly to Tang Hao's side and threw herself into his arms. Dad, you're not angry anymore, right? Jiulu won't go. Jiulu will always stay with you and brother, okay? Elder Jack, though very much displeased with Tang Hao, had a great fondness for the sensible Tang San and Tang Jiulu. Seeing them trying so hard to calm the argument, his anger gradually subsided. Elder Jack sighed, Good children. Grandpa isn't angry. All right, Grandpa is leaving. Saying this, he shook his head and walked outside. Tang San hurriedly saw him off. His father could ignore him. But Elder Jack was the village chief and had treated him well, so he would certainly show proper respect. Tang Jiulu wrapped her arms around Tang Hao's neck, and Tang Hao instinctively caught her, holding her soft little body. He also seemed a bit lost in thought, not knowing what to think. Elder Jack stopped at the door, turned around, and looked at Tang Hao seriously, saying, Tang Hao, your life is over like this, but Little San and Jiulu are still young. They both have innate full soul power. Don't you think they should be given chance? Even if it's just a means of making a living. Don't delay them. Becoming soul masters, at least they won't end up like you. If you change your mind, come find me. There are still 3 months until the registration for this year's Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. I will try to keep spots for Little San and Jiulu. In the end, Old Jack left, and Tang San followed him to see him off. Tang Jiulu got off Tang Hao's body, feeling a bit uneasy, although she used to watch anime. Now Tang San and Tang Hao were real people to her. After living together for 6 years, this kind of longed-for family affection was something she cherished, especially since she was an orphan in her previous life. Even though she knew this was the world of Dolua continent, she still regarded Tang San and Tang Hao as her true relatives. Therefore, She understood that Tang San was feeling lost right now. He must really want to know what a soul ring is. No, she couldn't let her presence cause Tang San to miss the opportunity to attend the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy. Taking advantage of Tang San going to see off Grandpa Village Head, Tang Jiulu looked at Tang Hao like a little adult. Dad, I want to tell you something. Tang Hao's somewhat dazed eyes moved slightly, and he turned to look at Tang Jiulu. Jiulu, are you also very disappointed? Do you also want to become a soul master? Tang Jiulu frowned as she looked at Tang Hao, who seemed very out of sorts. She knew that Tang Hao had become this way because of their mother, but such thoughts were too extreme. Tang Hao sighed. Don't talk about your mutated green vine. Even if you cultivate it to the extreme, so what? No matter how powerful the martial soul or the strongest soul master, so what? They're still useless. Tang Jiulu pursed her lips. She couldn't find a way to help her father, who was stuck in his own thoughts, and could only wait for the future Tang San to find a way to resolve it. But for now, her primary goal was to instill confidence in her father regarding Tang San's future. Tang Jiulu innocently raised her little face and said, Dad, I saw that Tang San seems to have more than one martial soul. There's also a black little hammer. What kind of martial soul is that? Tang Hao's expression instantly stiffened, and his body trembled slightly. What did you say? Little San has another martial soul? After sending off old Jack, Tang San returned home and heard Tang Hao's words. Yes, Dad, I have another martial soul. The first rule of the Tang Sect's Xiantian treasure record. Never let someone you cannot fully trust know your true strength. And in front of him were two people. One his father and the other his sister, both his closest relatives. He didn't want to hide it from them. Tang Hao suddenly turned around and rushed in front of Tang San, squatting down and looking at him with shock on his face. His eyes were red, as if he had just cried. Tang San didn't speak, but raised his hand like before. Only this time, it was his left hand. This time, it was not blue light. A faint black light surged from his palm, and in an instant, a completely black little hammer appeared above his hand. The ends of the hammer were adorned with a special pattern, and the black hammer emitted a unique glow. When this hammer appeared in Tang San's hand, the air in the entire room suddenly became somewhat oppressive. He seemed unable to bear the weight of the little hammer, his hand slowly drooping, and sweat began to bead on his forehead. Tang Hao grabbed Tang San's wrist, bringing it to his front, allowing him not to bear such a heavy load. Twin martial souls. My son actually has twin martial souls. Excitement was evident in Tang Hao's eyes as he suddenly embraced Tang San. Tang San's body trembled slightly when he grew a bit older. Only Jiulu dared to jump up and ask for a hug from his father, and now his father finally hugged him. Tang Jiulu, standing to the side, was also very moved. She directly rushed over, one little hand around Tang San's neck and the other around Tang Hao's neck, hanging onto them, sobbing continuously. Tang Hao took a deep breath, calmed his emotions, pulled Tang Jiulu down, and stood up. Put away. Remember, in your future, you must use your left hand's hammer to protect your right hand's grass. Tang San was a bit puzzled but nodded. Tang Jiulu looked at this scene with a beaming smile. Although she was moved watching anime before, seeing it live was even more shocking, especially since the two people in front of her were now her family. All right, Jiulu, show us your martial soul. Tang Hao's voice continued. Tang Jiulu was momentarily stunned, but nodded in agreement. Oh. She stretched out her right hand, and a green light suddenly appeared, followed by a green vine slowly rising from her palm. The vine had a small green leaf bud on it, which then began to grow a leaf. Tang Jiulu felt something shatter within her body, and she instinctively sat down cross-legged on the ground. She closed her eyes and continuously absorbed warm energy from within. In Tang San and Tang Hao's line of sight, the plants outside the wooden house began to supply energy to Tang Jiulu. This surprised Tang San, who widened his eyes. What is going on? He anxiously looked at Tang Hao. Dad, what's wrong with Jiulu? Is she in danger? Tang Hao, however, trembled slightly, his eyes fixed tightly on Tang Jiulu. Chapter 6. Am I Soul Beast? The blue energy began to gather around Tang Jiulu, becoming more and more concentrated, and then a yellow halo appeared around her. This was a soul ring. Yellow represented 100-year soul ring. Tang Hao slowly spoke, sighing. It seems I can't hide it from you anymore. Tang San was momentarily stunned, looking at Tang Jiulu in shock. He had heard Grandpa Village Head say that soul rings were obtained by hunting soul beasts. Why would Jiulu have? Tang Hao sat quietly in a chair, not saying anything. He and Tang San waited quietly for Tang Jiulu to wake up. When Tang Jiulu opened her eyes, she saw the yellow halo surrounding her. She was also a bit confused. What is happening to me? Tang Hao walked in front of Tang Jiulu and reached out to touch her hair. There's something I need to tell you. Jiulu, you are not my biological child. You are the reincarnation of a 100,000-year soul beast. And your previous form was a 9-color gourd vine. Tang Jiulu stared blankly at Tang Hao. What is Dad talking about? Tang San's mouth dropped open in surprise, unable to believe what he was witnessing. Tang Jiulu, who had originally wanted to stand up, fell back to the ground again. I am a soul beast? A 100,000-year soul beast that chose to reincarnate as a human? How is that possible? That day, I was lying in the ruins holding little San, my body covered in wounds. You severed your roots, using up your 100,000-year energy to preserve a glimmer of hope for Ain and heal my injuries. In the end, you successfully transformed into a small baby. Tang Hao's eyes became incredibly sorrowful. The mention of Ain made Tang San's body tremble. Since birth, he had never seen his mother. Was her name Ain? Tang Jiulu pouted, tears already welling in her eyes. I'm not Daddy's child. No wonder I'm different from my brother. Tang San came back to his senses, seeing Tang Jiulu's expression, sighed, walked over, and gently stroked her hair. No matter whether you are Dad's biological child, no matter whether you are a human or a soul beast, you will always be my sister. Watching the two interact, Tang Hao couldn't help but wipe away the tears at the corner of his eyes. He looked at them, hesitated for a moment, and finally spoke. Little San, do you want to become a soul master? Jiulu has now broken through to become a soul master, a rank 1 soul master, and needs a teacher to guide her. If you want to protect her, you must also become a soul master. Tang San instinctively reached out to touch the hidden weapon he had crafted on his wrist, nodding firmly. As a blacksmith, Tang Hao has been teaching Tang San how to forge, and occasionally gives pointers to Tang Jiulu. However, because Tang Jiulu is a girl, Tang Hao does not have any special requirements for her. But he is very strict with Tang San. Tang Hao sighed. He knew this day would come, and he had to do it now. Jiulu is a 100,000-year soul beast, and if discovered, many powerful people would come to hunt her down. Right now, the only one who can protect her is you. If you want to become a soul master, you must become the strongest soul master to protect Jiulu. Jiulu has already become a soul master. If you do not firmly choose this path, then leave her. Tang Hao's words made Tang San tremble. But then, Tang San raised his head firmly and said, Dad, I will become the strongest soul master to protect Jiulu and protect you. Tang Hao's eyes flickered with a hint of relief as he reached out to touch the top of Tang San's head. All right, I need to remind you that those above the soul Duluo level can see through Jiulu's true form, so be careful. Tang San nodded. Then tomorrow, take Jiulu to the village chief to report back. I agree for you both to go to the Junior Soul Master Academy in Nodding City. Tang Hao slowly spoke. Once you go, study hard. Tang San clenched his fists and replied, yes. I understand, Dad. Tang Jiulu was still sitting on the ground in a daze. Am I a soul beast? How did I become a soul beast? No wonder she didn't inherit the Hao-Ian hammer. It turns out she is not Dad's daughter. If that is the case, then Dad is not Dad, and brother is not brother. Doesn't that make her an orphan again? Tang Jiulu felt a pang of bitterness in her heart, a painful tug. She had finally gained a family, a loving dad and brother. Why did it have to turn out like this? Tang San turned around to look at Tang Jiulu, who was sitting on the ground, tears streaming down her face, looking lost and desolate. He sighed. He gently squatted down and hugged Tang Jiulu tightly. Jiulu, don't cry. It hurts my heart. Tang Jiulu silently cried, her tears soaking Tang San's clothes, her face pressed against his, feeling his warmth. In a soft, tearful voice, she asked, Brother, you don't dislike me for being a soul beast, do you? Dad, doesn't he dislike me either? Tang Hao chuckled as he squatted down, wrapping both children in his arms. If I disliked you, how could I have raised you, Lu? Tang San didn't speak, only tightening his embrace around Tang Jiulu. Finally, Tang Jiulu couldn't hold back her tears any longer and began to cry loudly. This is great. I haven't lost my family. I haven't lost anyone. After crying for a while, Tang Jiulu grew tired and fell asleep directly in Tang San's arms. Tang Hao carried Tang Jiulu and placed her on the bed, glancing at Tang San, who was standing beside him. Go on. Tang San nodded, turned, and walked outside. He needed to tell Grandpa Village Chief that his dad agreed for him and Jiulu to become soul masters. Village Chief Old Jack was overjoyed after hearing Tang San's message. He told them to prepare, and they would set off for Nodding City in 3 months. During these 3 months, Tang Hao continuously taught Tang San various knowledge about blacksmithing. Cooking and preparing meals at home were all done by Tang Jiulu, who racked her brains to show off all the culinary skills she had honed in her past life. She knew that in 3 months, she would leave here with Tang San, leave this village, and leave her dad. She would truly embark on a colorful life. Along the way, she might face dangers and possibly be hunted down, so she cherished these 3 months living with dad and brother San. Time passed second by second. During her free time, Tang Jiulu would run to watch Tang San forge, until she personally watched Tang San create 2 hidden projectiles, binding one to her little arm. "Brother, what is this?" Her voice had a cute lilt to it. Tang San instinctively reached out to pinch Tang Jiulu's round, tender face and said affectionately, "This is a hidden projectile. If someone bullies you, you can use this to shoot them. But remember, don't use it unless it's a serious matter, because it can hurt people." Scene extra. The 100,000-year soul beast Tang Jiulu. Tang Hao, you can't escape. A gigantic 6-winged angel spirit appeared in the sky, and a man in golden armor pointed a golden sword coldly at the ground. Countless soul masters suddenly stood around, surrounding the two in the center. A blue-haired woman in a deep blue dress gently kissed the baby she was holding and then placed him in a man's arms. How in this life, being able to love you, Ian has no regrets. You must always remember, this is our child. After saying that, she slowly walked to the center, her eyes looking at Tang Hao and the baby in his arms, filled with tenderness and longing. Suddenly, she burst into a brilliant red light. "No, don't. Ian, don't." Ian sacrificed herself for Tang Hao, becoming his 9th spirit ring. The slaughter erupted. "Spirit Hall, we are irreconcilable." After a fierce battle, Tang Hao, carrying the baby, had all his meridians severed, spitting blood, and fell to the ground. The Pope of the Spirit Hall, heavily injured, finally ordered a retreat. Tang Hao lay amidst the ruins, tightly holding his flesh and blood child. At that moment, a green vine suddenly appeared, and a tender voice rang out. Sorry, I'm late." Tang Hao looked at the 9-colored gourd formed from the green vine, tears streaming down his face. "Please take care, my child." The small gourd shook its head. "I sensed the aura of battle and rushed over, but now I can only choose to reincarnate as a human. However, my 9-colored spiritual liquid can give Ian a chance to grow anew, so you must protect her well." Tang Hao's eyes widened, filled with excitement. Ian still has a chance to live?" The small gourd did not answer, bouncing in the air, and the green vines on its body began to slowly decompose into green light points. Part of it fused into Tang Hao's body, mending his broken body, while another part fell where Ian had just disappeared. There a blue-silver grass suddenly grew, swaying gracefully. The small gourd landed beside the blue-silver grass and rubbed its leaves. "Ian, in the end, I still made the same choice as you." Another burst of red light exploded. Beside the blue-silver grass appeared a delicate little baby. "My name is Jiulu." Chapter 7. Special Ability. Tang Jiulu nodded vigorously, excitedly looking at the hidden projectile on her arm. "By the way, brother, I've been seeing you and Dad glowing lately." Tang Jiulu held a puzzled attitude toward seeing others glow. The key was that this light could change. Usually, the light emitted from Tang San was white, but just a moment ago, he emitted a faint red glow. Is it because brother is very happy? Tang San was also curious. "You can see us glowing?" Tang Jiulu nodded. "Yes, and there will be different colors of light. When Dad was sad before, he emitted gray light, but sometimes he would emit golden light. Third brother, most of the time, you emit white light, and when you're in a good mood, you emit blue light. But just now, third brother, you emitted a faint red light. Are you very happy?" Tang San looked at Tang Jiulu in surprise and pulled her to sit at the table. "So, you can see the different lights people emit due to their mood changes, right?" Tang Jiulu nodded. Tang San pondered for a moment. "Then let's sort this out. According to what you said before, those lights should represent different emotions. Gray probably represents sadness. Gold could be when Dad thinks of Mom, representing warmth or happiness. White is the normal state. Blue is contentment, and red is happiness or excitement." Tang Jiulu nodded vigorously. "Third brother, you're amazing. Pretending to be a child is quite tiring." Tang San frowned slightly at Tang Jiulu. "Jiulu, you must not tell anyone about this. It might be a trait of your martial soul mutation, or perhaps it's your inherent trait. However, if you see someone with evil thoughts, You must remember to be vigilant and remind me. Tang San actually thought it was great that his sister had such an ability. At least she wouldn't be easily deceived by others. Tang Jiulu took Tang San's hand and smiled. Yes, I will listen to third brother. Third brother, you must protect me well in the future. We will always be together. To survive, I must cling to your thigh. Tang San chuckled and patted Tang Jiulu's head. Yes, I will definitely protect you well. Soon after, Tang San told Tang Hao about Tang Jiulu's special ability. Tang Hao was silent for a moment and nodded. Little San, you did the right thing. Such abilities are rare, and the fewer people who know, the better. But this way, I can feel a bit more at ease. Tang Hao patted Tang Jiulu's head. By the way, Tang Hao turned to Tang San. Tomorrow is the day you go to Notting City, right? Tang San nodded and sat up straight. Tang Jiulu tugged at her little bun on her head, looking over curiously. Dad's tone seemed to indicate he had something to say. After you start studying at the Junior Soul Master Academy, I can't give you too much money. You can use the forging methods I've taught you these days to find a blacksmith shop in the city to work at. This way, your and Jiulu's tuition and meal expenses should be sufficient. Although Tang Hao spoke lightly, both Tang San and Tang Jiulu had slightly reddened eyes. Tomorrow, they would be parting ways. Seeing Tang San like this, Tang Hao felt a bit embarrassed and cleared his throat. I have conditions for you to go to Notting City. You must agree to my conditions before you can go. I agree, Tang San answered without hesitation. I agree too. Tang Jiulu raised her little hand. Tang Hao frowned slightly. You agreed so easily without even asking what my requirements are? And as a man, if you agree to something, you must follow through. Don't be someone who makes light promises. Tang Hao directly ignored Tang Jiulu's raised little hand. Tang Jiulu pouted. Are men the only ones who keep their promises? What about us women? Stinky Dad. No matter what Dad asks me to do, I will agree. Dad must be doing it for my own good. Tang San showed no signs of being affected by Tang Hao's stern attitude, because what he said seemed casual, but his words and expressions revealed that he wholeheartedly believed in himself. Tang Jiulu raised her little hand again. Me, too. I will agree to whatever Dad says. Tang Hao glanced at Tang Jiulu and sighed, unsure of what to do with the two of them. All right, I believe you will keep your promises. My requirements are not difficult. No matter how you cultivate your soul power in the future, you must not apply any soul rings to your hammer martial soul. In fact, you must not let anyone see its appearance, and definitely do not let others know that you have a twin martial soul. Can you do that? Tang San was slightly stunned. What about my blue-silver grass martial soul? You can use the blue-silver grass martial soul freely. You can cultivate it and apply any soul rings without any problem, Tang Hao continued. As long as one of the twin martial souls has a soul ring, the bottleneck for soul power enhancement will disappear. So unless you encounter life-threatening situations, do not use that hammer. Okay, I agree. Tang San nodded seriously. Tang Jiulu raised her little hand again. What about me? What I need to agree to? Tang Hao scratched his cheek and flicked Tang Jiulu's forehead. You just need to promise me not to be too mischievous. Tang Jiulu blinked her eyes. Jiulu is so good. How could I be mischievous? All right, let's eat. I've prepared your clothes. Remember to bring them tomorrow. After Tang Hao finished speaking, he began to eat on his own. Tang Jiulu picked up a piece of egg with her chopsticks and placed it in Tang Hao's bowl. Dad, this is the egg Jiulu fried today. It's very delicious. Tomorrow, Dad won't be able to eat it. Tang Hao's eating action suddenly paused. Then he started eating faster, stuffing the egg into his mouth. Tang Jiulu watched the golden light spots appearing on Tang Hao's head and smiled with her eyes squinting. The next morning, Tang San sat cross-legged on the giant rock at the mountaintop, as usual. Tang Jiulu lay beside him basking in the sun. Tang San's purple extreme magic I had already begun to enter a detailed state. Jiulu, do you like basking in the sun so much because your original form is a plant? Tang San opened his eyes and looked at the green vines wrapped around Tang Jiulu. Tang Jiulu yawned and tugged at her little bun. Maybe I just feel that basking in the sun is warm and very comfortable. Tang San smiled and carried Tang Jiulu on his back, using ghost shadow mysterious steps to head down the mountain. Not long after they returned home, old Jack had already arrived, perhaps because they were going to Notting City. He was specially dressed in new clothes. Little San, Jiulu, we're off. Chapter 8. Entering the academy, old Jack instinctively glanced inside the house. Is your lazy dad still sleeping? Tang San put a finger to his lips and made a shushing gesture. Grandpa, keep your voice down. Dad hates it when others disturb his sleep. Tang Jiulu nodded. Yes, Jiulu also hates it when others disturb my sleep. Old Jack was just saying this casually. And seeing that Tang San and Tang Jiulu both said so, he didn't say anything more. Tang San took the pre-written note from the table, grabbed the package, and pulled Tang Jiulu out of the house, gently closing the door. Just as the door closed, the curtain inside was lifted. Tang Hao walked out, his eyes showing no signs of sleepiness. He stood by the window, watching the two little figures gradually disappear. He turned to the table, where the note was still there. Dad, Jiulu and I are leaving. Take care of yourself, drink less alcohol, and remember to eat the buns Jiulu made that are in the pot. Tang Hao's gaze shifted to the iron pot nearby. He opened the lid without caring that steam and boiling water were still rising from it. Directly reaching in to grab a bun and stuffing it into his mouth, eating it in large bites. A layer of mist had unknowingly covered his eyes. Old Jack took the two children onto the ox cart and set off towards Notting City. The Notting Junior Soul Master Academy is located to the west of Notting City, and it was Old Jack's first time personally bringing the children here for school. He had to ask several people before he found it. From a distance, they saw a tall archway. The archway was about 20 meters wide and over 10 meters high, with exquisite granite complemented by finely carved iron gates, giving it a grand and imposing appearance. Inside the iron gates was a paved pathway with flower beds and a fountain not far away, making it look quite beautiful. Tall trees lined both sides, making Tang San and Tang Jiulu feel a sense of longing. Above the archway, in the center, were four large characters, Notting Academy. Third brother. Look, we've arrived. Tang Jiulu's small face was exceptionally excited. She was finally going to start learning soul power and step onto the peak of her life. Tang San nodded steadily, but did not move. Old Jack, leaning on his cane, excitedly moved toward the iron gates of the archway. Hey, what are you doing? This is not a place for you country folks. A young gatekeeper stood by the iron gate, blocking Old Jack with a hand and shouted sternly. Although Old Jack had put on new clothes, the old-fashioned style made it obvious that he was from the countryside in Notting City. Hence the gatekeeper looked at him with a hint of disdain. Old Jack hurriedly smiled and said, "Hello, we are from St. Soul Village, and these two children are the work-study students sent from our village this year. Could you please tell us what procedures we need to go through?" The gatekeeper frowned instantly and replied sarcastically, "The academy hasn't had work-study students in a long time. Look at your shabby appearance, all patched up. Don't think you can use this excuse to sneak into the academy and steal something. Get lost. Go beg somewhere else." As he spoke, the gatekeeper reached out to push Old Jack away. Tang Jiulu had long harbored displeasure towards this gatekeeper from watching the anime before. She directly charged forward like a little cannonball, blocking the gatekeeper's hand with her small body. Tang San's eyes narrowed, and he involuntarily used the ghost shadow mistransmission. Instanti apring besai Tang Jiulu. One hand quickly grabbed the hand that was about to push Tang Jiulu and forcefully twisted it back. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts." The gatekeeper's scream came instantly. As a young man, he actually dared to act against an elderly person and a child. Tang San looked at him coldly and then threw him away, viewing it as just a small lesson. The gatekeeper, holding his wrist in pain, gasped for breath, staring at Tang San in terror, anger boiling in his eyes. You actually dared to make a move at the gate of Notting Academy." He stood up, wanting to retaliate, but recalling Tang San's previous movements and strength, he felt a bit of fear in his heart. Tang San stood unwaveringly in front of Tang Jiulu and Old Jack, coldly looking at the gatekeeper. "We are new students here to report. You better think carefully about whether you want to make a move." The gatekeeper's breath hitched. Although the people in front of him looked like they came from the countryside, he couldn't guarantee that they weren't new students. If they were indeed new students, and he kept them outside. The gatekeeper swallowed hard, his body trembling slightly. Tang Jiulu stepped out from behind Tang San and gently patted his shoulder. "Oh, Uncle Gatekeeper, it's just a misunderstanding that you thought we weren't new students, right?" Tang Jiulu flashed a bright smile at the gatekeeper. "Besides, we have proof in the spirit hall. If you really don't let us in, you might lose your job." Although Tang Jiulu seemed to be giving the gatekeeper a way out, in reality, she was threatening him in a roundabout way. The gatekeeper trembled even more, immediately standing respectfully to one side and gesturing for them to enter. Yes, I misunderstood. Please go in." He hesitated for a moment, glancing at Old Jack. Knowing that the family members could not enter, Old Jack quickly waved his hand. "All right, I'll leave you here. This is your proof from the spirit hall. Remember to give it to the teacher after you go in." Tang San took the two pieces of proof and waved goodbye to Old Jack. Goodbye, Grandpa Jack. Tang Jiulu also waved obediently. Goodbye, Grandpa Jack. Old Jack left with satisfaction, seeing that the two children should not face any difficulties in the academy. The gatekeeper smiled and pointed out the office for new student registration to Tang San and Tang Jiulu. After they left, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that one really couldn't judge people by their appearances. Just as Tang San was pulling Tang Jiulu along the path, a man of medium height, slightly thin, appeared before them. This man looked to be in his 40s or 50s, with a buzz cut, hands clasped behind his back, exuding a unique aura. He wore a short black Chinese robe, and Tang Jiulu felt he looked somewhat familiar. You are quite clever, taking advantage of the gatekeeper's fear to come in directly. But I still need to check your proof from the spirit hall. His words clearly indicated that he had witnessed everything that happened at the academy gate. Without hesitation, Tang San immediately handed over the 2 pieces of proof. The man examined the proof, then looked at Tang San and Tang Jiulu, his gaze shifting to Tang San. You are Tang San? Tang San nodded. Yes, this proof is genuine. I'll take you to the academic affairs office. He returned the proof to Tang San and then took his hand. Tang San looked at the man holding his hand. His hand was clean and soft, feeling very comfortable to hold, unconsciously bringing him a sense of trust. You 2 children are only 6 years old, yet so smart. You are indeed the 3rd pair of twin martial souls in 100 years. The man's words made Tang San's pupils slightly contract. Meanwhile, Tang Jiulu, who was holding on to Tang San's other hand and following behind him, finally remembered who this man was. This is the master, the destined teacher of 3rd brother. Tang Jiulu looked at the man with sparkling eyes, realizing what the master looked like. However, Tang San's expression towards the man suddenly changed. He subtly raised his left wrist, his eyes revealing uncertainty. Are you curious about how I know you have twin martial souls? The man shook the proof in his hand. It's because of this proof. I once investigated 647 people with blue-silver grass martial souls, of which only 16 had soul power, a probability of less than 3%. Even among those with soul power, none exceeded level 1. Yet you possess innate full soul power. According to one of the 10 core competitive advantages of martial souls I researched, the size of innate soul power is proportional to the quality of the martial soul. Your soul power is clearly mismatched with the blue-silver grass martial soul. Therefore, I can conclude that you have another martial soul, and it is likely a very powerful one. Tang San's emotions gradually calmed down. There are always exceptions. What if I have a mutated martial soul? The man smiled, raising another certificate in his hand, saying, then you will be just like her, with the certificate indicating a mutated blue-silver grass. In that case, you wouldn't be here, as the Spirit Hall wouldn't let go of 2 innate full spirit power mutants. Of course, another point I want to confirm is that through my research, among the many innate full spirit power soul masters that have appeared in the world, none of the mutated spirit souls can compare to the mutated blue-silver grass. And your blue-silver grass is just an ordinary one, so I can be sure that my judgment is correct. If I could be wrong about this, I wouldn't deserve to be called a master. The man spoke confidently, full of spirit. Tang Jiulu looked at the man in front of her with shining eyes, thinking it was truly amazing. Just by looking at a certificate, he could accurately reveal the twin spirits that San Ge wanted to hide. Truly impressive. No wonder he is San Ji's destined teacher. Tang San's eyes also flashed with brilliance as he continued to ask, if Jiulu has a mutated spirit, does that mean she could also become a very strong existence? The master patiently nodded. That's right. Although a person's spirit is directly related to their parents' spirits and can inherit them, there are always exceptions. Generally speaking, an ordinary Qing tongue cannot possess innate, full spirit power unless it mutates. However, not all mutations are good. The vast majority of mutated spirit souls only become weaker, and only a small number of mutated spirits possess great power afterward. Tang San understood and showed a look of joy on his face. It seemed that Jiulu's qualifications were not inferior to his own. He respectfully bowed to the master, saying, thank you, teacher. Teacher? No, I'm not a teacher at the academy. The master looked at Tang San calmly. I'm just a guest here to eat and drink. The meanings of master and teacher are a world apart, so don't get it wrong in the future. Unless, at this point, a fiery light flashed in his eyes. Unless you are truly willing to let me be your teacher. Tang San was momentarily stunned, and then glanced at Tang Jiulu. The master, seeing Tang San's expression, naturally understood his thoughts. Don't worry, I will also help guide your sister. Tang San nodded, releasing Tang Jiulu's hand, stepping back, and suddenly kneeling on both knees in front of the master, respectfully bowing 3 times. Tang Jiulu's eyes brightened, and she quickly followed Tang San's lead, kneeling as well. The master was taken aback, wondering what was happening with these 2 kids. What are you doing? Teacher, Tang San respectfully called out. After 3 bows, you are my teacher. Teacher. Tang Jiulu followed suit, calling out sweetly. The master smiled, his hands trembling slightly with excitement as he helped Tang San and Tang Jiulu up from the ground, saying, silly children, you don't need to bow when paying respects. Just a bow is enough. Tang San solemnly replied, once a teacher, always a father. Tang Jiulu nodded vigorously, following suit with her childish voice, once a teacher, always a father. He glanced at Tang Jiulu, sighed, I originally only wanted to accept you, but never mind, today I will take both of you as my disciples. Although the master said this, his eyes were filled with tears. He was very happy, happier than he had ever been. These 2 children were not only talented, but also had excellent character. Let's go. I will take you to the academic office. The master held Tang San's hand with one hand and Tang Jiulu's with the other as they walked toward the academic office. The academic office was on the 1st floor of the main teaching building at the front, attended by a middle-aged teacher and a young teacher. The master placed the certificate on the middle-aged teacher's desk, saying, Director Su, this is this year's work-study student from Shenghun Village. Could you please help them with their registration? Director Su smiled broadly. Master, what brings you here? Please sit for a while. No need. The master shook his head, glancing at Tang San, having already noticed that Tang San was the one in charge among the 2 kids. You can register here by yourselves. These 2 teachers will tell you what to do. I will leave now, and I will come and find you later. Tang San nodded respectfully, saying goodbye, teacher. Tang Jiulu waved her small hand cutely, saying in a childish voice, goodbye, teacher. The master smiled, ruffled Tang San's hair, then Tang Jiulu's, and turned to leave. Young man, you call the master teacher? He is not a teacher at our academy, Director Su said with interest. Tang San replied lightly, but he is our teacher. You became a disciple of the master? You too? Director Su was taken aback, as if he had heard something unbelievable. Is there something wrong? Tang San asked with slight confusion. No, nothing, Director Su said, not saying anything further. After the paperwork was completed, as Tang San and Tang Jiulu just walked out the door, they overheard a conversation inside. Chapter 10. The leader of Dormitory 7 TSK. What master? Just a well-known clown, right? Everyone just sees him as a joke. Enough. The master is a friend of the dean. Don't make baseless comments. Well, it's a pity for a mutated spirit soul, still an innate, full spirit power, to follow the master. Yeah, blue silvergrass spirit soul is one thing, but a mutated Qing Tang spirit soul, that's simply. Tang San's footsteps paused slightly as he continued to walk out, a hint of disdain appearing at the corner of his mouth. Ah, I wonder who the real joke is. Tang Jiulu finally couldn't hold back, wrapping her little hands around her head as she walked beside Tang San. What's wrong? Finally not pretending anymore? Tang San smiled at Tang Jiulu beside him. Since leaving home, Tang Jiulu had been very well behaved. But Tang San knew that his sister was not a simple person. She appeared obedient on the outside, but was actually quite spirited inside. Tang Jiulu made a cute expression, saying, Oh, Sengu, I'm so cute. Why would I need to pretend? Tang San sighed, holding their school uniforms. Let's go. We should head to the dormitory first. Okay. Tang Jiulu immediately bounced along behind Tang San. There were 7 student dormitories, and Dormitory 7 was the most special one, housing students of mixed ages. Regardless of grade, all work-study students lived here. Tang San knocked on the door and walked in with Tang Jiulu. New work-study students? A boy, 2 heads taller than Tang San, stepped forward, looking down at him. I'm Wang Sheng. My spirit is the battle tiger, and I'm the leader here. What about you? Wang Sheng glanced at Tang San and then shifted his gaze to Tang Jiulu, quickly adding, Oh, and you. Tang Jiulu was a head shorter than Tang San, looking adorable, which made Wang Sheng glance at her a couple more times. I'm Tang San. My spirit is blue silvergrass. I'm Tang Jiulu. My spirit is Qing Tang. Tang Jiulu omitted the word mutated, as adding it would make it harder to keep a low profile. Blue silvergrass can actually practice. Wang Sheng was shocked, and the kids in the dormitory laughed at his exaggerated tone. Wang Sheng cleared his throat, and then chuckled, since it's blue silvergrass. Suddenly, he swung a punch toward Tang San. But in an instant, he realized that Tang San was no longer in front of him. The other students could clearly see that Tang San moved at an astonishing speed, circling behind Wang Sheng without looking back, directly bending his right arm and striking Wang Sheng's waist with his elbow. With a flick of his right foot, at the moment Wang Sheng lunged forward, he tripped him up. Wang Sheng didn't even have time to react before he was already tumbling out. He stumbled a few steps, but managed to stay upright, thankfully having a stable lower body. However, beside him was Tang Jiulu, whom Tang San referred to as the Little Witch. Tang Jiulu looked at the slightly flushed Wang Sheng as he stumbled towards her, tilted her body, smiled, and extended her hand, causing a small green vine to suddenly leap up from the ground. The vine lifted Wang Sheng directly into the air. Seeing Wang Sheng being taken down, the other children looked at Tang San and Tang Jiulu with a hint of change in their expressions. Wang Sheng struggled violently in the air for a moment. Then a low growl escaped his lips, and a yellow glow could be seen emanating from his body. He then clawed at the vine, but to his shock, the vine that should have been cut was perfectly intact. Tang Jiulu smiled at Wang Sheng. This vine is my martial soul, but due to a mutation, it's super tough. You can't cut it. Wang Sheng tried for a while longer, but ultimately he had to lower his head in defeat. I lost from now on. You will be the boss of the 7th dormitory. Boss. Tang San felt a bit annoyed at Wang Sheng's sudden attack. But now it seemed like he was talking about the position of boss. Yes, Wang Sheng said after Tang Jiulu let him down, straightening his clothes. Every newcomer to the 7th dormitory needs to test their strength, and the strongest becomes the boss of this dormitory. Tang San suddenly understood. No wonder he moved to attack after a while. I apologized earlier to test your adaptability in a sudden situation. Wang Sheng scratched his cheek. But you guys are really impressive. You look like you're only 6 years old, right? Tang Jiulu, you can't be just 5, can you? Tang Jiulu, how that? Can someone awaken at 5? You're such a pig. I just look small. Tang San chuckled lightly. Don't mind her. She's my sister. And she's even stronger than I am. She's already a one-ring spirit master. Wang Sheng's eyes widened in shock, nearly dropping his jaw. The surrounding work-study students were all dumbfounded and rushed over. What? There's a spirit ring already? Tang San smiled slightly. Yes, my sister has innate full spirit power. So as long as she hunts a spirit beast, she can become a spirit master. Hiss! All the work-study students gasped. Tang Jiulu proudly raised her head, her little pigtails shaking with delight. Boss, from now on, you're our boss. Wang Sheng shouted excitedly. You're the boss's brother, so you're our big brother. Wang Sheng continued to shout. Tang San. Can he refuse with such a childish attitude? Tang Jiulu waved her hand proudly. Hey, we're here to learn. This is the rule. Whoever has the hardest fist is the boss. Wang Sheng shouted. We work-study students stand united, not to be bullied. With our boss in the world, we will unify the rivers and lakes. Tang Jiulu. Has she turned into some ancient monster? Ahem, is this the 7th dormitory? Just as everyone surrounded Tang Jiulu and Tang San, a crisp voice came from outside. A lively little girl stood at the door. She looked about the same age as Tang San, with a similar height, her pretty little face pale pink, as cute as Tang Jiulu. Her long black hair was styled into a scorpion braid ponytail that fell past her waist, and she held a brand new school uniform in her hands. After saying this, the little girl walked into the dormitory, and the crowd dispersed, revealing Tang Jiulu and Tang San. When the little girl saw Tang Jiulu and Tang San, her eyes lit up. Tang San had deep blue short hair, and although his clothes were patched up, they looked quite spirited thanks to his handmade leather gear. Tang Jiulu had dark green medium-length hair, styled into 2 small pigtails at the back of her head. Her round face and big sparkling eyes, with pupils slightly shimmering with rainbow colors, were very pretty. The little girl smiled at them. Hello, my name is Xiao Wu. Dance and dance. Chapter 11. Big Brother Tang Jiulu's smiling face froze the moment she saw Xiao Wu. She knew that coming to school here would inevitably lead to meeting Xiao Wu, but she didn't expect it to be this kind of Xiao Wu. Tang Jiulu stared blankly at Xiao Wu, her lips trembling. They looked so alike, it was truly uncanny. The Xiao Wu in front of her, if not for the hairstyle, looked exactly like her best friend Lin Wu from her previous life. I'm Tang Jiulu. My martial soul is the green vine. Tang Jiulu's nose felt a bit sour. In that world, she was an orphan, and if she had a mentioned family, it would be her best friend Lin Wu. Xiao Wu's smiling face stiffened upon hearing Tang Jiulu's words. The smile gradually faded, and tears began to well up in her eyes. Tang Jiulu, the one who can't move when she sees food, with a personality like a sesame dumpling? Xiao Wu's voice trembled slightly. Tang San frowned, wondering if the two knew each other. Tang Jiulu stepped forward, trembling. Are you the one who reads countless comic books, sleeping during the day and flipping pages by lamplight at night? Tang San felt inexplicably annoyed at the conversation he couldn't understand. When did Jiulu get to know this person? Tears instantly streamed down Xiao Wu's face. You little sesame dumpling Jiulu, you insult me right when we meet. But Tang Jiulu suddenly dashed over like a little cannonball, wrapping her arms around Xiao Wu's neck, her legs wrapping around her waist, and burst into tears. Xiao Wu. Woo woo woo. Xiao Wu woo woo woo. Tang San's frown deepened. He slowly walked in front of Xiao Wu, patted Tang Jiulu, and pulled her off Xiao Wu, holding her in his arms. He then slightly bowed to Xiao Wu, apologizing. I'm sorry, my sister is a bit emotional. Please bear with us. Xiao Wu looked at Tang San's rugged face and handsome features, and could tell that he would grow into a handsome young man. She glanced at Tang Jiulu, then at Tang San, you, and her. Sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Tang San. My martial soul is Blue Silvergrass, and I am Tang Jiulu's brother. Xiao Wu's heart screamed. This is San Ge. Is he her official match? However, she looked at the Tang Jiulu in Tang San's arms, and the corners of her eyes twitched slightly. She smiled gracefully. Hello, my martial soul is a rabbit. A very cute little white rabbit. She looked at Tang Jiulu and suddenly made a face, sticking out her tongue. Shame, shame, still crying. Tang Jiulu's cries suddenly halted, her eyes wide as she stared at Xiao Wu, with a few tears still hanging on her eyelashes, looking adorably cute. Xiao Wu. Tang Jiulu was furious, waving her small hand, and the green vine shot out directly. Xiao Wu smiled and deftly dodged the vine, leaping into the air and placing her hand on Tang Jiulu's shoulder, throwing her into the air. Tang Jiulu was momentarily stunned, not reacting in time before she was already flying into the air. Jiulu. Tang San frowned and was about to rush forward when a green vine wrapped around Tang Jiulu's body, a leaf blocking her in front. Tang Jiulu stood there, staring at Xiao Wu, who was charging towards her, not dodging or evading. Xiao Wu reached Tang Jiulu and did not strike. Instead, she simply hugged her. It's so good to see you. The green vine brought the two back to the ground, and Tang San looked at them with a frown. Tang Jiulu held Xiao Wu's hand and stood there, laughing happily, completely different from her previous tearful state. Is there a new work-study student? Step forward. At this moment, a teacher in his 30s walked in from outside, holding two betting sets. Which one is Tang San, and which one is Tang Jiulu? Hello, I'm Tang San. He immediately stepped forward and pointed at Tang Jiulu. This is my sister, Tang Jiulu. The teacher nodded. This is the betting master prepared for you. Tang San took the two betting sets. Although the covers were not luxurious, they were fresh and dry, and surprisingly brand new. There were also two pillows, indicating that the master had thought of everything for them. You three work-study students are all in the first year, responsible for cleaning the southern garden. Clean it well, and each of you can earn 10 copper soul coins per day. Be especially sure to clean up the clutter. If there is any negligence, in addition to deducting your wages, the school has the right to expel you. Do you understand? Tang Jiulu, Tang San, and Xiao Wu all nodded in understanding. The opening ceremony is tomorrow, and classes start the day after. The first-year class is on the first floor of the classroom building. So, just be on time for class the day after tomorrow. After class, you will start your work, and I will conduct random inspections. Wang Sheng, you are the oldest here. Explain the rules to them. All right, you can rest for now. After the teacher finished speaking, he left. Xiao Wu looked at the betting in Tang San's hands, feeling a bit embarrassed, as it seemed she didn't have any betting. It's okay, Xiao Wu. I'll share my betting with you, Tang Jiulu said, winking cutely. Xiao Wu moved, hugged Tang Jiulu tightly, and gave her a kiss on the cheek. Tang San watched this scene and felt that this new classmate was somewhat annoying. How could anyone just kiss his sister's face? Xiao Wu proudly glanced at the frowning Tang San and snatched the pink bedding from his arms. Jiulu, let me help you set it up. Xiao Wu walked to the last 3 empty beds, combined the last 2 beds, and laid the bedding on top. After finishing, she clapped her hands and turned back to Tang Jiulu. Jiulu, we can live together from now on. Tang San was also laying out his bedding nearby. While talking to Wang Sheng about the school situation. Wang Sheng happened to be sleeping next to Tang San. He sat on his bed and began to speak. Actually, we work-study students are responsible for cleaning the academy in exchange for some living expenses. Our academy has a total of 6 grades. You just arrive in the 1st grade, and I am in the 6th grade this year. Classes are held every morning. And in the afternoon, we cultivate on our own. Generally, there are 2 classes in the morning, one for cultural knowledge and one for martial soul instruction. Of course, we work-study students also have some jobs in the afternoon, and some even go out to work to earn more income. Wang Sheng also introduced other students. Most of us work-study students come from poor families, and students from other dormitories often bully us. As the big brother of the dormitory, you need to stand up for your brothers. Huh? Tang San turned his head in surprise to look at Wang Sheng. Wang Sheng pointed at 2 girls chatting on the bed next to them. Tang Jiulu won the fight, so she's the boss of her dormitory. You are her brother. So naturally, you're the big brother. Scene extra. Before the crossing, Tang Jiulu, be careful. Lin Wu shouted, trying to grab Tang Jiulu as the bus door closed. But it was too late. Tang Jiulu pushed aside the little boy who was standing there crying and was swallowed up by the crowded crowd. Lin Wu broke down and cried, frantically banging on the bus door. Open the door. Open the door. Someone is getting stepped on. Let me through. Someone is getting stepped on. The bus door opened again, and Lin Wu jumped down like crazy, trying to push through everyone. But the crowded tide engulfed her as well. Tang Jiulu felt her body aching, countless feet trampling over her. Then her consciousness gradually blurred. Chapter 12. A Day as a Teacher. A lifetime as a father. After Tang San finished arranging his bedding, Wang Sheng invited them. It's time for lunch. Let's go together to celebrate your enrollment. I'll treat you today. Originally, Tang San wanted to refuse. He had already planned to eat dry rations for the next few days until they settled in at the school and then find a blacksmith shop in Notting City to work. But now that Wang Sheng said he would treat them, it didn't matter whether he ate or not. He just felt it would be unfair to Jiulu. Tang Jiulu blinked her eyes. Wang Sheng, do we have to pay to eat at the academy? Of course. After you clean at the academy, you can earn 10 copper soul coins every day, which is enough for food and drink, Wang Sheng explained. Tang San nodded. All right, then you treat this time. And next time I'll treat you back. Tang Jiulu cheerfully raised her small hand. Then next time, I'll treat. Xiao Wu glanced at them and also nodded. Then next time, I'll treat. The group exchanged smiles and left the dormitory, heading towards the cafeteria. At this time, the academy's playground had become lively, and they could see quite a few students in uniforms heading towards the cafeteria. Tang Jiulu and the others had naturally changed into their uniforms before heading out. The cafeteria of Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy was quite large, divided into 2 floors. As soon as Tang Jiulu and the others walked into the academy, they heard a somewhat mocking voice coming from above. Aren't those the poor kids from Wang Sheng's group? Tang Jiulu instinctively looked up and saw a boy about 11 or 12 years old, with a handsome face, standing at the stairs between the 1st and 2nd floors, looking down at them disdainfully. Poor kids are just poor kids. They probably will never be able to eat on the 2nd floor. Xiao Wu, who had a notoriously fiery temper, stepped forward and angrily said, What are you? What's so great about the 2nd floor? A nearby work-study student quietly reminded. The 2nd floor is for ordering food separately, and it's very expensive. We can't afford it. Xiao Wu snorted coldly. Things that can be solved with money are not problems. Just because we can't afford it now doesn't mean we won't be able to afford it in the future. Those who look down on others will eventually face retribution. Tang Jiulu nodded. Yes, 30 years in the East River and 30 years in the West River. Don't bully the young and poor. She shook her 2 little pigtails, shouting this line dramatically. It felt so exhilarating. She had seen characters in anime shout like this before and never expected it would be her turn now. The boy was evidently somewhat intimidated by the momentum of Tang Jiulu and Xiao Wu. No matter how arrogant he was just an 11 or 12-year-old child. His face turned red and pale, feeling very embarrassed, and he threw down a sentence. I'm going to eat now, so I'll let you go this time. Then he stomped away to the 2nd floor, looking extremely awkward. This made Xiao Wu and Tang Jiulu laugh. The other work-study students burst into laughter. Wang Sheng gave a thumbs up to Tang Jiulu and Xiao Wu. Impressive. Tang Jiulu raised her small face, her 2 little pigtails shaking, feeling particularly proud. Tang San raised an eyebrow and gently tapped Tang Jiulu's head, saying, All right, we're here to eat. As he spoke, he took Tang Jiulu's small hand and led her to the food line. Xiao Wu looked at the little hands Tang San and Tang Jiulu were holding. making a face at Tang Jiulu. Tang Jiulu turned to Xiao Wu and made a funny face back, and the two immediately laughed at each other. It's wonderful to be able to meet again in this new life. At the entrance of the hall, a middle-aged man dressed in black casual clothes was striding towards them. He briefly scanned the hall and spotted Tang San and Tang Jiulu. Xiao San, Jiulu. Tang San turned around and saw the master, immediately turning to bow respectfully. Teacher, you're here for a meal too. Tang Jiulu followed suit and bowed, then sweetly smiled. Teacher, please sit. We will help you get your food. Thank you, the master said, stroking Tang Jiulu's head, then turned to Tang San. Is everything packed up? Tang San nodded and respectfully bowed again. Thank you for the bedding, teacher. Me too. Thank you, teacher. Tang Jiulu immediately echoed, raising her hand. The master looked at the smiles on their faces and showed a look of satisfaction. All right, let's go to the second floor to eat. However, Tang San shook his head. No need, teacher. Jiulu and I will eat with our roommates. Since they were at the academy, they couldn't act independently. The key was that they had previously agreed to eat with their roommates, and it wouldn't be right to leave them behind and take Jiulu to the second floor. The master didn't insist. Noticing his roommates around and clearly understanding the importance of this, you're right. Then wait for me at the cafeteria entrance for dinner. After saying this, he nodded at the others and then went up to the second floor. Wang Sheng curiously looked at Tang San and Tang Jiulu. Do you know the master? Tang San nodded. He is my and Jiulu's teacher. No way. You became the master's disciple? Wang Sheng said, somewhat surprised. You should know his strength isn't that great. It is said that he is almost 50 and has yet to break through the Great Soul Master level, with only a level 29 martial soul. It's rumored he's still at the academy because of his good relationship with the principal. To put it bluntly, he's living off free meals. Before Wang Sheng could finish his words, he was interrupted by Tang San. Please do not rashly evaluate my teacher. This is the first time, and I hope it will be the last. His expression was very serious. I think you don't need to treat us this meal. I will pay for myself. Thank you for your kindness. Wang Sheng clearly didn't expect Tang San to react so strongly, standing there a bit awkwardly. The other classmates nearby were also confused about why Tang San was acting this way. Tang Jiulu sighed and stepped forward like a little adult. No matter what the teacher is like, we shouldn't discuss our elders frivolously here, especially since you are speaking about the teacher of me and Sange. Of course, Sange would be angry. In his heart, the teacher holds the same status as a father. Once a teacher, always a father. How could you speak ill of our father in front of us? After Tang Jiulu's explanation, those around them understood why Tang San was angry. Wang Sheng immediately stood up to apologize. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have spoken about your teacher like that. Tang San nodded, accepting Wang Sheng's apology. Although I accept your apology, you don't need to treat us this lunch. Let's save it for next time. All right, Wang Sheng smiled. When I have money, I'll treat you to eat on the second floor. Tang Jiulu excitedly raised her little fist. Yes, let's eat on the second floor. Tang San looked at Tang Jiulu's expression and couldn't help but chuckle, his eyes reflecting a pampering he didn't even notice. Chapter 13. First soul skill. Everyone got their meals and sat at the table, chatting and eating, creating a lively atmosphere. After lunch, Tang San took Tang Jiulu to wait for the master at the door. Xiao Wu also knew it wasn't the right time to follow them, waved goodbye to Tang Jiulu, and went back to the dorm. After waiting for a while, Tang San and Tang Jiulu saw the master come out with a middle-aged man of similar age. Are these your new disciples? The middle-aged man smiled as he looked at Tang San and Tang Jiulu. The master nodded without speaking. All right, I wish you success. The middle-aged man patted the master's shoulder. I'll take my leave then. He glanced at Tang San again before heading in another direction. The master then led Tang San and Tang Jiulu towards his dormitory. Inside the master's room, there was a wall full of books densely packed, making it clear as soon as one entered. In front of this wall was a desk with a small sofa set opposite. The master invited the two to enter, closed the door, and turned to Tang Jiulu and Tang San, saying, one of you has a mutated blue vine, and the other has a twin martial soul. Jiulu, you go first and show me your martial soul. Tang Jiulu had been extremely nervous since entering the room. The master was the most knowledgeable person in the world regarding martial souls, and she was a soul beast turned human, unsure of her qualifications. She straightened her little face, cautiously extended her right hand, and a blue vine emerged from her palm. From the looks of your blue vine, although it's hard to tell what type it is, it doesn't seem to be a mutated martial soul, the master observed as a yellow halo lit up around her, his eyes brightening. You already have a soul ring, and it's 100-year soul ring. Very good. What is your first soul skill? My first soul skill is healing aura. All living beings within the aura receive healing. Tang Jiulu said as she activated her first soul skill, a green halo appearing around her, encompassing a radius of 3 meters. The master stepped forward to feel Tang Jiulu's healing aura, a hint of surprise and joy flashing in his eyes. All right, retract it. Tang Jiulu obediently withdrew her martial soul. Healing-type auxiliary martial souls are quite rare, let alone having healing as the first skill. If I'm not mistaken, your healing aura can also expand in range and effectiveness based on your own strength. This is truly an extraordinary soul skill. Tang Jiulu excitedly clenched her fists. She remembered that among the Shrek's 7 monsters, aside from Uncle Sausage's recovery sausage, there were no healing-type auxiliary martial souls. Now that she had such a martial soul, she could definitely help San go more. All right, next is Xiao San. The master turned his attention to Tang San, his eyes flickering with a hint of excitement. Now, Xiao San, please release your other martial soul for me to see. Tang San nodded, since he had already become a disciple, and the master had directly guessed he had a twin martial soul. There was no need to hide it. He raised his left hand, and black light surged forth, beginning to coalesce into a small hammer. The unique patterns on the hammer made the master widen his eyes in surprise. He quickly stepped forward, staring intently at the hammer, his eyes filled with extreme excitement and joy. This is Tang San, surnamed Tang. The master suddenly looked at Tang San and asked, "So who is your father?" Tang San looked at the master with some confusion and replied, "My father is Tang Hao." The master's breath momentarily stopped. Then he took a deep breath. "All right, put away your martial soul and don't let others know about the existence of your other martial soul. Without my permission, you must never attach a soul ring to this martial soul in the future. You must remember this." Tang San was quite surprised to hear this. His father had also said something similar. "Why can't I attach a soul ring to this martial soul? It's not the right time to tell you now. You just need to remember that this is for your future." The master did not explain the reason, only instructing him to remember. Tang San nodded vigorously. "I will." His father's words and the master's words both meant that the master was sincerely looking out for him. Tang San's trust in the master grew a little more. Tomorrow is the opening ceremony, and classes will officially start the day after tomorrow. The master looked at the two of them and suddenly said, "But for you, this is wasting time. Jiulu already has a soul ring and can continue to cultivate, but Xiao San, you have not obtained a soul ring yet. The urgent matter now is to allow your martial soul to continue cultivating." The master looked at them seriously. "I've thought it over carefully. Tomorrow morning, Xiao San, you will leave the academy with me. I will take you to find a suitable soul ring so you can advance to become a soul master." Tang San was naturally overjoyed. Only by obtaining a soul ring could his soul power and skills break through. However, Tang Jiulu was unhappy. "Master, what about me? I want to go too." The master frowned. "You already have a soul ring. This time, I'm taking Xiao San to obtain a soul ring. But my first skill is healing. Obtaining a soul ring will definitely be dangerous, right?" Tang Jiulu's little face was serious. "Take me with you. If you get injured, I can heal you. I must follow Sange. Sange promised me to always protect me, and I absolutely don't want to be separated from him." Tang Jiulu directly grabbed Tang San's hand, looking determined as if she would follow him regardless of his answer. The master looked at Tang Jiulu in surprise, and after a long moment, he sighed. "All right, if you want to go, then go. Your healing soul skill is indeed very useful." "Yay!" Tang Jiulu happily made a scissors gesture and winked at Tang San with her big, bright eyes. Tang San sighed helplessly. What could he do with his little sister? He could only pamper her. The master patted Tang Jiulu's head, also feeling a bit helpless. "Okay, I will help you explain things to the academy. On the way, I will teach you about martial souls, and it won't affect your studies." Tang San nodded solemnly. Then the master explained some classifications of martial soul combat types to Tang San and Tang Jiulu. Soul masters are divided into battle soul masters and weapon soul masters. And under these two categories, there are further divisions like food system, control system, attack system, support system, etc. Blue silvergrass and green vine are considered weapon soul masters. Therefore, he tentatively classified Tang San's blue silvergrass as a control type and Tang Jiulu as a support and control type. After all, besides Tang Jiulu's first soul skill, The other soul skills were still uncertain. All right, this is decided for now. You can go back first. Tomorrow morning, I will come to the dormitory to find you. Okay. Chapter 14 Departure. After leaving the master's room, Tang San's mind was a bit unsettled. Tang Jiulu, holding Tang San's hand, noticed his distracted expression and instinctively asked, Sangu, what are you thinking about? Thinking about our future growth path, Tang San replied directly without hesitation. I'm fine with 2 martial souls. Blue silver grass as a control-type weapon martial soul is quite good, but that hammer, I don't even know what kind of hammer it is. Let's not worry about that for now. What about you? I can choose soul beast based on the form of the soul ring I want, but what will you do? Tang San sighed. He had already realized that Tang Jiulu wouldn't need to hunt soul beasts to obtain a soul ring. But this way, she wouldn't be able to control the skills of her next soul ring. If it continues like this, your growth path cannot be defined, and it will be impossible to determine what kind of soul master you will become in the future. Tang San's concerns were not unfounded, because even if he told the master couldn't determine what kind of soul ring a soul beast turned human might have in the future. Hearing this, Tang Jiulu suddenly chuckled. Oh, Sangu, why are you worried? I'm not worried at all. Tang San looked at Tang Jiulu, his furrowed brows still not relaxing. Tang Jiulu gazed steadily at Tang San, noticing his youthful features that would surely grow into a handsome face. She reached out to smooth the furrow on Tang San's brow. Sangu, don't frown. Even though I can't determine my direction, since the soul ring is without choice, it means it must be suitable for me, perhaps related to my innate characteristics. Even if I'm just an ordinary support type, I still have you. As long as I can be by your side, it doesn't matter how ordinary I am, because you will protect me, right? Tang Jiulu playfully winked at Tang San. Her round little face, with those big bright eyes, looked especially cute. Tang San instinctively reached out to pinch her round face, which was soft and bouncy, and he smiled. You're right. Even if your soul ring is useless, as long as you're by my side, no one can bully you. Tang San eased his worries and held Tang Jiulu's hand as they walked towards the dormitory. This time he felt very calm inside. Since Jiulu had entrusted her life to him, he would definitely not let her down. They were both very tired after a long day, having traveled early in the morning to Notting City and gone through so many things in between. After returning to the dormitory, Tang San and Tang Jiulu washed up and then lay down on their beds to rest. Xiao Wu and Tang Jiulu slept together, with their heads leaning against each other. Xiao Wu, tomorrow I will go out with Sangu and a master, Tang Jiulu said softly. What? Xiao was a bit surprised. You going too? Yes, Tang Jiulu nodded. I asked to go. My first soul skill is a healing halo. It will be useful then. Wow, you've broken through? That's great, Xiao Wu exclaimed, then suddenly remembered something and asked quietly, You know my situation, so what about you? How did you become his sister? Next time I have the chance, I'll tell you. Besides, Sangu. Tang Jiulu winked at Tang San. Xiao Wu, who had been through the same experiences in her past life, instantly understood her meaning. Isn't your Sangu suspicious of how we know each other? Xiao Wu asked. Of course, how old do you think I am? How could I know you? Tang Jiulu rolled her eyes. Anyone would be suspicious, all right? But my Sangu is handsome and considerate. I don't want to say anything, so he doesn't ask. TSK. Xiao Wu lay there, closing her eyes. He is still my official match. Tang Jiulu clearly thought of scenes from the anime, feeling a sudden sense of loss in her heart. Well, who knows what the future holds? Xiao Wu seemed to sense Tang Jiulu's different mood and suddenly spoke to comfort her. Tang Jiulu gently held Xiao Wu's hand, no longer speaking, and closed her eyes to fall asleep. Indeed, the future is truly hard to predict. For her, this place was no longer an animated world, but a real one. She and Xiao Wu had been reincarnated, and the people here were flesh and blood with emotions. It was as if she had foreseen the future trajectory of this world. However, the future usually does not have just one direction. Tang Jiulu slowly fell asleep. The weather in this season was just the most comfortable, just as the sky began to turn a fish belly white. Tang San was sitting on the roof of the dormitory, gazing ahead, gathering the first rays of sunlight. A purple light flowed in his eyes. Beside him lay a cute little lowly, squinting her eyes, lying on her crossed little hands, lazily closing her eyes to enjoy the first ray of sunshine. Tang San had completed the training of the purple extreme magic eye, turned his head to look at Tang Jiulu, and gently pinched her little nose. Little lazy bug, get up. Tang Jiulu groggily sat up, stretched, and said, it's still comfortable to bask in the sun. Tang San smiled and directly picked her up leaping down to the ground. Just then, the master walked to the door of the dormitory and saw Tang San holding Tang Jiulu, jumping on the ground. What were you two doing just now? The master looked at them with curiosity. Training, on the roof. Tang San pointed to the rooftop. Tang Jiulu nodded quickly with her two little pigtails bouncing. Yes, yes. Brother San was training. And you? The master looked at the little lowly with amusement. Tang Jiulu shyly touched her nose and said, I was basking in the sun. Ha ha ha. The master and Tang San both laughed. After that, the three of them, one tall and two short, walked out of the academy's gate together. Master, where are we going to find soul beasts? Tang San asked curiously as they walked. We're going to the soul hunting forest 400 miles northeast of Notting City. That is where the Empire raises soul beasts. The master was wearing a black tight-fitting outfit today, which added a bit of heroism to his appearance. He clearly liked this Eastern-style clothing. Paired with his very short hair, he looked exceptionally harmonious, like a martial monk. Tang Jiulu thought to herself, but on the surface, she obediently held Tang San's hand and said nothing. Raised? Soul beasts can be raised. Tang San was a bit surprised. He thought soul beasts were all wild. High-level soul beasts naturally cannot be raised, but low-level ones can, the master explained while leading them and sharing knowledge about soul beasts. Knowledge Classroom, Soul Beast, a beast with soul power. Soul beasts are divided into 5 levels according to their age. 10-year soul beasts, 100-year soul beasts, 1,000-year soul beasts, 10,000-year soul beasts, and 100,000-year soul beasts. The colors of the soul rings are 10-year soul beasts are white, 100-year soul beasts are yellow, 1,000-year soul beasts are purple, 10,000-year soul beasts are black, and 100,000-year soul beasts are red. Chapter 15, Endless Green of the Lotus Leaves. Soul beasts are extremely proud creatures. No soul beast will allow itself to be captured. Only soul beasts killed by oneself can yield their soul rings. The existence of soul rings is also very short. If not attached to oneself within an hour, they will lose their effectiveness. The master walked with them, imparting various knowledge about soul beasts. Of course, each soul master has limitations on absorbing soul rings at different stages, which is also related to their physical condition. Tang San and Tang Jiulu listened attentively. Although these concepts were present in the anime and novels, Tang Jiulu had only watched the anime and not read the novels, so she only had a rough understanding. Now this knowledge was crucial for her own self and her friends and family around her, so she had to study it carefully. For example, Xiao San, you are currently a level 10 soul master. With your current soul power and physical condition, you can at most absorb a 100-year soul beast soul ring. The master used Xiao San as an example and continued, but if you foolishly think you can absorb a 1,000-year soul ring, the result will only be one. You will explode. Your body simply cannot bear the immense power brought by a 1,000-year soul ring and will be destroyed by its power. Tang San nodded seriously. He would not joke with his own life. Moreover, he had never been one to take shortcuts. Relying on his own efforts to steadily move toward his goals was the most solid approach. The master did not rush them out of the city, but instead headed toward a commercial street. Master, aren't we supposed to leave the city? Tang San asked in confusion. Before hunting soul beasts, we need to prepare some things first. The master took them to buy 3 special skins for carrying water, each capable of holding 5 to 6 liters of clean water. They also bought some flatbread, jerky, and fruits, packing several large bags. While Tang San could understand these items, one thing left him puzzled. The master bought many white radishes, weighing dozens of pounds. Looking at so many items, Tang San was a bit stunned and glanced at his small frame. Master, I might not be able to carry so much. Tang San felt a bit embarrassed. He couldn't let the master carry things when they went out together. And since his sister was there, he couldn't let her carry it either. So he had to carry it himself. This was the first time Tang San felt he was growing too slowly. The master chuckled and shook his head, reaching out to hand him a belt. This is for you. The belt was beautiful, entirely black with dark stripes, and neatly inlaid with 24 milky white jade stones. The color was warm and translucent, clearly a rare and fine jade. Thank you, master. Tang San took the belt and put it on. This belt has accompanied me for many years. I hope it can shine in your hands in the future. The master smiled as he watched Tang San put on the belt. This is a storage-type soul guide. Each jade stone can provide 1 cubic meter of storage space, convenient for holding items. Tang San suddenly understood and, under the master's guidance, packed all the purchased items into the belt. Let's get a name. The master looked at him with a smile. Tang San, a bit dazed, touched the jade stones on the belt and blurted out, Let's call it 24 bridges on a moonlit night. The master was slightly taken aback, pondered the name for a moment, and said, very nice, just a bit long. Tang Jiulu looked at Tang San enviously from the side. Although she already knew the master would give brother San 24 bridges on a moonlit night, seeing it in person still made her envious. She wanted a storage belt too, and Jiulu, the master, turned around and took a green bracelet, handing it to her. Tang Jiulu was slightly stunned, looking at the master in surprise, her eyes filled with joy. I also have one. The master chuckled, ruffling her little head. This is a soul guide I just bought. Its function is to restore soul power, gathering surrounding energy to enhance your own soul power recovery. This is also a good soul guide. Jiulu should also give it a name. The master looked at Tang Jiulu with a smile. He would not be biased. Tang Jiulu frowned and thought for a long time, but still sought help from Tang San. Tang San chuckled lightly and slipped the bracelet onto Tang Jiulu's wrist. Looking at the snow-white, lotus-like little arm, the rather large green bracelet actually made her small hand appear even whiter and cuter. Why not call it endless green lotus leaves? Tang Jiulu nodded vigorously. Indeed, her third brother, who had crossed over from ancient times, was truly exceptional at naming. The master smiled, appreciating the nice sentiment, but noted that the name chosen by little San was a bit long. Tang Jiulu happily looked at the bracelet on her wrist and thought it was fine. After all, it wasn't like they would be calling it out frequently. Giving it a name was just a way to commemorate it. The master reached out and ruffled Tang Jiulu's hair, making her two little pigtails a bit messy. Unexpectedly, our little Jiulu was able to think of this layer. Impressive. Tang Jiulu proudly lifted her little face, one hand holding on to Tang San and the other holding on to the master, bouncing along as they walked. All right, everything is ready. We can't just walk there. Let's rent a carriage and set off. The master spent 5 silver soul coins to hire a carriage, and the three of them sat inside as they headed towards the outskirts of the soul-hunting forest. For Tang Jiulu, who was sitting in a carriage for the first time, it felt quite fresh, and she excitedly twisted around in her seat. You have to know that when they came to Nodding City before, Grandpa Jack had used someone else's ox cart to take them. This carriage, in Tang Jiulu's eyes, looked like a Western-style one. Although it was an ordinary carriage, it still had a nice feel to it. Tang San, on the other hand, appeared much more mature, but from his subconsciously observing gaze around, it was clear he also had a significant interest in this carriage. After a day of travel, they arrived at the outskirts of the soul-hunting forest by noon the next day. Stepping down from the carriage, the surrounding environment surprised both Tang San and Tang Jiulu. Is this the outskirts of the forest? This is practically a small marketplace. Shops were built on both sides of the street, and various calls echoed back and forth. With a hand order, we need 2 more people to hunt power-type soul beasts. Hunt agile-type soul beasts, 7 hand orders. Reward 10 gold soul coins. Various similar calls made Tang Jiulu nervously swallow. You have to know that while the anime made her blood boil with excitement, this was real, and the thought of actually hunting soul beasts made her feel quite nervous and scared. Tang Jiulu tightly held Tang San's hand, not leaving his side for a moment. Chapter 16. Luos and Pao. In fact, they could buy supplies here, but things were at least twice as expensive as in the city, the master said. However, he did not stop to linger with them, but directly walked towards the end of the road. Tang Jiulu tightly held onto Tang San's hand, her little heart racing. She was too nervous. Tang San gently patted her back and reassured her, "It's okay, don't be afraid. Didn't you want to come along?" Tang Jiulu, I am not scared at all. If one ignored how tightly she was gripping his hand, Tang San would almost believe her. He chuckled lightly. All right, not scared. After walking forward with Tang Jiulu, following the master for a while, Tang San suddenly spoke, "Don't worry, I will definitely protect you. Anyone who wants to harm you will have to step over my dead body." After learning that Tang Jiulu was the reincarnation of a 100,000-year soul beast, Tang San had already prepared himself mentally. Tang Jiulu felt as though her heart had been struck hard. For a moment, it seemed like her breath had stopped. This sentence was something her third brother and Xiao Wu had said before, and now it was being said to her. But why did she feel so happy? The fear she originally felt seemed to vanish, and as she looked at the hand holding hers, Tang San's small figure seemed particularly tall in her eyes. The master turned his head and looked at the 2 little ones being affectionate. A slight indulgent smile appeared on his face. The 3 continued walking and soon reached the end of the road. The end of the road was blocked by a tall black fence. It was a huge steel fence, with many spikes exposed toward the foreside. The fence stood over 10 meters high and looked extremely sturdy. Outside the fence, 100 soldiers were patrolling, all wearing armor made of fine iron and holding long guns, their military demeanor strict, giving off a chilling feeling. Opposite Tang Jiulu on the street was a slightly higher iron gate. 2 squads of soldiers were guarding the gate, and occasionally a group of people would enter through the gate with hand orders. The master led Tang San and Tang Jiulu forward, holding a token in his hand. The token was black, with a design made up of 3 shapes. In the center was a downward-pointing sword, with a hammer and a beast on either side. Tang San caught a glimpse of the hammer on the token and felt a bit familiar, furrowing his brow slightly. The soldier responsible for checking hand orders, upon seeing the master's token, immediately stood at attention and quickly ordered the soldiers to clear a path for them to enter. They didn't even ask why Tang San and Tang Jiulu, such young children, needed to enter the soul-hunting forest, passing through the steel fence. They entered the depths of the forest. All the noise seemed to have disappeared, and the air became fresher. Tang Jiulu took a deep breath, feeling invigorated, and her soul power seemed to fluctuate, unexpectedly breaking through another level without her noticing. Tang San sensed the fluctuation from Tang Jiulu and glanced sideways. After entering the forest, the master did not hurry forward but quietly observed the surroundings. He cautiously looked around and warned Tang Jiulu and Tang San, "We are about to enter the forest. From now on, you must not leave my side for even a step. Especially you, Jiulu. You have no self-defense capability at all." Tang Jiulu nodded. She knew her third brother was strong in close combat, and he had crossed over from ancient times, also skilled in Tang Sek's hidden weapons, far surpassing her. The master also guessed from some of Tang San's actions that he possessed some soul skills. "Little San, although your other martial soul brings powerful attack strength, you are still only a 10th level soul master. You cannot let your guard down." Tang San nodded, but his hand unconsciously touched the 24 Bridges bright moon night at his waist. He had secretly stored the hidden weapons he had made earlier inside it, believing he still had a certain fighting capability. The master straightened his body, brought his hands together fiercely in front of his chest, then quickly spread them apart. "Come out." Luo San Pao. With a pop, a pale purple soul power burst forth from the master's palms. A creature jumped out from the center. It was a cute little creature with big ears, looking somewhat like a pig but not quite a dog, with a round and chubby body that appeared adorable. Its fur was a light purple, with a pair of deep blue eyes blinking, and a plump little bottom wiggled, topped with a big round lump. As soon as it appeared, it happily ran to the master's feet, rubbing its body against his calves. "Wow, so cute." Tang Jiulu instinctively squatted down, wanted to touch the creature. The master reached out and pulled Tang Jiulu back up, clearly not wanting her to touch it. "That's Luo San Pao, my martial soul." Tang Jiulu looked regretfully at Luo San Pao. In the anime, she really liked this cute martial soul, and it seemed to later mutate into a golden dragon, right? Oh, I seem to be mistaken. The martial soul fusion technique of the golden iron triangle is the golden dragon. Isn't it? She couldn't quite remember. The master gently patted Tang Jiulu's head, telling her not to mess with other people's martial souls. Understood? Generally speaking, martial souls are born from a person's body and soul, and cannot be treated carelessly. Tang Jiulu nodded in realization. "I understand. So, if I touch Luo San Pao, is it like touching the teacher?" Before Tang Jiulu could finish her sentence, Tang San quickly covered her mouth with his hand. "Don't talk nonsense." Tang San pinched Tang Jiulu's little face in annoyance. Tang Jiulu awkwardly chuckled. "Okay, I won't touch randomly anymore." The master cleared his throat to hide his embarrassment, and 2 halos of light rose beneath his feet, both yellow, indicating 200-year spirit rings. "My martial soul is a mutated one, but it mutated in a bad direction." At this point, a hint of bitterness appeared in the master's eyes. "When it first awakened, my soul power was only half a level, so no matter how hard I try, I can never break through level 30 in this lifetime. Therefore, I can only study martial souls theoretically." The master's discomfort and disappointment were quite evident, and both Tang Jiulu and Tang San felt it. Tang San opened his mouth, wanting to comfort him, but Tang Jiulu had already pouted and loudly said, "I'm sorry, teacher. It's all my fault. I mentioned your sad story." Her eyes were already slightly red, although she had long known about the master situation. Hearing him say it like this truly made her heart ache. After spending these days together, she had already regarded the master as a real teacher. The master sighed and reached out to pat Tang Jiulu's little head. It's nothing, I'm used to it. All right, let us go. Luo Sanpao, lead the way. Roar. Chapter 17. Not a biological brother, the master's spirit rings flickered as he led Tang San and Tang Jiulu, following Luo Sanpao deeper into the forest. Its attack can only be launched 3 times, and since its call is RORO, I named it Luo Sanpao. As the master explained, Luo Sanpao had a keen sense of smell, able to detect the traces and strengths of soul beasts. Although it had become weak due to mutation, conversely, the consumption of soul power was also low, allowing it to stay outside for a long time. While speaking, the master took out a short sword from his pocket and handed it to Tang San. This is for you, if you kill a soul beast. You must deliver the final blow yourself, otherwise you cannot absorb the spirit ring. Tang San took the dagger, nodded, holding it in his right hand while tightly holding onto Tang Jiulu's hand with his left, carefully following behind the master. After walking for a short distance, Luo Sanpao suddenly stopped, its deep blue eyes looking in one direction. Roar. Its call made all 3 of them look over in unison. They saw a black soul beast, resembling a cat, crouched on a tree, watching them warily. It was a 10-year-old spotted cat. Sanpao, don't disturb it, keep moving forward. The master glanced at the spotted cat and continued walking. Although the spotted cat is strong in attack, as long as you don't attack it first, it won't easily launch an attack. Tang San nodded, keeping this in mind. Tang Jiulu was still very curious about the spotted cat and blinked at it. When the spotted cat saw Tang Jiulu, a hint of confusion flashed in its eyes, and it quickly ran away with a meow, scared and tucking its tail. Tang Jiulu pouted, so boring. This is a bamboo plant, a type of plant-based soul beast, but it doesn't exceed 10 meters in height, making it a 10-year-old. Only those over 10 meters are 100-year ones. The master introduced various soul beasts as they walked, allowing Tang San and Tang Jiulu to open their eyes. Although Tang Jiulu had watched the anime, she had never known such detailed knowledge about soul beasts. Indeed, the master was a walking encyclopedia, and she felt incredibly lucky to have him as a teacher. This bamboo plant is quite suitable for you, but don't hunt it now. If we really can't find something suitable later, we can come back to hunt it. Of course, I don't hope you will hunt this bamboo plant because its level is too low. You should know that once you absorb a spirit ring, it cannot be changed. The limit for the first spirit ring should be around 423 years. I hope your first spirit ring can get as close to this limit as possible. The master said seriously, suddenly recalling something, and turned to Tang Jiulu. By the way, Jiulu, what soul beast did you hunt for your first spirit ring? And how many years was it? Tang Jiulu was momentarily stunned. How should she answer this question? Tang San frowned as well. He didn't want to lie to the master. But this matter couldn't be easily spoken of, as it concerned Jiulu's safety. The master looked at the 2 of them, one stunned and the other silent, suddenly feeling a headache coming on. Jiulu, tell me, how did you get your first spirit ring? Jiulu scratched her head, looking confused. I don't know. What? Don't know? The master suddenly felt that accepting this little girl as a disciple might have been a mistake. Tang San pondered over his words and said, what Jiulu means is that she doesn't know what the soul beast was. From my observation, it should also be a plant-type soul beast. I wasn't present at the time. It probably was an accident that Jiulu ended up killing it and then absorbed it. An accident led to killing it? 100-year soul beast could be killed like that? The master felt veins popping on his forehead. Tang San awkwardly smiled. Well, actually, Jiulu, ISNT, that quiet, hearing Tang San's words. The master felt an ominous premonition rising in his heart and turned to look at Tang Jiulu. Jiulu felt a bit guilty for no reason. All right, let us set this matter aside for now. I'll ask you more when we get back. The master impatiently patted Tang Jiulu's head again. Tang Jiulu's little round face was wrinkled like a bun. Oh no, I'll have to be interrogated when I get back. She looked pitifully at Tang San, who sighed and tightened his grip on her hand, indicating that he would definitely help her figure something out. Tang Jiulu felt relieved by Tang San's expression. Fortunately, she still had her incredibly smart 3rd brother. They continued to move forward, and the master began to introduce the names, characteristics, and identification methods of various soul beasts one by one. Tang San and Tang Jiulu listened attentively. After searching for a long time, many suitable soul beasts naturally appeared. However, since it was still early, they were not in a hurry to act. As dusk fell, the forest became darker faster than outside, due to the many trees. All right, we will be staying in the soul hunting forest tonight. Let us find a camping spot, the master said as he looked around. The camping site chosen by the master was a depression, surrounded by numerous towering trees, making the terrain complex. He took out a glass bottle from his storage soul guide on his wrist and handed it to Tang San. Sprinkle it around. Remember to spread it evenly. Good. Tang San took the bottle, which contained some gray powder that had a pungent smell, with just a slight twitch of his nose. He could tell that this was some kind of insect-repelling powder. He carefully sprinkled it around and then handed the bottle back to the master. The three of them sat together, eating the dry food they had brought along with water. Tang San glanced at Tang Jiulu and took out a small square wrapped in lotus leaves, handing it over. Here, the lotus cake you love. Tang Jiulu was taken aback. When they left Nodding City earlier, they had passed by a shop selling lotus cakes. However, at that time, she was right next to the master and didn't notice Tang San buying the lotus cakes. Tang Jiulu unwrapped the lotus leaves and took out 2 pieces, handing one to Tang San and the other to the master. Master, third brother, you should eat too. The master smiled and took a bite. Xiao San, you really are quite good to Jiulu. Jiulu is really fortunate to have a brother like you. Tang San silently glanced at Tang Jiulu without saying anything. However, Tang Jiulu smiled brightly and said, Master, third brother, I sent my biological brother. I'm my dad's adopted daughter. I don't even know where my biological parents are. Sorry. The master was momentarily stunned, looking at Tang Jiulu with even more pity. He expected her background to be like this. It's okay. Ever since I was born, I've been with my dad. I grew up alongside third brother, closer than family. Tang Jiulu tilted her little face, beaming with joy, showing no signs of sadness. She playfully winked at Tang San. Chapter 18. The shocking scene. Tang San looked at Tang Jiulu, his gaze very gentle. When Tang Jiulu saw the faint pink aura emanating from him, her heart skipped a beat. Red represents happiness, and the light pink means that third brother feels a slight happiness after hearing these words. Looking at the master again, he radiated a soft yellow light as he held the lotus cake, looking kindly at her. Just like Dad, occasionally exuding a benevolent aura. Tang Jiulu also took a piece of lotus cake and stuffed it into her mouth, taking a big bite. So delicious. The sweet lotus cake was chewed in her cheeks. Yum, so tasty. Her chubby little face looked adorable as she spoke, her eyes blinking at Tang San like a little hamster. Tang San and the master couldn't help but chuckle at Tang Jiulu's antics. Tang San sat next to her, instinctively reaching out to pinch her chubby little cheeks. Tang Jiulu gazed at the increasing pink aura around Tang San, her eyes sparkling. She swallowed the lotus cake in her mouth, snuggled against Tang San, and said, Third brother, you're so nice. You even remembered to buy me lotus cakes. Tang San felt his heart soften and playfully tugged at the little tuft of hair on Tang Jiulu's head, smiling without saying a word. He had wanted to do that for a long time, but was afraid Jiulu would get upset. Now, he finally got his wish. Tang Jiulu widened her eyes and sat up straight. Third brother, a beautiful girl's hairstyle can't be messed up. Tang San turned his head and took a bite of the lotus cake in his hand. It's fine. If it gets messy, I'll help you fix it. Tang Jiulu pouted and took another bite of the lotus cake. Just now, didn't third brother's aura show a hint of silver gray, right? That silver gray must indicate a scheming mood. Roar. At that moment, Luo Sanpao, who was squatting next to the master, suddenly shouted. The martial soul is naturally one with the person, and the master immediately stood up, looking back sharply. The night in the forest was even darker than outside, and in this darkness, a dozen pairs of green glowing eyes could be seen, slowly approaching their location. Be careful, it's the nether wolves. The master's voice was steady, without a hint of panic. Xiao San, Jiulu, stay here and don't move. Roar, roar. Luo Sanpao kept making sounds, intimidating the approaching nether wolves. Tang Jiulu instinctively hid behind Tang San. At that moment, she caught a glimpse of a flash of purple light in Tang San's eyes. There were a total of 6 nether wolves, each about 2.5 times Jiulu's length, with iron-gray bodies and green eyes glowing in the dark. After the master clearly saw their shape and color, he snorted coldly. A bunch of level 10 little wolves dare to disturb us. Sanpao, unleash your thunderous fart. Booming Luo Sanpao. The master's voice suddenly boomed. At the same time, Luo Sanpao growled, took a deep breath, and his round belly instantly swelled to double its size. Looking like a balloon, Luo Sanpao's round body suddenly bounced up, flipping 180 degrees in the air. The master quickly took out 3 masks from his storage soul guide, handing 2 to Tang San and Tang Jiulu, and putting one on himself. Just as they put on the masks, a loud explosion echoed through the forest. A wave of yellow gas suddenly burst forth, rushing towards the 6 netherwolves. In an instant, their bodies were sent flying like torn sacks, with 2 of the netherwolves crashing into a tree, yelping in pain and unable to get up. The other 4 netherwolves rolled on the ground, completely disheveled. Not to mention Tang San. Even Tang Jiulu could see blood oozing from the mouths and noses of those netherwolves, indicating the power of this strike. The 4 netherwolves, terrified, glanced at the master and the others before tucking their tails and fleeing. The 2 that crashed into the tree clearly could not stand up. The master took out a dagger, intending to approach, but a small hand pulled him back. "Master," Tang Jiulu's soft voice rang out, "they're so pitiful." Tang Jiulu remembered clearly that the master had previously said not to casually hunt soul beasts unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, she herself was a 100,000-year soul beast now. The master hesitated for a moment, stopping his advance. After a while, he said, "Jiulu, you can treat them." Tang Jiulu not that, about to step forward when a figure appeared in front of her, holding her hand. "Let us go." Tang San gently stood by her side. Tang Jiulu's eyes grew misty. Third brother was worried she would be scared going alone and also concerned that she might get into trouble treating those 2 netherwolves. That's why he came forward with her. Tang Jiulu nodded vigorously, tightly holding Tang San's hand. They took 2 steps forward and then stopped. She extended her right hand, and a green vine appeared in her palm. A yellow soul ring appeared around her. First soul skill, healing aura. The green aura instantly manifested, enveloping a 10-meter radius around them. The master and Tang San's eyes widened. The coverage of this healing aura had expanded significantly compared to when Tang Jiulu used it before. The green aura spun in the air, scattering green light spots. The light spots fell into the bodies of the 2 netherwolves. Their heavy breathing gradually calmed down, and they were even able to shakily stand up. As soon as Tang Jiulu saw them standing up, she was so startled that she immediately withdrew her martial soul. The 2 netherwolves stumbled for a moment, barely managing not to fall to the ground. They instinctively glanced at the master and Tang San, then their gaze fell on Tang Jiulu. Then, a startling scene unfolded that left Tang San and the master somewhat shocked. The 2 netherwolves actually lowered their heads towards them. Generally speaking, soul beasts would never submit to humans, but before the master could recover from his shock, he saw that the 2 netherwolves had already turned and stumbled away. The master took a deep breath and looked at Tang Jiulu. Could it be that? Tang Jiulu and Tang San's hearts instantly tightened. How long had they just left the village? Were they about to be discovered as Jiulu's true identity? Tang Jiulu, holding Tang San's hand, felt cold sweat continuously dripping from her palms, and her body involuntarily began to tremble. Although after Xiao Wu's identity was revealed, the master and the others did not look at her differently. At that time, Xiao Wu had already spent several years with the master. Now, she simply dared not take the risk. If it were true, she could only try to act cute and playful with her identity as a disciple. Chapter 19. Mandala Snake Tang San also sensed Tang Jiulu's nervousness and stepped forward, subtly blocking her in front. If the master really couldn't accept Tang Jiulu's identity, then he could only. The master's eyes sparkled with excitement, and his body trembled slightly. It turned out that soul beasts could also soften towards humans. I was wrong about this. Because humans hunt soul beasts harbor hatred towards humans. But those who save soul beasts may also gain their recognition. So that's how it is. The master excitedly walked up to Tang San and Tang Jiulu, reached out and gently patted Tang Jiulu's head, squatting down to look at her. "Jiulu, it's really thanks to you. Your kindness has earned the recognition of the soul beasts." The master's eyes were filled with pride and satisfaction. "Truly worthy of being my disciple. The master is proud of you." Tang Jiulu was momentarily stunned, staring blankly at the master, her grip on Tang San's hand slowly loosening. This was completely different from the script she had in mind. Tang San felt a sense of relief in his heart, his expression gradually softening as he stood silently beside them. Seeing Tang Jiulu like this, the master chuckled, "Are you stunned?" Tang Jiulu immediately broke into a smile, and 2 small dimples appeared on her round cheeks, though her face was too round to see them clearly. But her adorable look warmed people's hearts. Tang Jiulu clearly saw the yellow light radiating from the master, filling her heart with warmth. Perhaps this life is a gift from the heavens. Regardless of whether this world is an anime world, it is precious to her. Tang Jiulu's hand, which had relaxed a bit, tightened again. Tang San noticed her hand tightening and raised his eyebrows slightly, smiling as well. Jiulu is happy to be praised. The master chuckled, realizing she was still just a 6-year-old child. He nodded and patted Tang Jiulu's head again before standing up. I should praise Jiulu more in the future. All right, Xiao San, give me 2 white radishes. Tang Jiulu obediently stood beside Tang San, watching him take out 2 white radishes from the 24 Bridges moonlight night and hand them over. The master took the 2 radishes and tossed them to Luo Sanpao. Luo Sanpao excitedly bit into the 2 radishes and devoured them in just a few bites. Sanpao can reduce my soul power consumption by eating food, and it only has 3 attack powers. Each time it uses an attack, it must be replenished immediately. The master explained. Does Sanpao only eat white radishes? Tang San asked curiously. The master's expression shifted slightly, with a hint of disappointment and embarrassment in his eyes. You also saw that Sanpao's attack method is to fart. If it doesn't wear a mask, you probably won't be able to stand that smell, the master explained, a trace of bitterness flashing in his eyes. Moreover, white radishes are very effective at inducing farts. With 2 of them, after about half an hour, the attack Sanpao just used will recover. Is that so? Tang San found it amusing, but he noticed the bitterness in the master's eyes and held back his laughter. The master had a proud personality, yet he could only have a martial soul that attacks by farting. How could he feel good about that? Tang Jiulu thoughtfully looked at Luo Sanpao. If given the chance in the future, she would like to promote her teacher's martial soul evolution once again. Luo Sanpao should actually be evolving toward the golden dragon. But perhaps the mutation failed. Just as the atmosphere became a bit awkward, Luo Sanpao suddenly started to call out urgently. The master jolted, the previous bitterness dissipating in an instant, and his expression became serious, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. In the dark forest, a faint rustling sound could be heard. The air seemed to carry a hint of sweetness, accompanied by a faint fragrance. Poisonous substance, Tang San almost instinctively blurted out. The master immediately summoned 2 soul rings, his gaze alertly fixed in one direction. It seems that we won't be able to rest well tonight. Tang San activated the Xiantian Gong, the purple extreme demon eye reaching its peak, and tightened his grip on Tang Jiulu's hand. Tang Jiulu blinked, feeling quite strange. It seemed she was not bound by the darkness in the forest, and everything was clear to her. She sensed that the surrounding plants were emitting friendly vibes towards her. Moreover, she could see different scenes through certain nearby plants. Those plants seemed to be vine-like. Master, over there. Tang San's eyes flashed with purple light as he pointed in a direction. Tang Jiulu's gaze landed there as well. It was a bush of moderate height, and a dark green, triangular snake head slowly rose. A pair of ruby-like small eyes was fixed on them, perhaps because they had scattered some medicinal powder around. It had not approached them further. Maybe due to the dim light, the master vaguely seemed to see something there but did not look closely. It's a snake, and it has wings, Tang Jiulu said softly. Tang San glanced at Tang Jiulu with some surprise at her eyesight, but thought about her being a 100,000-year soul beast. So he said nothing. He instinctively blocked her in front of him. Then he quickly took out a firecracker from the 24 Bridges moonlight night and threw it over. The firecracker ignited in the wind, landing in the nearby bush and igniting a small pile of dry wood, instantly illuminating the surroundings. The master, illuminated by the firelight, also saw the snakehead's presence and gasped in shock. It's actually a mandala snake. How could such a fierce soul beast appear on the outskirts of the forest? I hope it's only a 10-year one. The mandala snake was evidently startled by the firecracker, raising its head and letting out an angry hiss. It's waiting for an opportunity. The master's voice became slightly low, his brows furrowed. The mandala snake's venom is extremely potent. It not only has a paralyzing effect, but also causes significant damage to the body. Moreover, it will definitely attack when it encounters humans. The key is that its speed is incredibly fast. The master's explanation made Tang San's muscles begin to tense up as he closely watched the mandala snake, observing its movements. Tang Jiulu was firmly protected behind him. Tang Jiulu nervously touched the sleeve arrow in her left hand, while her right hand was already ready to unleash her martial soul at any moment. The mandala snake was not easy to deal with. If it was only a 10-year-old one, we could still fight, but if it's 100 years old, we should run immediately. After conveying this, the master immediately ordered Luo Sanpao to take action. Fart like thunder, shake the heavens and the earth, Luo Sanpao. Luo Sanpao's body swelled up like a balloon once again. Although the previous attack had not been replenished, it still had 2 more attacks left. Amidst the thunderous roar, a massive snake body was lifted off the ground and flung far away. Upon seeing the snake's body being tossed up, the master's expression instantly turned grim. This is bad. Run. It's a nearly 400-year-old mandala snake. Chapter 20. Protecting Sister. Tang San takes action before evolving to 1,000 years. Every additional year of cultivation for the mandala snake increases its length by 1 centimeter. This mandala snake was nearly 4 meters long, indicating that it was a soul beast close to 400 years old. A piercing sound came, and the master grabbed Tang San, seeing him holding onto Tang Jiulu, and directly pulled them forward to run. Tang San turned his head to look, frowning slightly. One of his hands was being held by the master, while the other was holding Tang Jiulu. If something unexpected happened, he wouldn't be able to free his hands to fight. The key was that although the mandala snake had been shaken away, it was completely unharmed. This was noticed not only by Tang San, but also by Tang Jiulu. The moment the mandala snake's body hit the ground, it immediately coiled and shot back towards them at high speed. Each time its slender body touched the ground, it would bounce into the air, and with its 2 wings, it looked like it was flying low, moving at an astonishing speed. The master also looked back, and upon seeing this scene, his heart sank as the second soul ring on his body lit up. Luo Sanpao, block it for a moment. In a moment of desperation, he commanded Luo Sanpao to charge forward. Luo Sanpao's plump body did not pause at all and directly charged towards the mandala snake, attempting to knock it down. However, the mandala snake's reaction was remarkably sharp. Its slender body swayed and dodged Luo Sanpao's attack. With a flick of its tail, it wrapped around Luo Sanpao and bit down on its leg. Roar! Luo Sanpao let out a cry of agony. The mandala snake would not let go of its captured prey and was about to bite down again. The master hurriedly waved his hand to retract Luo Sanpao back into his body. Luo Sanpao's obstruction only momentarily halted the mandala snake. It couldn't stop its original speed. It was obvious that it was about to catch up with the last one running, Tang Jiulu. The master's face turned extremely pale, but a glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes. Little San, you take Jiulu and run quickly. I'll block it. The master's footsteps halted as he released Tang San's hand, drew out a dagger, and prepared to swing it at the mandala snake. The mandala snake opened its mouth wide, revealing 2 rows of sharp teeth that emitted the faint sweet smell he had sensed earlier. Just as the master was prepared to sacrifice himself, a white object suddenly flew in from the side, knocking the mandala snake off course. Then another white object surged out, flipping the mandala snake over and kicking up some dust on the ground. The master looked at the white object in astonishment, which turned out to be a white radish. Tang San pulled Tang Jiulu to the side, quickly retrieving a white radish from the 24 bridges under the moonlight at his waist and throwing it. Was this a hidden weapon technique from the Tang sect? Tang Jiulu watched in admiration. This was the first time her brother had used a Tang sect hidden weapon. It was so classic. In the next moment, not only Tang Jiulu, but even the master was somewhat shocked. Tang San's hands kept sweeping across his waist, and one white radish after another was continuously shot out, all hitting the mandala snake. Although the force was not enough to harm the mandala snake, it was sufficient to keep it in place. The mandala snake opened its mouth in anger, its forked tongue wildly flicking outside, making a chilling sound. At that moment, a dark light shot towards the mandala snake. Tang Jiulu had already raised her empty left hand, revealing the sleeve arrow tied to her wrist. She could clearly sense the mandala snake, and her sleeve arrow was aimed at its eyes. With a poof, Tang Jiulu's surprise attack successfully struck one of the mandala snake's eyes. Tang San's eyes brightened with a hint of surprise. Jiulu's timing with that shot was truly perfect. He then released his grip on Tang Jiulu, flipping his right hand over, and the short sword the master had given him earlier fell into his palm. Now was the perfect opportunity. The mandala snake had been shot in the eye and was howling in pain, its body thrashing and twisting on the ground like a frenzied rubber band. A 400-year-old mandala snake had considerable speed and power. The force of its thrashing struck the ground, kicking up clouds of dust and dirt, causing Tang Jiulu to take several steps back in shock. Just then, a figure blurred into view around the mandala snake. Was that her brother's ghost shadow mysterious steps? Tang Jiulu's eyes lit up. It seemed her brother had taught her some steps, but she didn't fully understand and hadn't learned them. A cold light flashed, and mandala snake seemed to sense a deadly threat. Opening its mouth wide and preparing to lunge at Tang San, Tang San extended his left hand, slapping towards the side of the mandala snake, causing its snake head to uncontrollably turn towards that palm. A faint blue light could be seen in the palm, indicating that Tang San was doing something. At the moment the mandala snake's head turned, a loud poof sounded. That was the sound of something piercing flesh. The nearly 4-meter-long snake body stiffened for a moment. A short sword was currently stabbed into its head, completely embedded, even protruding from its mouth and piercing into the ground. Tang San struck accurately and jumped out, standing in front of Tang Jiulu, staring intently at the mandala snake. In the next moment, the mandala snake's body began to thrash violently again, trying to shake off the short sword on its head. Blood gushed from the pierced wound, splattering around as the snake's body wildly swept and flipped on the ground. The surrounding shrubs and small trees were damaged and scattered by the mandala snake's hard body, creating a particularly shocking scene when combined with the spilled blood. Chapter 21. Poison snakes are known for their tenacious vitality. Even when cut in two, they can still jump and thrash for a long time, and even launch attacks. As a genius of the Tang sect, Tang San naturally understood this very well. Xiao San, the master's urgent shout, coming late, startled Tang San. He had just used a skill not from this continent. Tang San frowned, intending to pretend to be injured. Suddenly, Tang Jiulu behind him tightly grabbed the hem of her clothes, joyfully exclaiming, "Third brother, you're amazing. This is your self-created soul skill, right? But I'm so dumb. I couldn't even learn the steps you taught me." Tang San was slightly taken aback, recalling that he had taught her the ghost shadow misty steps after she learned to walk. Although he had been training her, she never managed to learn it, possibly due to her aptitude. However, her words could explain his previous actions. The master stepped forward with excitement, looking at Tang San and saying, "Xiao San, are you all right? You actually have such a powerful soul skill. That's great." The master had no doubts at all. Even if Tang Jiulu hadn't explained, he would have assumed it was taught by Tang Hao. After all, he was the youngest title de l'eau on the continent. Having 1 or 2 soul skills was nothing. Tang San sighed with relief. It seemed that his odd behavior had gone unnoticed, and fortunately, Jiulu had explained it. The master, seeing that Tang San had no injuries, also relaxed. He warily looked at the still, thrashing mandala snake on the ground. "Don't go over. Let's wait and see." Snake-type soul beasts have extremely tenacious vitality. They won't die easily. Tang San took deep breaths and nodded. He had just used the Xiantian Gong and Ghost Shadow Misty Steps, and had been maintaining the purple extreme magic eye. After all, he was just a 6-year-old child, and his stamina was nearly exhausted. The three of them stood cautiously at a distance, observing. After a while, the mandala snake gradually calmed down. It was important to note that having its head pierced was a fatal injury. Seeing the snake's struggles weaken, the master finally breathed a heavy sigh of relief. Then, a look of surprise appeared on his face. "Great! Xiao San, your soul ring is about to come." "Teacher, you can't be referring to this snake, right?" Tang San exclaimed in shock. "This is a snake-type soul beast. My martial soul is plant-based. Won't that conflict?" "Yes, this mandala snake is nearly 400 years old, just at the limit for absorbing the first soul ring," the master said, licking his lips with excitement. One of the 10 core competencies in the study of martial souls is the theory of martial soul mimicry. Under certain conditions, plant-type martial souls and beast martial souls can absorb corresponding soul rings. Xiao San, your blue-silver grass may be common, but it has a significant advantage: inclusivity. Because of its own weakness, it won't reject any attributes added by the soul ring. It will only passively merge. The master became more and more excited. We discussed before what kind of martial soul we should look for based on the characteristics of her blue silvergrass. It should add toughness effects, preferably with toxicity. Tang San's eyes lit up as he said, "These 2 characteristics the mandala snake has." "Exactly." The master nodded approvingly. "So this mandala snake is the most suitable for you." However, the master's face showed some hesitation. "Although I have absolute confidence in theory, no one has ever tried it." "Xiao San, do you want to give it a try?" In the master's eyes, Tang San saw fervor. Not only did Tang San see it, but Tang Jiulu did too. She instinctively tightened her grip on Tang San's hand. Tang San didn't turn his head, but patted her small hand with his other hand. After a moment of contemplation, he raised his head to look at the master. Having spent time learning knowledge from the master, each theory had been confirmed through practice, earning him genuine respect for the master. Teacher, I'm willing. Let me be the one to help you put this into practice. I believe your research will be correct. As soon as Tang San's words came out, Tang Jiulu also spoke up. Teacher, I believe you too. The mandala snake's body had already gone still. Even with its tenacious vitality, being brain-pierced ultimately led to its death. A faint yellow light began to gather, forming a yellow soul ring around the mandala snake. Even without touching it, one could feel the surging energy within. The master slightly closed his eyes, hiding the tears of emotion. When he opened his eyes, he looked at Tang San with satisfaction. Xiao San, let's begin. Tang San nodded, raised his right hand, and a small blue-silver grass appeared in his palm. The yellow soul ring slowly began to encircle Tang San's body, drawn in by the blue-silver grass. Sit cross-legged and focus on your martial soul. The yellow soul ring slowly enveloped Tang San's body, and Tang Jiulu could hear cracking sounds coming from within him. A 400-year soul ring must impose significant pressure. Tang Jiulu clasped her small hands tightly in front of her chest. Although she knew Tang San would definitely succeed, seeing the sweat beading on his forehead and his pained expression made her heart anxious. No matter how the power of the soul ring impacts your body, you must remain conscious. The master continued to guide him slowly from his side. Time slowly passed. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Tang San kept his eyes tightly shut, but the blue-silver grass in his palm began to grow longer. The light blue grass leaves turned into a deep blue, with slight black patterns appearing, identical to those on the mandala snake's body. It seemed that the critical moment had passed. What remained was the absorption of the soul power within the soul ring. Tang Jiulu smiled with excitement, just about to say something when she turned to see the master starting to sway, his eyes slightly closing, looking like he was about to faint. The master's face turned pale, his lips began to turn purple, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, startling Tang Jiulu. She quickly ran over to support the master, but because she was small and lacked strength, she almost fell over herself when he swayed. At that moment, Tang Jiulu remembered that in the anime, Luo Sanpao was bitten by the mandala snake, and with the martial soul retracted, the master's body had clearly also been poisoned. Tang Jiulu bit her lip, realizing that the master must quickly expel the poisoned blood. She suddenly turned her head, her gaze falling on the short sword embedded in the mandala snake's head. Tang Jiulu stood up and quickly walked towards the mandala snake, forcefully pulling out the short sword. Chapter 22. Tang San's first soul skill. What about disinfection? It was clearly too late to start a fire now. Tang Jiulu's mind turned, recalling the fire starter that Tang San had thrown earlier. But they ran so far, it would obviously be inappropriate to go back for it. For the first time, Tang Jiulu felt frustrated. She thought she should also have a storage soul guide. Holding the short sword in her hand, her eyes lit up. Can I disinfect it using soul skills? First, she wiped the blood off the short sword with her clothes, then activated her soul ring. First soul skill, healing aura. Looking at the short sword's gleaming blade, Tang Jiulu felt a pang of guilt. This method of disinfection should be fine, right? Luo Sanpao was bitten on his limbs, and the wounds were either on his hands or legs. Tang Jiulu quickly pulled back the master's sleeve and soon noticed something unusual on his right arm. The master's right arm had begun to swell, with a distinct purple mark irritating Tang Jiulu's eyes. 4 bite marks were dark, and a familiar bloody sweet smell wafted towards her. Tang Jiulu immediately used the short sword to cut open the wound, letting the toxic blood flow out. She didn't dare to touch the poisonous blood with her hands. She didn't have the Xianyu hand like her third brother, but she had her martial soul. Vines from the green vine slowly rose from her palm, tightly binding the root of the master's arm to prevent the poisonous blood from reaching his heart. Then, she continuously tightened the vines around the arm to squeeze out the poisonous blood until it turned bright red. First soul skill, healing aura. She used the first soul skill again to heal the master's arm. Seeing the master's breathing gradually stabilize, Tang Jiulu also breathed a sigh of relief. Tang San slowly exhaled. In the moment he opened his eyes, he saw the master covered in blood and Tang Jiulu, who was maintaining the healing aura but looked a bit unsteady. Jiulu, teacher. Tang San rushed over and caught Tang Jiulu, who was about to fall. Using the healing aura twice in a row, especially the last time as a continuous effect, left her somewhat exhausted. Third brother, did you succeed? Tang Jiulu's face lit up with joy when she saw Tang San. Teacher, this is... Tang San looked at the master lying in the blood, noticing that his arm had already healed, with only some faint scars remaining. Upon seeing the dark blood and the sweet, bloody smell, Tang San instantly understood the reason. Teacher has been poisoned by the mandala snake's venom. Tang San turned to Tang Jiulu, who was supporting him, and asked, Jiulu, how did you treat the teacher? Tang Jiulu said, somewhat guiltily, I just used a short sword to let out blood, then used soul skills to treat it. Jiulu is very smart. Tang San steadied Tang Jiulu, helping her stand, and patted her head before squatting down to check the master's pulse. By the way, that short sword. Tang San suddenly recalled where the short sword was and turned to Tang Jiulu. You didn't use it on the teacher right after pulling it out, did you? Of course I cleaned it. I even disinfected it with the healing aura. Tang Jiulu instinctively defended herself. But as soon as she said it, she immediately covered her mouth. Oh no, how did I let that slip? Tang San raised an eyebrow, looking at Tang Jiulu in disbelief. Using the healing aura to disinfect. It's impressive that she thought of that. However, judging from a pulse, the teacher should be fine. Tang San want to help the master sit up. Tang Jiulu awkwardly chuckled a couple of times and quickly stepped forward to assist. The two little ones helped the master lean against the roots of a nearby tree. Then Tang San began to deal with the bloodstains, taking out a set of clothes from the 24 Bridges moonlit night and handing it to Tang Jiulu. Change into this. Did you wipe the short sword with your own clothes? Tang Jiulu blushed and snatched the set of clothes, hiding behind the tree to change. During the time the master was still unconscious, Tang San and Tang Jiulu exerted a lot of effort to move him away and change to a different location. There was a strong smell of blood here, which could easily attract other soul beasts. Fortunately, Tang San had stored quite a few items in his 24 Bridges moonlit night. Tang San also cooked some meat soup to replenish the master's nutrition. Thanks to Tang Jiulu's timely handling, the master gradually woke up after sleeping for a day, although he was still very weak. After resting for another day, Tang Jiulu used a lot of soul power to treat the master a few more times before he could move again. Little San, Jiulu, this time I owe it all to you. The master smiled, reaching out to pat Tang Jiulu's little head. It's good I brought Jiulu along. Tang Jiulu proudly lifted her little face, looking as if it was all thanks to her. Tang San shook his head with a smile. By the way, little San, did you succeed? The master looked at Tang San intently. Teacher, don't worry, I succeeded. As Tang San spoke, he raised his right hand, and a yellow light circle appeared around him. In his palm, the blue-silver grass had widened significantly, changing from light blue to deep blue, with dense black patterns indicating its uniqueness. How's the toughness? A glimmer of excitement flashed in the master's eyes. A strand of blue-silver grass shot out of Tang San's hand, swiftly wrapping around a nearby small tree. He pulled hard, bending the small tree, but the blue-silver grass showed no signs of damage. Good. My judgment was completely correct. If I'm not mistaken, it should still carry some of the mandala snake's venom. The master stared at Tang San, his eyes fixed, clearly wanting to know if that was the case. It carries some paralyzing effects, Tang San smiled. There were some attacks from 10-year soul beasts, and I tested it. The soul skill is entanglement. It can control the enemy's body with soul power, binding them so they can't move. The yellow soul ring on Tang San suddenly lit up, and the blue-silver grass shot out from his hand, quickly wrapping around a large tree. The grass leaves spread out in a spiraling manner, covering an area of about 10 square meters, leaving no possibility of dodging within that range. Anyone caught would definitely be restrained. Tang Jiulu clapped her hands happily on the side. Third brother, you're amazing. A 6-year-old soul master. So impressive. Tang San retracted the blue-silver grass and sighed, flicking Tang Jiulu's forehead. Why do I feel like you're praising yourself? Tang Jiulu Tuka. The master looked at the two in front of him with satisfaction. A control-type soul master paired with a rare healing-type soul master. Your futures will definitely be exciting. This trip to the soul-hunting forest, although there were some unexpected events, still achieved the goal, allowing Tang San to obtain a good soul ring, one that was close to the limit. With Tang San and Tang Jiulu's support, they slowly walked out of the soul-hunting forest step by step. Chapter 23 challenge to higher grades. The Nodding City Academy remained as usual. Tang San and Tang Jiulu helped the master return to the academy. Teacher, please rest well during this time. Don't overwork yourself. If there's anything, just let me and Jiulu know. The master nodded silently. Although I'm recovering, your training cannot stop. Go to the second shelf, third row, and bring me the second book from the left. Tang San followed the master's instructions and retrieved the book. This book recorded my research on soul power cultivation. You too should study it well. The master instructed Tang San and Tang Jiulu. Tang San responded respectfully, holding the book in his arms, his eyes glimmering, seemingly lost in thought. Additionally, you are all soul masters now and need to go to the spirit hall in Nodding City for soul master identification. This is to test your soul power and also to officially register at the spirit hall, so you can receive monthly subsidies in the future. That way, you won't have to continue as working students. Tang San and Tang Jiulu both nodded, and he carefully placed the book inside the 24-bridge Mingwen Night. Teacher, you should rest for a while. I'll bring you food at noon, Tang San said as he pulled Tang Jiulu out of the room. After closing the door, he turned to Tang Jiulu. Jiulu, I'll read this book first. Once I figure out the cultivation methods inside, I'll teach you. Tang Jiulu nodded and smiled at Tang San, but inside she was murmuring, Sango won't even let me see that book. Does he want to teach me the Xiantian skill and is afraid that I'll find out the contents of the book? With that thought, there was a hint of excitement in her heart. However, even if it wasn't the Xiantian skill, she believed that Sango wouldn't harm her. After coming out of the master's room, the class bell rang just in time. Sango, should we go to the classroom and say hello to Xiao Wu and the others before we leave? Tang Jiulu looked at the building across, where she could see many classroom doors opening and students walking out. Okay. Tang San nodded and led Tang Jiulu towards the playground. A few students were just walking out of the teaching building across from them. Those working students really overestimate themselves, actually wanting to challenge the 6th grade Xiao Wu to haha. I bet we won't see them in class tomorrow. Why? Need I explain? Of course. They'll be injured and lying in bed, unable to attend class. Haha. You can't say that. I heard a new 1st grade girl in the working students is quite impressive. TSK, you're thinking too much. How strong can a 1st grade girl be? Our Xiao Wu is one of the few who has reached the soul master level in our academy. That's true. How about we go see the excitement? Let's go. Tang San and Tang Jiulu stood by and quietly listened to their conversation. Sango, something must have happened to Xiao Wu. Should we go help her? Tang Jiulu said directly. Tang San glanced at Tang Jiulu. By the way, I haven't asked you how you know Xiao Wu. Tang Jiulu's heart skipped a beat, and then she pointed her fingers at each other. I once ran to the woods behind my house to play and met Xiao Wu, and that's how we got to know each other. Really? Tang San looked at Tang Jiulu suspiciously, then sighed, forget it, let's go. Since Jiulu didn't want to talk, he couldn't force her. Everyone has their own secrets. He had his too. Tang Jiulu's face instantly brightened, and she smiled as she pulled Tang San's hand, bouncing along with those classmates. They were going to watch Xiao Wu's challenge, which was perfect. They could just follow along. Along the way, Tang San and Tang Jiulu arrived at a small grove on the back mountain. In the clearing at the center of the grove, 2 sides were facing off. One side was led by Xiao Wu, with all the working students standing behind her. On the opposite side stood more than 20 senior students. The leader, wearing a school uniform, was relatively tall and looked to be around 11 or 12 years old. He was fairly handsome, but his face was filled with disdain and contempt. Although Xiao Wu was also 6 years old, she was slightly taller, and her aura was not inferior to theirs at all. Little girl, you can still regret it now. Of course, I wouldn't mind having another pet rabbit, the person said arrogantly. Looking at Xiao Wu, I heard your martial soul is a rabbit. Am I right? Xiao Wu snorted coldly, her face full of frost. With someone like you, relying on a little money and power to flaunt yourself? Today, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your mother, so you'll know what it means to speak recklessly. Her words made the faces of the group across redden. A senior student leaned closer to the leader and whispered, Xiao Wu, why don't we just let this go? Let go. If we walk away like this, we'll lose face. The person called Xiao Wu said with a grim expression. He turned his head and glared at Xiao Wu. You say I bully you? Do you have evidence? This time it's you who challenged us. Now you're saying this. Are you scared? Xiao Wu looked at him with disdain. Since we've come this far, why would I be scared? Just say it. How do you want to challenge? Don't worry, I won't bully you. Xiao Wu's eyes twinkled as he came up with an idea. Since they claimed to be bullied, if it turned into a one-on-one fight, others would definitely say that the senior was bullying the junior. In that case, he raised his eyebrows, looking smugly at the other side. Since you have 10 people, we can also send out 10 people. We'll take turns. If one of us wins, they can continue to fight the next opponent until one side is completely defeated. How about that? Xiao Wu was quite optimistic. The strongest on the other side was just Xiao Wu. Once they took her down, They wouldn't need to send out many people to defeat them all. This way, they could win with fewer people, and others wouldn't say anything. Plus, it would showcase their strength, achieving multiple goals at once. Wang Sheng naturally saw the other side's intention and was about to remind Xiao Wu. But Xiao Wu simply smiled and agreed. Did she not know what they were thinking? However, such rules were a double-edged sword, as long as they were strong enough. The ones losing face and suffering would only be the other side. It's settled then. Who's the first to come up? Step forward. Xiao Lauda gestured at his subordinates. And a strong student walked up. Wang Sheng gritted his teeth and stepped forward. Sister Xiao Wu, let me go first. Before Xiao Wu could speak, another voice interrupted. Hey, why is it so lively here? A challenge? Working students against seniors? We can't miss this. The familiar voice made Xiao Wu instinctively look over. Tang Jiulu was standing beside Tang San, holding his hand and giving Xiao Wu a cute smile. Jiulu, Tang San, you're back. As soon as Xiao Wu saw the two, her eyes lit up. Although she had known that Tang San would return, she wasn't so sure about Tang Jiulu. Now that she saw them standing there safe and sound, she finally felt relieved. Tang San nodded at Xiao Wu, his warm demeanor quite attractive. Tang Jiulu was not very tall, her face round, looking much younger than her actual age. When she smiled cutely, she was even more charming. The moment Xiao Lauda saw Tang Jiulu, his eyes lit up. Oh, another little bun. The new working students have all been looking pretty good lately. This little bun would make a nice pet. Xiao Lauda's words made Tang Jiulu's smile freeze. What the heck? Was he calling her a little bun? And wanted her to be a pet? Just then, Tang Jiulu noticed that the hand holding Tang San's had already been released. Tang San stepped forward, a hint of anger on his face, staring straight at Xiao Lauda. Aren't we going to fight? Let me take on the battle for the work-study students. Tang Jiulu blinked her eyes, looking at Tang San, who was glowing red. Is Brother San angry? Xiao Lauda looked at the not-so-brawny Tang San and sneered. Lulong, that weak-looking kid is up to you. Make sure to win beautifully. Lulong confidently patted his chest. Just wait and see. Xiao Lauda. A flash of yellow light appeared in his hand, and a long, iron-yellow stick instantly materialized. Lulong gripped the stick tightly, striking a pose reminiscent of a dragon's tail. Then tilted his head at Tang San. Come on, let's see how I beat you. Before he could finish his sentence, Tang San had already rushed in front of him and landed a punch on his nose. The powerful force sent Lulong staggering backwards, blood trickling from his nose. You! How dare you! Before he could finish, Tang San charged at him again, leaping into the air and kicking him far away. Lulong flew through the air in an arc and crashed to the ground, unconscious, causing the long stick in his hand to vanish. Tang San stood straight, coldly looking at Xiao Lauda and the others next. At this moment, Tang Jiulu had already come to Xiao Wu's side, excitedly waving her little hands and cheering. Brother San, go for it. Brother San, you're awesome. Seeing Tang San take down Lulong so decisively, Xiao Lauda felt a bit flustered and forced himself to say, what's there to be proud of? He's just the weakest among us. Now it's my turn. Xiao Lauda stepped forward, standing right in front of Tang San. Tang San's lips curled slightly. Good, I've been waiting for you. Xiao Lauda's expression grew slightly serious as he looked at Tang San and said in a deep voice, Xiao Yu, 6th grade student, martial soul, wolf, level 11, first ring battle soul master. He stated his martial soul and level, showing respect for his opponent. As he spoke, he activated his martial soul. A burst of blue light erupted from him, flickering and slowly forming a transparent wolf spirit behind him. At the same time, his muscles began to swell, his eyes turned light green, his hands became claw-like, and soul power condensed into sharp nails on his fingers. A white soul ring appeared around him, accompanied by the sound of a wolf howling from the wolf spirit behind him. As a leader among the 6th grade students, Xiao Yu was certainly not a fool. Everyone in the academy knew what his martial soul was, but he had no idea what this person opposite him possessed. By revealing his martial soul and level first, he aimed to know his opponent's abilities before engaging in battle. This way, he could be somewhat on guard. This rule of revealing martial souls in front of opponents was to show mutual respect and to hone their skills. Seeing how effortlessly Tang San had taken down Lulong, he thought that if he really couldn't win, it could be considered a friendly spar, not a deadly feud. For Tang San, he had naturally heard about this rule from Master. Thus, he also naturally stated his martial soul and level. Tang San, 1st grade work-study student, martial soul, blue silvergrass. Level 11, First Ring Tool Soul Master. When Tang San announced that his martial soul was blue silvergrass, the students behind Xiao Wu erupted into laughter. The earlier tension dissipated, and they didn't even hear the level Tang San reported. Blue silvergrass was recognized as a useless martial soul throughout the continent. How powerful could someone with such a martial soul be? A useless martial soul like blue silvergrass? It seemed that his previous victory over Lu Long was just luck. However, Xiao Wu was not as careless as those students. He frowned slightly and looked at Tang San. You just said, what level are you? Level 11, First Ring Tool Soul Master. A calm voice rang out as Tang San stood straight, his left hand behind his back, right hand raised, revealing a blue silvergrass with black markings in his palm. A bright yellow light circle slowly rose from beneath his feet, swirling around his body in a rhythmic motion. The appearance of the yellow soul ring felt like a heavy slap to the faces of the higher-level students. Their laughter instantly froze. A few even gaped, looking at Tang San in disbelief, as if they were staring at a monster. What? A first-grade freshman is already a soul master? The key was that it was a 100-year soul ring. Xiao Lauda only had a 10-year one. Xiao Wu also gasped, knowing that generally, children without any background would be lucky to obtain a suitable 10-year soul ring. He never expected a work-study student to possess a 100-year soul ring. How is this possible? A useless martial soul like blue silvergrass could cultivate to become a soul master so quickly? Are you really a work-study student? Xiao Wu couldn't help but ask. Could it be that he was not a descendant of a big family? Tang Jiulu proudly lifted her head at the back. What's there to be afraid of just a 100-year soul ring? She made a somewhat arrogant gesture toward Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, show them our soul rings. Okay. Xiao Wu chuckled lightly, stepping forward to stand beside Tang San, leaving a space in the middle, and said loudly, Lin Wu, first-grade work-study student, martial soul, soft-bone rabbit, level 12, first-ring battle soul master. Tang Jiulu, with her short legs, took 2 steps forward and stood between Tang San and Xiao Wu, looking disdainfully ahead. Tang Jiulu, first-grade work-study student, martial soul, green vine level 13, first-ring tool soul master. 2 yellow light circles rose simultaneously from the feet of Xiao Wu and Tang Jiulu, hovering up and down around them. Chapter 25. Entering the spirit hall, the entire arena fell silent. Not only Xiao Wu subordinates, but even the work-study students on this side widened their eyes, staring unblinkingly at those 3 dazzling yellow light circles. Many stood there with their mouths agape, almost large enough to fit a fist. Especially the last one, the smallest and shortest, Tang Jiulu, actually had a soul power as high as level 13. Xiao Wu trembled as he pointed at them, shouting, liar, you're all liars. There's no way you could be work-study students. How could work-study students possess such monstrous strength? Monsters, simply monsters. The smallest, Tang Jiulu, took a step forward, proudly lifting her round little chin. Lying is for little puppies. We're about to go to the spirit hall for soul master assessment soon. So what if we're work-study students? Can't work-study students be exceptional geniuses? Tang Jiulu's lifted chin, along with her pink cheeks and large eyes, made her look particularly adorable. Tang San instinctively glanced over, the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifting. Oh, I forgot to tell you, the strength I and Brother San just reported is from a few days ago. Who knows? We might have leveled up in these past few days. Tang Jiulu threw out another statement that was hard for them to accept. I Xiao Wu suddenly retreated a few steps. I just remembered, I have urgent business at home. I'm leaving. He actually dispelled his martial soul and turned to run toward the edge of the small forest. The subordinates following behind him saw their boss run away and naturally followed suit, leaving in a hurry. Oh no, are we not going to fight? Xiao Wu reluctantly retracted her martial soul. Wang Sheng and the others seemed to have just realized what was happening and quickly gathered around Tang Jiulu and Tang San. Oh my, Tang San, you and Jiulu are back so soon. Tang San, you weren't even a soul master before, and you've broken through so quickly. That's impressive. Yeah, it's amazing. Jiulu looks so small and should be the youngest, yet her soul power is the strongest. I really didn't expect that. Compliments and praises filled the air around Tang Jiulu and Tang San. Xiao Wu stood in the middle of the circle, clapping her hands. All right. How can my friend have low strength? Wang Sheng and the others nodded in agreement. Yes, Xiao Wu is right. Xiao Wu jia? Tang Jiulu chuckled and made faces at Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu snorted coldly. mimicking Tang Jiulu's earlier posture, tilting her head and shaking her scorpion ponytail behind her. Of course, I'm now the big sister of the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy. Tang San chuckled. Hey, I remember before we left the academy. You all seem to be calling Jiulu Big Boss? Xiao Wu's pretty face froze. Then she looked at Tang Jiulu. Tang Jiulu glared at her. What, Xiao Wu? Do you want to fight me? Xiao Wu smiled playfully, sizing up Tang Jiulu and waved her hand. Forget it, I want to. But you don't look like a battle type, do you? I wouldn't dare to fight you. Just now, when Xiao Chenyu called Yu Baozi twice. Your brother want to go and beat him up. If I really fought you, I bet your brother would have to take care of me. Xiao Wu winked at Tang Jiulu, but her words sent a shock through her heart. Tang Jiulu suddenly looked at Tang San. Is it because of me that third brother went up to fight? Tang San coughed lightly. As a work-study student, I naturally have to have a sense of collective honor. Xiao Wu rolled her eyes. Who believes that? Tang Jiulu covered her face, speechless. She felt that the Xiao Wu in this world was completely different from the one in the anime. No, it should be said that her good friend Lin Wu's personality was really great. So great that she often got herself into trouble because of her. Ahem, all right. Jiulu and I are going to the Spirit Hall for identification. Just wanted to let you know. Tang San saw the situation was not good and quickly explained their purpose, then directly pulled Tang Jiulu away. The Nodding City Spirit Hall branch is located at the intersection of the main street in Nodding City. A huge dome structure with a width of over 100 meters in front, looking particularly grand and magnificent. Above the main entrance, the emblem of the Spirit Hall features only a long sword. This represents the Spirit Hall of Nodding City, which is the lowest level Spirit Hall. As soon as Tang San and Tang Jiulu arrived at the entrance of the Spirit Hall, they were stopped by the guards. Stop, little friends. This is the Spirit Hall. You can't just barge in. Tang Jiulu looked at the two guards who were in their 20s, their soul power fluctuations not very distinct, seeming to be below the level of soul masters. Hello, uncle, we are students from the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy. Tang San pointed to his school uniform and said, our teacher sent us to assess our martial soul levels. Seeing the school uniforms on Tang San and Tang Jiulu, the guards couldn't help but show a bit of envy. The guard who spoke first nodded and said, oh, I see. You can go in. Just go to the reception hall on the first floor and look for Master Matthew. He will assist you. Thank you. Tang San slightly bowed. Tang Jiulu also sweetly smiled and thanked the two guards. The two then walked into the main hall. TSK. If I could have afforded to attend the Nodding Academy back then, maybe I could have become a soul master by now. Wait, that's not right. The Nodding Academy should also have tools for testing soul power. Only those advancing would come here, right? Could it be? You think too much. They're just two kids around 5 or 6 years old. How could they possibly advance to become soul masters? They might just be here to deliver a message for their teacher, but it's not good to say it outright. Maybe. Listening to the conversation behind them, Tang Jiulu couldn't help but chuckle to herself. But unfortunately, they were indeed here to advance. Ah, it feels really good to be a genius. Tang Jiulu tightened her grip on Tang San's hand, her desire to cling to him deepening. In order to become strong, to protect her own life, and to have someone looking out for her, she must hold on tightly to third brother's leg. Tang Jiulu was lost in thought, and when she finally shifted her attention to the inside of the hall, she was struck by the grandeur of the interior. The entire hall had a height of over 20 meters, with the ceiling covered in various murals. In each little square, there were different martial soul designs, as if countless martial souls surrounded her. Tang Jiulu stared blankly at those martial souls, the powerful visual impact giving her a feeling of crossing into another world again. Chapter 26. I am not a variant martial soul. The entire hall was painted in a dazzling gold, and walking inside felt like being embraced by light, as if her soul was being cleansed. Surrounding her were huge crystal windows, and sunlight streamed through them, illuminating the martial soul murals, making it seem as if those martial souls were coming to life. Wow, Tang Jiulu exclaimed, so amazing. Tang San pinched Tang Jiulu's chubby little hand to bring her back to reality. We need to go to the reception hall. Tang Jiulu nodded and began searching for the reception hall. Reception hall? Reception hall. Where is it? Third brother. That seems to be Master Su Yuntao, who helped us awaken our martial souls before. Tang Jiulu suddenly spotted a familiar figure and shouted, Master Su Yuntao. Tang San followed Tang Jiulu's gaze and indeed saw Su Yuntao. He was walking alongside a tall and curvy female soul master, both of them chatting and laughing, unaware of their presence. Su Yuntao's companion exclaimed, "Oh, how come there are such small children at our spirit hall? Which noble's child is here for awakening?" However, she quickly shook her head, as she realized Tang San and the others were wearing school uniforms. Su Yuntao was slightly taken aback, his gaze landing on Tang San, and he didn't immediately recognize him, as he had awakened too many children. But when his eyes fell on Tang Jiulu and saw her adorable smile, his eyes instantly lit up. He remembered, his face showing excitement. "Oh, it's you guys. Have you come to join the spirit hall?" Tang Jiulu was stunned, clearly recalling Master Su Yuntao's previous invitation for them to join the spirit hall. Tang San glanced at Tang Jiulu and directly shook his head. "Master Su Yuntao, our teacher sent us to the spirit hall for advancement assessment and to test our soul power values." Su Yuntao remembered the situation of these two children, a hint of realization flashing in his eyes. "I see. You have already obtained your first soul ring. Looking at the uniforms you're wearing, you must be from the Nodding Academy, right? Truly the best academy in Nodding City. The teacher is very responsible." His female companion beside him was clearly very interested in them as well. "Yintao, aren't you going to introduce them?" Su Yintao smiled and said, "CC. These are the two innate, full soul power children I mentioned to you before. One has the blue-silver grass martial soul, and the other has the mutated green vine martial soul. This child's future is limitless. Now, I might need to trouble you to wait for me a moment. I will take them to Master Mascot Nua." Upon hearing Su Yuntao mention that they were innate full soul power, CC's eyes clearly brightened. However, as soon as she heard one was blue silvergrass and the other was mutated green vine, her expression flickered as if she was guessing who had the mutated green vine martial soul. Nevertheless, she clearly would not make things difficult for Su Yuntao in this matter and smiled, saying, "You go ahead. I will wait for you here." "All right, thank you." Su Yuntao smiled at his companion, then turned to Tang San and Tang Jiulu, nodding, "Let's go." "Thank you." Tang San and Tang Jiulu both said seriously. Su Yuntao led the two towards the nearby spiral staircase. Master Ma Xiao Nua had just come up from the reception hall below, which was why they couldn't find him. They arrived at the second floor of the spirit hall and came to a corridor. Tang Jiulu saw a row of rooms inside. Evidently, this area should be the office of the spirit hall. Su Yuntao led them quickly to a door, gently knocked, and then pushed it open. "Who is it?" A somewhat aged voice came from inside. Tang Jiulu and Tang San followed Su Yuntao into the office and immediately saw an old man dressed in the standard spirit hall deacon attire of blue collar and white clothing, sitting behind a large desk. The emblem on his left chest depicted 3 swords, indicating that he was a great soul master level battle spirit master. The old man had a kind face, with white hair and a short white beard that made him appear even more amiable. At this moment, he was looking at Su Yuntao with a smile. "Yuntao, why are you in such a hurry to come in? Is there something?" "Master Mascot Nua, these two children are here for their promotion assessment. I trouble you with this," Su Yuntao replied with a hint of respect. "What kind of people would make you personally bring them up?" Mascot Nua's gaze inevitably fell on Tang San and Tang Jiulu, whom Su Yuntao had pointed out. Just with that one glance, there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. "Yuntao, are you sure these two children are here for a promotion assessment, and not for a martial soul awakening?" Su Yuntao smiled bitterly. "Of course I'm sure. These two children's martial souls are the ones I awakened. They're the two innate full soul power children I mentioned to you before. One has the blue-silver grass martial soul, and the other has the mutated green vine. They have already obtained their soul rings." Su Yuntao clearly seemed a bit anxious. He subconsciously glanced at the door. "CC is still waiting for me, so I will leave first." Watching Su Yuntao leave in a hurry, Mascot Nua shook his head and sighed. Another young person blinded by love. What a pity. CC is not suitable for him. That girl has too big a heart. Tang San and Tang Jiulu stood there, not saying much, just quietly waiting. Mascot Nua slowly stood up, walked out from behind the desk, and looked again at Tang San and Tang Jiulu. So young yet so composed. Very good. "Hello. Master Ma Junua." Tang San respectfully bowed. Tang Jiulu also followed with a bow, greeting, "Hello, Master Ma Xiao Nua." Mascot Nua chuckled. "All right, children. No need to call me master. I can't be considered a master. Just call me Grandpa Mascot Nua. I'm 81 this year, so by age, I could be considered your grandfather." Tang San and Tang Jiulu exchanged glances, bowed together, and said in unison, "Hello, Grandpa Mascot Nua. Come on, I will take you for your promotion assessment." Ma Xiao was the first to walk out of the office. Tang San pulled Tang Jiulu and immediately followed behind him. By the way, which of you has the blue-silver grass martial soul? And which has the mutated green vine martial soul? Tang Jiulu glanced at Tang San and immediately raised her hand. I am the green vine martial soul, not the mutated one. My teacher said I am not a mutated martial soul. Teacher? Ma Xiao asked curiously. Generally speaking, Su Yin Tao would not make mistakes in martial soul judgments. Who is your teacher? Tang Jiulu smiled. Both my brother and I have the same teacher. Who is a master? Chapter 27. Shocked soul power level, a master? Ma Xiao was slightly taken aback, seemingly thinking of something. Is it the one who researched the theory of the 10 core competencies of martial souls? Tang San looked up in surprise. Grandpa, Ma Xiao knows our teacher? Ma Xiao smiled. Not exactly, but your teacher is quite famous. This theory is well known across the continent, but it's just a theory, nothing more. All right, let's move on. That door ahead, is it? Ma Xiao clearly did not want to continue discussing this topic with Tang San, leading them forward. However, he also did not mention anything about them joining the spirit hall. At the end of the corridor they were walking through, there were 3 tall arch doors. Ma Xiao pushed open the leftmost door and led Tang San and Tang Jiulu inside. This is the spirit hall's martial soul laboratory for promotion assessments. As soon as they entered the room, Tang Jiulu felt every cell in her body become active. Her soul power seemed to pulse with a special rhythm. Tang Jiulu instinctively looked around. The room was spacious, appearing to be about 200 square meters, with a wall directly opposite covered in large floor-to-ceiling windows. Sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating the room brightly. The surrounding walls were made of ordinary stone slabs, seemingly nothing special. Soon, Tang Jiulu's gaze shifted to the center of the room. At a glance, she found the reason for the stirring of the soul power within her body. A half-person-high stone pillar stood in the center of the room, on top of which was embedded a crystal ball the size of a head. That crystal ball was very familiar. It should be the same one used for testing soul power when she awakened before, just a bit larger. Ma Xiao led Tang San and Tang Jiulu to the side of the stone pillar. All right, so who will go first? He looked at the two and asked. Tang Jiulu turned to Tang San. Brother San, you go first. Tang San nodded. Okay, then I'll go first. Ma Xiao had Tang San stand directly in front of the stone pillar, where the floor was marked with a 6-pointed star pattern. Manifest your martial soul. Release your soul ring, and then inject your soul power into it. Tang San stood firmly in the center of the pattern, raised his right hand, and the thick blue silver grass with black patterns surged forth. At the same time, a bright yellow halo rose up from beneath his feet, rhythmically undulating around his body. Ma Xiao, who had originally been smiling gently, turned astonished upon seeing the blue-silver grass in Tang San's palm. This is blue-silver grass? After confirming he wasn't mistaken, he shifted his gaze to Tang San's yellow soul ring. He then spoke, I see. It's the change brought about by the 100-year soul ring. Tang San's eyes flickered for a moment, but he said nothing. Ma Xiao took a deep breath and said, that master is indeed remarkable. Even the blue-silver grass martial soul can produce such changes. It's true. We must not waste your innate, full soul power talent. By the way, I haven't asked you your name yet. My name is Tang San, and this is my sister Tang Jiulu. Tang San replied respectfully. All right, now infuse your soul power into it. Mathuno guided Tang San. What a pity. Your martial soul is just blue silvergrass. The development potential of blue silvergrass is too poor. Let's see what your soul power level is. Logically speaking, you should be at level 11. After all, your martial soul has just awakened. Before Mathuno finished his sentence, the crystal ball flickered and revealed 3 rings. This is unbelievable. Rubbing his eyes and seeing clearly that it really was 3 rings, he turned to look at Tang San, as if he were looking at a little monster. It's actually level 13. Could it be because the soul ring itself is powerful? Mathuno asked seriously, Child, can you tell me what soul beast you hunted to obtain this soul ring? Tang San did not hide it, the mandala snake. No, that can't be right. This is clearly a plant-type martial soul. How can it absorb an animal-type soul ring? Mathuno instinctively denied it, but then he thought of something and seemed to ponder. I remember that the master wrote about the 10 core competencies of martial souls, although I haven't read it completely. Could this be? Mathuno looked at Tang San, wanting to get a conclusion from him. Tang San nodded yes. This is the soul beast my teacher chose for me. After receiving confirmation, Mithuno gasped, his eyes flickering as if he was lost in thought. After a long while, he spoke again. All right, you can retract your martial soul now. It's your sister's turn. Tang San obediently retracted his martial soul and made way, but his brow furrowed slightly. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't hide it here during the identification, he wouldn't want to reveal anything about his teacher. Tang Jiulu took a deep breath, stepped forward, and stood in the center of the pattern. She raised her right hand, and a green vine spread out from her palm, with a bright green leaf at the very top. As soon as the vine appeared, a pleasant fragrance filled the room. Very comfortable. A bright yellow halo rose from the ground, pulsating up and down around her. Mithuno looked at the jade-like green vine and sighed. No wonder Yuntao thought this was a mutated vine. He just hasn't seen enough. Tang Jiulu and Tang San instinctively looked at Mithuno, and Tang Jiulu curiously tilted her head and asked, Grandpa Mithuno, this is a green vine, right? Mithuno pointed to the leaf on the vine and said, If it were for this leaf, I would think this is an ordinary green vine, but with this leaf, it could be a celestial green vine. Tang Jiulu was slightly taken aback. She remembered that when she awakened, the green vine had no leaves. Why has a leaf grown now? Mithuno smiled and said, This is a relatively special martial soul, also considered a type of green vine, but this type of martial soul is quite rare, mostly having auxiliary soul skills. No wonder Yuntao got it wrong. In a moment, I will modify in your file. Tang Jiulu nodded. She naturally wouldn't mention that her green vine had grown a leaf. All right, let's test your soul power. If your soul ring is as outstanding as Tang San's, perhaps your soul power might exceed his, reaching 14. Before Mithuno could finish his sentence, 7 halos lit up in the crystal ball. He was instantly speechless, his mouth agape, as if he had seen something unbelievable. 17? Mithuno's lips trembled slightly. Are you sure you just awakened this year? Chapter 28. Paying rent. Tang San stood to the side, his brows slightly moving, but a look of surprise flashed across his face. His sister is indeed impressive. Tang Jiulu saw her own soul power, and a look of surprise also crossed her face. She had previously said she was level 13 when she was tested before heading to the soul hunting forest, but she didn't expect to have already risen to level 17 now. However, she blinked and tilted her head to look at Mithuno. Actually, when I awakened, my dad got me a soul ring, so... Tang San instinctively glanced at Tang Jiulu upon hearing this. Is this serious nonsense? Very good. That's very Jiulu. Mithuno, however, calmed down a bit after hearing this, took a deep breath, and said, I understand, but being able to break through 7 levels in such a short time is indeed very talented. All right, you can retract your martial soul now. Tang Jiulu obediently retracted her martial soul and stood beside Tang San. Tang San instinctively took Tang Jiulu's hand. Mithuno turned around, looking at the two, and suddenly asked seriously, So, Tang San, Tang Jiulu, this assessment of your advancement ends here. Before you leave, I would like to ask, do you wish to join the Spirit Hall? Tang Jiulu blinked her eyes and did not speak. Tang San frowned slightly and said, Grandpa Mithuno, aren't we here to register at the Spirit Hall? Mithuno shook his head. No, this is different. Registering at the Spirit Hall is what most soul masters need to do. This way, you can receive state subsidies. Joining the Spirit Hall, however, means becoming exclusive soul masters of the Spirit Hall. Martial soul training will also directly enter the schools specially established by the Spirit Hall. Tang San thought for a moment and understood Mithuno's meaning. He shook his head and said, That probably won't work. We've already started studying at the Nodding Academy. Mithuno sighed. Indeed, you have entered a state-run academy, so you are a step late, and you are also under the master. Forget it. We can only blame that kid Su Yuntao. Tang Jiulu smiled, but said nothing. Originally, she could have mentioned that Su Yuntao invited her. However, doing so might expose Tang Hao's identity, so she decided against it. However, afterward, she and her brother still needed to pay a little attention to their talents. Being too outstanding could also attract unnecessary trouble. She initially thought it would be fine to test her soul power, assuming it would be around level 12 or 13, similar to her brother. She didn't expect to reach level 17, which was a bit too eye-catching. Too much of a good thing is not good. But the old man in front of her seemed to have a good heart. He hadn't seen him act against her brother in the previous anime. It should be fine, right? Tang San glanced at Tang Jiulu and suddenly smiled. Grandpa Mithuno, you can't say that. If I had decided to come to the Spirit Hall back then, I might not have obtained such a good soul ring. Mithuna was taken aback. What you said makes sense. After all, there was also the master's influence involved. It was indeed uncertain whether he could obtain a better soul ring for Tang San. In just these 2 sentences, Mithuna was successfully led off topic by Tang San, shifting the focus and conversation to him. Tang Jiulu hid behind Tang San and slightly stuck out her tongue. Her brother must have understood that her soul power was too conspicuous, which is why he did this. All right, from now on, you will be glorious soul masters of the Tiando Empire, Mithuna said with a smile. Welcome to join the ranks of soul masters. In the future, you can use the badge I will give you shortly to receive subsidies from the Spirit Hall every month. The subsidy for soul masters is 1 gold soul coin per month, and when you reach the Great Soul Master level, it will be 10 gold soul coins per month. Of course, I will report on the use of animal spirit rings on plant spirit souls as soon as possible. Thank you. Tang San and Tang Jiulu immediately bowed in gratitude. After receiving their respective badges, they took the subsidies for this month. Brother San here. Tang Jiulu handed the gold soul coin in her hand to Tang San. Tang San was slightly taken aback. This is your subsidy. You should keep it. Tang Jiulu shook her head. Brother San, I've always been with you, of course. You should pay. Besides, you have the 24 Bridge Moonlit Night. It won't get lost with you. After thinking for a moment, Tang San agreed, taking the gold soul coin and placing it together with his own in the 24 Bridge Moonlit Night. All right, let's hurry. It's noon, and the teacher must be hungry. Tang San looked at the sun overhead and noted the time. Okay. Just as Tang San dragged Tang Jiulu to jog out of the Spirit Hall towards Nodding Academy, a figure appeared at the door of a shop across from the Spirit Hall, watching them. When Tang San and Tang Jiulu entered the master's room with their lunchboxes, the master was already sitting behind the desk reading. Teacher, why are you up? Tang San placed the lunchbox in front of the master, slightly surprised. I'm fine now. Just a bit weak. I just need to rest a bit, the master smiled. You don't need to come by all the time lately. Read the book I gave you and practice well. If you have any questions, come back to ask me. Tang Jiulu smiled and leaned closer to the master. Teacher, if you miss us, come to see us. The master reached out and patted Tang Jiulu's head. All right. After lunch, the master went back to rest in bed, and Tang San took Tang Jiulu out of the room. Jiulu, when we were coming back to the academy, I saw a blacksmith shop not far from the school. Didn't Dad say I should go work at the blacksmith shop? Tang San spoke. Do you want to go back to the dormitory to practice first? Tang Jiulu thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Then, Brother San, be careful on the way. Tang San smiled and waved as he left the academy. Jiulu, you're back. As soon as she stepped into the dormitory, a pink figure rushed over and hugged her. Then she heard a wave sound as Tang Jiulu's cute round face was kissed. She looked somewhat dazed at the somewhat smug Xiao Wu, then widened her eyes. Hey, rascally rabbit, how can you just kiss me? Because you're cute. Xiao Wu grinned. So, did you finish your identification? Tang Jiulu nodded. What about you? Naturally. I've identified it long ago. After all, it's 1 gold soul coin a month. Xiao Wu proudly smirked, knowing the plot. She wouldn't miss out on a gold soul coin every month. Tang Jiulu cleared her throat and saw that her bedding in the room was a bit messy, suddenly smiling. Since you have money now, shouldn't you buy a new quilt for yourself and sleep alone? Xiao Wu looked as if she had been hit hard, her wet big eyes looking pitifully at Tang Jiulu. Are you saying you don't want to sleep with me? No, unless you pay rent. Tang Jiulu smiled. With 2 small dimples faintly visible on her round face, 2 copper soul coins a day. Chapter 29. Let me protect you, Xiao Wu gasped. Jiulu, how can you ask a fragrant and soft girl like me to pay rent to sleep with you? Then you should buy your own bedding. A new set of bedding, according to your taste, would cost at least a few gold soul coins, right? Tang Jiulu said slowly. Conversion setting. For this book, only 1 gold soul coin, 10 silver soul coins, 100 copper soul coins. 1 copper soul coin is equivalent to 2 renminbi. 1 copper soul coin a day. That's the maximum. Xiao Wu gritted her teeth and said, this money-grubbing Jiulu. Deal. Tang Jiulu extended her small hand. Since school started, you've at least slept over for more than 10 days. I'll give you a discount. Counted as 10 days, 1 silver soul coin. A good deal. Xiao Wu angrily took out a silver soul coin from her small bag and handed it over. How come after not seeing you for years, you still have this love for money? What did you say? Tang Jiulu looked at the beloved silver soul coin, blew on it, and placed it in her inner pocket to avoid dropping it. Nothing. Xiao Wu rolled her eyes. Practice. All right. By the way, you have to pay your rent in advance every month from now on. There are 3 days left until the end of the month, plus next month. That's a total of 3 silver soul coins and 3 copper soul coins. A good deal. Jiulu, don't go too far. At that moment, Tang San was standing in front of a blacksmith shop, changing into his old clothes from home, sweating profusely. A blacksmith was excitedly patting him on the shoulder. Jiulu, half of the 1 gold soul coin I earned this month has already gone into your pocket. Shouldn't you treat me to a meal? Xiao Wu was lying on the playground, looking at Tang Jiulu beside her. Tang Jiulu squinted her eyes, enjoying the afternoon sun, and unconsciously released her spirit, a leaf faintly appearing among her hair. Didn't I exempt you from 3 copper soul coins? You could buy several buns with that. Humph, money-grubbing Jiulu. Xiao Wu pinched Tang Jiulu's face. Same to you, rascally rabbit. Tang Jiulu basked in the sun happily, thinking that nothing was more comfortable than sunbathing compared to practicing. By the way, where's your brother? Xiao Wu asked. At the blacksmith shop. You and my brother are a couple. Pay attention to your image. Tang Jiulu yawned, feeling sleepy. The original Xiao Wu was a couple with your brother. I prefer Uncle Sausage. You know, Xiao Wu squinted, shielding her eyes from the sun. I always thought Uncle Sausage was pitiful in the early stages. I want to win him over with my vast heart. Tang Jiulu raised an eyebrow, turning her head. Her eyes barely open. Vast heart? Just you? Xiao Wu snorted coldly. I'm still small. In the anime, I have a perfect figure. Very adaptable. You can exercise more and take care of yourself. Eat more papaya or something. Tang Jiulu turned her head back, closing her eyes again. Wish you success. Xiao Wu looked at the already sleeping Tang Jiulu, her gaze softening. In her past life, it was she who desperately pushed herself onto the bus. But at the moment before getting on, she saw a little boy fall to the ground, which made her turn back. In this life, it was time for her to guard her. Xiao Wu suddenly leaned close to Tang Jiulu's ear with a smile, tempting her. You know, there's a place not far from the academy selling carrot pancakes, super delicious. Tang Jiulu's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened wide. What? Carrot pancakes? She excitedly sat up. Aren't you a rabbit? You should love to eat, right? Let's go buy some. Xiao Wu was pulled by Tang Jiulu and ran straight toward the school gate. Hey, isn't it you who wants to eat? It doesn't matter. By the way, since you didn't want me to exempt you from those 3 copper soul coins, how about you treat this time? Money-grubbing Jiulu. Ha, just kidding. Tang Jiulu and Xiao Wu stood outside the little shop, simultaneously taking a bite of the carrot pancake in their hands. Crispy, sour, and spicy, the taste was just right. Tang Jiulu closed her eyes and savored it, taking another bite. By the way, can you finish all these if you buy so many? Xiao Wu happily took a bite of the carrot pancake, looking at the paper bag Tang Jiulu was holding. Brother San must be forging iron at the blacksmith shop, consuming a lot, so I bought it for him. Tang Jiulu said naturally. Xiao Wu raised an eyebrow with a mischievous smile. Oh, it seems you get along well with the male lead. I'm just like you now. You're the rabbit, and I'm the vine. If I don't cling to a strong leg, I'll be left to die with no one to save me. How pitiful. Tang Jiulu smacked her lips. This radish silk cake is really delicious. Xiao Wu paused, looking at Tang Jiulu with some surprise. You're just like me? What do you mean? Just as Tang Jiulu was about to clarify, a big hand suddenly reached out from behind her waist and swept her away. A half-eaten radish silk cake fell to the ground, gathering dust. Xiao Wu was startled and instantly released her martial spirit. Tang Jiulu was also taken aback. Swinging the paper bag, she was holding at the person who was holding her. Ouch! A slightly hoarse male voice exclaimed, You little brat, how dare you hurt me? The man reached out to hit Tang Jiulu on the head. Let her go! Xiao Wu shouted furiously. She planted her feet on the ground, releasing her soul power, and her whole body sprang toward the man like a spring. A faint pink rabbit appeared behind her, with 2 virtual rabbit ears sprouting from her head and a fluffy little tail at her waist. A bright yellow halo rose from her toes. First soul skill waist bow. Xiao Wu tossed her hair, her braid rushing ahead, wrapping around the man's neck. Then, the yellow halo on her body lit up. Skill activated. The braid flung the man into the air, and Xiao Wu's body followed, reaching out to pull Tang Jiulu from the man's embrace. Then she spun in the air, her ankles crossing and wrapping around the man's neck, using her waist to forcefully flip backward. The man's body flipped in midair, head down, and crashed hard onto the ground. Meanwhile, Tang Jiulu also landed safely. However, her martial spirit activated at the same time, and a green vine rose from the ground, spiraling around her to catch her. Tang Jiulu slid down from the vine and instinctively looked at her hands. When she saw the big hole in the paper bag, Her whole body froze. The radish silk cakes she bought for her third brother were all gone. They were now flying around the fallen man. Tang Jiulu got angry. Xiao Wu, do it again, punish him. Chapter 30, almost kidnapped, alright. First soul skill, waist bow. Xiao Wu activated her first soul skill again. A scream echoed through the sky. What happened? What's going on? A group of soldiers rushed over. Tang Jiulu immediately pulled Xiao Wu aside and began to act. Tears instantly welled up in her bright eyes. Wow, uncle, he bullied me. Want to take me away to sell me. He's a human trafficker. Tang Jiulu cried as she ran towards the soldiers with Xiao Wu in tow. The little chubby toddler was waddling with her short legs, tears streaming down her face. Her two little pigtails bobbing up and down, making anyone who saw her feel heartbroken. The leading soldier quickly tightened his grip on his spear, standing protectively in front of Tang Jiulu and Xiao Wu. Don't worry, with us uncles here, we will never let the trafficker take you. Tang Jiulu sniffled in thanks, then cautiously peeked out and tugged on the soldier captain's pant leg, pointing at the unfortunate man rolling on the ground in pain. Uncle, that's the person who wanted to take me. Luckily, my sister saved me. Otherwise. As she spoke, Tang Jiulu started to cry again. Quick, capture him. The soldier captain immediately waved his hand, ordering the soldiers behind him to apprehend the man first. Then he squatted down, carefully looking at Tang Jiulu, little cutie. Don't cry anymore. If you keep crying, you won't look good. Tang Jiulu wiped her tears and sniffed. Jiulu wants to look pretty. Jiulu won't cry anymore. The soldier captain looked at Tang Jiulu's adorable little face and couldn't help but feel fond of her. By the way, you just said your sister saved you? His gaze shifted to Xiao Wu, who was holding Tang Jiulu's hand. Xiao Wu smiled and waved at the soldier captain. Tang Jiulu still had tears hanging from her long eyelashes but started to proudly lift her head, saying, yes, my sister Xiao Wu is already a battle spirit master now. Thanks to her, I wasn't taken away. The soldier captain looked at Xiao Wu in surprise, realizing that such a young child had probably just awakened her spirit but was already a soul master. It was clear that these two kids must be from wealthy families. Thankfully, they hadn't been captured by traffickers. Take him away. Interrogate him properly. The soldier captain stood up and waved to have the man taken away. Seeing the situation was dire, the man attempted to escape, but with both arms held tightly, he had no chance. Realizing he was about to be taken to the Lord's mansion, he panicked. No, it's a misunderstanding. I was just joking with them. I'm not. The soldier captain turned back, smiling as he gently patted Tang Jiulu's head. All right, it's time to go home. Thank you, uncle. Tang Jiulu and Xiao Wu walked away towards the soldiers, listening as the man's voice grew fainter. Xiao Wu finally let out a sigh of relief. God knows, when you're being taken away just now, my heart was about to jump out of my throat. Xiao Wu tightly held on to Tang Jiulu, not daring to let go, fearing she might get taken again if she wasn't careful. I say, Jiulu, how did you end up in such a milky body? Tang Jiulu rolled her eyes. How would I know? I think I was born just less than a year after third brother. Xiao Wu, you were born less than a year after Tang San? Wait, that's not right. Didn't you say you were a vine? Xiao Wu frowned and asked. Yes, on the day I reincarnated as a baby. Tang San was about to turn 1 year old. That's what my dad said, Tang Jiulu added at the end. Your dad? Tang Hao? Xiao Wu asked curiously. By the way, what does Tang Hao look like in reality? Is he handsome? Handsome. Definitely handsome. My dad is the second most handsome after third brother, Tang Jiulu said, dramatically pointing her thumb at her nose, full of confidence. All right, but logically speaking, even if you're younger than Tang San by a year, it doesn't make sense for you to be this short. Xiao Wu pondered, could it be because of the soul? Rogue rabbit. What do you mean short? This is called cute and adorable. Understand, Tang Jiulu said, playfully trying to tickle Xiao Wu. While the two were playfully fighting, Tang Jiulu accidentally kicked something with her toes. She looked down and saw it was the radish silk cake she had bought earlier. My money, my cake. Tang Jiulu stared at the radish silk cake on the ground, which was now covered in dust, and tightly pursed her lips. So unfortunate. I spent so much money on this cake, and third brother didn't even get a bite. It hurts. All right, why don't we go buy a few more? Xiao Wu suggested. Seeing she was quite upset, these cakes cost 3 copper soul coins each. Tang Jiulu said reluctantly. All right, it's on me, Xiao Wu said boldly, patting her chest. Then let's hurry and go. Tang Jiulu instantly changed from her previous sadness, grabbing Xiao Wu and heading towards the shop they had just visited. Xiao Wu, the two of them queued up again to buy radish silk cakes and headed towards the blacksmith shop at the academy entrance. Are you sure this is the blacksmith shop? There are many blacksmith shops in Notting City, Xiao Wu asked. Yes. Third brother told me. Tang Jiulu nodded and suddenly pointed ahead, saying, Look, isn't that him? A shabby-dressed Tang San was swinging a hammer that was about half his size, making a clanging sound as he forged iron. Sanga, a paper bag waved in front of Tang San, revealing Tang Jiulu's beaming little face. Guess who I am? Upon seeing Tang Jiulu and the little girl beside her, Tang San smiled slightly. Jiulu, what brings you here? And you brought Xiao Wu with you. I brought you radish pancakes. Tang Jiulu immediately claimed credit. Well, I was almost kidnapped on the way. Xiao Wu rolled her eyes and spoke up. What? Tang San instantly became furious, slamming the hammer down on the ground. He flashed in front of Tang Jiulu and began to check her from top to bottom. Are you hurt? No, Xiao Wu saved me, Tang Jiulu said somewhat shyly, holding Tang San's hand. After all, she is a girl. Boys and girls shouldn't be too close. Although she was 6 years old and still a baby, Tang San was also 6 years old and could forge iron now. Tang San breathed a sigh of relief, stood up straight, and suddenly bowed to Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, Jiulu would be in danger. Tang San understood very well that although Tang Jiulu was already a soul master, her first soul skill was a healing aura, which had no offensive power. Besides her own endurance, the only attacking ability would be the hidden darts he gifted her. But if she encountered a slightly stronger enemy, Jiulu would definitely be in grave danger. Xiao Wu smiled generously, avoiding Tang San's bow of thanks. What are you thanking me for? Jiulu is my good sister. Saving her is what I should do. Chapter 31. Sangu teaches me Xiantiangong? Anyway, thank you, Tang San said seriously. Xiao Wu smiled. Although she had watched the anime and knew that Tang San and the original Xiao Wu were a couple, the current Tang San was just a stranger to her. Compared to Tang San, Tang Jiulu was the most important person in her world. As for the future, Xiao Wu instinctively glanced at Tang Jiulu. She felt nothing for this 6-year-old boy. Let's talk about future things later. By the way, Sangu, this radish pancake is really delicious. You should try it. Tang Jiulu eagerly opened the paper bag and took out a radish pancake, handing it over. Tang San instinctively accepted it and took a bite, then asked in surprise, Jiulu, where did you get the money to buy radish pancakes? Xiao Wu treated us. Jiulu smiled widely, showing her nice teeth, and took 2 radish pancakes, handing one to Xiao Wu and taking a big bite of the other. Since that's the case, Xiao Wu, let us treat you to a meal tomorrow, Tang San said. Sure. Xiao Wu made a face at Tang Jiulu, saying, you made me spend money, so tomorrow I must make your Sangu go broke. Tang Jiulu rolled her eyes, pretending not to see it since her Sangu was treating. By the way, Tang San, didn't you help Jiulu with the appraisal? Xiao Wu asked. I did, Tang San replied, somewhat confused. Why do you think she didn't get appraised? Aren't soul masters supposed to get a gold soul coin subsidy every month? Xiao Wu looked at Jiulu, wondering if this little tightwad wouldn't keep staring at her soul coins anymore. Oh, Jiulu gave that 1 gold soul coin to me, saying it was in case she lost it. Tang San answered instinctively. What? Xiao Wu widened her eyes, looking at Tang Jiulu in disbelief. You actually gave that 1 gold soul coin to Tang San? Xiao Wu's voice suddenly rose a bit. This tightwad usually only spent money on food. She would be heartbroken spending it on anything else, yet she actually gave money to someone else. Tang Jiulu felt Xiao Wu's strange and peculiar gaze on her, her face becoming somewhat unnatural as she mumbled. Wasn't it just for eating your radish pancakes twice? Next time, I'll treat you back. I heard that. If you treat me back, it's settled. Xiao Wu immediately clapped to confirm. Tang Jiulu. Tang San took another bite of the radish pancake, thinking these two seemed to have a really good relationship. Hey, this radish pancake is actually really delicious. While they were enjoying their time together, they didn't notice a shadow standing in a corner not far from the blacksmith shop, quietly watching them. After a long time, the shadow disappeared into the darkness. The following days became quite regular. Every morning, Tang Jiulu would follow Tang San to the rooftop to greet the first rays of sunlight. Tang San practiced his purple extreme magic eye while Tang Jiulu basked in the sun beside him. The rising sun felt more comfortable than usual. They attended classes normally in the morning and in the afternoon. Tang San worked at the blacksmith shop while Tang Jiulu did the tasks assigned by the academy together with Xiao Wu. Tang Jiulu discovered that her ivy blue vine martial soul could actually be stretched out to be used as a broom. As long as a person stood still, the vine would extend and sweep back and forth on the ground. what originally required 3 people several hours to finish. She could complete alone in a quarter of an hour. In the evenings, Tang San would take Tang Jiulu to listen to teachings from the master. After returning, Tang Jiulu would teach Xiao Wu what she could, as a way to solidify her learning. One night, after Tang San and Tang Jiulu returned from the master, Tang San took her hand and did not head back to the dormitory. "Singo, where are we going?" "To the playground," Tang San said succinctly, leading her to the center of the playground. The center of the playground was covered in green grass, with a gravel running track around it. Tang San and Tang Jiulu stood facing each other in the middle. "Jiulu, didn't the teacher give us a booklet on cultivating soul power?" Tang San's expression became increasingly serious. "I've summarized a set of methods suitable for cultivating soul power from it. Do you want to learn?" Tang Jiulu stared at Tang San, instinctively swallowing. It wasn't because she was salivating, but because she was nervous. Was Sengu really going to teach her Xiao? "All right, you sit cross-legged first, with your 5 hearts facing the sky." Tang San began to instruct Tang Jiulu on how to cultivate. "What does it mean to have 5 hearts facing the sky?" Tang Jiulu asked instinctively. Tang San almost forgot that this wasn't his previous life and quickly explained, "It means your head, palms, and soles are all facing the sky when you sit like this." Then he guided the soul power into Tang Jiulu's body. "Feel it. This is the route of my soul power flowing in you. Then run it along this route yourself." Tang Jiulu nodded, even though she didn't know what the true Xiao looked like. But just this 5 hearts facing the sky made her certain that what Sangu was teaching her must be Xiao. Her heart raced, and her hands trembled. She had to learn well. She couldn't let down Sanji's efforts. As long as she learned this Xiao, Sangu would surely teach her other techniques. In the anime, Tang San possessed various very practical techniques. Thinking of this, she took a deep breath and began to study even more seriously. That night, they studied on the playground for the entire night. The next day, Xiao Wu rushed out to find them and saw Tang Jiulu sitting cross-legged alone in the middle of the playground. A voice came from behind her. "Xiao Wu, you're here." Xiao Wu turned her head sharply and saw Tang San leaping down from the roof of the dormitory building, a hint of purple flashing in his eyes. "Did you practice on the playground all night?" Tang San smiled and replied, "Yeah, Jiulu has a plant-type martial soul, so practicing on the grass is more beneficial for her." The rising sun shone down at that moment, illuminating Tang Jiulu. A flicker of light flashed, and Tang Jiulu yawned and stretched, then fell onto the grass. So comfortable. Tang San helplessly rubbed his nose, while Xiao Wu was somewhat surprised. She had never seen Tang Jiulu like this. "What's wrong with her?" "It's nothing. Maybe it's because of her plant-type martial soul. She really likes to sunbathe," Tang San vaguely explained. Xiao Wu was slightly stunned, realizing that Tang Jiulu was like her, and a look of realization flashed in her eyes. It seemed Tang Jiulu was the reincarnation of a plant-type 10,000-year-old beast, but her inherent habits remained unchanged, just like how she liked to eat carrots. However, Xiao Wu glanced at the sunlight, calculated the time, and suddenly shouted at Tang Jiulu, "Jiulu, we're going to be late for class." Chapter 32. Tang Hao visits. A year quickly passed, and it was time for the Nodding Academy to go on break. "Xiao Wu, why didn't you come back with us? It would be so lonely for you to stay here alone." Tang Jiulu knew Xiao Wu's background, and she said this deliberately for Tang San to hear. After a year of getting along, their relationship had naturally become much closer. Tang San had grown a lot taller, and Tang Jiulu had grown a little as well. But compared to Xiao Wu, she was still a cute little shorty. Xiao Wu did not answer immediately, but instead turned her gaze towards Tang San. Tang San stood silently to the side. Since Tang Jiulu had already invited her, he naturally wouldn't contradict his sister by saying no. Seeing that Tang San didn't speak, Xiao Wu understood that he agreed. She then nodded without being coy. After a year of getting along, Xiao Wu had come to realize that Tang San had developed a protective brotherly trait, which was slightly different from what she had seen in anime. The 3 of them quickly packed up and prepared to head home. During this year, Tang Jiulu had originally wanted to showcase her skills and earn some money, but Tang San insisted that she focus on her cultivation. Because of practicing the Xian skill, Tang Jiulu managed to break through to the first level after a year. However, the Xian skill also accelerated her cultivation speed, and her soul power had already reached level 20. Since she couldn't obtain soul rings on her own at the academy, which would arouse Master S suspicion, she forcibly suppressed herself and did not seek breakthroughs. This time returning home, she also had the intention of obtaining her second soul ring. Similarly, Tang San's soul power had rapidly increased over the year and had now reached level 19, just one level away from 20, and he could break through at any time. The next day, Tang San pulled Tang Jiulu, who pulled Xiao Wu, and the three of them, dressed in nodding academy uniforms, left the academy heading towards Holy Soul Village. Just as they left the academy, a figure closely followed in their footsteps. The master was sitting behind his desk reading a book. He felt gratified when Tang San and Tang Jiulu came to say goodbye yesterday. The talents of these two children surpassed each other, and in less than a year, both would reach the great soul master level. He looked at the book in his hands with satisfaction, murmuring, "It's time to determine the second soul ring." Knock, knock, knock. The sudden knocking interrupted his thoughts. The master's brow furrowed slightly. Usually, apart from Tang San and Tang Jiulu, few people would come to see him. "Who could it be?" "Come in," the master said, putting down the book and speaking calmly. The door opened from the outside, and a tall figure walked in. The person wore a simple gray robe and slowly took off the cloak attached to it, revealing a ruggedly handsome face. However, his messy black hair was somewhat unkempt, and a headband was tied across his forehead, slightly lifting his bangs to reveal a pair of eyes. This person looked somewhat middle-aged and weary, but his eyes carried a sense of age and despair, resembling an old man at the end of his life, which was inconsistent with his appearance of around 40 years old. In the original text, he was 50 years old, while Tang San was 7, which does not match the later development of this book. So in this book, it is set that Tang Hao was 33 years old when Tang San was born. This is limited to the setting of this book. "Hello, master." The visitor's voice was deep, slightly hoarse. As soon as he entered, the air in the room felt stagnant, and the master's soul power instinctively spread throughout his body. "Who are you?" The master's eyes showed a hint of confusion. The person in front of him seemed familiar, but he remembered that person as spirited, not in such a desolate state. "Long time no see. Thanks to you for taking care of my son and daughter these days." The gray-cloaked man spoke slowly, but his words made the master's pupils shrink sharply. "You are Tang Hao." The master was shocked and stood up from his chair, incredulously scanning the person in front of him. "How did you become like this?" He quickly realized that asking this was inappropriate and immediately said, "Xiao San and Jiulu just returned home yesterday." "I know. It's precisely because he returned that I came here. I know you have taken them as your disciples." Tang Hao nodded and said, "They have their own paths to walk. I came this time to entrust them to you. Others might think you are a madman, solely focused on those theories. But I know you are a dedicated person. I am very reassured that Xiao San and Jiulu are with you." The master took a deep breath, feeling a slight emotion in his heart. A person standing at the pinnacle of the continent actually recognized him like this. Xiao San and Jiulu, like him, were not people who judged others by their appearance, but by their strength. It was precisely for this reason that he had the opportunity to possibly realize his theories through them. "If they are with me, then what about you?" The master felt that Tang Hao's words carried a sense of entrustment. "I still need to do some things. As for cultivation, perhaps I can take care of his clear sky hammer, but I cannot make the best choice for his blue silvergrass." Tang Hao understood clearly that letting Xiao San follow him was the wisest choice. And Jiulu. However, Tang Hao spoke halfway and then stopped. He could not guarantee that others, upon learning of Jiulu's identity, would suppress their desire to obtain a 10,000-year soul ring and not harm Jiulu. A hint of darkness flashed in Tang Hao's eyes, and the identity of Jiulu, which he initially wanted to blurt out, was swallowed back. Jiulu has always been short since she was young, looking a bit younger than others. However, her temperament sometimes differs from her appearance, and she's the one I worry about the most. Plus, she is my adopted child, so her mind is a bit more sensitive. I hope you can pay more attention to her." The master was slightly taken aback, then smiled. "Don't worry, Jiulu is very cute. I like her very much." Tang Hao nodded, raising his hand to reveal a dark token in his palm. He waved his hand, and the token was thrown out, flying towards the master. However, just as it was about to touch the master, the token suddenly slowed down and landed gently in the master's palm. The control of this force was simply astonishing. The master looked at the token, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. This token was exactly the same as the one he had shown when he brought Tang San into the soul-hunting forest. However, this token had more patterns, a total of 6. Holding it, at certain times, it could be of great use. Tang Hao's voice disappeared at the door. Bang! The door closed, and Tang Hao's tall figure vanished. The master felt a bit melancholic. His idol had now turned into this state. What had happened to Tang Hao? Chapter 33. Shadow in the night as the sun set. Three people sat side by side on the stone steps at the entrance of a blacksmith shop in Holy Soul Village. They were Tang Jiulu and the others. At this moment, Tang San was holding a letter in his hands. Little San, Jiulu, when you see this letter, I've already left. Do not look for me, because you will not be able to find me. Although you are still young, your dad has always been taken care of by you. Your dad is very at ease with you. I need to go do some things, and one day, we will meet again. If one day, little San, you feel you cannot protect Jiulu anymore, then come back to Holy Soul Village and be a humble blacksmith. Being a soul master is not as stable as being an ordinary person. Use the blacksmithing skills I taught you. You will surely become a good blacksmith. Little San, Jiulu, I entrust you with this. Do not let yourself fall into regret. Act when you need to. Do not worry. Tang Hao. Tang San looked at the letter in his hands, his face showing a look of loss and helplessness. The only family member he had since his rebirth had actually left. But why did Dad have to go? Tang Jiulu and Xiao Wu exchanged glances. They both knew the real reason for Tang Hao's departure. Although Tang Jiulu was somewhat prepared for this in her heart, she still felt a bit sad not seeing Tang Hao upon returning. She reached out and gently held Tang San's hand. Third brother, you still have me and Xiao Wu. Tang San took a deep breath and nodded. Oh, little San, you're back. I was just about to talk to you about this. Your dad left without any warning. Old Jack happened to be walking over and saw Tang San, immediately approaching him. I was going to ask him to make some farming tools, but now that he has gone, we need to find another blacksmith. Seeing the disappointment in Tang San's eyes, he comforted him. This guy is really irresponsible. Don't be too sad. Grandpa is still here. If you need anything, just come find Grandpa. Tang San stood up, a slight smile appearing on his face. Thank you, village head Grandpa. Weren't you going to make farming tools? I can help you make them. Old Jack was taken aback, his eyes full of surprise and some suspicion. You can? Can you really do it? Of course. I've been working at a blacksmith shop in Notting City for a year, and I occasionally help with farming tools, Tang San replied, making Old Jack very happy. All right then, I need a hoe. Tang San nodded. Okay, but it'll take a few days. I need to tidy up first before I can make it for you. Take your time, no rush. Old Jack's face wrinkled with a smile. I'll head back for now. If you need anything later, just come find me. He reached out and patted Tang Jiulu's head. Jiulu, listen to your brother and don't be naughty. Before leaving, Old Jack glanced at Xiao Wu. But since he wasn't familiar with her, he didn't say anything, just nodded. Goodbye, Grandpa Jack. Tang Jiulu smiled adorably, revealing a dimple. As she grew up, the dimples on both sides of her face became deeper. Xiao Wu waved at Old Jack as well. After Old Jack left, the three began to tidy up the blacksmith shop. Once they finished organizing, Tang San started blacksmithing. Tang Jiulu and Xiao Wu began preparing dinner. Jiulu, Xiao Wu said, handing her a plate. These were all dishes she had just bought from an aunt in the village, along with Tang Jiulu. These dishes. Xiao Wu looked at the plates of food coming out of the pot and asked meaningfully. Sweet and sour chicken wings, spicy fish skin, pine nut fish, smashed cucumber. Not a single dish is made in this style here. Tang Jiulu winked at Xiao Wu. These dishes were thought up by third brother and me together. Third brother contributed a lot. Tang San wiped the sweat off his forehead, placing the finished farming tools aside. He walked over to wash his hands and heard Tang Jiulu's words, nodding, yes, these are the dishes we randomly thought of. You can try them and see if you like them. I'm so used to eating this kind of food, Xiao Wu said, quickly picking up a sweet and sour chicken wing and stuffing it in her mouth, nearly bringing tears to her eyes. This world leans towards Western-style cuisine, and the dishes made here cannot compare to the deliciousness of the Chinese cuisine from before. The rich and diverse Chinese food is the essence of 5,000 years of history. It cannot be compared to the meals here. By the way, Tang San is also a reincarnation from ancient Huaxia, so it's not surprising that he knows these dishes. Third brother, come eat. Tang Jiulu sat at the table, serving Xiao Wu a piece of pine nut fish. This is red fish. It has no bones and tastes very good. After Tang San washed his hands, he sat at the table, where Xiao Wu had already served them all rice. He looked at Xiao Wu's voracious eating and smiled slightly. Jiulu is quite talented in cooking. Xiao Wu nodded vigorously. In her previous life, she only heard Jiulu say she could cook, but she didn't know it would be this delicious. After a satisfying meal, Tang San washed the dishes. and the three of them cleaned up and returned to their rooms to cultivate. After all, they had been busy on the road today, not only traveling, but also cleaning, cooking, and blacksmithing. The children were only 7 years old, so they were naturally a bit tired. As night deepened, the three in the blacksmith shop of Holy Soul Village had already fallen into a deep sleep. A shadow appeared in the center of Holy Soul Village under the moonlight. The shadow wore a black cloak, enveloping its entire body. The cloaked figure looked around, confirmed the direction of the blacksmith shop, and quietly walked over. Step by step, the footsteps were light, fearing to wake the people in the blacksmith shop. The figure reached out to push the door, but the door was locked. So, it shifted its gaze to the nearby window, which was wide open. It was summer now, and a night breeze could enter through the window, dispelling some of the heat. The key point was that Tang San and Tang Jiulu did not think anyone would come to ambush them in this small Holy Soul village. The surrounding area was filled with honest villagers. Even if there were thieves, they wouldn't dare come to the blacksmith shop. Because the news of Tang San and Tang Jiulu becoming soul masters had long been spread by old Jack in the village. This led to the window being open, providing the shadow an opportunity. But just as the shadow pulled open the window and was about to climb in, Tang San, who was sleeping in the room, suddenly opened his eyes wide. Someone has entered. He immediately got off the bed, put on his shoes, and hid behind the door, quietly looking into the hall. Tang Jiulu and Xiao Wu furrowed their brows slightly. Perhaps they were a bit tired today, and although they were trending towards waking up, they still hadn't fully come to. The shadow climbed in through the window, then surveyed the surroundings under the moonlight. After finding the direction of the room, it began to slowly move towards this side. Tang San hid in the shadows, his eyes flashing with a hint of purple, clearly observing every move of the person. When he saw the glowing rings appearing beneath that person's feet, his pupils instantly contracted. Chapter 34. The familiar yet strange person in black. The person's martial soul did not manifest, but the 3 rings appearing on the ground spoke volumes about their strength. This was a soul respect. Tang San's breathing temporarily halted. He forced himself to slow down his heartbeat. He couldn't be nervous. He had to think of a solution quickly. The person wore a black cloak, and though he didn't know who it was, the figure appeared to be a woman. There definitely wasn't such a person in Holy Soul Village, so she must have followed them from Nodding City. Tang San's mind raced as he thought of possible enemies. But after considering, he couldn't think of any. They had been very well behaved this year, either cultivating or training. It was impossible to encounter opponents. The guys who had previously challenged them in school had transformed from rivals into admirers over the year. After all, Tang San and Xiao Wu's combat power was well known. This continent respected the strong. If that were the case, it meant that the opponent might have seen them on the road and followed them. Or perhaps Jiulu's identity had been leaked. A chill ran through Tang San's heart. Although the probability of that was low, he truly couldn't think of any other enemies. If it wasn't an enemy, the most likely scenario was that she was someone who had followed them along the way. A soul respect, given their current soul power, was simply not an opponent, and there was only one option left. Tang San silently raised his left arm, the mechanism they're starting to operate quickly, aiming at the approaching figure in black. The figure gradually drew closer, and under the moonlight, Tang San could vaguely see her exposed jawline. With white skin and a slightly pointed chin, this was not an ordinary person. She likely wasn't a human trafficker with ill intentions just because she happened to see them on the road. Tang San's right hand was already resting on the jade stone of the 24 bridges under the moonlight at his waist. A more delicate small hand crossbow appeared in his palm. Against his soul respect, the power of the silent sleeve arrow would be much weaker. It was better to use the Zhuge crossbow. However, the Zhuge crossbow would make a sound when fired. Tang San held his breath, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. The woman looked at the curtain leading to the room. Behind the curtain were 2 rooms divided left and right. She hesitated, unsure which room to enter. But after a moment's thought, she continued forward, reaching out to lift the curtain. She clearly wanted to see the situation in the room first. When she lifted the curtain and looked inside, she saw Tang Jiulu and Xiao Wu sleeping on the bed, and a flicker of joy passed through her eyes. At this moment, Tang San was hiding behind the wall, part of the curtain blocking her line of sight. The woman's attention was entirely on Jiulu and Xiao Wu. Now was the best time to attack. Tang San's left hand silently shot out the sleeve arrow. The woman immediately became alert, a flash of golden light appearing in her hand, surprisingly blocking the arrow's attack. She suddenly turned around, looking towards the direction of the sleeve arrow's attack, but saw no shadow. "Who is it?" she coldly shouted, forgetting where she currently was. Tang Jiulu and Xiao Wu were awakened by the commotion. The two sat up in bed, their eyes widening as they looked at the woman in the black cloak. "Who are you?" Xiao Wu instantly took an attacking stance, activating her martial soul, a yellow soul ring rising around her. Tang Jiulu stood behind Xiao Wu, also activating her martial soul, but her soul ring did not activate. Her martial soul was secretly gathering strength. Since they had already been discovered, they might as well confront her directly. The woman, realizing her cover was blown, directly reached up to remove the black hood of her cloak. "That little brat hiding in the shadows. Your sneak attack was useless." The woman revealed a face that was unfamiliar, yet somewhat familiar. Tang Jiulu's expression changed slightly. Her eyes widened in surprise. "It's you." Xiao Wu, somewhat stunned, looked at Tang Jiulu. "What? Do you know this woman?" Tang Jiulu shook her head. "Not exactly. I've just seen her once. It was just last year when I went to the Martial Soul Hall for identification with Brother San. She was with Master Su Yuntao at that time." Tang Jiulu frowned as she recalled. "I remember you. Your name seems to be Cece?" Cece looked slightly surprised, a hint of admiration flashing in her eyes. As expected of a mutated martial soul, innate full soul power, even memory, is outstanding. Tang Jiulu furrowed her brows, already noticing that Brother San had not shown himself. He was likely hiding in the shadows. Therefore, this woman named Cece had followed them home in the middle of the night, and she definitely had ill intentions. Moreover, looking at the rings on Cece, there were actually 3. She was a soul respect, and they simply couldn't compete. Xiao Wu's brows were also tightly knitted. Both she and Tang Jiulu knew that this scene had not appeared in the original anime. Now that things had developed to this point, they could only take it one step at a time. Besides Tang San hiding in the shadows, they had little chance of victory. Otherwise, with their current strength of only 1 soul ring, facing a 3-ring soul respect, the chances of winning were almost 0. Now, there was only one way: to buy time. To wait for this woman to reveal a flaw. Tang Jiulu and Xiao Wu exchanged glances, immediately understanding each other's intentions. "So, you followed us here and snuck into my house at night. What do you want?" Tang Jiulu asked first. Cece looked at Tang Jiulu, who was facing a soul respect without showing any fear, and her expression became even more satisfied. "I want you to join the Martial Soul Hall." Tang Jiulu was stunned, and Xiao was also taken aback. They exchanged glances, both surprised that the other would say such a thing. Before Tang Jiulu could respond, Cece continued, "Of course. I know very well that you won't agree. Su Yuntao once told me that your father seems to have misunderstandings about the Martial Soul Hall and does not wish for you to join." Cece snorted coldly. How could such an inferior, ordinary person understand the greatness of the Martial Soul Hall? But it doesn't matter. Her voice carried a hint of determination. "A talent like you, even if I have to snatch, I will bring you back to the Martial Soul Hall. As long as I can recommend a talent like you to the Martial Soul Hall, I will gain abundant resources, stronger soul rings, and become a soul sect. My status in the Martial Soul Hall will further rise. And who knows, I might become the next branch hall master of Nodding City." Cece's eyes were filled with ambition and expectations for the future, and her gaze towards Tang Jiulu became even more fervent. Tang Jiulu felt a chill running down her spine under that gaze, making her very uncomfortable. Suddenly, Xiao Wu recalled something and exclaimed, "Could it be that last year, when the traffickers came to abduct Jiulu, it was you who instructed them?" Chapter 35. Either foolish or stupid. When Tang Jiulu heard Xiao Wu say this, she was also taken aback, her eyes widening as she looked at the woman in front of her. "Yes, I thought so. Although I look very cute, there really aren't many cases of kidnapping." "So it was you who did it?" That woman hasn't admitted it yet, but Tang Jiulu has already put the blame on her. Cece scoffed coldly. "So what? Even if that fool gets caught, they won't trace it back to me." However, Tang Jiulu raised an eyebrow, looking at Cece as if she were a fool. "But your judgment is really poor to openly kidnap someone in broad daylight, and so close to the soldier patrol. Even if you succeeded, you would be caught in just a few steps." Tang Jiulu looked at Cece with some pity, shaking her head and saying, "It seems like such a beauty, and having cultivated to soul sovereign, turns out to be an idiot. Who kidnaps people like this?" Cece's expression immediately stiffened, and the anger in her eyes began to rise. She was just fooled by that person's confident words. "That little brat. Once I catch her, I will definitely make her pay. By the way, Miss Cece, you haven't said why you came here with us? To take me back to join the Wuhuan Temple?" Tang Jiulu repeated Cece's words. Seeing her proud expression, suddenly burst into laughter. Xiao Wu, tell me, where in the world is there such a foolish person? Saying I have exceptional talent, but instead of recruiting me, you want to snatch me. She laughed so hard that tears almost came out. Then Xiao Wu gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, her expression becoming serious. We can't beat you, but after you snatch me away, my exceptional talent will become your death knell in the future. My talent, in just a few years, will surpass you, and by then, I will make you unable to cope. Tang Jiulu said these words lightly, but her expression was cold, with a hint of killing intent in her eyes. A flash of panic crossed CC's pupils. How is that possible? You have such good resources. After your promotion, you will surely be grateful to me. No. Tang Jiulu suddenly curved her lips into a smile, but the killing intent intensified. Didn't you use force to make me go against my father's wishes? That reason is enough. CC looked at Tang Jiulu's cold pupils and suddenly realized that every word this child said was serious. Her heart trembled slightly. It seemed she had really made a mistake. Regret began to surge in CC's heart. Why was she only thinking about kidnapping her? No, maybe it's because the Wuhuan Temple is too arrogant. CC shook her head and looked at Tang Jiulu seriously, her attitude softening. The Wuhuan Temple and the Nodding Academy are completely incomparable. As long as you join the Wuhuan Temple, the resources inside are abundant. I haven't forced you yet. I hope you can think about it carefully. CC immediately changed her tone. They hadn't reached that point yet, and perhaps there was still a chance to resolve it. Xiao Wu stood beside her, revealing a mocking smile. Not forcing? Wasn't that kidnapper from last year you? Hearing Xiao Wu's words, CC shot her an angry glare. This little brat, why bring that up now just to stir the pot? Tang Jiulu nodded. Looking at CC with a frost-like expression, Xiao Wu is right. I absolutely will not join the Wuhuan Temple. In that case, CC slightly lowered her head, her mind racing. A malicious thought slowly emerged. Since things had developed to this point, if she really kidnapped someone to the Wuhuan Temple, while she would gain some benefits, it would bury a future killing move against herself. That little brat was right. Her talent would indeed surpass her in a few years. By then, she would definitely make her unable to cope. Rather than letting her succeed in the future and kill her, it would be better to act now. A surge of killing intent instantly rose from the depths of CC's heart. The soul power within C suddenly erupted, and her third soul skill, Piercing Lance. The third purple soul ring suddenly lit up on her body. Golden yellow soul power flowed around CC's body, then gathered in her right hand, forming a golden long spear. At this moment, the soul power enveloping her body also decreased significantly. A chilling killing intent radiated from her, and the spear aimed directly at Tang Jiulu. The golden spear shot out instantly towards Tang Jiulu. Tang Jiulu stood behind Xiao Wu, who had shifted half of her body, and when she saw the golden spear coming, she suddenly kicked at Xiao Wu in front of her. At the same time, Xiao was also raising her foot to kick at her. The two looked at each other, seeing the tacit understanding in each other's eyes. From their past lives to this one, their friendship was not for nothing. Although Tang Jiulu's first soul ring was of the support type, she had been trained by Tang San since birth. The ghost shadow perplexing was difficult to practice, and she had just begun learning the Xiantian skill, but she had been brought into the Tang sex training by Tang San. Plus, soul masters naturally have higher flexibility and physical strength than ordinary people. She could react in time. Xiao Wu relied on her physical skills for combat, and her kick was meant to push Tang Jiulu away. Thus, they helped each other, their feet colliding in midair, then bouncing off in opposite directions. The golden spear missed its target. Just then, a whistling mechanical sound reached their ears. Behind that woman CC, Tang San appeared. He held a fist-sized mechanical hidden weapon with a pistol-like handle. From the small holes on the front of the cylindrical device, dozens of sharp poison needles shot out, all hitting CC in the back. The golden spear, with immense force, pierced into the wooden bed. But halfway through, it turned into light spots and vanished into the air. CC's body stood rigidly, blood already seeping from the corner of her mouth, with a hint of black in the blood. How is this possible? Her eyes bulged, unable to believe as she tried to turn back. But before she could complete the action, her entire body collapsed to the ground. CC had never thought that these soul masters with only one ring could directly kill her. Moreover, in this way, Tang Jiulu saw CC fall to the ground, and pulling on the beam, she squatted in the corner of the eaves, finally letting out a sigh of relief. She released her grip on the beam and gently descended from the air, first speaking up. That's Xiao Wu. Can we negotiate something? Next time you kick, could you use a little less force? Chapter 36. Aftermath. Xiao Wu squatted on the edge of the bed, laughing as she jumped down. Your kick wasn't bad either. Tang San slowly walked out of the darkness, cautiously looking at the motionless woman on the ground, and slowly crouched down to check her neck. Then he finally breathed a sigh of relief, standing up to look at Tang Jiulu and Xiao Wu. Jiulu, Xiao Wu, are you okay? Tang Jiulu shook her head. It's fine, although this woman is strong. She underestimated us. A big taboo against a big taboo. Tang San playfully flicked her little nose. All right, if we hadn't hit her, we might have all fallen here. I don't believe you didn't feel it. She really wanted to kill you just now. Tang San's expression was very serious. He didn't expect that just taking Tang Jiulu to the spirit hall for identification would lead to so many issues. Xiao Wu nodded. It was mainly Jiulu's words that stimulated her. Otherwise, she probably would have still wanted to take Jiulu back with her. Tang San frowned. Since that's the case, we need to be more low-key recently. Fortunately, she came secretly. At this moment, Tang Jiulu raised her small hand and asked, what should we do with this corpse now? Bury it? Xiao Wu suggested. Let's burn it, just in case. Tang San said. So, the three of them carried the woman's body to the back mountain to burn it. Tang Jiulu played with the storage soul guide that was taken off the woman's neck. There are quite a few gold soul coins and materials in here. What should we do? Tang San frowned. The storage soul guide is a rare item. Let me take a look. He took the storage soul guide and breathed a sigh of relief. It was the lowest level of storage soul guide that could be bought at a shop. However, every storage soul guide has an inscription in the design. Tang San tightened his grip on the storage soul guide. Jiulu, I'll remake the shelf for you. Others won't recognize it. This way, you'll have a soul guide to use. Okay. Tang Jiulu's eyes lit up upon hearing this from Tang San. She originally thought this soul guide would have to be destroyed as well. Can we split the gold soul coins inside among the three of us? Tang Jiulu asked naturally. Xiao Wu looked at Tang Jiulu in shock. You just said we three will split? Jiulu isn't going to be greedy today. Get lost. When did I get greedy? Tang Jiulu glared at Xiao Wu angrily. Do you want it? If you don't, it's all mine. I want it. How could I not want it? Xiao Wu immediately changed her tone, smiling as she hugged Tang Jiulu's neck. Due to height differences, it felt like she was holding Tang Jiulu in her arms. Sweet and soft Jiulu is the cutest. I can't believe you're willing to give me so many gold soul coins. I am flattered. Tang San watched Xiao Wu's actions, his brows slightly moving. He checked the total number of gold soul coins in the necklace soul guide and showed a hint of surprise on his face. There were actually 321 gold soul coins inside, divided into 3 parts. Each person would get exactly 107 coins. Xiao Wu and Tang Jiulu were also surprised when they heard this number. They didn't expect the people from the spirit hall to be so wealthy. So much money. I have nowhere to put it. Jiulu, why don't you keep it for now? Xiao Wu instinctively looked at Tang Jiulu. Tang Jiulu smiled, with a shallow dimple on each side of her round cheeks. Sure, I'll cover your expenses in the future. Xiao Wu immediately showed a radiant smile and hugged Tang Jiulu tighter. Tang San moved 1/3 of the gold soul coins into his own 24-bridge bright moonlight soul guide. Then noticed Xiao Wu's actions. He instinctively stepped forward and pulled Tang Jiulu out of Xiao Wu's embrace. All right, we still need to go back and clean up. Just to be clear, none of us have seen that woman today. No matter who asks, we can't leak anything. Tang San seriously instructed. Tang Jiulu and Xiao Wu both nodded. The importance of this event was self-evident. After all, that was a soul zone. However, for Tang Jiulu, she really couldn't say anything to the master, but if Tang Hao were to ask, she would most likely tell him. With Hodian Doluwa here, who would fear a mere soul zone? Seeing that the two understood the importance of the matter, Tang San nodded in satisfaction and led Tang Jiulu back home. The three of them cleaned up at home, ensuring there was no bloody smell, and didn't sleep. Tang San sat at the table in the living room, while Tang Jiulu and Xiao Wu obediently sat opposite him, waiting for him to speak. Tang San frowned, as if weighing his words. He looked at the two and said, that woman was a bad person. Tang Jiulu and Xiao Wu nodded. Well, the situation was urgent at the time, and I didn't pay attention, which caused a lot of blood to flow. Tang San said, somewhat self-blamefully. These two were just 7-year-old kids. Seeing such a bloody scene would probably give them nightmares, right? Tang Jiulu and Xiao Wu exchanged glances. Although there was a lot of blood on the ground, one of them was a clinical medical trainee in their past life, while the other played a corpse in a film city. So, the blood from the hidden weapon penetrating the body was just child's play, right? Tang Jiulu wouldn't get. She wouldn't even tremble while dissecting a corpse. So this little blood shouldn't be too much, right? Brother San did great. If it weren't for you, we would have had a hard time escaping. Xiao Wu nodded in agreement. Indeed, when she played a corpse, she would occasionally have to drink fake blood and smear it on her face and body. Wasn't that even more disgusting? Tang San looked at Tang Jiulu and Xiao Wu in surprise. Aren't you afraid? Tang Jiulu scratched her head. Not as scary as the mandala snake. Tang San understood. So that was it. Jiulu had already been baptized and wasn't afraid of blood anymore. But Xiao Wu, forget it. Everyone has their own secrets. He didn't need to delve deeper. Tang San breathed a sigh of relief. Good. As long as you aren't afraid, that's fine. Then, he urged them to go to sleep while he took the Necklace Soul Guide to study. Staying up late wasn't friendly for children. However, with her biological clock, Tang Jiulu didn't sleep for long before she sat up in bed with dark circles under her eyes. She glanced at Xiao Wu, who was still sound asleep, and didn't disturb her, instead getting up by herself. Damn biological clock. Tang Jiulu yawned and headed towards the small hillside outside. Sure enough, she saw Tang San sitting cross-legged on the small hillside. Tang Jiulu comfortably lay down next to Tang San and unexpectedly fell asleep with her eyes closed. A small green vine leaf appeared on her forehead, swaying in the air. The sunrise was red as fire. Tang San exhaled a breath of turbid air, a dark light flashing in his eyes. He turned to look beside him. He had sensed someone coming earlier, but the familiar aura made him not move. Indeed, Tang Jiulu's small body lay beside him, with a small leaf swaying in the wind on her forehead. Chapter 37. Second soul skill. Tang San chuckled. Want to wake her up? Jiulu, are you awake? As soon as he finished speaking, he was slightly taken aback, because the Jiulu in front of him began to emit a faint green light. Soon, countless energies from the surrounding grass began to gather towards her. This scene looked exceptionally familiar. Tang San suddenly remembered that when Jiulu obtained her first soul ring, it was just like this. That's right, Jiulu was 100,000-year-old plant-type soul beast. For her to obtain a soul ring, aside from reaching a bottleneck herself, it was also necessary for her to be in a place filled with plants. Tang San speculated while watching those plant energies flow into Tang Jiulu's body. He cautiously looked around. Fortunately, it was still early, and this small hillside was just behind their house, usually without anyone coming here. After waiting for a few minutes, the green energy surrounded Tang Jiulu, forming a halo, then slowly stabilized. The soul ring began to slowly change color, turning into a yellow soul ring. However, this yellow soul ring faintly revealed a hint of purple, but after flickering twice, it returned to calmness. Originally, they had returned during the summer vacation to help Jiulu advance to her second soul ring. Tang San was still pondering how to avoid Xiao Wu and allow Jiulu to level up. Unexpectedly, the day after they returned, Jiulu accidentally advanced. After completing her advancement, Tang Jiulu slowly opened her eyes and saw the two floating yellow soul rings on her body, feeling somewhat dazed. Why do my eyes feel blurry? Am I seeing two identical soul rings? Tang Jiulu asked, somewhat confused. Tang San playfully pinched her nose and said, silly girl. You leveled up, and now you're a great soul master. Tang Jiulu was momentarily stunned, not yet processing what Tang San had said. Are you saying I became a great soul master? She suddenly exclaimed, bouncing up from the ground, her eyes wide as she examined herself. I'm a great soul master now? I have 2 soul rings? But why do I only feel like I took a nap? Tang San nodded. Yes, you really just took a nap, and then you leveled up. Tang Jiulu replied. That seems a bit embarrassing. By the way, what is your new soul ring skill? Tang San asked curiously. Tang Jiulu summoned her martial soul and closed her eyes to sense it. When she opened her eyes, a look of joy instantly appeared on her face. However, she didn't answer immediately, but playfully winked at Tang San. Third brother, do you want to experience it personally? Tang San was slightly taken aback, then smiled, placing one hand behind his back while extending the other in a gesture of invitation. Please, my little princess. Tang Jiulu stepped back a few paces, took a deep breath, and fixed her gaze on Tang San. Second soul skill, Flying Leaf Quickblade. A leaf from the green vine in Tang Jiulu's hand suddenly shot out towards Tang San at an astonishing speed. Ghost Shadow Mysterious Steps. Because the speed of the Flying Leaf Quickblade was so fast, Tang San, caught off guard, had to use Ghost Shadow Mysterious Steps to dodge. He never expected that Jiulu's second soul skill would actually be an attack-type skill. Not bad, Tang San nodded. If that's the case, then Jiulu has some self-defense ability. Third brother, what's the rush? It's not over yet. Tang Jiulu laughed as the green vine in her palm continued to shoot leaf after leaf at Tang San. Purple extreme magic eye. Ghost shadow mysterious steps. A burst of purple light suddenly erupted from Tang San's eyes, and combined with ghost shadow mysterious steps, he managed to evade all the attacks. Seeing this, Tang Jiulu stopped, as she knew that with those two skills activated, she wouldn't be able to defeat Tang San. Tang San stepped in front of Tang Jiulu and patted her shoulder. Jiulu, your flying leaf quick blade is extremely fast. As long as you practice more to improve your hit rate, it will become a significant killing move for you. Tang Jiulu showed a sweet smile on him. However, third brother, my flying leaf quick blade is not just like this. Each of my leaves carries two attributes. One is paralysis. As long as it pierces the enemy's body, even if it only makes a small cut, it can paralyze their body and stagnate their soul power. However, the effectiveness of the paralysis depends on my strength. Tang Jiulu held up two fingers. The other one is a recovery attribute. Consuming it can restore a small amount of soul power. And if it sticks to a wound, it has a healing function. The leaf can exist for 5 minutes after leaving my martial soul. Tang Jiulu's eyes sparkled. She had never imagined that her second soul skill would be so impressive. It was practically a fusion of several soul skills. She truly was worthy of being the reincarnation of 100,000-year soul beast. Tang San was clearly pleased that Jiulu had obtained such a soul skill. However, when it came to soul skills, Tang Jiulu instinctively looked around, her gaze settling on one spot. Seeing Tang Jiulu's dazed expression, Tang San followed her line of sight. Upon looking, he was somewhat shocked. In that area, several thunder bamboo plants had suddenly appeared, and they were radiating a black light. Soul Beast Classroom. Thunder bamboo, a plant-type soul beast, has leaves that carry paralysis toxins, making it feel like being struck by lightning, hence the name thunder bamboo. Just now, there were clearly no thunder bamboo plants here, Tang San said in astonishment. No, that's not right. He frowned in recollection, realizing there had been a small one, but it definitely hadn't exceeded 100 years. Yet the thunder bamboo in front of him clearly had bamboo joints that were over 100 years old. Tang Jiulu felt the gratitude emanating from the thunder bamboo and suddenly snapped back to reality, grabbing Tang San's arm. Third brother, I understand now. Tang Jiulu realized why her second soul skill had two attributes. It turned out the second attribute was given to her by the thunder bamboo. I might have absorbed the energy of the thunder bamboo before, and after leveling up and obtaining the second soul ring, the soul power returned to nourish them. So they advanced as well. The thunder bamboo seemed to respond to Tang Jiulu's words, swaying its leaves vigorously. Tang San quietly watched the thunder bamboo and Tang Jiulu, then suddenly sighed in relief. He turned to the thunder bamboo and actually bowed to them. Thank you for providing energy to Jiulu. Soul beasts over 100 years old already possess some wisdom, and they clearly had not expected Tang San to bow to them. However, sensing Tang San's goodwill, they gently swayed their leaves in response. Tang Jiulu smiled and said, Third brother, they said no need to thank us. We help each other. Tang San straightened up, but said seriously, because of your sudden advancement. If it weren't for them being here, I can't be sure if this place could provide you with the necessary energy. I don't know how much of an impact this will have on you. Chapter 38, for years later. So for me, being able to ensure my precious little sister's safe advancement and providing energy makes them my benefactors. Tang San's solemn words left Tang Jiulu completely stunned. Her eyes turned red, her nose started to feel sour, and a warm feeling surged in her heart. Third brother, Dad, and Xiao Wu are the most important people in my life now. Tang San turned to the thunder bamboo and softly said, Later, I will pay to buy this hill, so you can grow here in peace. Then, he took Tang Jiulu and headed home. Third brother, are you really going to buy that small hill? Tang Jiulu asked. Of course, didn't we gain that ill-gotten wealth? Let's say it's Dad's savings. Tang San quickly established the origin of the gold soul coins they had. Tang Jiulu nodded. That's fine. We also burned a corpse there before. If we buy that hill, no one will investigate. Tang San fell silent, almost forgetting about that. Then you go back and make breakfast. I'll go find Grandpa Village Chief to ask about purchasing the hill. He had already made up his mind that if the price wasn't too high, he would buy the back mountain as well. Well, third brother, don't forget. You can also use my share of the money. Tang Jiulu reminded Tang San, who was worried that Tang San wouldn't use his share. Tang San waved his hand at Tang Jiulu as he walked ahead, continuing towards Old Jack's house. Inside the main hall of the Spirit Hall, Your Holiness. This is the Tiando Empire. A portion of the talented youngsters from various villages have already agreed to join our Spirit Hall. However, there is one girl with a mutated blue vine spirit who possesses innate full soul power. She hasn't joined, an elder respectfully reported. Oh, why? A stunning woman in a white robe with golden edges sat on the throne, holding a scepter. Her voice was cold, yet carried an imperceptible allure. It is said that it is because she is the disciple of the Master. The beautiful woman slightly trembled upon hearing the words the Master. So that's how it is. He has finally taken a disciple. Is he trying to prove his theory? The beautiful woman raised her head slightly, her eyes shimmering with an incomprehensible light. Send the order down. Do not forcefully seize or harm that child. Let her follow the Master. I want to see how far the Master's theory can be realized. Yes, Your Holiness. Tang Jiulu and the others were unaware that, unknowingly, they had been relieved of significant trouble. Shenghan Village was already a relatively remote village. The small hill and the back mountain were not arable land, so the price wasn't high. Tang San spent 3,000 gold soul coins to buy everything. After learning this news, Tang Jiulu happily dragged Xiao Wu to talk to the Thunder Bamboo. Tang San watched Tang Jiulu's joyful running figure, a hint of unperceived indulgence flashing in his eyes. Dad, don't worry. I will work hard to cultivate and become a real man, protecting Jiulu from harm. Tang Sect. I have been away from you for 7 years, but I will always be a member of Tang Sect. In this world, perhaps I can still carry forward everything about Tang Sect. Tang San's hands flashed with a jade color as he picked up the necklace soul guide and turned to walk into the house. For years later, in the Balak Kingdom, at the west gate of Soto City, 3 teenagers stood in the middle of the street, curiously looking around. They were not carrying any luggage, but their appearance clearly indicated they were from out of town. The only boy was slightly taller, around 1.7 meters, and his exact age was indiscernible. He wore a blue outfit with slightly dark hair that showed a hint of blue under the sunlight. He had a belt embedded with 24 pieces of jade around his waist, and his hair was of medium length, barely reaching his shoulders. He looked somewhat rugged yet handsome, with a faint smile on his lips. To his right, he was holding a girl's hand. That girl was holding another girl's hand with her other hand. The 2 girls were quite close, chattering excitedly about the shops. The girl on the edge was very beautiful, with silky black long hair styled into neat scorpion braids. She wore a pink top that tightly wrapped around her developing figure, paired with a pleated short skirt. The girl was as tall as the boy, with long legs, looking playful and charming. The girl in the middle was even more captivating, with dark green hair tied into 2 round buns on her head. Red butterfly ribbons fluttered on the sides of her buns. She was shorter than the boy and the girl beside her, but her body proportions were perfect, especially her upper body, which was very well developed, not at all resembling a 12-year-old girl. She wore a white dress with red trim, a traditional Sioux-style dress, and a silver necklace around her neck with a particularly exquisite round ball. In the center of the ball was a red gem. On her wrist, she had green bandages wrapped around it, looking somewhat odd. The girl's face still had a hint of baby fat, and her milky white skin revealed 2 small dimples when she smiled. Most striking were her slightly greenish eyes, large and watery, sparkling with laughter, making others smile involuntarily. However, one could also catch a glimpse of mischief in her eyes. If the girl next to her was a delicate rose, then the girl in the middle was a gentle mandala flower, appearing harmless yet truly cunning. Finally arrived in Soto City. It looks much bigger than Nodding City. The girl on the outside was Xiao Wu, looking around with great interest. The girl in the middle was naturally Tang Jiulu, who curled her lips and exchanged a glance with Xiao Wu. Arriving in Soto City meant it was time to go to Shrek Academy and enter the most exciting part of the Academy's story. Both of them had secretly anticipated this for a long time. With Tang Jiulu joining the Shrek 7 monsters, could they be called the Shrek 8 monsters now? Tang San looked around at the shops. All right, since we are new here, let's first find a place to stay. Xiao Wu nodded, and then began to search for that hotel she remembered from her past life with Tang Jiulu. Which hotel was it in the anime again? This one? Xiao Wu leaned close to Tang Jiulu's ear and whispered, "It doesn't seem like it. It should be a hotel related to roses, right?" Tang Jiulu frowned. Although many things here were similar to the anime plot she had seen before, the buildings and such were quite different. How did they find it? Chapter 39. The dual-pupil man suddenly. Xiao Wu pointed at a hotel and exclaimed, "Could it be this one?" Tang Jiulu instinctively looked up. The grand entrance radiated wealth, with luxurious crystal stones on both sides, making it look intoxicating. The key was that the hotel had no connection to roses at all. Oh, the name of the hotel is simply Rose Hotel. That's right, this is the one. Tang Jiulu nodded affirmatively. Tang San glanced at the hotel and found it wasn't the kind that was dirty and messy. On the contrary, it was quite luxurious. He nodded, released Tang Jiulu's hand, and walked in first. For Tang San, it didn't matter where they stayed, but he didn't want Tang Jiulu to live in a place full of dubious characters. This luxurious hotel had complete facilities and strong security, making it very suitable for Tang Jiulu. As for money, aside from the windfall they had received before, he had also saved some from forging later on. Staying in the hotel for a few days was definitely not a problem. Xiao Wu and Tang Jiulu exchanged smiles and followed Tang San inside. Although the hotel didn't seem to have any connection to roses from the outside, except for the name, once inside, a refreshing rose fragrance filled the air, warm yet with a hint of ambiguity, making one feel relaxed and invigorated. The rose gold color looked both high-end and elegant. Tang San approached the front desk and politely said, "Hello, could you please give me 2 rooms?" Because Tang Jiulu had always slept in the same room as Xiao Wu, Tang San was used to booking 2 rooms, one for himself and one for Xiao Wu and Jiulu. The waiter behind the counter quickly stood up, looked at Tang San, and then at the 2 girls following him, a hint of envy flashing in his eyes. However, these children didn't seem particularly old. TSK, they were quite bold. "All right, I'll get you a room," the waiter quickly replied. "1 room? What 1 room? I want 2 rooms." Tang San frowned slightly and reminded. The waiter was taken aback, then realized and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I didn't hear clearly." He sat back down, operating the computer while murmuring softly, "Coming to a love hotel and booking 2 rooms. What did you say?" Because the waiter's voice was very soft, Tang San didn't hear clearly and instinctively asked, Nothing." The waiter immediately respectfully handed over 2 keys. "I meant, your rooms are ready. Just so happens these are the last 2 rooms. You're really lucky." Tang San took the keys, looked at the waiter with some confusion, and turned to call out to Tang Jiulu and Xiao Wu, only to see 3 striking figures walking in through the hotel's main entrance. The 3 were a boy and 2 girls. The girls were dressed flamboyantly and looked to be only 17 or 18, tall with good proportions. More surprisingly, the 2 girls looked exactly alike. They were actually twins, each holding one of the boy's arms. The boy was tall, over 1.8 meters, and also looked about 17 or 18. His golden hair flowed down his back, his handsome face carrying a hint of ruggedness. What caught Tang San's attention the most were his eyes. A pair of phoenix eyes that were long and narrow, surprisingly with double pupils, the azure irises flickering with a wicked light as his eyelids moved. At that moment, those eyes were fixed coldly on the key in Tang San's hand, as if they wanted to tear him apart. Tang San frowned slightly, and before he could speak, the other party spoke first. "Hey, that key in your hand should be mine." The boy with double pupils looked displeased at the still dumbfounded waiter behind him. "Don't you know this hotel always leaves a room for me?" The waiter, clearly just arrived, looked extremely flustered, hurriedly took a few steps back, and ran towards the office in a panic. Tang San's frown deepened as he stepped forward, blocking Tang Jiulu and Xiao Wu, saying, "This big brother, we came first." The boy with double pupils arrogantly tilted his head, asking haughtily, "So what? This hotel was supposed to reserve a room for me. I see you have 2 keys as well. Give me 1. It's not like you can't sleep. Besides," the boy glanced at Tang Jiulu and Xiao Wu behind Tang San, a smile of shared understanding appearing on his lips. "Why bother coming to a love hotel if you're going to sleep separately?" Tang Jiulu and Xiao Wu had long known the tricks of this hotel, so they were fine. However, Tang San didn't know, and upon hearing the boy with double pupils say that, his face instantly flushed. This is a love hotel." The boy with double pupils, seeing Tang San's innocent reaction, became interested. He pulled his hands away from the twins and walked in front of Tang San, looking at him with great amusement. "You really don't know this is a love hotel?" Tang San immediately shook his head. "Oh, what a pity." He suddenly leaned in closer to Tang San with a smile. "Do you have someone you like? Which one is it? Let me have the other one, okay?" Upon hearing this, Tang San's face changed drastically as he directly shouted, "Get lost." This guy actually dared to have designs on Jiulu and Xiao Wu. The boy with double pupils clearly did not expect Tang San to turn hostile so quickly. Having never been treated like this before, his expression darkened immediately. Let us talk it out. Let us talk it out. Don't make a move. Just then, a middle-aged man in uniform hurried over, followed by the waiter. The boy with double pupils glanced at Manager Wang and coldly snorted. Manager Wang, your hotel is getting better and better at business. Manager Wang wiped the sweat from his forehead, smiling apologetically. Young Master Dai, please don't say that. It's all our fault. This kid just arrived yesterday and doesn't know the rules. Please be more forgiving. As he spoke, Manager Wang turned to Tang Jiulu and the others, looking apologetic. I'm sorry, one of the rooms I gave you was reserved by young Master Dai. So, Tang San frowned, realizing this hotel was a love hotel, and turned to look at Tang Jiulu. Jiulu, he wanted to ask if they should change to another hotel. Of course, it wasn't that he was afraid of the boy with double pupils, but purely because this was a love hotel, and changing to another hotel was just changing hotels. There was no need to stir up trouble. Tang Jiulu was momentarily stunned, then understood Tang San's meaning, contemplating how to respond. Just then, Xiao Wu winked at her. Relying on their years of tacit understanding, Tang Jiulu understood the message Xiao Wu was conveying. She gently tugged at Tang San's arm, saying, "Third brother, it's okay. Whether the Love Hotel or any other hotel, ISNT at all just a place to stay. Why should we mind? What I care more about is why that guy over there is so arrogant." Chapter 40. Don't fight him. Tang Jiulu's words made Tang San's heart tremble slightly. He recalled the way the boy with double pupils had just looked at Jiulu and Xiao Wu with ill intentions. His expression immediately hardened. It was one thing for him to suffer grievances, but how could he allow Jiulu to suffer? Waves of soul power surged within him, and Tang San suddenly raised his head, his eyes sharp as he stared at the boy with double pupils. This isn't our fault. Besides, we came first. Tang San's voice was firm. If you want our room, fine. Let us fight. If we lose, the room is yours. If we win, you apologize to my sisters. Sisters? The boy with double pupils, young Master Dai, was momentarily stunned, his eyes instinctively looking at Tang Jiulu and Xiao Wu. He had expected them to be sisters. However, his pride wouldn't let him back down, especially after seeing Tang San so assertively propose a duel. Then let us do it. A glint flashed in young Master Dai's eyes as he suddenly raised his right fist, diving forward to punch Tang San in the chest. His movement was simple, without any flashy moves, but the speed and power contained within it created a whistling sound in the air. Tang San's expression changed instantly. The key point was that he couldn't retreat, because behind him were Tang Jiulu and Xiao Wu. If he retreated, the two girls behind him would be the first to suffer harm. Therefore, Tang San not only did not retreat, but instead stepped forward, directly meeting the attack. He also swung his right fist, but in an instant, that hand turned into a glossy, milky white. Xinyu hand. Bang. The two fists collided, producing a muffled sound. Young Master Dai's body was shaken back a few steps, his forward momentum abruptly halted. Meanwhile, Tang San was forced to retreat 3 or 4 steps before stabilizing himself. Young Master Dai did not immediately attack again. A hint of surprise appeared in his eyes as he looked at Tang San. He clearly hadn't expected that this boy, who looked only 11 or 12 years old, could actually take his punch. Of course, what surprised him the most was the fist of the boy opposite him. In terms of attack power, he clearly had the upper hand, yet his right hand was still in excruciating pain. The boy's fist seemed as hard as if it were cast from bronze and iron. Tang San was equally astonished. He had used the Xintian skill to enhance his Xin Jade hand this time, and coupled with the years he had spent as a blacksmith, his strength was much greater than that of an average person. Yet, even with these 3 advantages combined, he still lost. Especially the shockwave power contained in the opponent's punch made his blood surge. Tang Jiulu and Xiao Wu nervously retreated more than 10 meters. Jiulu, do you think something bad will happen if they keep fighting like this? Xiao Wu looked worriedly at the two sides exchanging blows. What are you afraid of? If someone gets hurt, I'll heal them. Tang Jiulu said, you know, this is an important plot point. This is the first meeting between Big Brother Dai and Third Brother, where they establish mutual respect. But don't you think Big Brother Dai is a bit of playboy? Xiao Wu glanced at the twin sisters standing nearby, a hint of disgust flashing in her eyes. She hated rich second-generation kids who played with women. Tang Jiulu fell silent for a moment. In fact, when she watched the anime back then, She didn't have a good impression of Dai Mubai and Ning Rongrong either. Although they were people of the new century and didn't take chastity too seriously, Tang Jiulu still had her own bottom line. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing's experiences were so similar, yet Dai Mubai ran away alone, leaving Zhu Zhuqing to face such a family and struggle alone. Unless Dai Mubai never liked Zhu Zhuqing before, but then saw her later and Tang Jiulu frowned and pulled Xiao Wu. Actually, do we really have to follow the plot of the anime? This is our new life. We are living people, and so are they. If you don't like Dai Mubai, I don't like him either. Why should we let third brother have a mutual respect with him? Tang Jiulu's words made Xiao Wu slightly stunned. That's right, all along. She seemed to have a misunderstanding. Because she had been with Tang Jiulu, she occasionally felt like she and Jiulu were still living in that old world. They interacted based on their previous living habits. However, she forgot that this world was not friendly to them. They were both reincarnated beings from soul beasts that had lived for 100,000 years. Perhaps even more tragic things would happen in the future. So what they needed now was to improve their strength as much as possible. Only then could they protect themselves and the people they cared about. Xiao Wu and Tang Jiulu exchanged glances, understanding each other as thoughts, and turned to look at Tang San. Third brother, I don't want to stay here anymore. Don't fight with him, let's go. Tang Jiulu suddenly shouted at the two confronting each other. Xiao Wu stood beside Tang Jiulu and shouted as well, that's right, we just got here, it's better not to cause trouble. Tang San clenched his fists, but since it was he who proposed the duel, how could it just stop like this? The key was that he hadn't even gotten an apology for Jiulu and the others yet. Dai Mubai initially wanted to test Tang San's strength again, but when he saw the anxious expressions on the two girls, he fell silent. After all, it was his fault for putting his sister in such a situation. It was only natural for the other party to be angry. Dai Mubai took a deep breath, stood up straight, and withdrew the soul power he was releasing. All right, kid, we won't fight anymore. It was my fault before, I apologize. That room is still yours. I think we will meet again soon. After saying this, he gave Tang San a deep look, waved goodbye to the twin beauties, and walked towards the hotel exit first. Tang Jiulu immediately ran forward, reaching out to grab Tang San's right hand, green light flashing as she attempted to heal him. It's fine, no need for healing. Tang San pressed Tang Jiulu's hand down. Tang Jiulu initially thought that with Dai Mubai's formidable power, third brother's hand would definitely have some injuries. But then she remembered third brother's other skill, the Xian Jade hand, which he must have used earlier. This Dai Xiao really has the demeanor of a rich second generation. Xiao Wu stood aside, watching Dai Mubai embrace the twin beauties as they went to another hotel, and snorted coldly. Upon hearing Xiao Wu say this, Tang Jiulu nodded and angrily said, exactly. I wish I could cut him down for being such a playboy. Tang San suddenly felt a chill down his spine and shivered. He coughed lightly. Jiulu, you can't say such rude things. Tang Jiulu turned her head and stuck out her tongue, reminding him, third brother, you can't say that, or I'm going to tell Dad. Chapter 41. Are you enlightened? Tang San irritably flicked Tang Jiulu's forehead. What are you talking about? Am I that kind of person? Also, Dad doesn't even know where he is now. How are you going to tell on me? Tang Jiulu made a face, knowing exactly where Dad was. He had been protecting them all the way after they left Nodding City. However, after what Tang Jiulu and Xiao Wu said, Tang San's initial sense of mutual respect after fighting with Dai Mubai was significantly diluted. His strength was good, and he didn't bully the weak. He even gave up the room, so his character seemed decent. But he was too much a playboy. Most importantly, his younger sister Jiulu didn't like him. So as an older brother, he naturally wouldn't like him either. Hey, third brother, Xiao Wu suddenly spoke up. She had been calling Tang San third brother alongside Jiulu for these years. If you really lost just now, would we have really given our room to him? Tang San suddenly laughed. Are you stupid? We have 2 rooms. What's the big deal in giving them one? Xiao Wu, has this Tang San learned bad habits from Jiulu after spending so much time with her? Fortunately, their fight was not too intense, and both of them controlled their soul power without releasing it too much, so the hall didn't suffer any damage. Tang San nodded to Manager Wang and led the way upstairs first. Tang Jiulu smiled as she pulled Xiao Wu along and followed. Manager Wang breathed a sigh of relief when the 3 went upstairs. He turned to the waiter. Remember from now on, no matter what, always reserve a luxurious room for Dai Xiao. Also, remember to give them a 50% discount on the room fees for the next 2 days. The waiter was slightly shocked, Those 2 rooms cost 10 gold soul coins a day and a 50% discount. Stop talking nonsense. What do you know? Manager Wang said angrily, you know what kind of existence a soul master is. They are so young. Yet they managed to block Dai Xiao's attack without opening their soul rings. Their future is limitless. They might be descendants of some big family. This is not something we can afford to offend. Yes, yes. The waiter immediately responded repeatedly. Tang Jiulu and the others arrived at their floor, with her and Xiao Wu sharing one room, and Tang San having another room to himself. Upon opening the door, Tang Jiulu and Xiao Wu's eyes immediately lit up. The decoration of the Rose Hotel easily gave a good impression. The color scheme was simple and comfortable, with rose gold and white intertwined, smooth lines, complemented by the occasional milky white marble. The faint scent of roses made one feel relaxed and happy. As Tang Jiulu walked into the entrance, she saw the large bed inside, which was more than 2 meters and 5 in length. On the snow-white bedspread, a pink bed flag with golden edges is laid out horizontally, with a bouquet of pink roses placed on top. On the floor, scattered pink rose petals are strewn about, making it so beautiful that one can't bear to step on them. Xiao Wu stands beside Tang Jiulu, sighing, it really is a couple's hotel. At this moment, Tang San is also standing in his room, looking at the decorations inside, and can't help but sigh. No wonder that Dai Xiao wants to bring girls here. He smells the strong fragrance of perfume in the air, and suddenly turns to walk out of the room. Jiulu. Tang San's voice comes from outside the door. Tang Jiulu instinctively turns around, just as Tang San pushes the door open, and the two collide into each other's arms. A faint scent of vines wafts over. Tang San takes a deep breath, finding it much more pleasant than the previous strong perfume smell. Then he comes to his senses and feels a soft body. Jiulu? Tang Jiulu's nose bumps right into Tang San's chest, and she rubs her little nose, taking a step back to create some distance from Tang San, complaining, it hurts. Are you okay? Tang San becomes a bit flustered and raises his hand to check if he has hurt her. But as he reaches out, he sees her big eyes shimmering with tears, and her flawless skin makes his heart race a bit faster. Ahem. Tang San feels like the temperature in the room is a bit high, and his ears are slightly burning. Jiulu, are you okay? Tang Jiulu rubs her nose and looks at Tang San in confusion. Sangu, is there something wrong? It's like this. The floral scent in my room is a bit strong, so I wanted to ask if you want me to call the waiter to remove it. Tang San finally remembers the purpose of his visit and hurriedly speaks up. Sangu, which girl doesn't like flowers? Xiao Wu leans against the wall. Having already seen their previous interaction, her eyes filled with teasing. If you're so clueless, how will you find a wife in the future? Tang San feels a bit embarrassed. I'm not even 12 yet. It's too early to be talking about this. Well, since you like them, you should get some rest early. After saying that, he immediately turns and walks toward his room. However, in Tang San's heart, he subconsciously recalls the moment when Tang Jiulu bumped into his arms. She's your sister. Tang San shakes his head, closes the door, and prepares to wash up and sleep. Xiao Wu leans against the door, a mischievous smile appearing on her lips. Oh dear. It seems I've discovered something incredible. Tang Jiulu furrows her brows. So, Sangu came over just to ask if we wanted to remove these flowers? Your Sangu is especially concerned about you. Xiao Wu emphasizes the word concerned. Tang Jiulu raises her eyebrows and looks at her. Can you not speak in such a sarcastic tone? Fine. Whoever is slow-witted will know. Xiao Wu mutters, turning to head toward the bathroom, shouting. I'm going to take a shower first, and then it's your turn. Okay. Tang Jiulu places the roses on the bedside table, sits cross-legged at the foot of the bed, and begins to cultivate. After awakening her martial soul, due to her innate full soul power, she quickly broke through to level 20. However, it took her 4 years to reach level 30. Part of the reason was her cultivation of the Xian Tiangong, which made her soul power purer and of higher quality. With the assistance of the Xian Tiangong, the skills she learned from Tang San, like the Ghost Shadow Mistral and some hidden weapons techniques, became much easier. Of course, there was also the Xin Yu Hand, which, as a healing-type soul master, sometimes requires contact with poisons and other things, and with the use of hidden weapons, injuries are unavoidable. Therefore, Tang San also taught her the Xin Yu Hand. At this moment, Tang San is cultivating in his room, just like Tang Jiulu, because he has a twin martial soul under the stimulation of the Xian Tiangong. His soul power cultivation has caught up to Tang Jiulu. Now that Tang Jiulu's level has reached 30, Tang San is at the late stage of 29. just one step away from level 30. Chapter 42. Soul Master Shop. After Xiao Wu finishes her shower and comes out, she sees Tang Jiulu diligently cultivating. To be honest, while she thinks being a soul master is great, she really isn't as diligent as Tang Jiulu when it comes to cultivation, especially regarding the Xian Tiangong. Both Xiao Wu and Tang Jiulu are aware of some of the plot directions in this world. For Tang San, his abilities are his greatest secret, and he would never tell anyone. Tang Jiulu's ability to learn is based on the cultivation manual given by the master. Naturally, Xiao Wu doesn't feel envious or jealous of Tang Jiulu. She wasn't particularly enthusiastic about leveling up. And if it weren't for the fact that she might be hunted down to death by the Spirit Hall in the future, she wouldn't want to cultivate seriously at all. Of course, another reason that motivates her to cultivate seriously is Tang Jiulu, who is sitting on the bed. After all, Tang Jiulu, like her, is also a 100,000-year soul beast. If she still has a glimmer of hope, what about Jiulu? A hint of melancholy appears in Xiao Wu's brows. She has no choice but to work harder at cultivation. Strengthening herself is the ultimate solution. She also climbs onto the bed, sits cross-legged, and begins to cultivate. Tang Jiulu slowly opens her eyes and sees Xiao Wu, who has changed into clean clothes, cultivating beside her. She doesn't disturb her and instead walks into the bathroom to take a shower. After traveling such a long way, it's much more comfortable to take a shower. After washing up, Tang Jiulu goes downstairs to let the waiter bring dinner to the room, allowing Tang San and Xiao Wu to have dinner midway before continuing to cultivate. However, by the next noon, Xiao Wu really can't hold back anymore. Jiulu, will you go out and play with me? Xiao Wu pulls Tang Jiulu's hand and pouts. Aren't you bored staying in the room all the time? No, I didn't stay in a room all the time. I just went to the rooftop this morning to absorb the first rays of sunlight. Tang Jiulu replies leisurely. However, upon seeing Xiao Wu's resentful eyes, she still gives in. Fine, I remember there seems to be a scene like this in the anime. After going out, we just happened to run into the dean of Shrek Academy. Tang Jiulu's words remind Xiao Wu, it seems so, but after so many years, I don't really remember. Tang Jiulu smiles. It's okay. I still remember some major plot points. Let's all San good to go out together. Although Tang San is not very keen on going out, the two girls each pull one of his hands and directly drag him out of the hotel. All right, since we only go to Shrek Academy to register tomorrow, let's take a stroll. Tang San feels helpless toward the two girls, but understands that they are still just 11 or 12 years old. Curious about the new place as normal. The three of them walk leisurely towards the streets of the city. Soto City truly lives up to its reputation as a major city. Approaching noon, the streets are already bustling with prosperity. Counting carefully, there's so many shops. Let's eat lunch first. How about we go shopping after lunch? Tang Jiulu suggests first. She looks at the various food shops filled with the exotic charm of Dolua continent around her, and her mouth starts to water. There are many Chinese delicacies. But who has ever tasted Dolua continent's food? Especially the foodie Tang Jiulu. Now that she has money, she can eat freely. Xiao Wu rolled her eyes at Tang Jiulu's greedy look. This guy must have developed so well because she eats so much, right? Glancing at Tang Jiulu, who was just over 11 years old but already had quite a nice figure, Xiao Wu snorted. What a loss. Why am I a rabbit who likes to eat carrots? Tang Jiulu turned her head. What? I'm still a green vine. You're a carnivorous vine. Xiao Wu stuck out her tongue at Tang Jiulu in annoyance. This place. Let's eat at this place. Tang Jiulu completely ignored Xiao Wu's words and pointed excitedly at a shop across the street. A rich aroma wafted from this shop, filled with the smell of grilled meat. Tang San sniffed the scent, and his eyes brightened slightly. He could actually smell quite a few medicinal herbs from the aroma. It seems that the food in this shop should be quite good. He nodded, then let's go with this one. 2 hours later, Tang San and Xiao Wu helped the stuffed Tang Jiulu out of the shop. Jiulu, you really didn't have to eat like that, did you? Xiao Wu looked at Tang Jiulu, who was struggling to walk, with a helpless expression. Tang San sighed and said with some concern, Jiulu, do you want to go to the pharmacy to buy some digestive medicine? I think you really ate too much. It's not good for your health. Tang Jiulu shook her head dismissively. No, I want to let it digest naturally. Digestion too fast would be such a waste. Xiao Wu, Tang San, aren't we supposed to go shopping? Let's go shopping and walk around to help with digestion. Xiao Wu raised her eyebrows and said immediately, no way. We can't digest so quickly. Such delicious food can't be digested so fast. Tang Jiulu instinquito vito. Then she saw Xiao Wu's gloomy face. Ha ha ha. I was just joking. Tang Jiulu finally came to her senses and remembered their purpose for coming out. Shopping, we must go shopping. Tang San. The pace of life in Soto City is obviously much faster than that in Nodding City. The pedestrians passing by all seem to be in a hurry. Various shops are dazzling, and besides food, many clothing stores also caught the eyes of Xiao Wu and Tang Jiulu. This one looks good. Wow, this one really shows off your figure. Xiao Wu, the shopping expert, wanted to buy everything good she saw, but she forgot that her money was in Tang Jiulu's soul guide. Tang Jiulu yawned. Looks good, but not buying. Buy it. Xiao Wu tugged at Tang Jiulu's hand. Acting cute. Wasting money. If you want to sleep on the street, then buy it. Tang Jiulu remained unmoved. Skinning Vine, give me back my gold soul coins. Xiao Wu was furious. No way, the gold soul coins in my soul guide are mine. Tang Jiulu said with confidence. You, watch me. Rogue Rabbit. Where are you putting your hands? Tang San face-bombed, standing at the shop's entrance. This is an underwear store. He couldn't just go in. The three of them continued to shop for a while, and by then, Tang Jiulu had almost digested her food. She happened to see a shop and paused slightly. Third brother, Xiao Wu, look at that shop. Doesn't it seem related to Soul Masters? She instinctively raised her hand and pointed to a shop ahead. The shop's facade was not large, but the sign hanging above was somewhat unusual. On the sign, there was a circular mark with several special symbols. If you compare these symbols with the emblem of the Spirit Hall, you would find they were exactly the same. Chapter 43. Do you want to be my disciple? Let's go take a look. Tang San led Tang Jiulu and Xiao Wu toward that shop. The shop's door was open, and the slightly dark ebony wood decor made the interior a bit dim. As soon as the three entered, they felt a special energy fluctuation. It was similar to what they felt when they entered the Spirit Hall. It was the fluctuation of soul guides. It seems that there are quite a few soul guides for sale here. Tang Jiulu instinctively looked deeper into the shop. At the back of the shop was a row of tall shelves displaying various soul guides. Because of the different styles, it was hard to tell what functions the soul guide served. There was no counter in the shop. The only person present leaned back on a wooden recliner with his eyes closed, swaying gently. The wooden recliner creaked under his weight. The man's face had distinctive features. His chin was prominent, his cheekbones were wide, and he had a slight hawk nose, with a pair of black-framed crystal glasses perched on his nose. Even with his eyes closed, he still looked somewhat cunning. Tang Jiulu and the others entered the shop without waking him. He continued to breathe evenly while lying there. Wow, are those all soul guides? Tang Jiulu first glanced around the shop, sighed in amazement. Then her eyes fell on the sleeping man. Seeing his glasses, Tang Jiulu exchanged glances with Xiao Wu. Both of them understood. Tang San's eyes were fixed on the different soul guides on the shelf, uncertain, as soul guides had various uses. While speaking, Tang San's gaze landed on a crystal the size of a human head at the corner of the shelf. Xiao Wu noticed Tang San's reaction and her eyes flickered. She immediately understood. She reached out and tugged at Tang Jiulu, nodding toward Tang San. Tang Jiulu then looked at Tang San and followed his gaze to the crystal. Oh, this crystal has no luster and poor transparency, but it will be perfect for pressing pickles. Tang Jiulu blinked. Third brother, don't you really want to eat the pickles I make? Let us buy this crystal to make pickles. Those other stones are too small and not clean. This crystal is just the right size. Tang San looked at Tang Jiulu in surprise, and seeing her smiling and winking at him, he immediately understood her intention. Amused, he smirked. Fine, you decide. But I wonder how much this crystal costs since it's with those soul guides. Not expensive, 100 gold soul coins. A lazy, slightly hoarse voice suddenly spoke from the side. It was the person who had been lying there with his eyes closed. He yawned, squinting his eyes, as if the person who just spoke was not him. What? This broken crystal costs 100 gold soul coins? Xiao Wu knew Tang Jiulu's intention was to bargain. She pretended to be shocked, her eyes wide. Is this a black market? TSK, 100 gold soul coins is the cheapest price I have here. If you want to buy it, pay up. If not, please leave. The man in the recliner closed his eyes again, his attitude very arrogant. Xiao Wu blinked. All right. Such a broken crystal, definitely isn't worth 100 gold soul coins. Jiulu, let us forget it and go check out other shops. Tang San's eyes flashed with reluctance. Tang Jiulu noticed the faint grayness appearing on Tang San's body, realizing he was hesitating and thought that perhaps bargaining like this wasn't good. She cleared her throat, walked up to the man, and said pitifully, 100 gold soul coins is really too much. I'll give you a few jars of the pickles I make instead if you give us a discount. Okay? The person opened their eyes again and saw Tang Jiulu's pair of tearful eyes. Selling cuteness was useless. 100 gold soul coins. Pay up. Take the goods. No money. No delivery out the door. In recent years, since they all advanced to Great Soul Masters, their monthly allowance had turned into 10 gold soul coins. Normally, they ate and lived in the academy, so they hadn't spent much money. Plus, Tang San was still working in the blacksmith shop, earning dozens of gold soul coins a month, and sometimes even over 100 gold soul coins, aside from spending a little on forging some hidden weapons. They had saved the rest. Therefore, 100 gold soul coins wasn't too much money for them. Tang Jiulu looked at the person with tear-filled eyes. Are you sure? Not willing to reduce it at all? The person frowned slightly. No. All right then, deal. Tang Jiulu quickly placed a bag containing 100 gold soul coins onto the person. Third brother, take the goods and let's go. Tang San nodded and directly took the crystal, placing it into the 24 Bridges Bright Moon Night on his waist. The middle-aged man was slightly taken aback, clearly not expecting Tang Jiulu to suddenly change her attitude. But soon, he straightened up and said, No, I misspoke. It's not 100 gold soul coins. It's 200 gold soul coins. Tang Jiulu turned her head and smiled at the middle-aged man. Uncle, a shopkeeper should be honest. I just confirmed with you. If you are untrustworthy, then your shop's reputation will be gone. Tang San stood by without saying a word. Bargaining was best done by Tang Jiulu. This white-cut black girl usually managed to win the shopkeeper's good feelings when buying things, and could even deal with shady merchants. Xiao Wu stood beside them, looking at the shopkeeper with some disdain. It was clear he was a shady merchant, not knowing whether the goods were good or not. He wanted to raise the price just because others showed interest. It should be someone like Jiulu who bargained, going back and forth. The man wasn't angry, but instead looked at Tang Jiulu with great interest and suddenly spoke, Little girl, not bad. Are you interested in apprenticing under a master? At this, not just Tang Jiulu, but even Tang San and Xiao Wu were a bit stunned. Tang Jiulu blinked, not yet reacting. The man continued with bright eyes, You have great talent, especially in business. If you become my apprentice, you could stand at the pinnacle of the continent in the future. Tang Jiulu thought to herself. If she didn't know the other party was the dean of Shrek Academy, she would definitely think he was a scammer. Xiao Wu's mouth dropped open, clearly thinking of the dean's nature, which seemed particularly shady. Did he see Tang Jiulu's bargaining ability? Tang San felt his temples throb. He quickly pulled Tang Jiulu behind him and smiled. Sorry, she already has a teacher. The man looked up in regret. Really? It's not easy to meet a successor I can cultivate. Due to Tang San's movement, the man's gaze shifted from Tang Jiulu to him. Then the man's expression slightly froze. His gaze fixed on Tang San's waist, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. Where did you get that belt? Chapter 44. Meeting gift. Tang San's heart stirred. This was given to me by my teacher. Do you know this belt? Tang Jiulu and Xiao Wu remained silent, watching quietly. The middle-aged man sat up from the recliner, looking at the 24 Bridges Bright Moon Night at Tang San's waist, a hint of nostalgia crossing his eyes. You are actually his disciple. He smiled slightly and tossed the bag containing gold soul coins back to Tang San. All right, since it's like this, you can take that crystal as a meeting gift. Tang San was slightly taken aback, wanting to say something. But Tang Jiulu suddenly poked her head out from behind him. Uncle, do you know my teacher? Are you perhaps old friends who haven't seen each other in years? So you give a meeting gift to your elder? If you gave it a third brother, don't you have to give me something too? The middle-aged man was momentarily stunned. What? You are also his disciple? Tang Jiulu stepped forward, raising her chin and asking arrogantly. Doesn't it look like it? Ha, it does. The middle-aged man suddenly burst into laughter, his eyes full of joy, and he waved his hand. In the shop, pick whatever you want. Just tell me it's all yours. Xiao Wu twitched her mouth and tugged at Tang Jiulu's sleeve, whispering, Mind your image. Don't go too far. Got it. Tang Jiulu secretly pinched Xiao Wu's fingers. She looked around and suddenly pointed to 2 red silk ribbons hanging on a rack. That one, just right for me, is a hair tie. The middle-aged man smiled and stood up from the chair. Little girl has good eyesight. This is a soul guide device for restoring spiritual power, suitable for girls. He directly took down the 2 red silk ribbons and handed them to Tang Jiulu. His eyes sparkling even more, the light inside making Tang Jiulu's spine feel a bit cold. Why was the dean looking at her like this? Wasn't he asking for a meeting gift a bit too much? Was he thinking about how to deal with her? It didn't seem like it. Tang Jiulu looked at the red silk ribbons in his hand and hesitated. Even though it's a meeting gift, this feels a bit precious. Should I still pay some money? No. How can you pay for a meeting gift? The middle-aged man said with a smile, besides, we'll meet again soon. Tang San frowned slightly. We'll meet again soon? Tang Jiulu felt even more uneasy. He unexpectedly changed his previous attitude and started to refuse. No, no, no. I don't want this meeting gift without merit. The middle-aged man looked at Tang Jiulu with even more satisfaction. All right, I'll keep it for you. I'll give it to you next time we meet. Tang Jiulu's breath hitched. Didn't T next time mean when they registered? What was wrong with this dean? Wasn't it said that the dean of Shrek Academy was a miser? Was he even more miserly than her? Why did he seem nothing like that today? After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he lay back on the recliner and closed his eyes again. Tang San glanced at the middle-aged man, then at Tang Jiulu, pondering for a moment before leaving the bag of gold soul coins on the table. Take it away. It's a meeting gift for the juniors. If I still charge money, do I still want my face? The middle-aged man snorted coldly with his eyes closed, making Tang San's hand pausing for a moment. Tang Jiulu thought for a moment. Since they were all going to enter Shrek Academy tomorrow, and besides, the master and the dean indeed had a good relationship, it seemed quite normal for an elder to give a meeting gift. Was she overthinking it? Then she decided to take it. Tang Jiulu tugged at Tang San's sleeve, then nodded at the middle-aged man. Uncle, then we're leaving? The middle-aged man hummed lightly. Goodbye, uncle. The three politely bid farewell and quickly walked out of the shop. Just as they exited the shop, the middle-aged man opened his eyes again and sighed to himself. Not avoiding me anymore? It's time to find out which one is your proof. After leaving that shop, Tang San still furrowed his brows. He knows my teacher. Probably has a very good relationship, Tang Jiulu said beside him. I suspect he might have already guessed we came to register for Shrek Academy. Xiao Wu quickly nodded in agreement. Yes. Otherwise he wouldn't have said we'd meet again soon. Tang San nodded slightly, no longer entangled in the topic. Speaking of which, third brother, what do you actually need that crystal for? Tang Jiulu asked, although she and Xiao Wu both knew the purpose of this crystal. Sometimes it's better not to be too prophetic. TSK, didn't you say it was for pressing pickles? Tang San said with a half-smile. Xiao Wu couldn't help but laugh, thinking that only Tang Jiulu could come up with such an excuse for pressing pickles. She had wanted to laugh earlier, and if it weren't for the presence of the dean, she might have burst out laughing. Tang Jiulu shot a glare at Xiao Wu and sulkily muttered, I was just trying to help you bargain, and this is the thanks I get. Tang San smiled indulgently, reached out to pat Tang Jiulu's head, and jokingly said, Wait until we get back, and I'll tell you. His voice carried a hint of excitement, which made both Tang Jiulu and Xiao Wu feel excited as well. After all, anime is just anime. In reality, they wanted to see what the crystal was like. The three of them went straight to Tang San's room. Tang San placed the crystal on the floor and took out the forging hammer he was used to. You two stay back a bit. Tang Jiulu and Xiao Wu immediately moved to the entrance, peeking in with their heads. A faint white light radiated from Tang San's hands as he gripped the forging hammer and swung it down hard onto the crystal on the ground. The force was so great that the hammer produced a series of explosive sounds in the air. With a loud bang, it felt as if the entire Rose Hotel shook. The crisp sound of shattering echoed under the hammer. Under Tang San's full force, the crystal was smashed into powder. At that moment, a shocking scene occurred. Countless golden light particles surged out from the shattered powder, scattering in all directions throughout the room. Tang Jiulu instinctively summoned some vines, and a green leaf was pulled by a vine, dancing in the air. It managed to block all the golden light particles that were heading towards her. This was also an application of concealed weapon techniques called Rain of Flowers in the Sky. However, she had only learned the basics, so blocking these light particles was not a problem. The sky was filled with flickering golden light particles, dazzling under the sunlight outside the window. Fortunately, the force of the golden light particles was not strong. They bounced back off the crystal windows and fell to the ground, creating a pleasant, tinkling sound. The entire room was completely covered in a layer of golden light. Chapter 45. Golden threads. Those golden lights were actually small golden particles. Tang Jiulu squatted down, picked one up and squeezed it. Each golden particle was roughly the size of a grain of rice, round and shimmering with a faint golden glow. They felt somewhat soft and elastic. No matter how hard she squeezed, they would return to their original round shape, making them quite fun to play with. Tang Jiulu curiously looked up at Tang San and saw a person glowing with dazzling red light standing there. Is it really that exciting? Tang San was extremely excited inside because he could finally obtain one of the top 10 concealed weapons ranked in the Xiantian treasure record. This is the Fa Jing, a very powerful concealed weapon. I'll explain it to you later. First, let's collect these golden particles. While speaking, Tang San took the lead in gathering them. Just then, there was a sudden knock at the door. "Excuse me, esteemed guest," came the voice of a waiter outside. "There was a strange noise in the hotel just now. Did you hear it?" Tang Jiulu immediately realized that it must have been Third Brother's earth-shattering hammer strike. After all, such a loud noise could not have been made by an ordinary person. Given that Tang San had showcased his strength on the first day of their stay, it was normal for them to be suspected. However, admitting it was out of the question. Tang Jiulu quickly exclaimed, "Oh, we heard it too. It scared me half to death. Do you know what happened?" A female voice suddenly rang out from the room, startling the waiter. Then he remembered that the occupants of this room had come with 2 female companions, and a look of realization crossed his face. Since it was like this, being in the room with female companions, the loud noise should have nothing to do with him. "All right, sorry to bother you," the waiter said respectfully, quickly retreating to report to Manager Wang. Tang Jiulu didn't know that her casual remark led to a misunderstanding outside. However, thanks to this misunderstanding, they avoided a lot of trouble. The number of golden particles that appeared exceeded Tang San's expectations. The 3 of them picked up particles for a long time, cleaning every nook and cranny of the room without leaving a single one behind. Once all the golden particles were collected, Tang Jiulu took one and examined it closely. "This should be the golden threads curled up, right?" "That's right," Tang San nodded. "This is the Fa gene inside the Fa Jing, which can be made into a very formidable concealed weapon, and it's naturally formed. Look." Tang San opened his palm, and a golden particle rested in his hand. As the Xiantian power surged, a strange scene quickly unfolded. The golden particle slowly extended before the 3 of them, transforming in no time into a fine, weak golden thread. "This is the Fa gene." Tang Jiulu and Xiao Wu's eyes lit up. Although they had seen it in the anime, reality made a greater impact on them. "Third Brother, can you test its power?" Tang Jiulu's eyes sparkled. Tang San smiled slightly, picked up the golden thread, and gently touched it to his fingertip. The skin was pierced, and a bead of blood gradually emerged. Finally, he flipped his hand, and his middle finger flicked out, sending a fine golden light silently darting into the bedding on the bed. An eerie situation soon unfolded. As the golden thread entered, the bedding quickly twisted, and in the blink of an eye, a bulge appeared. The speed at which the bulge formed was astonishing, directly tearing that section of the bedding apart. This destructive power left Tang Jiulu and Xiao Wu dumbfounded. Did such power exist in the anime? It must be said that after so many years, some details of the scenes had blurred. Now that they witnessed the true power of this concealed weapon, both of them nervously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. If it hit someone, Tang Jiulu and Xiao Wu exchanged glances, imagining the consequences, and they shivered at the thought. However, amidst this tension, Tang Jiulu felt a slight thrill in her heart. With such a concealed weapon in hand, her safety would be better assured, right? Tang San looked at Tang Jiulu and handed her most of the Fa gene. "Take these, store them in your soul guide device. You can use them in emergencies." Tang Jiulu nodded and accepted them. Xiao Wu felt a bit envious, but she hadn't learned any of the Tang sect's concealed weapon techniques, so having these would be useless for her. This type of concealed weapon also had another name, called Dragon Whisker Needle. As long as it didn't hit vital points, it wouldn't be fatal. However, once hit, the pain can linger for a long time. Tang San looked seriously at Tang Jiulu. "You hold it. I feel more at ease." Xiao Wu looked at Tang San like that, then glanced at Tang Jiulu, a slight smirk appearing on her lips as she revealed a mischievous smile. "Oh, I'm just thinking, should I give up my soul power and learn this hidden weapon too? Its power is really impressive." Tang San suddenly smiled and glanced at Tang Jiulu. "Actually, Xiao Wu, if you want to learn, it's not impossible, as long as you can endure the hardships." Xiao Wu suddenly recalled how every morning Tang Jiulu followed Tang San for a morning run, squatting in horse stance every day, practicing her palms. Thinking about herself sleeping in late every day, she suddenly chuckled twice. "Ha, I'm just kidding." Tang Jiulu rolled her eyes, with Xiao Wu's laziness. She still wanted to learn this? That would be miraculous. Tang San was taken aback. "Huh? Just boasting." "Tang Jiulu." Xiao Wu's angry voice instantly shattered the air. The eyes of the service staff passing by the room widened. This voice sounded different from the girl they heard earlier. Wow, this is quite the show. Tang Jiulu rubbed her ears. Keep it down. The soundproofing in this hotel is terrible. Xiao Wu's face instantly turned red as she rushed towards Tang Jiulu. The two of them got into a playful scuffle. Tang San stood aside, watching them playfully with a smile. Today, having obtained the first inner door level hidden weapon, he was in a good mood, finally giving them something that could save their lives. The next day, the three of them left the hotel, exiting Soto City through the southern city gate, heading towards their destination. Tang San didn't have much understanding of Shrek Academy. However, Tang Jiulu and Xiao Wu knew a little. They remembered very few scenes, and how to cultivate was only briefly mentioned in the anime, so they weren't very clear. But one thing that left a deep impression was that Shrek Academy was short on funds. In a vast farmland, a small path extended forward, and in the distance, a small village could be seen. At the entrance of the village stood a tall wooden archway. Hanging from the archway was a somewhat shabby sign, which had 5 simple characters carved on it: Shrek Academy. Tang San was dumbfounded. Tang Jiulu and Xiao Wu simultaneously covered their foreheads, unable to bear to look. Chapter 46. Shrek Academy. The reason was simple, because in front of those tattered characters, there was a green humanoid monster's head drawn. When Tang Jiulu saw it in her past life, she thought it resembled the main character of a certain animated series, and now it looked even more like it. Tang San, however, looked astonished at the archway, and then at the simple village, speechless. This is the powerful Soul Master Academy that the master spoke of. Although Xiao Wu was mentally prepared, the impact from the anime was not this strong. Mainly, the animation was beautifully made, making it look like a rural vacation spot. But facing the village in reality made it clear how difficult life was for this academy. This was obviously an ordinary small village, not much better than Tang San's hometown. Holy Soul Village. The archway at the entrance was not only wooden, but also less than a third the size of Notting Academy. Can this even be called a Soul Master Academy? Along the way, there were quite a few people coming to register, waiting in line. In front of them stood a pair of parents with a young boy. The mother was chattering on, claiming that graduating would make one a Viscount of the Empire. This can't be a scam, right? The mother looked around disdainfully. Clearly they seemed to be a well-off family. This is what the Spirit Hall people said. It should be true, right? The father said uncertainly, but this academy does look a bit shabby. The boy abruptly tugged at his father's sleeve, disdain all over his face. Dad, I don't want to study here. It's too embarrassing. Why don't we go to Soto Intermediate Soul Master Academy instead? After all, I was a genius in the junior class. It doesn't matter if I don't study here, right? The boy had a proud look, subconsciously glancing at other students who were registering. Tang Jiulu raised an eyebrow. This boy's vanity was indeed strong. He must be saying this on purpose. But he should be careful not to get slapped in the face later. The several boys and girls in front naturally heard what the boy said and began to feel indignant, all starting to boast about their talents. Many parents wore expressions of pride, mixed with worry, wondering whether such an academy could truly match their genius child. Soon, the registration began. An old man sat lazily behind a wooden shed, looking like an ordinary village elder, even less spirited than old Jack, the village chief. The first one stepped forward. The registration fee is 10 gold soul coins. Just put it in this box. The old man took out a wooden box made of several planks and placed it on the left side of the table. A young boy stepped forward, and his father immediately pulled out 10 gold soul coins to put into the box. The old man extended a hand. The old man glanced at the young boy and said, "Your age is not suitable. You can leave." The boy was taken aback and turned to look at his father. His father quickly smiled and said, "Teacher, my son just turned 13. Can you make an exception?" The old man said impatiently, "Don't disturb the people behind you. Don't you know the academy's rules? We only accept children under 13. Anyone over 13 is not allowed. Unless you're under 14, but have soul power over level 30. Do you meet that?" Both the boy and his father were dumbfounded. The father incredulously said, "How is that possible? So, you can leave." The old man waved his hand impatiently. The boy's father frowned. "Then what about our registration fee?" The old man said bluntly, "Once registered, it's non-refundable. You're clearly just trying to scam money." The boy, as father couldn't help but angrily retort, "Return our registration fee, or we 1T leave." He turned around and shouted at the people waiting in line behind him. This so-called Shrek Academy is not only shabby, but also collects money indiscriminately. What do you mean only accepting those under 13? If you exceed a few days, you can't enter. Those under 14 still need soul power to reach level 30. How could such a genius come to such a shabby academy? I think it's all a scam. The old man sat there calmly, just glancing at him, and said, Mubai, someone wants to cause trouble. You handle it. Nearby, a figure suddenly leaped out. Who is causing trouble? The old man looked ahead. They want their registration fees back. Oh, the person turned to look at the father, with golden hair and a glint of malice in his eyes. Want your registration fees back? Sure. Fight me, and I'll refund it all. Tang San naturally recognized that person. His eyes instantly lit up. Wasn't he this the one who clashed with him in the hotel? Now he finally understood why that person said they would meet again soon. The person didn't waste words, a wicked smile on his lips, and his aura fully unleashed. Soul rings began to rise beneath his feet. 1, 2, 3. 2 yellow century soul rings and 1 purple millennium soul ring surged with soul power in the air, faintly pressing towards the noisy father and son. In the Dolua continent, only the strong are respected. Among soul masters, soul rings represent the best authority. Upon seeing the 3 soul rings, the young man's father's expression changed drastically. What bad luck for us. He hurriedly pulled his son to leave. The man moved to the side of the wooden shed and sat on a small stool, his sinister gaze coldly sweeping over the young boys and girls signing up behind him along with their families. The implication of danger was quite obvious. After all, the pressure brought by the 3 soul rings was evident, further indicating the extraordinary nature of this academy. A random boy out here actually possessed the strength of a soul zune among those in line, except for a few who left after reaching a certain age. The others remained excited. Another boy approached the elder, and his mother confidently tossed 10 gold soul coins into the wooden box. Without needing the elder to say anything, the boy obediently extended his hand. Just turned 12, the elder said as he pinched the boy's hand and nodded. Release your martial soul for me to see. The boy nodded, releasing a light green soul power, with a century soul ring pulsating around his body. The aura of this century soul ring was clearly not weak. As the martial soul appeared, a thick vine coiled around his body. Tang Jiulu straightened up at this moment. Was this boy also a holder of the green vine martial soul like him? The elder looked at the martial soul on him and shook his head. Not qualified. You can leave. The confident and proud expression on the boy's mother's face instantly froze. What did you say? Chapter 47. Admission requirements, I said, not qualified. You can leave, the elder repeated blandly, his expression indifferent. Why? His mother stared at the elder in disbelief. My son is the top at the junior academy. Did you not see that his soul ring is a century soul ring? There aren't many soul masters with century soul rings. Although she glanced at the person sitting next to her, who had 2 century soul rings and a millennium soul ring. She believed her son could also have that in the future while studying at this academy, right? A century soul ring is indeed good, the elder said indifferently. But he is just an ordinary person. The mother frowned. I don't understand your meaning. The elder stood up and addressed her and all the people in line behind her. If you come to sign up for our Shrek Academy, you should first understand the rules. If you come here without understanding, you'll just be wasting your registration fee. This action of the elder won him quite a few favorable opinions. After all, their money was not easily earned. Let me ask a question. Do you know the true meaning of the name Shrek Academy? The applicants present looked confused upon hearing the elder's words. The elder didn't wait for them to answer and directly provided the answer. Shrek is a type of monster. Among soul beasts, only the most powerful can be called monsters. Therefore, the meaning of our Shrek Academy is Monster Academy, which means we only accept monsters, not ordinary people. Anyone over the age of 13, or with soul power below level 21, should not waste time here. So, if your soul power reaches level 30 and you are not over 14 years old, I can make the decision to relax the age requirement and let you pass the first hurdle. The people around, upon hearing this, all opened their mouths in shock, not expecting the admission conditions of this academy to be so strict. After hearing what the elder said, Tang San, feeling a bit intrigued, clenched his fists. No wonder the teacher wanted him and Jiulu to come here to study. However, with such talents, wouldn't it be better to go to a better academy? Why come to your academy? Someone in the crowd raised a question. Because we have strong teaching resources, the elder said while suddenly releasing an incredibly powerful aura. A rich red light suddenly burst from him, and a long staff with countless fine patterns appeared in his right hand. Most terrifyingly, soul rings rose from beneath his feet. The dazzling light instantly became the focal point of the entire scene. 1 white, 1 yellow, 3 purple, 1 black. This elder, who looked like an ordinary farmer, turned out to be a soul emperor with a level above 60. The long staff in the elder's hand struck the ground, creating a low, muffled sound that caused many people to instinctively take a few steps back. Everyone present held their breath, staring in shock at this scene. They had never imagined that a teacher responsible for admissions at Shrek Academy would be a level 60 soul emperor. As the brilliance of the soul rings retracted and all the soul power disappeared in an instant, the elder returned to his previous lazy demeanor, as if the soul emperor from before was not him at all. At this moment, all those waiting in line became excited. Although most parents had left with their children, the news they spread brought even more people with children to come. Such an academy, though a bit shabby, so what? As long as they met the requirements, they could pass the first hurdle in registration. Next, the elder said blandly, the next few boys who signed up all had soul powers exceeding level 20. And after paying the registration fee, they could enter the second round of assessments for the academy. Tang Jiulu excitedly grabbed the hands of Xiao Wu and Tang San. I'm so excited. This academy may be shabby, but it's really interesting. Yes. Especially that sentence from the teacher. We only accept monsters, not ordinary people. It's so cool. Xiao Wu made an excited gesture with her hands. Tang San's lips curled slightly. Now with Jiulu and Xiao Wu bickering, he, as the eldest brother, felt his personality becoming increasingly stable. Daimu Bai, sitting on the small stool, also saw Tang San and the others. A faint smile appeared on his cold face. But he shrugged his shoulders at them, indicating that he was helpless. Passing the registration still depended on their own efforts. Tang Jiulu stuck out her tongue at Daimu Bai, just about to greet him. At that moment, a light exclamation caught everyone's attention. Tang Jiulu also looked over and saw a beautiful girl in a light green long dress, half a head taller than her and shorter than Xiao Wu by a head. She asked with a hint of arrogance, "Excuse me, can I pass the preliminary test?" Tang Jiulu could tell from Daimu Bai's gaze towards the girl that she was very pretty. This made her frown. Daimu Bai was too flirtatious, having a fiancé at home, yet he ran out to flirt with girls. Subsequently, as Tang Jiulu kept an eye on Daimu Bai, she suddenly noticed that his expression changed, staring intently at another girl. Following his gaze, Tang Jiulu saw a beautiful girl in a tight black outfit. Her long black hair cascaded over her shoulders, her face youthful, and her figure was good enough to rival her own. If one didn't look at her face, they might even mistake her for an adult girl. However, the expression on this girl's face was very cold, her black eyes carrying a chilling aura. She should have noticed that Daimu Bai was staring at her, and the coldness around her intensified. Tang Jiulu's eyes lit up. Oh dear, the little kitten is angry. Daimu Bai deserves it. Someone so flirtatious shouldn't have such a pure little kitten. Feeling the intense gaze, the girl turned her head and saw Tang Jiulu. Tang Jiulu flashed her a sweet and charming smile, with 2 dimples appearing at the corners of her mouth. The girl was momentarily taken aback and turned her head away. Tang Jiulu chuckled, her eyes darting around, seemingly lost in thought. Are you signing up? The old man's voice interrupted Tang Jiulu's train of thought. Tang San spoke first. Sign up. He directly tossed 30 gold soul coins into the wooden box. We're all signing up. The old man first pinched Xiao Wu's hand, confirming her age was appropriate. But when he pinched Tang San and Tang Jiulu's hands, he let out a slight "oh" and skeptically pinched their hands again. You too. Have you both trained any soul skills? Chapter 48. Exempt from the second and third trials. Hearing the old man say this, Tang San was taken aback and nodded, yes. The old man frowned. I pinched your hands just to confirm your age. How about this? Expose your calves. Tang San and Tang Jiulu lifted their calves as instructed, and the old man pinched through their pants. Oh, besides the young man, the young lady's muscle development is quite good too. Bone age is appropriate. You 3 release your martial souls. Tang San released his martial soul first. A blue-silver grass slowly rose from his palm, rapidly changing as the soul ring effect infused. The old man looked at Tang San's martial soul with some surprise. It's actually blue-silver grass. Can blue-silver grass be cultivated this quickly? Tang San smiled slightly. Teacher, isn't this place only for monsters? Am I considered a monster? Yes. The old man looked over at Xiao Wu and Tang Jiulu. Red light gathered around Xiao Wu, and a pair of snow-white rabbit ears suddenly appeared on her head, her body becoming more slender. Martial soul, soft bone rabbit. 2 yellow soul rings appeared on her body. Here, It needs to be explained. Many people think Xiao Wu's martial soul is soft-bone charm rabbit, which is incorrect. Xiao Wu's martial soul is soft-bone rabbit, and soft-bone charm rabbit is her title, so don't get it wrong. But immediately, the old man's attention was drawn to Tang Jiulu. Dark green light gathered around Tang Jiulu, and a green vine rose from her hand, just like the previous boys. However, at the very top of the vine was a leaf that looked quite cute. The old man's eyes flickered. Is that a one-leaf sky vine? But what shocked him and those around him even more appeared next. 2 yellow and 1 purple, 3 soul rings slowly rose from Tang Jiulu's feet. This is actually a soul master. The old man's eyes were first filled with surprise, then joy. As expected, all little monsters. Mubai, take them inside. Dai Mubai nodded and led all those who passed the first trial into the village. Upon entering the village, they saw wooden buildings everywhere, which were even poorer than Holy Soul Village. Tang Jiulu rubbed her forehead. The principal of Shrek Academy really doesn't know how to manage. He only knows how to generate revenue from some minor matters. He can't bear the entire academy's expenses. Not long after, Dai Mubai brought them to an open area. This area, surrounded by wooden houses, was about 500 square meters, right in the center of the village. Dai Mubai pointed at the examinees in front of him. You will conduct the second assessment here. The teacher will tell you what to do. By the way, follow me. Dai Mubai pointed to the few people behind him, who were Tang San and the others. You all go directly with me to the final trial. Dai Mubai said calmly. As soon as this was said, it was like pouring water into a hot frying pan, instantly igniting objections from those present. Why? Why can they go to the final trial? Yeah, that soul master is one thing, but the others only have 2 soul rings like us. Why can they go directly to the final trial? Dai Mubai shrugged and took out a crystal ball for testing soul power from his storage soul guide. This is also a rule of our Shrek Academy. As long as the soul power exceeds level 25, you can skip these trials and go directly to the final trial. Dai Mubai tossed the crystal ball directly to Tang San. Come on, you go first. I know, just based on your ability to take my punch head on before. Your soul power can't be lower than 25. Tang San curled his lips, and surging soul power flowed into the crystal ball. In an instant, the crystal ball emitted a brilliant white light, shining like a diamond, with intense light filling every corner of the crystal ball. This was clearly a symbol of about to reach level 30. Everyone present was astonished at Tang San. They had initially thought that seeing such a young soul master was already surprising, but unexpectedly, among them, there was someone whose soul power was close to level 30. Simply a monster, someone among the crowd murmured. Tang San handed the crystal ball to Xiao Wu. Everyone knew that Tang Jiulu already had 3 soul rings, so there was no need to test her. The same bright, white light shone again, slightly weaker than Tang San's. Level 29? Another monster? Just then, another voice came from among them. The girl in the light green long dress raised her hand. I think I should also be able to go directly to the final trial. She walked to Xiao Wu's side, her long hair cascading down her back, and she walked out with a hint of pride, nodding at Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu subconsciously handed her the crystal ball. A bright white light shone again. Although it wasn't as bright as Xiao Wu's, it was clear she had level 26 soul power. The girl smiled as she raised the crystal ball in her hand, about to speak, but a figure suddenly flashed by, and the crystal ball in her hand disappeared without a trace. A figure silently appeared beside her. It was the girl in the black tight-fitting outfit. The girl had a frosty expression, holding the crystal ball, and surprisingly, that crystal ball lit up again, shining even brighter than the previous girl in the green dress. Level 27, soul power. Good. Dai Mubai's eyes sparkled as he stared intently at the girl in the black tight-fitting outfit, but then he turned to the remaining young men and women. Is there anyone else who wants to come up and test? As long as you exceed level 25, even if you just reach 25, you can go directly to the final trial. The remaining people looked at each other, speechless. All right, Mubai, take them to the final trial. A voice came from the side. It was the teacher responsible for the second trial. Yes. Dai Mubai respectfully responded and led the 5 of them toward the direction of the 4th trial. Tang Jiulu tightened her grip on Xiao Wu's hand. The sausage uncle who should have appeared was still missing. Could the plot be changing? By the way, Brother Dai, may I ask how many more trials they have to go through? Tang San turned to look at those left behind and couldn't help but ask. There are a total of 4 trials. They still have to go through 2 more. The second trial is for soul power assessment and martial soul identification. Dai Mubai spoke up, saying that only soul masters whose martial souls have fully developed potential and are on the correct cultivation path can enter the 4th round. Tang San was momentarily stunned, but my martial soul is blue silvergrass, which is supposed to be one of the least potentially developed martial souls. At this moment, before Dai Mubai could say anything, Tang Jiulu had already spoken. Third brother, didn't we just say the rules? As long as you cultivate beyond level 25, you can skip the 2nd and 3rd rounds. What does that mean? It means your martial soul has enough potential to cultivate faster than others. Tang Jiulu said proudly. What's wrong with blue silvergrass? Is there any ordinary blue silvergrass that can cultivate as quickly as you do? Third brother? She knows that third brother's martial soul is the blue silver emperor. Chapter 49. Angrily rebuking the academy, Tang San was taken aback, but then smiled in realization. He had been overthinking. He reached out and touched Tang Jiulu's head, saying, "What you said is really right, Jiulu." Dai Mubai glanced at Tang Jiulu and saw her adorable smile. Thinking of the 3 soul rings rising under her feet, his brow furrowed slightly. This little girl is named Jiulu. Her potential is indeed frightening. I wonder how old she really is, yet she is already a soul master. Seeing Dai Mubai staring at Tang Jiulu, Tang San thought of the earlier moment when Dai Mubai had his arms around 2 girls going to a hotel, and his expression darkened. He stepped forward, blocking Dai Mubai's gaze with his body and smiling. What about the 3rd round? Oh. Dai Mubai clearly came back to his senses and did not feel embarrassed, saying, the 3rd round tests the level of application of one's martial soul. After all, just having soul power and potential is not enough. One also needs to have control over their martial soul. The higher the level of the martial soul, the harder it is to control, and problems can easily arise. This would prove that the soul master is not diligent enough. We do not accept such students. Tang Jiulu pondered over Dai Mubai's words. She also noticed that Tang San could handle the cultivation of blue silvergrass with ease, but when faced with another martial soul, namely the small black hammer, the Haotian hammer, it became somewhat difficult to control. She had seen third brother using the Haotian hammer to forge iron in front of furnace before. However, after a couple of swings, third brother had already exhausted all the soul power in his body, clearly due to the immense strength of the Haotian hammer. The 4th round, which we're going to now test practical combat experience. Dai Mubai lightly scanned them and continued with this statement. A cold glint appeared in everyone's eyes. Some students who grew up in noble families, living in luxury, unable to endure hardship, their battles merely for show. Such students, the academy does not accept. Dai Mubai said flatly. Tang Jiulu's face darkened. I think this is very unreasonable. Tang San looked at Tang Jiulu in surprise, and then thought of her martial soul, making his expression turn ugly. Xiao Wu's face also turned red with anger. Although in the anime, Tang San managed to get everyone through the test by himself. This was indeed unfair. If this time, all qualified individuals are auxiliary-type martial souls, wouldn't the academy end up not accepting anyone? Tang Jiulu's face looked quite bad as she recalled Uncle Sausage. Could this be the reason Uncle Sausage did not appear at Shrek Academy? Is this Shrek Academy different from what she imagined? Would her and Xiao Wu's decision to come to this academy be too hasty? After all, beings above the soul Doa level could see their true forms. Although Tang Jiulu knew that there were currently no soul Doa or above levels in Shrek Academy. What there were variables? What if the academy itself had variables? Tang Jiulu's heart instantly tightened. She unconsciously tightened her grip on Xiao Wu's hand, and with her other hand, also held onto Tang San. Tang San sensed her tension, stopped, and patted Tang Jiulu's head, saying seriously, Jiulu, don't worry. If you can't enter this academy, then third brother won't study here either. Xiao Wu also nodded vigorously. That's right. Dai Mubai looked at them strangely. What's wrong with you? Isn't she already a soul master? How could she possibly fail the last round? Tang Jiulu and the others fell silent, not speaking. Dai Mubai sighed. To be honest, I actually think you are strong enough, so it shouldn't be a problem. A girl in a green long dress, following behind, became curious. Are you selecting students or wives? This is too strict. Her physique looked much weaker than Tang Jiulu's. Yet she appeared completely unconcerned, as if she was certain she would enter the academy. I want to ask, under such harsh conditions, how many students does Shrek Academy currently have? This time, it was Dai Mubai's turn to smile wryly. Actually, since Shrek was established, we have only admitted a total of 42 students. Even though we recruit every year, there have been 2 years without any new students. By the way, counting me, there are only 3 students in the academy right now. What? 3? Now everyone looked at Dai Mubai in shock. 3. I guess our academy is the only one where the number of teachers exceeds the number of students, Dai Mubai shrugged. Although he said this, his expression did not suggest he thought the academy's approach was wrong. Tang Jiulu snorted, this is wrong. There are definitely more geniuses than just us on the continent. Just sticking to the status quo like this. They haven't even built a reputation. So how can those talented individuals who come to enroll be so few? With such conditions, while they may have some reasoning, upon closer inspection, it only recruits a small portion of the talented individuals. Tang Jiulu was so angry that she started venting, clearly upset by the last round's practical combat test. Xiao Wu and Tang San exchanged glances, both showing worried expressions. Xiao Wu tugged at Tang Jiulu, but Tang Jiulu shot her a glare and her voice got even louder. What? Did I say something wrong? Logically speaking, the more a school recruits geniuses and monsters, the more people should flock to it. Even if it's a loss, people would still come pouring in. How can it be like this now? They've set a bunch of self-proclaimed rules, shutting the door on all the potential talents. And the academy isn't even making an effort for these kids. Just looking at that teacher who greeted us at the door, 6 soul rings. With so many teachers, if managed properly, there's no way they couldn't run a school in such a shabby place and only recruit a few students. Dai Mubai had been listening with a wry smile. But suddenly his expression changed drastically, and he desperately shook his head at Tang Jiulu, signaling her to stop talking. Xiao Wu, standing opposite Tang Jiulu, also saw something and pulled her hand. Tang Jiulu, angered, released Xiao Wu's hand, placing her hands on her hips, her voice becoming even louder. If they only recruit monsters. I don't believe it. There are no people with stronger potential than us on this continent. Then why haven't they come to enroll? Just based on those who were in line earlier? They don't even have 1% of the people who registered at the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy. Tang Jiulu glared fiercely at Dai Mubai, who was still making faces at her. Don't tell me the Shrek Academy would rather close its doors than accept waste. All I know is, if this continues, your Shrek Academy will be so poor that you won't even have the resources to train as few. Chapter 50. I was wrong. I'm sorry. Then why are we still enrolling in this academy? No, not we. Tang Jiulu became more and more agitated as she spoke. She hadn't felt this way before, but now she was triggered by a single point. The more she spoke, the more she felt that the president of Shrek Academy was trash. She shouted straightforwardly, "Since I can't pass the final test anyway, I won't waste your resources." After saying this, Tang Jiulu glanced apologetically at Tang San and Xiao Wu. "I'm sorry, Sangge. Xiao Wu, I probably won't be entering this academy to study." Just as Tang Jiulu finished speaking, a deep and resonant voice sounded, a voice that sounded somewhat familiar. "No, even if others won't enter this academy to study, you will definitely be accepted by me." Tang Jiulu turned her head in surprise, and the others instinctively turned to look as well. A familiar figure appeared before them. "It's you," Tang San exclaimed. The person standing in front of them was none other than the manager of the shop where Tang San had previously bought the golden crystal. "Hello, I am Flender, the president of Shrek Academy." Flender gave a slight bow to everyone, but his gaze was fixed intently on Tang Jiulu. Behind Flender was another person, but at that moment, no one noticed him. Tang Jiulu looked at Flender like this and chuckled awkwardly. It seemed not very good to be caught bad-mouthing someone else's academy. "What you said is very good and absolutely correct. Our Shrek Academy really needs students like you." Flender's eyes sparkled as he looked at Tang Jiulu. God knows how much effort he had put into this academy. He wanted all the geniuses of the Doloa continent to enroll. However, after running it for more than 20 years, he had only achieved such results. Ahem, so I have decided that regardless of your performance in the final test, you will definitely stay at Shrek Academy as my close disciple. Flender said seriously. Tang Jiulu twitched the corners of her mouth. I already have a teacher. Isn't that the master? No problem. His disciples are my disciples, saving you the step of apprenticeship. Flender said naturally. Tang Jiulu swallowed and continued. But isn't that against the rules? Of course it complies with the rules. Our Shrek Academy has another rule. As long as you are under 14 years old and your soul power level exceeds level 30, you can enter the academy directly without an entrance exam. Flender smiled as he looked at Tang Jiulu. I have already heard that you have 3 spirit rings and are already a spirit elder. So, you don't even need to attend the final test. Dai Mubai stood there in surprise, blinking his eyes. When did this rule come into effect? But just as he was about to speak, a tall man behind Flinder suddenly rushed out and put his arm around Dai Mubai's neck. Boss Dai, this rule exists, right? The man had neatly cropped hair and wore protective glasses on his head, with a full beard, winking at Dai Mubai. Oh, right. Right, Oscar, you're right to remind me. There is such a rule. I almost forgot. With Oscar's reminder, Dai Mubai finally came to his senses. Refuting the president's words was like looking for death. Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged glances, not expecting such a thing to happen. It seemed that the president had wanted to recruit Jiulu before. But why was Xiao Wu frowning? Then I want to know, besides this reason, why do you want to recruit me? Tang Jiulu was clearly not foolish and understood that President Flinder said this just to give her a way out. But why was he willing to change the rules to keep her? Seeing Oscar also appeared, the nod in Tang Jiulu's heart finally eased a little. But she still had some concerns about the final test. Flinder looked seriously at her small face and clearly guessed her thoughts. If he didn't provide her with a satisfactory answer, she probably wouldn't stay here. Flinder took a deep breath and slowly said, I also want all the top geniuses of the Doloa continent to come to enroll in the academy. I want our academy students to have the best spirit manifestation training. So I need you. I admit I have many issues as this president, but I have found someone who can help me make up for these issues. That person is you. Are you willing to help me? Flinder sincerely bowed to Tang Jiulu. This time, everyone around was petrified. Even Dai Mubai and Oscar had their mouths agape, looking at the scene before them in disbelief. Tang Jiulu stood awkwardly in place, not knowing what to do. Although she was 23 years old in her past life and had lived for another 11 years in this life, making her a 34-year-old old girl. This age was not greater than the person in front of her. The key was that he was so sincere in bowing to her, which broke the calm she had always maintained deep down. Tang San was the first to come to his senses, tugging at Tang Jiulu's clothes. Agree, Jiulu. You have such talent. You should show it well, rather than always standing behind me. Tang San said this with consideration. The president of Shrek Academy must also be a powerful soul master, as could be seen from the teacher who had previously enrolled. As long as Jiulu became the president's disciple, the entire Shrek Academy could potentially stand by Tang Jiulu in the future. If her identity were to be exposed, and if she had not yet grown up, maybe there would still be someone to protect her. Tang Jiulu, pulled by Tang San, also came back to her senses. She quickly straightened her body, bowing at a 90-degree angle towards Flinder. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have gotten angry because I might not pass the final test and shouted about the Academy's wrongs. Tang Jiulu also recognized her recklessness and impulsiveness. I was wrong. I'm sorry. When one makes a mistake, one should apologize, and it must be a sincere apology. Of course. This might also be the first time Tang Jiulu expressed her hidden feelings. It was Oscar's unexpected appearance that stimulated Tang Jiulu, causing her to finally break down and say these words under the pressure of the final test. Although it seemed that the people present had no intention of punishing her, a mistake was still a mistake. Venting her emotions onto others was not right. You don't need to be like this, Flinder said with a slight frown, slowly speaking while reaching out to lift Tang Jiulu. Tang Jiulu raised her head, her expression serious and earnest. Chapter 51, Academy Planner. Mistakes are mistakes. Disrespecting elders. Questioning the academy recommended by teachers, and shouting loudly in the academy. These are all things I shouldn't do. Tang Jiulu straightened her back, her expression very serious. If there's a mistake, it must be acknowledged and improved. I'm sorry. Flinder stared blankly at Tang Jiulu, his eyes becoming gentler as he reached out to pat her on the head. It's okay, you're absolutely right. Based on your observations, how should we hold this enrollment? Tang Jiulu knew she had acted emotionally. Her feelings had erupted a bit earlier, leading her to apologize. However, what she said earlier was not without reason. Tang Jiulu turned her head to glance at Tang San and Xiao Wu. Tang San's eyes were filled with appreciation, while Xiao Wu nodded vigorously at her. Taking a deep breath, Tang Jiulu slowly began to speak. I'll start with the third test. First of all, the ability to control one's martial soul does not necessarily determine a person's willpower and diligence. Tang Jiulu raised a finger, saying, as far as I know, the more powerful the martial soul, the harder it is to control. So, is the standard for evaluation the same for different martial souls? If such a standard is used for admissions, then the academy must have precise measurements. From what I just learned, Shrek Academy does not have this. Tang Jiulu raised a second finger, Second, the evaluation of the strengths and weaknesses of different martial souls, including their potential, is subjectively judged and cannot serve as a general reference. Shrek Academy recruits monsters, so there will naturally be exceptions. For example, my third brother, Tang Jiulu, pointed at Tang San, whose martial soul is blue silvergrass, an ordinary blue silvergrass. Yet his soul power has reached level 29. But if he had only reached level 24, would that mean his potential is poor? Not necessarily, right? Therefore, determining potential based on this requires a complete and detailed scoring of martial souls and soul power strength, along with an age ratio for calculation. Only if the resulting potential value exceeds a certain level can one be considered a genius and accurately evaluated. After Tang Jiulu finished speaking, everyone present stood there in shock, unable to believe what they had just heard. They did not expect that such a young girl would raise questions they had never even thought of. Xiao Wu smiled slightly. Before I chose clinical medicine, Jiulu was a top student in science, scoring full marks in math and physics. When she chose clinical medicine, her classmates and teachers were taken aback. Tang San's eyes flickered as if he thought of something, but he did not speak, only looking at Tang Jiulu with approval. What about the first and fourth tests? Flander thought that it was really worth it for Oscar to call him back early today. The evaluation standard for the first test is actually quite good. It allows those over 13, but not yet 14, to enter the academy. As she spoke, Tang Jiulu was fine at first, but when she mentioned one point, a flicker of anger flashed in her eyes. I have no objections to this, but for the fourth test, I just heard Senior Dai say it is about practical combat. Right? Flander nodded instinctively. Then there's a problem. Since it's practical combat, what about auxiliary students? If only one student passes the first 4 tests, but he is an auxiliary type, only capable of healing or buffing, what will you do? Flander smiled. That's a special case. For example, this person beside me. He pointed to Oscar, who stood nearby. His name is Oscar, and his martial soul is Sausage, a food-type soul master. Tang Jiulu nodded, feeling more at ease seeing Oscar. This means the academy should still be like in the anime. After all, she is now a soul beast, and a crowd of people wants to kill her for her soul ring and extract her soul bone. However, what if someone with great talent struggles to reach this level without the opportunity for practical combat? Tang Jiulu continued to ask, does that mean such a person doesn't deserve to come to Shrek Academy? Or what if they all have auxiliary-type martial souls, but some are timid and afraid of combat, while others are bold and willing to fight? Will you just give up on the timid ones and not accept the bold ones? Dai Mubai frowned slightly at this. Of course, why would we accept the timid ones? But you just met the students and don't actually know why they are timid, or if they can become powerful soul masters. Tang Jiulu said indignantly, haven't you heard that 30 years in the east of the river and 30 years in the west of the river? Do not bully the young and poor. The people present murmured this phrase, and Flander's eyes grew brighter. We are not a mature recruitment place. We are looking for well-rounded talents. We are an academy. We are a place to cultivate talent. We need to develop students with shortcomings into well-rounded individuals. Why discriminate against these people? Why not give them some opportunities? Tang Jiulu said angrily. Some people are poor and can't afford help to hunt soul beasts, so they can only hunt smaller soul beasts. Are such children really not worth cultivating? Is their potential really that poor? This statement pointed out the problems faced by most soul masters starting out on the continent. Flander raised his head, eyes closed, as tears welled up in them. Yes, this is the original intention behind founding this academy. I wanted to create the most powerful academy in the world so that all children from poor families could afford to go to school. But somehow, the academy has turned into this. Flander, unable to speak through his tears, wiped his eyes with a handkerchief. What you said was truly wonderful. I've decided that from today on. What is your name? Flander suddenly realized he did not even know the name of the little girl in front of him. Tang Jiulu. From today on, Tang Jiulu will not only join Shrek Academy, but she will also become our academy planner, responsible for planning all affairs within the academy. Flander waved his hand decisively. Tang Jiulu was stunned, as were Tang San and Xiao Wu. Everyone present was in shock. Dai Mubai and Oscar looked at Flander in disbelief, wondering if this was so casual. Flander smiled. This is limited to the written plan. In practice, it still needs my approval. The crowd finally breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, for this recruitment, Jiulu, do you have any suggestions? Flander asked with a smile. Tang Jiulu revealed a brilliant smile. Promote Shrek Academy's second recruitment citywide. The recruitment program is a month-long closed training. Chapter 52, Profitable Training. Flanders' eyes lit up. A month-long closed training? Tang Jiulu nodded yes. A month is enough for the teachers to understand the potential and willpower of these students. However, if the training is free at the academy, Shrek Academy might. Oscar glanced around and voiced what Flander found most difficult to say. It won't be, Tang Jiulu smiled. This closed training won't incur losses. Instead, it can increase the cultivation resources for regular students at Shrek Academy. Tang Jiulu's words made everyone's eyes light up. At some point, several other teachers had gathered around. They had arrived just in time to hear about the month of closed training. Tang Jiulu shared her thoughts. Those who pass can be specially approved to enter Shrek Academy as trial students. Each participant in the closed training needs to pay an education fee of 100 gold soul coins. The tuition fee for trial students is 10 times that of regular students at Shrek Academy. As Tang Jiulu continued to speak, the teachers around her grew more excited. The tuition fee for regular students is only 50 gold soul coins per year, since the academy can't operate without collecting fees. Tang Jiulu explained that once one reaches the Great Soul Master level, the monthly stipend is 10 gold soul coins, and they can even offer up to 50. The trial students are an opportunity provided by Shrek Academy for those who didn't manage to register in time or whose qualifications didn't meet the initial requirements. They can enter the academy through their own effort and perseverance. Thus, the tuition and miscellaneous fees will be 10 times higher, amounting to 500 gold soul coins. Flander calculated slightly on his fingers, his eyes almost glowing. However, will anyone really sign up? A teacher asked with doubt. Tang Jiulu smiled. How could there not be? You are all soul emperor-level beings. Having such teachers to guide them, everyone would be willing to pay any amount of money. Moreover, students who have passed a month of military training will basically not exhibit unruly behavior, lack of diligence, or poor perseverance. Oh, are you that sure? Flander pushed up his glasses. Tang Jiulu raised her small face, yes. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Flander's eyes. Master, it seems that even if you haven't come, you're still worried about your brother. Not only did you specifically send 2 disciples over, but you also had this disciple indirectly reveal the academy's improvement policies. First is to prevent this disciple from not being able to enter the academy due to the auxiliary system. Second, perhaps you want to take care of this disciple yourself? Tears welled up in the corners of Flander's eyes again, and he wiped them with a handkerchief. All right, let's do it this way. This time, the 4th round will still follow the original standards. Tomorrow, we will post a notice. Our Shrek Academy will conduct a 2nd round of enrollment. And I, as a 78th level agility-type battle soul saint, will lead a teaching team to provide them with a month of training. Those who pass can become trial students at our Shrek Academy. By the way, all you little guys who pass today should go out and post a notice for me. Flanders said with a smile, and then instantly disappeared from the spot. Not really disappearing, but his speed was extremely fast, and a pair of wings suddenly appeared behind him before he vanished. Tang Jiulu didn't see clearly, but Tang San did, and a hint of astonishment flashed in his eyes. In the center of the playground, after hearing all the conversations, the students clenched their fists one by one. I must pass today's test. If I have to sign up again as a trial student, that would be a huge embarrassment. What if you really don't pass? Will you still sign up? Nonsense. Having a 78th level battle soul saint as a teacher, only a fool wouldn't come. The surrounding teachers smiled upon hearing the students' excited conversations. A muscular teacher with bulging muscles spoke first. Hey, I was wondering why the 4th round hadn't started yet. Turns out the dean was here chatting with you all. Did any of you come directly to the 4th round? Dai Mubai stepped forward immediately, pointing at Tang San and the others. There are, Teacher Zhao, they're the ones. The teacher nodded at Tang San and the others. Yes, my name is Xiao Wu. Come with me. The students standing behind looked at Tang San and the others with envy, but their palms were tightly clenched. The girl in the green long dress had been silent, watching like she was at a show, but suddenly exclaimed, I remember now. Xiao Wu is that the immovable king, Xiao Wu. It is said that he went missing on the continent for 10 years, and I didn't expect him to be a teacher at Shrek Academy. It is said that he broke through from being besieged by 16 soul masters above level 60. Moreover, at that time, he was only at level 60. The girl in the green dress covered her mouth. Oh my, so he must be even more powerful now. Xiao Wu walked at the front without speaking. Dai Mubai took over. Teacher Zhao is now level 76, second only to our dean. Their voices weren't quiet. and the group of students in the central square gasped again. At the same time, their eyes brightened even more. Shrek Academy, they must attend. Xiao Wu just smirked, but didn't speak, just led them to a nearby open space. All right, this will do. Hurry up. If the next batch of students arrives and sees you looking this disheveled, it won't be good. Xiao Wujia hardly regarded these kids. However, after hearing that his soul power had reached 76, no one present spoke. Oscar's eyes scanned the 4 girls present, filled with stars. However, he lingered the longest on Xiao Wu and the girl in the green dress, as if he was struggling with something. Xiao Wujia stood in the center of the field and turned around, and everyone finally got a clear look at his appearance. A square face, looking very ordinary, but his broad shoulders were like city walls. He wore a sleeveless short garment, his muscles exposed like they were forged from steel, glistening. He was not tall, only about 1.7 meters, similar to Xiao Wu, even half a head shorter than Tang San. But such a robust physique gave a feeling of immense strength. It was a kind of pressure, the pressure that only a powerful soul master could bring. He smiled slightly, looking kindly at Tang San and the others. I heard that you all were exempt from the 2nd and 3rd rounds, and you even made the dean take a hit, so for this round, I will personally accompany you for a bit of fun. I will give you an incense stick's time to get to know each other and discuss. After an incense stick, the test will begin. Chapter 53. Apologizing for losing the content of the test is that the 4 of you must withstand my attack for an incense stick's time. As long as one person can hold out until the end, you all pass. Xiao Wujia kindly reminded, of course. I hope you understand. Do not attempt to take shortcuts. No one can escape my attack range. At the same time, I remind you again. Relying solely on one's own strength cannot block my attack. Mutual coordination and cooperation are your only chance of success. Teacher Zhao, isn't this a bit unfair? Dai Mubai frowned and hesitantly glanced at them. What is unfair about it? Xiao Wujia glared at him. The dean is gone, and I am the highest authority in the academy. Xiao Wu and Tang Jiulu exchanged glances. They understood the development of this matter very well. Tang Jiulu nodded at Xiao Wu, then turned to speak suddenly. Teacher Zhao, what the dean said earlier, does it count? Xiao Wujia looked at Tang Jiulu and smiled. Of course it counts. I didn't leave you out, did I? Tang Jiulu shook her head. Then you saying that the dean is gone and you are the highest here is wrong. You must know that I am the academy planner personally appointed by the dean. The dean specifically said to let me be responsible for planning all affairs within the academy. Xiao Wujia turned to Dai Mubai and Oscar in disbelief. The dean hadn't been there when he mentioned this. Dai Mubai and Oscar nodded, indicating that what Tang Jiulu said was correct. Xiao Wujia's eyes widened in disbelief. The dean actually agreed to this little girl. He couldn't continue with what he was going to say, as he had heard the rest of it. Thus, Xiao Wujia took a deep breath, suppressing his urge to explode. Fine, I'm not the highest. Well, so you cannot change the rules at will. Tang Jiulu directly pointed out Xiao Wujia's act of changing the rules. Dai Mubai raised an eyebrow and looked at Tang Jiulu with a thoughtful expression. Realizing that this little girl was quite clever, just from his one sentence, she was able to detect that Teacher Zhao had privately changed the rules. The girl in the green dress exclaimed upon hearing Tang Jiulu's words. What? He changed the rules? The girl in the black bodysuit also frowned slightly. Although she had come to find someone, after hearing about this academy, she had the thought of wanting to learn and get stronger. However, being challenged right upon arrival was also unwelcome. Xiao Wujia twitched the corner of his mouth and snorted coldly. All right, Mubai, it's up to you now. Give it your all. Understand? He angrily walked over to a chair in the wooden shed and sat down. The moment he sat on the chair, it let out a horrific creaking sound, as if it would fall apart at any moment. Dai Mubai awkwardly smiled and cleared his throat a couple of times. Actually, for the 4th round, it's just about lasting against me for the duration of a stick of incense. That would be enough. The others present instantly glared at Xiao Wujia. The girl in the green dress stomped her foot and angrily said, if we go by the previous rules, it's clear that he doesn't want us to enter the academy to cultivate. The girl in the black bodysuit's expression also turned grim, her brows tightly knitted. If it hadn't been for that girl noticing something was off earlier, they might have all been eliminated. Even if the 4 of them joined forces, how could they possibly last a stick of incense against a soul sage at level 76? Tang Jiulu shrugged and continued. I didn't expect that the teachers of Shrek Academy would be like this, changing the rules to push talented students out. Forget it. I think I won't be an academy planner anymore. This Shrek Academy isn't that great. Exactly. As soon as Tang Jiulu spoke, Xiao Wu immediately understood what she wanted to do and chimed in. No matter how strong the ability is, if the character isn't good, the students taught will naturally also have poor character. What did you say? Xiao Wu was furious and immediately stood up from his chair. Tang Jiulu wore a smile and stepped forward. How about this? Since you're so confident, we agree to the original rules. Let us have a match. For a stick of incense. If we win, you have to apologize to us. Dai Mubai was stunned. What was going on? Hadn't they already agreed? As long as they could last for a stick of incense against him, they would win, right? The girl in the green dress changed her previous anger to excitement and nodded vigorously. Okay, I agree. The girl in the black bodysuit glanced at Dai Mubai and thought about fighting him for a stick of incense. All right, I agree too. Xiao Wu certainly agreed without needing to say anything. Tang San frowned and did not agree immediately, instead looking at Tang Jiulu. Jiulu? Tang Jiulu looked at Tang San seriously. Third brother, if the teachers here act so arbitrarily, what's the difference between cultivating here and following the teachers to cultivate? Tang San replied lightly. The teachers here can help us capture more powerful soul beasts and hunt soul rings. Tang Jiulu took a deep breath and looked at Tang San seriously. Third brother, to be honest, can't we hunt soul beasts of the same level? Don't you have that confidence? Tang San's breath hitched. He then chuckled. Right, I was overthinking it. You're right. I agree. Tang Jiulu smiled and turned to Xiao Wu. We all agree. But I don't agree. Unless you give up your original qualified status and join in. Xiao Wu squinted at Tang Jiulu. He had quietly asked Dai Mubai earlier and learned that Tang Jiulu had a support-type martial soul. After all, it was indeed a bit too much for him to fight those kids with such strong abilities. It would be better to give them a bit of strength. But he would first find trouble with this little girl in front of him. It's a common principle to target the healer first in a fight. Tang Jiulu shrugged indifferently. After all, if third brother failed, she would also leave with him. All right, if we participate, we'll still follow your previous rules, okay? Xiao Wu looked at Tang Jiulu in confusion. You agreed so quickly? You're a support-type martial soul. I'll definitely target you first. You're not planning something, are you? Tang Jiulu rolled her eyes. So what if I am? You, the level 76, are afraid of us 20-something level kids doing something? Xiao Wu was left speechless and impatiently waved his hand. Fine, you all discuss. After a stick of incense, the battle will begin. Dai Mubai looked left and right, wanting to say something, but was unable to get a word in. How did they just agree like that? Chapter 54. Mutual introductions. Oscar sighed and pulled Dai Mubai's neck. Big brother Dai, they're all quite proud. Isn't it good to knock down the pride a bit? Especially that little girl. Oscar raised an eyebrow. That little girl knows a lot, yet she insists on making her partners do things they can't achieve, just to prove a point. I wonder if it's worth it in the end. Xiao Wu rubbed his nose. Mubai, go talk to them about my martial soul situation. Otherwise, Tang Jiulu curled the corner of her mouth. TSK, looks like you still want to save some face. All right, hurry up. Let's discuss a strategy. Tang San pinched Tang Jiulu's little face and said, by the way, Jiulu, why do you want us to refight Teacher Zhao? Tang Jiulu sliced the, I'm doing this for your own good. What is the point of fighting that Dai Radish? Can it show our martial soul's uniqueness? No, especially since there should be more than just me with a support-type martial soul here, right? If we can't win, wouldn't that be a big loss? The girl in the green dress repeatedly nodded, looking at Tang Jiulu with bright eyes, as if she had found a kindred spirit. Xiao Wu licked her lips. Exactly. Fighting Dai Radish is too boring. Since this is an assessment, it's definitely about who shows the most potential and strength, making it easier for the Academy to notice. You're right, the girl in the black bodysuit nodded. Yeah, I don't want to fight that whoever. Tang San smiled slightly, glancing at Tang Jiulu, reaching out to pat her head. All right, then let us work together and unleash all our strength to defeat Teacher Zhao. Good. The five of them were filled with momentum. Hey, are you guys talking about Dai Radish and that whoever? Is that referring to me? Dai Mubai leaned forward, ready to explain Xiao Wujia's martial soul and skills, but heard those two inexplicable nicknames. The flirtatious Big Radish also has the surname Dai, abbreviated as Dai Radish. Is there a problem? Tang Jiulu looked at the girl in the black bodysuit. The girl was taken aback and rarely showed a smile. What you said is very true. Dai Mubai felt his authority was challenged, but now was not the time to erupt, especially with Tang San looking at him with kind eyes. so he could only suffer in silence. My name is Dai Mubai, not Dai Radish. Dai Mubai shot a glare at Tang Jiulu, and after seeing Tang San's gaze, he immediately returned to the topic. All right, I won't bicker with kids. Teacher Zhao's martial soul is the Titan Great Bear, with no flaws all over his body and extremely terrifying defense. Although speed is not Teacher Zhao's forte, the gap in soul power between you and him is too great, so you cannot compete with him in this aspect. Teacher Zhao's greatest strengths are his attack and defense, earning him the title of Immovable King. I think you should get to know each other now, introduce your names and abilities, and then see how to respond and cooperate. Only by joining forces do you have a glimmer of hope to last for a stick of incense. Otherwise, Dai Mubai's words made everyone's expression turn serious. I'll go first. Tang Jiulu was the first to speak. My name is Tang Jiulu. My weapon soul is One Leaf Sky Blue Vine, and I am a level 30 auxiliary weapon soul master. Tang San still had a smile on his face. My name is Tang San. My weapon soul is Blue Silver Grass, and I'm a level 29 control system weapon soul master. Xiao Wu, Beast Weapon Soul, Softbone Rabbit. Level 29 Assault System Battle Soul Master. Xiao Wu playfully winked and instinctively reached out to hold Tang Jiulu's hand. The girl in the green dress hesitated for a moment, and the cold girl in black spandex beside her spoke first. Zhu Zhuqing, Beast Weapon Soul Nethercat. Level 27 Agility System Battle Soul Master. As soon as Zhu Zhuqing finished speaking, Dai Mubai's pupils shrank slightly, as if he remembered something, and his brows furrowed slightly, his gaze fixed on her. The girl in the green dress saw she was the only one left, so she no longer hesitated and said, Ning Rong Rong, Weapon Soul, 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda. Level 26 Auxiliary Weapon Soul Master. After Ning Rong Rong finished sharing her information, everyone's gaze was fixed on her. Your weapon soul is the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda? So you are from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect? Tang San asked in surprise. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda is a weapon soul that can only be inherited by direct descendants of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect across the entire Doloa continent. Moreover, in the words of the master, it is the most powerful auxiliary weapon soul in the continent apart from Tang Jiulu. Ning Rong Rong shrugged. I sneaked out from home. I heard this academy is great, so I came. She added, thanks to Jiulu earlier, if it were a one-on-one fight, I definitely wouldn't be able to defeat Dai Luo Bao. Dai Mubai shot a glare at Ning Rong Rong, but she was not angry and stuck out her tongue at him, looking a bit proud. She said with some pride, my 2 soul rings can increase everyone's speed and strength attributes by about 30%, and it will definitely last for a stick of incense. As soon as Ning Rong Rong said this, everyone's face showed joy. A 30% increase in battle is incredibly significant. Dai Mubai frowned slightly. If Tang Jiulu hadn't come in, the combination of you 4 would be quite good, but now there are 2 auxiliary souls. No. Tang Jiulu immediately shook her finger. My weapon soul is completely different from Rong Rong's auxiliary direction. I have a healing type weapon soul. My first soul skill is Healing Aura, which can continuously restore injuries and soul power as long as you are within the range of my aura. The coverage area is currently 20 meters. As soon as these words came out, everyone's expressions brightened again. Tang Jiulu smiled. My second soul skill, Healing Leaf, can be carried with you, and it can currently last for more than an hour. Dai Mubai raised an eyebrow, not expecting this Tang Jiulu's weapon soul to be such a rare healing type weapon soul. But this way, Teacher Zhao will definitely prioritize attacking you and Ning Rong Rong. You won't have any self-defense capability. Tang Jiulu blinked and smiled mysteriously at that time. You just need to protect Rong Rong. You don't have to worry about me. Seeing Tang Jiulu say this, and Tang San not speaking, Dai Mubai didn't say anything more. After all, everyone could see how much Tang San valued Tang Jiulu from before to now. All right, then how to resist Teacher Zhao's attacks, you could discuss among yourselves. He turned to leave, glancing around, not knowing where Oscar had run off to. A hint of purple flashed in Tang San's eyes as he smiled and said, then let's do it this way. The 5 heads huddled together, listened for a while, and then excitement appeared on their faces as they nodded in succession. Okay, let's do it. Chapter 55. Tang Jiulu's third soul skill, have you discussed it? Xiao Wu asked in a loud voice, standing in the center of the field. The incense stick in front of him was almost burnt out. Tang San nodded at Dai Mubai. Teacher, we can start. Dai Mubai understood Tang San's meaning and quickly stepped aside to watch the fight. Although this was an unequal battle, as a power-type soul master. He wouldn't miss the chance to see Xiao Wu make a move. Xiao Wu clasped his hands together, flexed his wrists, and a series of cracking bone sounds suddenly rang out. He took out an incense stick, ready to light it. Ning Rongrong acted first, taking the initiative. 7 treasures glazed tile, first, strength. She spun in place, and a brilliant rainbow light burst forth from her body. And a 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda appeared in her palm. 2 soul rings slowly rose from her feet, floating up and down around her. 3 beams of light simultaneously released and landed on Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing. The 3 of them instantly felt full of strength. Xiao Wu looked at Ning Rongrong in surprise. Wow, there's even someone from the 7-treasure glazed tile sect. He flicked his fingers, ignited the incense, and casually tossed it, sticking it into a crack in the ground. 7 treasures glazed tile, second, speed. Ning Rongrong did not stop and directly activated her 2nd soul ring. And 3 beams of light surged onto Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing again. At the same time, Tang Jiulu stepped on the central ground, placing her right hand flat in front of her chest and lightly resting her left hand on top of her right hand. A dazzling green light suddenly surged from her body. A green vine quickly grew out from her right palm. This vine was not tall, and at the top of it was a fresh green leaf. But at the same time, several more green vines suddenly appeared around her, protecting her within. 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings rose from Tang Jiulu's feet. First soul skill, healing aura. A green light ring instantly burst forth from the first soul ring, enveloping a circular area with a radius of about 20 meters, covering everyone within it. Ning Rongrong's eyes brightened, and she gave Tang Jiulu a thumbs up with one hand. Although it was somewhat strenuous for her to activate 2 soul rings in succession, under Tang Jiulu's healing aura, her soul power was rapidly recovering, greatly relieving her pressure. But at this moment, Xiao Wu moved. He did not attack Tang San and the others. Since Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing were standing in front of Tang Jiulu and Ning Rongrong, he had to deal with them first to reach them. Xiao Wu naturally chose another method. He half-squatted, and both fists slammed down simultaneously to the ground. Not good, Tang San exclaimed. They originally thought Xiao Wu would attack the auxiliary first, surely bypassing them. But they did not expect him to start from the ground. The tremendous shockwave was meant to make the 2 auxiliary souls behind them unstable, making it easier for their skills to be interrupted. Don't worry, leave it to me, Tang Jiulu suddenly shouted, and her martial soul lit up. The green vines growing all over her body actually lifted her up, while at the same time, a vine at Ning Rongrong's feet also pulled her up. The vines on the ground quickly began to take root. With a loud rumble, the earth violently trembled for a moment. A wave of earthy yellow energy surged towards Tang San and the others with the movement of the ground. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing reacted quickly. Xiao Wu leaped forward. Zhu Zhuqing darted out from the side, and Tang San had already leaped into the air, disappearing into the sky. Meanwhile, the wave of earthy yellow energy surged directly towards the several vines. Ning Rongrong's expression was somewhat tense. Another vine quickly wrapped around her waist, securing her in place. Beside her, Tang Jiulu stood on countless vines, her arms and calves entwined with them, directly facing the wave of earthy yellow energy. Boom! The sound of impact followed, and dust filled the air. Xiao Wujia's lips curled into a smile. He wanted to teach this little girl Tang Jiulu a lesson, to show her how to respect her teachers and not to disregard the dignity of the dean and vice dean. Don't worry, I have controlled my strength well. Should just faint at most. Before he could finish his thought, Xiao Wujia stared blankly at the scene. As the smoke cleared, a massive shield appeared in front of Tang Jiulu and Ning Rongrong. It was a shield woven from countless green vines, perfectly blocking them. No matter how intense the previous tremors were, they had no effect on them at all. Just a moment ago, when the enormous gust of wind had made Tang San and the others unsteady, Tang Jiulu's purple 1,000-year soul skill activated. Third soul skill, Vine Shield. Tang Jiulu's 3 soul skills were the first soul skill, Healing Aura, which healed and restored soul power. The second soul skill, Flying Leaves Blade, which had both long-range attack capability and effects of paralysis and healing. And the third soul skill, Vine Shield, which was purely defensive. It could be said that Tang Jiulu was not merely a support-type soul master, but also a healing-type soul master capable of both offense and defense. According to the master, this kind of soul ring configuration was actually unreasonable, it was best to specialize in one direction. However, when Tang Jiulu obtained her soul rings, aside from possessing some unique traits, what skill she would gain was uncertain. Because she was a 100,000-year soul beast, her acquisition of soul rings was different from hunting soul beasts like Tang San. Thus, the scene of Tang Jiulu obtaining her soul rings was extremely dramatic. Something Xiao Wu could not have predicted. What? You, a support-type soul master, actually possess a defensive soul skill? It's simply a waste of your talent. Xiao Wu stamped his foot in frustration. Damn it, who is your teacher? This is harming the students. Tang Jiulu chuckled, so isn't it better to cultivate someone with good potential by hand? Some students with decent qualifications might not even make it past the first 3 rounds, and one to even get to see you. Teacher Xiao. Xiao Wu snorted lightly. I didn't say your military training idea was bad. He had missed his attack and didn't continue to strike, just standing there casually. Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged glances and immediately headed towards Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu flipped over, using her feet to spring off Tang San's palm, her body shooting towards Xiao Wu like an arrow, catching him off guard. Chapter 56, Tang Sek's Ultimate Skills. Using Tang Jiulu's words to attract my attention and then launching a sneak attack? Xiao Wu smiled. The strategy was quite good. Xiao Wu rolled in midair. Her martial soul instantly possessed her, and as she rolled, her feet aimed at the sides of Xiao Wu's neck. Xiao Wu saw Xiao Wu pouncing and did not dodge, standing there with his arms crossed. 2 dull thuds sounded as her feet, clad in pink shoes, stomped down on Xiao Wu's shoulders. But his body didn't even wobble. Xiao Wu grinned. "Tsk, little girl, did you not eat? You have no strength at all." Xiao Wu snorted coldly, suddenly retracting her toes, pressing them against Xiao Wu's neck on both sides, her body twisting in midair, spinning rapidly. She intended to take Xiao Wu along with her and launch her first soul skill. At the same time, the purple-tinged blue-silver grass wildly entwined around his whole body. Beneath his feet, a cluster of green vines surged up, lifting him off the ground. In an instant, the vines vanished, leaving Xiao Wu in midair with no support. Xiao Wu's legs exerted force, and Xiao Wu could no longer stabilize himself, getting twisted by her feet and flipped around. If it were an ordinary person, their neck would either snap or they would be completely locked by Xiao Wu's legs, inevitably leading to a heavy fall. But the one locked by Xiao Wu was not an ordinary person, but the 76th-level unmoving king Xiao Wu. Suddenly, his body erupted with powerful soul power, resembling an incredibly hard giant rock, a massive mountain. Xiao Wu's attempt to throw him did not budge him at all. She felt her spinning body suddenly stiffen as a tremendous force surged in. Her body, which had originally been flipping back, was forcibly brought back. Bang! A loud sound erupted as all the blue-silver grass on Xiao Wu exploded, scattering everywhere. He landed heavily on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. He let out a low growl, and his body suddenly inflated. A gigantic diamond bear emerged behind him. His already terrifying muscles swelled more than double, and even his height increased significantly. A powerful aura instantly pressured the surroundings. 7 dazzling soul rings rose simultaneously. 2 yellow, 2 purple, 3 black. The breath brought by these 7 terrifying soul rings was nearly suffocating. The pressure in the air increased significantly, causing beads of sweat to form on Tang San and the others' foreheads. Just then, a series of rapid cracking sounds came from behind Xiao Wu. It turned out that Xiao Wu activated his soul rings to defend against a sneak attack from behind. The rapid cracking sounds were from Zhu Zhuqing, who had circled behind him and launched an attack. At the beginning of the battle, Zhu Zhuqing's speed was already fully displayed. She was indeed a sensitive agility-type battle soul master. Dai Mubai, standing nearby, was also amazed by her speed. What was astonishing was that her entire movement made not a single sound. She quietly darted out, quietly attacked, without any energy leakage or sound of soul power breaking the air. But what was even more surprising was that Xiao Wu managed to block all her attacks, relying solely on his formidable defense. Possessing her martial soul, Zhu Zhuqing's hands transformed into sharp cat claws, her eyes one emerald green and one clear blue, with a pair of black cat ears atop her head. Her hair slicked back against her body. As she moved, she left behind a series of afterimages, making it hard to capture her exact position. Her attacks were extremely fierce, targeting vital points, forcing Xiao Wujie to release his martial soul. However, with this, Zhu Zhuqing's attacks became completely ineffective. They couldn't break through the defense. And everything was in vain. Xiao Wu's soft skills also fell flat, as no matter how much power she exerted, she couldn't move Xiao Wujie's body even a little. And it could be said that she was completely restrained. Up to this point, among the three responsible for attacking, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing had already been neutralized. The previous binding of the blue silver grass was Tang San's first soul skill, bind, and it had now been shattered. However, Tang San needed to quickly follow up with an attack, without any hesitation. Because if this continued, Xiao Wujie's next target would definitely be Xiao Wu, who was standing on his shoulder. The first soul ring on Tang San's body lit up again. First soul skill bind. The thick blue silver grass reappeared on Xiao Wujie's body. At the same time, Xiao Wu understood that she could no longer deal with Xiao Wujie. She lightly tapped her toes on his shoulder and flipped backwards. Xiao Wujie's hands, which were about to make a move, were momentarily hindered by the entangled blue-silver grass. But to everyone's surprise, Xiao Wujie's arms shook lightly, and those blue-silver grass were once again shattered. Second soul skill, parasitism. Tang San frowned, and the second soul ring lit up. Countless blue-silver grass instantly extended from Xiao Wujie's body, not only absorbing the soul power within him, but also binding him once again. A green vine suddenly appeared around Xiao Wu's waist, pulling her back to the battlefield. Third brother, don't forget our goal. Tang Jiulu suddenly shouted loudly as everyone was attacking recklessly. Tang San, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu were all stunned. That's right. They were to delay until a stick of incense burned out, not to defeat the opponent. So while they needed to attack, if the frequency was too fast, they would run out of attack methods, and in the end, they would suffer themselves. A glimmer of insight flashed in Tang San's eyes. I'll go first, Zhuqing second. Xiao Wu third. He slid forward, instantly heading towards Xiao Wujie, while simultaneously throwing a punch. Xiao Wujie's face revealed an excited expression. He wanted to see how much power Tang San had. A smile appeared on Tang San's face. Xiao Wujie's smile suddenly froze, replaced by slight surprise, because he discovered that what seemed to be a full power strike from Tang San felt weightless upon hitting him. And he felt as if he had used his strength incorrectly while condensing his soul power in his chest. Not here. Tang San's voice suddenly appeared behind Xiao Wujie. It's here. Go Shadow Mistrace. Tang San's feet abruptly fainted a few times, creating afterimages of his figure. At the same time, there was a loud bang. Another punch hit Xiao Wujie. This time, Tang San used all the power of his Xiantian skill, unleashing a heavy punch. Ghost Shadow Mistrace. Tang San's figure disappeared again behind Xiao Wujie, appearing 3 zhang away in front of him, pulling his hand back, controlling the crane to catch the dragon. Just as Xiao Wujie was about to retaliate with a heavy punch and had an unstable stance, Tang San unleashed this move. His full power punch combined with the controlling crane to catch the dragon meant double the punching power, directly pulling Xiao Wujie's body forward. Tang San's timing was simply impeccable. His right foot simultaneously extended, his body paused, and with a sweeping kick, he struck at Xiao Wujie's toes. Even though Xiao Wujie had strong soul power, he still lost his balance in this situation. Chapter 57. Confrontation now. Tang Jiulu shouted loudly, and the green vine wrapped around Xiao Wu was suddenly thrown towards Xiao Wujie. This time, Xiao Wu's skill finally had its use. Her legs instantly wrapped around Xiao Wujie's waist, and with her hands gripping his neck, the first soul ring shone brightly. First soul skill, bow, an arrow. Just like that, she violently spun Xiao Wujie's body in the air for 3 full rotations, causing his head to point downwards, heavily crashing towards the ground. Just as Xiao Wu was about to crash to the ground with Xiao Wujie, the green vine around her waist suddenly pulled her back up, returning her to the area covered by the healing halo. Boom! A huge sound of impact followed. Xiao Wujie's massive body, after activating his martial spirit, heavily crashed into the ground, with his entire head completely buried in the soil. Xiao Wu gracefully landed in front of Tang Jiulu, gasping for breath. Fortunately, with Jiulu's healing halo, it helped ease her body's fatigue. The use of soul power was secondary. The key was the tension in her muscles from the full power strike, which had caused her body to experience some impact. Jiulu, did we hit too hard? Xiao Wu asked softly, looking at Xiao Wujie, whose head was buried in the dirt. She couldn't help but smile as she asked this question. It was obvious that Xiao Wu was holding back. This was a test of their soul skills and true strength, and he clearly wouldn't be seriously injured by them. Seeing Xiao Wu's amused expression, Tang Jiulu understood that she had come to terms with it. The battle has just begun. Tang San quickly retracted the blue-silver grass that was parasitizing Xiao Wu, retreating back into Tang Jiulu's halo. Zhu Zhuqing stood at the far left side of the halo, always ready. Everyone focused their attention on Xiao Wu in the center of the arena, quietly waiting. Continuous attacks were not necessary, because their attacks wouldn't have much effect on a level 76 Soul Saint. What they needed to do was slow down the time it took to display their strength, showcasing all of their abilities within the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. As everyone expected, Xiao Wu suddenly pushed himself up from the ground with his hands, pulling his head out. He stood upright, turned his head, and patted the dirt off his head, angrily saying, "I must have been extremely unlucky. It seems I can't treat you lightly anymore." Dai Mubai, standing beside him, suddenly chuckled. Xiao Wujia's fierce gaze shot over. "Xiao Bai, what are you laughing at? Come to my practical class tomorrow." Dai Mubai's previously amused face instantly stiffened. At the same time, an arm quietly wrapped around his neck. Dai Lao It seems our teacher Xiao suffered a big loss in front of the new students. Oscar, who had suddenly appeared, teased while adjusting his glasses. Xiao Wujia's fierce glare turned to him again. "Xiao Ao, as a support type, you need to learn how to take a hit. Come to practical class with Xiao by tomorrow." Oscar's face instantly became extremely stiff. Dai Mubai shrugged, glancing at Oscar's face in surprise. "Did you shave your beard?" Oscar raised an eyebrow, playfully tossing his hair. "What do you think? Do I look more handsome?" Dai Mubai looked at the scene in the arena, where the feminine presence was overshadowing the masculine, and a sly smile appeared on his face. "Which one do you have your eye on? Just so you know, you can't touch Zhu Zhuqing." Seeing him staring at her, Oscar rolled his eyes. "A friend's wife is not to be bullied. I know my limits." "I think both Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong are pretty good. It's hard to choose," Oscar said, looking at the two enchanting beauties with love in his eyes. "What about Tang Jiulu? Isn't she quite cute?" Dai Mubai instinctively asked. "TSK, look at how nervous Tang San is. Why don't you go and try?" Oscar whistled. Dai Mubai shrugged his shoulders and said, "I'm just saying, is that okay?" The two whispered to each other in low voices, although their voices were quiet. Everyone present was a soul master and could hear them clearly. The coldness on Zhu Zhuqing's face intensified. Ning Rongrong, on the other hand, showed a hint of shame and anger, while Xiao Wu and Tang Jiulu were mostly curious. Didn't Oscar fall in love with Ning Rongrong at first sight? Why is he also interested in Xiao Wu? Tang San had no particular expression. As long as the attention wasn't on Jiulu, it didn't matter much to him. "Kids, come on, let us continue." Xiao Wu took big strides, a grin on his face as he headed straight toward Tang Jiulu. Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong were all in that direction. The key was that Tang Jiulu's healing halo was very eye-catching. He had already noticed that the effect of this healing halo was likely not just healing. It probably also had additional effects like soul power recovery or reducing physical fatigue. And there was Ning Rongrong with her 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda, enhancing these kids' combat power significantly. "Third brother, Xiao Wu, you guys flank from behind. Let me take him head on," Tang Jiulu suddenly shouted, his eyes bursting with intense excitement. Tang San hesitated, but Xiao Wu immediately ran to the other side, bypassing Xiao Wu. "Third brother, didn't we agree on this?" Tang Jiulu yelled again when he saw Tang San didn't move. Tang San finally nodded slightly, and in a flash, he disappeared from his spot. Xiao Wu, seeing they had vanished, didn't rush to chase after them. Firstly, he was known for speed, and chasing them would put him at a disadvantage. Instead, these two support-type soul masters were now wide open, facing him directly. Xiao Wu chuckled, thinking, "You think your pathetic defense soul skill can block my attack?" He lifted his foot and started walking toward Tang Jiulu and Ning Rongrong, his hands already clenched into fists, ready to attack. Ning Rongrong was terrified to see Tang Jiulu standing there to face Xiao Wu head-on without dodging. "Jiulu, you're not really going to face him alone, are you?" Ning Rongrong struggled slightly, wanting to get down from the vine. Clearly, she didn't believe Tang Jiulu's Ting shield could withstand Xiao Wu's attack. Tang Jiulu glanced at Ning Rongrong, lowered her to the ground with the vine, and released her waist. Ning Rongrong immediately ran toward Zhu Zhuqing's side. Tang San and Xiao Wu obviously had some strategy with Tang Jiulu, and if she stayed with them, she would definitely be the next target of attack. Tang Jiulu looked at Xiao Wu rushing toward her, her eyes bursting with strong fighting spirit. Come on, let you taste my support type attack. Second soul skill, Flying Leaf Quick Blade. Chapter 58. Tang Jiulu gets injured. Tang Jiulu's palm instantly swelled with the vine. Her second soul ring burst with intense light. Then, the leaves at the top of the vine began to whip forward rapidly. Pieces of green leaves flickered with a cold light, shooting toward Xiao Wu. Dai Mubai and Oscar, standing nearby, were dumbfounded. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were also surprised that Tang Jiulu had such a move. In the blink of an eye, dozens of green leaves were slicing toward Xiao Wu. Just this little thing? Xiao Wu snorted coldly. Although he was surprised by Tang Jiulu's skill, he was also a bit angry. How can a support-type soul master do both offense and defense? It's absurd. First soul skill, Unmoving King Body. Xiao Wu shouted coldly, and a strong golden light erupted from his body. This layer of golden light could rebound attacks suffered within a 3-meter radius. Dozens of green leaves, upon entering this layer of golden light, suddenly rebounded at double speed. The rebound direction wasn't just toward Tang Jiulu. It even flew toward Tang San and the others. In an instant, those green leaves shot toward the 4 of them. Zhu Zhuqing was extremely fast and dodged directly. Tang San used Ghost Shadow Perplexing Steps, avoided with a sidestep, and used Blue Silver Grass to pull Xiao Wu away, also dodging. Only Ning Rongrong was left, since she was running toward Zhu Zhuqing. She couldn't avoid these green leaves at all. Just as it seemed Ning Rongrong would be hit by the green leaves, Tang Jiulu shouted, "Disperse." All the green leaves in the air scattered, turning into tiny green light spots. Ning Rongrong had originally closed her eyes in tension, but the expected pain didn't come. Instead, she felt her soul power recovering. These green leaves actually have a soul power recovery effect. Ning Rongrong exclaimed instinctively. Xiao Wu looked at Tang Jiulu with surprise. You're trying to use the leaves to increase my soul power? No way. His expression changed instantly. Could it be that she calculated that her leaves wouldn't hit him, so she did this on purpose? Tang Jiulu's small face was serious as she shot leaves at Xiao Wu again. Second soul skill, Flying Leaf Quick Blade. This time, Xiao Wu directly canceled his first soul skill. Since it's like this, let us see what happens if you hit me. How much power could such thin leaves have? Xiao Wu smiled, allowing the green leaves to slice toward his body. There were several sounds of poof, poof, poof. Xiao Wu's smile revealed a hint of satisfaction. The green leaves were sharp, but too small, leaving only shallow wounds on his body. Under the effect of soul power, they were healing at a visible speed. However, his smile didn't last long before it froze, because a slight current-like paralysis coursed through every cell in his body, rendering him unable to move for a short time. Xiao Wu's pupils constricted instantly. This was the accompanying paralysis effect. At this moment, Tang Jiulu finally showed a big smile, and the Flying Leaf Quick Blade in her hand became more frequent. Good job. Xiao Wu cheered, giving Tang Jiulu a thumbs up. The others realized that Xiao Wu suddenly stood there motionless, and the words he instinctively said. Understanding that the Flying Leaf Quick Blade not only had a soul power recovery effect on allies, but also had a paralysis effect on enemies. Ning Rongrong's face also showed joy. Tang San involuntarily glanced at the incense on the ground, a hint of joy appearing on his face. It's almost done. There's just a little bit left before it burns out. But just then, a furious roar suddenly rang out. Xiao Wu's eyes gleamed coldly, his fists clenched tightly. And among his 7 soul rings, the second soul ring lit up. Second soul skill, Mighty Vajra Palm. A powerful force exploded from him, and his hands turned golden. Xiao Wu's palms struck directly toward Tang Jiulu's direction. Tang Jiulu was taken aback. At this moment, try to use Ghost Shadow Perplexing Steps was already too late. The palm force Xiao Wu unleashed condensed in the air into a massive palm print, heading straight for Tang Jiulu. So if she wants to dodge, she must have speed like Zhu Zhuqing. Only then is it possible to avoid it. Since she can't dodge, then she'll take it head on. Tang Jiulu gritted her teeth and activated her third spirit skill, Vine Shield. Countless green vines quickly intertwined in front of Tang Jiulu, completely protecting her. Seeing this, Tang San's hands instantly clenched, and his body instinctively wanted to rush forward. But it was clearly too late. Boom! A loud noise followed. Countless vine fragments exploded, and a figure shot backward like a kite with a broken string. No, Jiulu. Tang San's eyes were about to burst with rage, and the blue silver grass in his hand surged out, wrapping around that figure. But he was still a step too late. That figure slammed heavily against a wooden pillar, breaking it, then crashed into the village's stone wall and slowly slid down to the ground. The violent shockwave caused Tang Jiulu to spit out a mouthful of blood in midair, and she fainted when she hit the stone wall. Tang San leaped and instantly appeared beside Tang Jiulu. He reached out with trembling hands, wanted to touch Tang Jiulu's small face. That face, which used to have two small dimples when she smiled, now turned very pale. Her head hung low, and the playful and cunning look was completely gone. The hidden rage in Tang San's eyes could no longer be contained. Tang Jiulu's injury made it impossible for him to remain calm any longer. Xiao Wu did not stop at all, turning around to strike toward Xiao Wu, who was not far away. At this moment, Tang San was still with Tang Jiulu, while Zhu Zhuqing had just darted aside. Xiao Wu was now facing Xiao Wu alone. Xiao Wu, be careful, Ning Rongrong instinctively shouted. But Xiao Wu stood there, trembling all over. She wasn't afraid. She was angry. Jiulu pushed herself onto the carriage in her previous life, and when she was young, she even fought against those bad kids for her sake. She had always been protecting her. This life, she had clearly resolved to protect Jiulu well. But this time, Xiao Wu clenched her fists tightly at her sides. Her head suddenly lifted. Her eyes instantly turned blood red, staring fixedly at Xiao Wujia. Second spirit skill, charm. Xiao Wujia's brain went dizzy as he unexpectedly met those red eyes, causing the speed of his palm strike to slow down. Chapter 59. Only two remain, but at that moment, a golden light surged in Xiao Wujia's eyes. The red light in Xiao Wu's eyes clashed with the golden light in his, and before she could even make a sound, she fainted. Her body went limp and fell to the ground, with a hint of blood trickling from the corner of her eye. Oscar, standing nearby, instinctively rushed over and caught Xiao Wu before she fell. The moment her soft body fell into his arms, Oscar felt his heart race a few beats faster. He instinctively looked at Xiao Wu's fainted face, the bloodstain at the corner of her eye strikingly noticeable, causing his heart to ache inexplicably. Zhu Zhuqing saw two people fall in just a moment and was greatly alarmed. However, she showed no signs of retreat. As she saw Xiao Wujia turning to attack Ning Rongrong, the two spirit rings on her body lit up simultaneously. First spirit skill, Nether Strike. Her blue and green eyes suddenly had vertically slitted pupils, silently accelerating forward, her body instantly taking to the air, wrapped in spirit power. Her speed doubled, and her claws extended forward. Second spirit skill, Nether 100 Claws. Her body leaped up sharply while running, spinning rapidly, and with the rotational force and sharp penetration. She unleashed hundreds of attacks in a very short time, all aimed at a specific spot on Xiao Wujia's back. The power was unimaginable. Xiao Wujia stumbled slightly as Zhu Zhuqing's Nether 100 Claws struck his back like a rapidly spinning saw blade, cutting into him quickly. A flash of pain crossed Xiao Wujia's face, but immediately after, a roar erupted from his mouth. A cold light instantly burst from his eyes, and his fists clenched tightly. First spirit skill, Immovable King Body. The intense golden light exploded almost instantly, and Zhu Zhuqing, who had unleashed Nether 100 Claws, was suddenly sent flying, letting out a pained cry as she was thrown far away. Dai Mubai moved quickly, appearing at her falling position in an instant and catching her in his arms, only to find she had already fainted. In just a short while, in the center of the entire arena, only Tang San and Ning Rongrong remained unharmed. After confirming that Tang Jiulu was fine, Tang San stood up. He slowly walked to Xiao Wujia's opposite side and stood firm. His expression was cold, his eyes filled with regret and anger. He hadn't protected Jiulu well, although this was just a test. If Jiulu's identity was really exposed, the people who came to capture her might not just be spirit saints. They could be spirit or even titled Doloa. His strength was still too low. Therefore, no matter what, he had to enter this academy where he could maximize training with minimal cost. Moreover, this was what Jiulu wanted. Jiulu's wish as her brother. He would definitely help her achieve it. Seeing Tang San standing alone in front of him, Xiao Wujia chuckled lightly. Oh, what? You still want to continue? All 5 of you couldn't beat me. Now it's just you alone? I'm afraid you can't even take one of my attacks. My second spirit skill, Heavy King Palm, is not so easy to handle. Tang San's eyes were filled with bloodshot veins, but his expression remained calm. The time isn't up, so we must continue. I'm not trying to defeat you. I just need to last for the duration of an incense stick, and we win. A hint of admiration flashed in Xiao Wu's eyes. Not fearing the strong and possessing a firm belief, he was a good seedling. But he was too stubborn and had not understood the gap in strength between the two sides. Heh, if you want to win against me, you still need to train for 10 more years. Xiao Wu saw Tang San's determined appearance and knew there was no need for more words. Since that's the case, let's fight. After subduing these kids, he could then feign sincerity and recruit them into the academy. He certainly wouldn't refuse these children just because the incense stick hadn't burned out yet. On the contrary, he was greatly surprised by the strength these kids displayed. Each of these kids had their own characteristics, and their future prospects were limitless. Although that child named Tang Jiulu might have some discrepancies in her choice of spirit rings, it did not hinder her strong talent. It should be noted that she was the first among these kids to reach level 30. Moreover, not just level 30. He wanted to beat these kids to let them understand that in this world, there are people beyond people and heavens beyond heavens. One cannot become arrogant due to their talent. In the past, Shrek Academy had such children, and he did not want these kids to follow the same wrong path. But at this moment, Tang San suddenly erupted with an even stronger wave of spirit power. Xiao Wu's slightly stunned. He felt that the soul power of Tang San in front of him was more abundant than before. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Had he broken through? Tang San suddenly raised his head, and a flash of purple light flickered in his bloodshot eyes. Teacher Xiao, be careful. Xiao Wu's was startled, and instinctively, a golden light surged in his eyes. He thought of the deceptive attack from Xiao Wu earlier. Could this child also have such a soul skill? But soon, Xiao Wu's realized that the purple light in Tang San's eyes didn't have such an effect. At that moment, Tang San's drooping hands gently brushed over the belt at his waist, which was embedded with 20 jade stones. Before Xiao Wu's could react, he heard a series of sounds piercing through the air. Whoosh, whoosh. A dozen beams of cold light burst forth from Tang San's fingertips. Unlike Tang Jiulu's flying leaf blades, Tang San kept moving, his body leaping and dancing in the air. His fingers shot out from various directions towards Xiao Wu's. These dozen beams of cold light targeted Xiao Wu's eyes, shoulders, throat, heart, lower body, and abdomen, with no two attacks aimed at the same spot, all targeting vital areas. Xiao Wu's squinted his eyes, not again with this kind of attack. Speed was not his strong suit, so he generally took a hard approach against such attacks. From the appearance of the cold light, it was much stronger than Tang Jiulu's soft leaves, at least in Xiao Wu's view. His reaction speed was quick. He let out a low growl and activated his first soul skill again. A dozen explosive sounds rang out almost simultaneously as these beams of cold light struck Xiao Wu's body. However, under the overwhelming golden light, they all bounced back and caused him no harm. Tang San jumped away expressionlessly, flipped his palm, and released another dozen beams of cold light. He had long anticipated that they would be blocked, but what he wanted was not just that. Chapter 60. Victory. At this moment, the spectators around were wide-eyed. Whether it was Oscar, Dai Mubai, or Ning Rongrong, they all looked at Tang San in shock. The hidden weapons in Tang San's hands were bizarre, and their flight paths were extremely strange, making it incredibly difficult to dodge. If they were in Xiao Wu's position, they might have already been hit. Seeing that he couldn't do anything to Tang San like this, Xiao Wu laughed and scolded. Good, you little monkey, so slippery. But do you think this can do anything to me? Third soul skill, gravity enhancement. The third purple soul ring on Xiao Wu's suddenly lit up, but the effect was to make things float downwards. A beam of light flashed and directly merged into the ground. In an instant, Tang San felt as if his legs were stuck in a quagmire. The hidden weapons he had just launched deviated from their original trajectory due to the change in gravity. However, Xiao Wu's was clearly not affected, taking large strides towards Tang San. His eyes held a faint smile. Hey kid, this time I want to see where you can run. Tang San straightened his body, retracted his outwardly released soul power, and even the purple hue in his eyes faded. Standing still and waiting for Xiao Wu's to approach. Xiao Wu's frowned slightly as he looked at him, pausing just as his hand was about to land on Tang San. Why aren't you dodging? Dai Mubai and Oscar exchanged glances, puzzled. Although teacher Xiao's third soul skill enhanced gravity, It shouldn't be to the extent that one couldn't move at all, right? Tang San smiled and tilted his chin towards one direction. Teacher Xiao. The incense has long been extinguished. Xiao Wuji's expression suddenly froze. He had completely forgotten that there was a time limit to the battle. Dai Mubai looked at Xiao Wuji's, who had a face full of embarrassment, wanting to laugh but not daring to, and quickly shouted, "All right, time's up. Teacher Xiao lost. Xiao Ao, come here and help." Okay, wait a moment. At this moment, Oscar was already holding a sausage in his hand, cautiously calling out to Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu let out a soft grunt, opened her eyes, and saw Oscar, who had shaved his beard and was looking at her gently. After shaving, Oscar looked handsome, with well-defined features, a touch of ruggedness, and his peach blossom eyes made his face appear slightly softer, looking even more charming. When he saw Xiao Wu awake, his eyes lit up with a smile. "You're awake? Have a sausage." Xiao Wu was a bit dazed, instinctively taking the sausage Oscar handed over, only to realize that she was being embraced by him. A blush instantly rose, and she quickly struggled out of Oscar's arms, her heart pounding. Oscar's face also turned slightly red, but Dai Mubai was urging him. So he quickly tossed a few sausages over to the three on the opposite side. Dai Mubai, Tang San, and Ning Rongrong instinctively caught the sausages. "What is this?" Tang San looked at the steaming sausage in his hand, slightly stunned, feeling a faint fluctuation of soul power within it. "This is a sausage made from Oscar's martial soul. It can accelerate the recovery of physical injuries," Dai Mubai said directly. "Is it a soul skill with effects similar to Jiulu's?" Tang San was momentarily taken aback, then immediately turned and quickly walked towards the unconscious Tang Jiulu. Ning Rongrong looked at the sausage in her hand without eating it. She had been standing in the halo of Tang Jiulu, so her soul power consumption was not significant. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing also slowly regained consciousness. But when she saw that it was Dai Mubai holding her, her expression changed instantly, struggling to break free from his embrace. She stumbled to her feet and was about to walk forward. Dai Mubai wanted to reach out to catch her, but he was met with Zhu Zhuqing's icy gaze that made him hesitate to take another step forward. Ning Rongrong instinctively jogged to Zhu Zhuqing's side, glanced at the somewhat dejected Dai Mubai, and handed over the sausage in her hand. "You eat it. It can recover injuries and soul power." Zhu Zhuqing nodded, took the sausage and began to eat. Xiao Wu knew the function of this sausage, and after eating it in a few bites, she quickly looked towards Tang Jiulu. Tang San slowly walked out, holding the still unconscious Tang Jiulu, and slightly shook his head at Xiao Wu, indicating that Tang Jiulu was fine. Xiao Wu finally breathed a sigh of relief and turned to Xiao Wuji's. "Teacher Xiao, we passed, right?" Xiao Wuji snorted coldly. Yes, Xiao Bai, take them to rest." However, Tang San stood in front of Xiao Wuji's while holding Tang Jiulu. He clearly remembered what Tang Jiulu had said at the beginning. "Teacher Xiao, you seem to have forgotten the rules we agreed upon at the beginning. If you lose, please apologize." Xiao Wuji's was immediately choked, his face turning from green to purple. The few people who had woken up around were staring at him, especially Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu, looking as if they would make him pay if he didn't apologize. In the end, Xiao Wuji's conceded, his face flushed, and he gruffly said, "I was wrong. I apologize." After saying that, he snorted and turned to leave. "Teacher Xiao, what if more students come to test later?" Dai Mubai suddenly thought of this, realizing that only one round of testing had been done. What to do? "Aren't you the one testing?" Xiao Wuji's was so angry his teeth were itching, not looking back as he directly sat back down in his chair. The creaking sound of the chair echoed again, probably nearing its end of use. Dai Mubai shrugged and said, "All right, Xiao Ao, you take them to rest. They've all passed." Oscar nodded excitedly, glancing at Xiao Wu from time to time. Upon seeing her pale face and swaying body, he finally couldn't help but say, "Let me support you?" Xiao Wu was momentarily taken aback, but didn't refuse. Tang San looked at the ground and said to Dai Mubai, "I'll clean this up later. Don't touch it. It's toxic." Then, Ning Rongrong supported Zhu Zhuqing, Tang San carried Tang Jiulu, and Oscar helped Xiao Wu as they headed towards the student dormitory behind the village. When Tang Jiulu woke up from her slumber, it was already dark outside. She opened her eyes in a daze and found herself lying in a wooden house. "Did I travel again?" "Travel my foot," Xiao Wu said irritably from the side, wringing out a towel and handing it over. "Wipe your face." Tang Jiulu sat up, took the towel, and wiped her face, looking around. The wooden house had 2 beds, a table, and 2 stools against the wall. Where's this? Tang Jiulu felt a sharp pain in her insides and grimaced. She directly activated her first spirit skill to heal herself a bit. Xiao Wu washed the towel, hung it back up, and then curiously climbed onto Tang Jiulu's bed, sitting next to her. Hey, Jiulu, I found Oscar quite handsome. Tang Jiulu. What's going on? Chapter 61. Sparring. Hey, Tang San. We're roommates now. Let's get to know each other, Oscar said with a smile, looking at Tang San, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed. I'm Oscar, a rank 29 weapon soul master with a martial soul sausage. They call me the sausage specialist. But you can also call me Xiao Wu. Tang San leaned against the head of the bed and smiled. Hello, I'm Tang San, rank 29 weapon soul master, with a martial soul blue silvergrass. Oscar's peach blossom eyes sparkled. Your last spirit skill technique was impressive, right? A self-created spirit skill? Tang San was momentarily surprised, then smiled. Just some throwing techniques. Jiulu knows them too. Oh, I see. But this year's new students are all quite beautiful, Oscar said. Lying on his bed and recalling the girl he had helped earlier, his face slightly flushing. Dai Mubai clearly has his eyes on that ice-cold beauty, since Jiulu is yours. I'll reluctantly pursue Xiao Wu. Tang San frowned and instinctively said, Jiulu is my sister. Oscar was taken aback. Your real sister? No, but we grew up together. Tang San said slowly. Ah, childhood sweethearts, I get it, I understand. Oscar said with an expression of understanding. Don't worry, Xiao Wu, have principles. A friend's wife cannot be bullied. I absolutely won't have any thoughts about your Jiulu. Tang San frowned, even though Jiulu is not mine. You really can't have any thoughts about her. She's still so young. Yes. I promise. Oscar immediately put his hands together. Seeing Oscar's expression, Tang San felt speechless and didn't bother explaining further. He closed his eyes and directly entered meditation. As night gradually fell, the village quieted down. Although the daytime exam was later changed to a test by Dai Mubai, only a few passed. Besides Tang San and his group of 5, no other candidates had passed. Moreover, this year was the year with the most enrollments in Shrek Academy in many years. However, this only referred to the regular students. After tomorrow, Shrek Academy would face a huge change. Xiao Wu sat in his room, changed into clean clothes, but his mind was replaying what Tang Jiulu had said during the day. What kind of training did she mean by military training? Xiao Wu. Just as he was pondering what military training was, a sudden voice interrupted his thoughts. His expression instantly froze as he looked out the window. The outside was quiet, and he could clearly hear the sound of leaves falling within 100 miles. However, he didn't sense anyone nearby. Yet, the voice had entered his ears as if someone was speaking right next to him. Such power far exceeded his. Who? Xiao Wu suddenly stood up, a strong killing intent flashing in his eyes. He had many enemies in the past, and while things had been calm hidden within Shrek Academy over the years, he never expected someone to come looking for him now. Come out. The voice echoed again. Xiao Wu jumped out of the window without hesitation. If a fight were to break out, he couldn't do it here. There were several kids from other academies, and as a teacher, he had to ensure their safety. A presence suddenly flickered from the darkness, and Xiao Wu paused on his toes, charging forward. In just a moment, he followed that presence out of Shrek Academy and into a forest. Come out, I know you're here. 7 spirit rings slowly rose from beneath his feet. He remained alert, making defensive moves, ready to attack at any moment. A black silhouette slowly stepped out from behind a large tree. This person was entirely cloaked in black, making it impossible to see his face, but he appeared to be a tall man. Who are you? Xiao Wu yelled, summoning the powerful golden titan bear, his spirit power surging, ready to attack. The man in black was unfazed by his strength, his voice calm and slightly mocking. To see the immovable king here in this small place is quite a fortune. Why not spar with me? The black-clad man slowly raised his hand, a black light gathering in his palm. Then, a massive black hammer appeared and slammed into the ground with a bang. Mysterious patterns were faintly visible on the hammer. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 spirit rings suddenly rose from the ground. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black. These 8 spirit rings sent a chill through Xiao Wu. The most terrifying was the last spirit ring, a bright red that directly stimulated Xiao Wu's pupils. He shivered all over, feeling as if he'd been doused in ice water. 9 spirit rings, a blood-red 100,000-year spirit ring. Title Doloa. Xiao Wu trembled as he struggled to say those 4 words, immediately standing straight and bowing. May I ask which senior has graced us with a presence? Please don't joke. How could I be worthy of sparring with you? What do you mean, unworthy? Your tone is calm, but it's easy to detect your displeasure, the black-clad man replied. Weren't you just sparring with those kids during the day? Of course, you could also think of me as bullying the weak. The man in black, holding the large hammer, slowly walked towards Xiao Wu. However, halfway there, he suddenly stopped. His gaze shifted to another tree. Since you're here, come out. Flinder slowly walked out from behind the tree. Boss. Upon seeing Flinder, Xiao Wu's face lit up, just about to say something. Flinder reached out to stop Xiao Wuqi from continuing to speak, and instead respectfully bowed to the man in black. I have met your majesty, Hao Yan. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wuqi's pupils instantly constricted, and he gasped in shock. He finally remembered who the person in front of him was. This individual, who possessed the Hao Yan hammer, was known as the title de law, the strongest soul master in the world. No need for too much formality. I'm here to cause trouble. Tang Hao's voice was cold, but his eyes remained fixed on Xiao Wuqi. Flinder wanted to inquire where Xiao Wuqi had offended his majesty, but Tang Hao directly interrupted him. Let's talk, Xiao Wuqi. I'll give you a chance. I want to use soul rings or soul power. Just hold out for the time it takes to burn an incense stick in my hands. If you can do that, I'll leave without a word. Otherwise, you'll have to agree to one thing. Xiao Wuqi smiled bitterly. Your Majesty Hao Yan, I really don't understand where I have offended you. Tang Hao snorted coldly. Don't understand? You beat up the young one, so the old one naturally has to come out for justice. Moreover, you even knocked out my beloved Jiulu. If I don't beat you into a pig's head, I won't be surnamed Tang. Chapter 62. Already taken? Flinder, upon hearing Tang Hao's words, blinked and quickly dodged to the side. The soul rings on Tang Hao's body slowly dissipated, and he suddenly vanished from his spot, speeding towards Xiao Wuqi. Bang! Bang! Boom! Ah! The sounds of collisions accompanied by Xiao Wuqi's screams echoed through the woods, lingering for a long time. Flinder couldn't bear to cover his eyes. After the time of an incense stick, Tang Hao stood in the clearing with a refreshing expression, hand behind his back. Xiao Wuqi, do you understand now? A man with a head swollen like a pig struggled to rise from the ground, gasping for breath. His eyes looking at the man in black with a hint of gratitude. Thank you, Your Majesty Hao Yan. Just now, Tang Hao's beating had cleared several meridians in his body that had been blocked due to previous injuries. Although he looked disheveled, Xiao Wuqi was extremely grateful. Tang Hao nodded at them and turned to Flinder. From today on, I'll leave Tang San and Jiulu in your hands. After saying this, his figure flashed and quietly disappeared from the spot. The next morning, on the roof of the dormitory, Tang San slowly opened his eyes and saw Tang Jiulu lying beside him. He smiled and gently touched the leaf that had grown on Tang Jiulu's forehead, softly saying, "It was my fault yesterday. I didn't protect you well." Tang Jiulu yawned, slightly opened her eyes, and rubbed her still blurry eyes, looking adorable like a little hamster. She stared dazedly at Tang San's slightly rugged face and suddenly broke into a sweet smile. Sengu, how can I blame you? It's just that teacher Xiao is too strong. Tang San looked at Tang Jiulu's smile and felt a bit dazed, quickly turning his head and clearing his throat. Jiulu, didn't the dean say we should help post the notice before? Tang Jiulu sat up. Well, it's not just about posting the notice. There is quite a bit of preparation involved. Then, why don't we discuss it here first? A somewhat familiar voice suddenly came from below. Tang Jiulu turned her head and saw Flinder, wearing glasses, smiling at her, and Tang San at the door of the dormitory. Tang Jiulu's little face turned red, and she immediately jumped down from the roof. All right, then I'll call them all. Flinder nodded, saying they needed to call everyone. Otherwise, with such a large project, there wouldn't be enough manpower. Let Xiao Bai or Xiao Ao bring you to my office later. Tang Jiulu nodded and quickly separated from Tang San to call others. Soon, a group gathered and walked toward the wooden house at the end of the village. On the way, they happened to pass the only road in the village and saw a boy and a girl arguing not far ahead. The young couple appeared to be quite young, with the girl being a bit older, around 15 or 16. The girl was simply dressed, likely the child of a villager. The boy she was arguing with was younger, about the same age as Tang San, short and chubby, looking somewhat cute. Ma Hongjun, don't hang out with me anymore. The girl looked at the chubby boy, and a hint of fear flickered in her eyes. Zui Huawai? The chubby boy, Ma Hongjun, looked incredulous. Am I not good to you? Tang San, holding Tang Jiulu's hand, frowned at this scene and stepped forward to block Tang Jiulu. Jiulu is still young. She can't start dating early. Xiao Wu, knowing the plot, stood silently to the side. Ning Rongrong was curious. After all, this breakup scene was quite interesting. Zhu Zhuqing stood beside Xiao Wu, cold as ice, trying to distance herself from Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai exchanged glances with Oscar, and Dai Mubai gestured for him to go. Oscar shrugged and stepped forward. At this moment, the chubby boy Ma Hongjun had already reached out to grab Suehua. Don't go. Suehua struggled like a frightened little rabbit. No, please let me go. Oscar sighed, stepping in to grab Ma Hongjun's hand. Fatty, just let it go. A forced fruit is not sweet. Ma Hongjun abruptly turned his head, seeing it was Oscar, and released his hand, his face instantly falling. Whoa, why is this happening? Ma Hongjun squatted down, covering his face with his hands. I'm still so young. Why do I have to bear so much? Xiao Wu and Tang Jiulu, who peeked out from behind Tang San, stared blankly at the squatting Ma Hongjun. This person is completely different from his character in the anime. Ning Rongrong looked at the poor little chubby boy and felt a bit sympathetic, moving closer to Zhu Zhuqing. Zhuqing, look at this little chubby boy. He seems a bit pitiful. Zhu Zhuqing frowned and spoke directly. Yes, acting. Everyone was taken aback. Looking at the squatting chubby boy, Oscar raised an eyebrow. All right, these girls are all new students. Tone it down a bit. Upon hearing Oscar's words, Ma Hongjun stood up, shrugged, and showed no trace of having cried. Ning Rongrong's anger flared up instantly. You liar. I'm not a liar. I'm just being flexible. The chubby boy Ma Hongjun retorted, and then his eyes lit up. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wow, there are actually 4 beautiful new students. The teasing Ning Rongrong, the playful Xiao Wu, the cold Zhu Zhuqing, and the adorable Tang Jiulu peeking out. Tang San saw the look in Ma Hongjun's eyes and furrowed his brow tighter, pushing Tang Jiulu's head back to cover her up. Ma Hongjun noticed Tang San's movement and glanced at him. Oh, this one is taken. He shifted his gaze to Zhu Zhuqing. Dai Mubai stepped forward to block his view. Oh no, Boss Dai has taken a liking to her. He then shifted his gaze to Xiao Wu. Oscar darkened his face and blocked his sight. Ma Hongjun looked at Oscar in shock. Didn't you not help with the recruitment yesterday? How did all the new students suddenly have partners? Ma Hongjun could only shift his gaze to the last person, Ning Rongrong. Then, he saw a pair of eyes filled with anger and disdain. Who is this rude, bullying girl, a scammer? Do you know Dai Luobing? Ning Rongrong is the little princess of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, and she speaks without holding back. Hey, I'm not a scammer. Ma Hongjun's eyes widened instantly, and he straightened the joystick. I am Ma Hongjun, the future star of Shrek Academy, with a top-tier phoenix martial soul. Chapter 63. Tragic news, come on. P.S. Just a grass chicken martial soul. Oscar glanced at Xiao Wu, who kept sneaking glances at Ma Hongjun, and nervously blurted out. Nonsense. Your martial soul is the grass chicken. My martial soul is a phoenix. Haven't you heard that a golden phoenix can also emerge from a grass nest? Ma Hongjun said irritably, rolling his eyes at Oscar, this guy who has no sense of others. Dai Mubai explained from the side. Fatty S. martial soul should be a mutated one, brought back by the dean 3 years ago, about the same age as you all. After his martial soul mutated, there are side effects. He needs a girl to cool his fire, or he will explode. As soon as this was said, all the girls' faces turned red instantly. Although Tang Jiulu and Xiao Wu already knew about it, hearing it in person was still a bit awkward. Tang San's brows furrowed tighter as he pulled Tang Jiulu a bit behind him. Not everyone in this academy is normal. He needed to clarify with Jiulu later to keep a distance from this little fatty. Ning Rongrong's disdain deepened. Rogue. Ma Hongjun was even more displeased. What rogue? We are both willing parties, okay? Dai Mubai helplessly explained again. Indeed, the girl named Sohua just now was indeed his girlfriend. But Ning Rongrong didn't listen to Dai Mubai's explanation at all. Weren't you just talking about breaking up? Ma Hongjun's face instantly turned red. This girl is good looking, but her temper and mouth are really. Dai Mubai also felt a bit awkward. This guy had quite a few instances of being unable to suppress his fiery nature, so the girl probably couldn't stand it. This kind of thing had happened many times already. TSK, Shrek Academy really has all kinds of people. Ning Rongrong changed her attitude towards Tang San and the others, proudly turning her head and not giving Ma Hongjun a glance. Ma Hongjun looked around. All the other girls had partners, and this one was still looking down on him, making him feel dejected again. Zhu Zhuqing shot a cold glance at Dai Mubai. Her eyes filled with even more coldness, and walked over to Xiao Wu's side. Weren't you going to find a dean? Let us go. Only then did everyone react. Right, let us go to the dean's office first. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing ignoring him, Dai Mubai, to avoid awkwardness, took the lead and walked ahead. Ma Hongjun glanced regretfully at Ning Rongrong and walked over to Dai Mubai's side. Dai, could you introduce me? Dai Mubai nodded and introduced everyone's martial souls and names. Ma Hongjun looked incredulously at Tang Jiulu. She's level 30? The same age as me? Tang San pulled Tang Jiulu's hand, stepping in front of her to block Ma Hongjun's view. What are you guarding against me like a wolf? Ma Hongjun said unhappily. TSK. ISNT it because of your fiery grass chicken martial soul. Ning Rongrong, walking behind, directly mocked. You. Ma Hongjun's face turned red with anger. I won't argue with you. Saying this, he walked beside Dai Mubai and fell silent. Tang San turned to look at Ma Hongjun, a slight smile appearing on his face. He actually didn't dislike Ma Hongjun. He just felt that his sister needed some protection. That's all. Everyone quickly arrived at the dean's office. Although it was called an office, it was actually just a wooden house. Seat, everyone's seat. Flinder gestured for everyone to sit on the wooden sofa, holding a piece of paper. He handed the paper to Tang Jiulu. Take a look. How about this plan? Tang Jiulu took the paper and looked at it, her eyes immediately flashing with shock. As expected of the dean of Shrek Academy, she just mentioned it yesterday, and today he presented such a detailed plan. This is part of the training plan, but we need to add some things. Tang Jiulu mentioned some of the military training content from her past life. The two then began to discuss passionately. Punishing latecomers with a lap? That's too lenient. At least 3 laps. Then 10 laps. As soul masters, we must have a strong physique and willpower. How can it be so comfortable? Standing in military posture for an hour is a daily requirement. What is standing in military posture? It's a training and management that even the National Army undergoes. Standing straight under the sun is standing in military posture. ISNT that too much. Don't worry, I have healing light. All right, then let us stand in military posture for 2 hours every day. Tang San and the others sat on the wooden sofa, dumbfounded as they watched Tang Jiulu and Dean Flinder discuss military training matters. Ning Rongrong was so frightened that her face turned pale. Luckily, I'm already a formal student and don't have to undergo such military training with those newly recruited students. Tang Jiulu suddenly turned her head and smiled at them. These newly recruited students have a month of training content, but it will be our long-term training content in the academy. As soon as this was said, Ning Rongrong stiffened completely. Tang San usually trained, so he didn't feel much. He actually trained Tang Jiulu even harder than this. After all, in the Tang sect, cultivating internal and external skills was the foundation of the foundation. Only by laying a good foundation can one move forward more. But aside from Tang San, everyone else had expressions similar to Ning Rongrong. Xiao Wu gently tugged at Tang Jiulu. Jiulu, ISNT this a bit too much? Tang Jiulu widened her eyes. Don't you want to become stronger? Why come to Shrek Academy if you don't want to get stronger? As soon as this was said, everyone's eyes changed. Flinder suddenly laughed heartily. Yes, that's right. By the way, Jiulu, do you think we should sign an agreement or something? Like if someone fails to keep up with the training for a month, they need to pay a fine or something. Tang Jiulu's eyes instantly lit up. That's good, but we need to discuss the training venue and my salary. Don't worry, as the dean, I will definitely not treat you unfairly. Everyone. Tang San looked at the 2 smiling faces, one big and one small, both with the same cunning expression. He sighed and patted Oscar, who was still a bit dazed. Little AO, you're a food system soul master, not like Dai and Ma Hongjun. This training might be a bit tougher for you and the girls. Oscar chuckled awkwardly. Although he needed to exercise in the academy, he could only respond with a hat to such intense training. With Tang Jiulu's help, Dean Flinder confirmed the new student recruitment rules. He then waved his hand to write several recruitment notices, summoning everyone from Shrek Academy to the central playground of the village for a meeting. Chapter 64. A heart-shocking speech according to Tang Jiulu's request. A teacher, along with 1 or 2 students, went to different nearby cities to announce the recruitment notices. Tang Jiulu and Tang San followed Dean Flinder to take charge of the enrollment in Soto City. After all, Soto City, being the closest to Shrek Academy, was a key city for this expansion. After meeting with the city lord, Dean Flander obtained the authority to post notices at various city gates in Soto City. The first stop was the West Gate. This was the place with the most foot traffic. After coordinating with the soldiers guarding the gate, Flander put up the notice he had prepared earlier. All right, next stop, the East Gate. Flander clapped his hands and was ready to move on. But Tang Jiulu immediately tugged at his robe. Dean, this won't do. Look around. There aren't many people paying attention to the notice. Flander paused to look at the notice he had posted. There were already a dozen people reading it. This looks good. So many people are already interested, Flander thought. Slightly taken aback, Tang Jiulu sighed. Thankfully, she had trained Oscar and the others before setting out, teaching them what to say. Otherwise, this notice would have been wasted. Dean, this won't showcase our Shrek Academy. Tang Jiulu said with a smile. Let us do it this way. The more Flander listened, the brighter his eyes became. Good, let's do it. He immediately turned to the soldiers at the gate and said something, then turned back to give Tang Jiulu a thumbs up. Tang Jiulu smiled at Tang San. Third brother, shall we start? Tang San nodded with a smile. All right. 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings suddenly rose from Tang Jiulu's feet. 2 yellow soul rings rose from Tang San's feet. They smiled at each other, and blackish blue silvergrass and dark green vines shot out from their palms. They burst out of the crowd, cutting through the air, and instantly bound the top of the city wall. The blue silvergrass and vines in their palms retracted, lifting their bodies into the air. A boy and a girl, although only 12 years old, still had a youthful appearance, and with their beautiful faces and shimmering soul rings, they instantly attracted the attention of everyone around. Tang Jiulu reached out her hand to Tang San, and they clasped hands, unexpectedly starting to dance in the air. First soul skill, Healing Halo. A circle of green light instantly spread from Tang Jiulu's first soul ring to the surroundings. The crowd below was all enveloped in the healing halo. These people, weary from their travels, felt their old injuries and fatigue vanish under the effect of the healing halo. They looked up at the sky in shock, their eyes filled with surprise and admiration. This is a soul master. They are so young. How amazing. If my kid could become like this. Tang Jiulu, my second soul skill, Leaf Blade. A flurry of leaves suddenly fell from the sky in all directions. It began to rain romantic green leaves. Tang Jiulu retracted the vines. She couldn't control them while using her skill. So, Tang San held her waist, spinning her in the air, moving from the outside to the city wall, then stepping on the wall to push off. As they went back and forth, soon everyone in Soto City knew that 2 children were showering the West Gate with leaf rain. This leaf rain could heal injuries and restore energy. In no time, more and more people were heading toward the West Gate. Seeing that the crowd was about right, Tang San finally released the blue silvergrass that was tied to the city wall. The 2 gently landed on the ground. Tang Jiulu panted, her soul power nearly depleted. Just then, a sharp screech echoed from above. A huge owl possessed a man, flying low and stopping in midair. Shockingly, 7 soul rings slowly rose beneath the man's feet. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black. A total of 7 soul rings shimmered with different colors in the air, making everyone present gasp in astonishment. Tang Jiulu stood below, observing the crowd's expressions, and smiled at Flander, giving him a thumbs up. Flander smiled and spoke, projecting his voice to reach further. He held a script written by Tang Jiulu, cleared his throat, and began to speak. Dear friends, good afternoon. I am Flander, the Dean of Shrek Academy. Perhaps many of you do not know what Shrek Academy is, but that's all right. I will introduce it to you. Shrek Academy is a Soul Master Academy established with a mission of cultivating talent for the continent. The Academy has a strong faculty, with me, Flander, being a level 78 Battle Soul Sage. All teachers in our Academy are Soul Emperors above level 60. We recruit students and train them, striving to cultivate powerful Soul Masters. You should know that as long as you graduate from Shrek Academy, if you serve the Empire in the future, you can at least obtain the title of Viscount. At this point, Flander paused slightly, as countless people in the crowd had become extremely excited, their faces flushed. Most people did not know what Shrek Academy was. But with such powerful Soul Masters as teachers, and the opportunity to obtain titles above Viscount upon graduation, who wouldn't be tempted? Unfortunately, our Shrek Academy previously had poor publicity, and very few people came to enroll. The talented students we recruited. Flander sighed. At this moment, someone in the crowd couldn't help but shout. Is the enrollment for this year already over? No way. We still want to enroll. Is there still a chance? Flander smiled. I am here for this matter. Some parents learned about our academy's enrollment news very late, so they requested us to enroll again. To give everyone time to prepare, this time Shrek Academy is having a second round of enrollment. This expansion is only for several nearby cities, offering everyone an extra opportunity. As soon as these words came out, the crowd instantly became lively, with many people shouting to enroll their children on the spot. However, Flander raised his hand to calm them down. Of course, our Shrek Academy is not so easy to enter. Such a powerful academy naturally requires selection. But we offer a special opportunity for those children who may not have particularly good qualifications, but have a firm will and want to change their lives. Chapter 65. A different Ning Rong Rong. As long as they meet our enrollment requirements and pay a certain fee, they can enter Shrek Academy for a month of closed training. With Soul Sage level mentors leading the way, this opportunity is hard to come by. After a month, we will determine their future based on their overall performance. Even if they ultimately cannot enter Shrek Academy, this month of training is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. And at this moment, such an opportunity is only available to cities around Shrek Academy. This is the first innovation made by our Shrek Academy, and it allows all parents present to truly experience what a powerful Soul Master Academy is. As soon as Flander finished speaking, everyone's eyes lit up. Some may not have children themselves, but they have relatives and friends who do. When it comes to children, even if it means selling everything they have, they will provide for them. It's important to know that whether an academy is good or not is often based on hearsay. Now, with a month of closed training, not only is the school selecting students, but parents are also choosing schools. Immediately, someone shouted, "What is the registration fee?" Flander smiled and said, 100 gold soul coins, including food, accommodation, and training for a month with me, a level 78 soul sage, personally guiding the training. Surely, you won't find expensive, right? Many people in the audience laughed, saying it was not expensive at all, but rather too cheap. Indeed, the fees for regular intermediate Soul Master Academies are much higher. With personal guidance from a level 78 soul sage, I would be willing to pay 10 times that amount. Tang Jiulu and Tang San exchanged glances, knowing it was their turn to step in. Countless vines and blue-silver grasses grew from their palms, wrapping around papers with the Shrek Academy enrollment brochure and distributing them to everyone present. Everyone began to seriously read the requirements listed. This time, Shrek Academy was not only recruiting children under 13. Children who awakened at 6 years old with innate soul power over level 8 could register for training. Those under 8 with full soul power of level 13 could register. Those under 11 with full soul power of level 18 could register. And those under 13 with full soul power of level 21 could register. This directly encompassed all children with top-tier qualifications after awakening. For a moment, the entire Soto City was in an uproar. Countless families began to spontaneously head to Shrek Academy outside Soto City to register. Tang Jiulu and Tang San, who were responsible for the registration paperwork, were immediately busy. Fortunately, the surrounding cities also completed their promotional tasks quickly. Many teachers, including Dai Mubai and Oscar, returned. Soon, Shrek Academy entered a recruitment frenzy. Parents, this Shrek Academy looks very shabby. Response: this is to instill a spirit of hard work and perseverance in the students. As a powerful soul master, one must endure loneliness and withstand tests. Parents, it seems Shrek Academy doesn't have simulated training environments. Response: this is where the children begin their training. Their growth cannot be rushed. When they need simulated training, they will naturally move to new training locations. Parents, every single question was perfectly answered, and Shrek Academy instantly became popular in the Bala Kingdom. Moreover, during the short 1-month enrollment period, its reputation spread to neighboring empires. And many people in the Xingluo Empire and Tiando Empire had heard of it. Even traveling soul masters spread the name of Shrek Academy. Although the faculty strength of Shrek Academy is not considered top tier on the entire continent, many academies have stronger faculties, but those academies often only allow noble children to enter. Shrek Academy has no restrictions on background, meaning that even commoners can enroll as long as they meet the enrollment requirements. Shrek Academy has truly become popular. There is no shortage of geniuses coming to enroll. Flander was all smiles when collecting the enrollment fees. The village also began to thrive with construction, following Tang Jiulu's plans. Although they were all wooden houses, Tang Jiulu implemented some space-saving techniques from his previous life. This time, Shrek Academy would definitely recruit many students. An expansion was necessary. The temporary students would live in wooden houses built outside the village, with each room containing 10 bunk beds, accommodating 20 children. Rows of tidy wooden houses were easy to build and did not cost much. With 100 gold soul coins per month, Shrek Academy could save at least 95 gold soul coins in their treasury. The tuition was worth it. Once the academy's construction was completed and the first batch of expanded enrollment ended, they would conduct a month of closed training. Flander proudly stroked his little mustache and gave orders. At that moment, Tang Jiulu, the academy planner, truly deserved the title. Originally, on the small playground designated as part of Shrek Academy, several figures were huffing and puffing while running. They were all strapped with weights, clearly accustomed to running. Tang Jiulu turned to look at Ning Rongrong, who was struggling to keep up at the back, and smiled. Although Ning Rongrong had a bit of a proud personality now, she did not exhibit the aloofness seen in the anime. It's important to note that all this training was set by her in front of everyone and the dean. Everyone was training according to these requirements. And there were also those temporary students from the outer academy watching closely. Ning Rongrong could not allow herself to fall behind those temporary students who had initially failed to enroll in the academy. The key point was that she became a formal student thanks to the efforts of Tang Jiulu, Tang San, and the others. Therefore, she gritted her teeth and persisted repeatedly, wanting to show her father that she had the ability to rely on herself and become a powerful soul master. This made Tang Jiulu and Xiao Wu view Ning Rongrong differently. To be honest, at first, when they watched the anime, they disliked Ning Rongrong the most. But now she was not only pitiful, but also endearing. Rongrong, are you okay? Do you need me to give you another leaf? Tang Jiulu slowed down slightly, running alongside Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong managed to show her a smile despite her struggle. I'm okay. I can persist. I can't believe this is your training volume at 6 years old. Tang Jiulu responded with a sweet smile. The reason I can improve my soul power so quickly is thanks to this foundational training. Ning Rongrong nodded firmly. I understand. Don't worry, I will definitely keep going. Chapter 66. Extra. Devil training. The weather was not very hot. Instead, there was a slight cool breeze. However, the children on the playground were sweating profusely. Keep running. You can only eat after everyone completes their tasks. Xiao Wuji stood to the side, his bruised face and panda eyes staring unblinkingly at the children. Some are only 6 years old, some 7 or 8, and the oldest was no more than 13. Yet they were all running on the playground, drenched in sweat. Some children's legs were already trembling, but they gritted their teeth and kept running. You can't handle just one lap? Xiao Wuji's several soul rings were floating, and the third soul ring was slowly glowing. Gravity enhancement. Yes, Xiao Wuji's third soul ring could control the gravity within a certain range. The gravity pressed down on those children, and although Xiao Wujia controlled the force, they were still suffering greatly. Xiao Wujia looked at the 6-year-old kids, a hint of compassion flashing in his eyes, and turned to the side where Flander was standing. Dean, will such heavy gravity affect their growth and development at such a young age? Flander laughed and said, what are you worried about? They only run for a little while every day. It won't be a problem. Besides, one of the youngest children completed the full distance first. Trembling as he walked to the side, Tang Jiulu smiled at him skillfully, then used the first soul skill, Healing Aura, while also handing the child a green leaf. Oscar, standing nearby, handed over a sausage as well. The child skillfully took both, first eating the leaf, then the sausage, and then sat cross-legged within the range of the healing aura to begin cultivating. Flander stroked his little mustache with satisfaction, saying, I have to admit, after just a few days of training, we've already seen results. Those children from noble families are incredibly obedient. We used to think their temperaments were bad and didn't want to recruit them. But unexpectedly, after training them according to Jiulu's method, their attitudes have changed completely. All their laziness, arrogance, and pride have been worn away. Excellent. Our Shrek Academy is about to achieve greatness. Flander's eyes narrowed in delight, the lenses sparkling with dazzling light, especially thinking about the gold soul coins. Xiao Wujia recalled the agreements signed with the parents before training, feeling a bit guilty. What if the children really can't keep up with this training? Do we really have to make the parents pay? Flander looked at Xiao Wujia with surprise. Isn't that obvious? Just look at those kids. After seeing their parents sign that agreement, they've been training so hard. Xiao Wu pulled at the corners of his mouth, muttering to himself, I think you actually hope they can't keep up. One child is worth thousands of gold soul coins in compensation. What did you say? Flanders' eyes narrowed dangerously. No, no. I just think these kids are quite obedient. He quickly changed his words, not wanting to welcome new injuries before the old ones on his face had faded. After the morning run, all the children began training in combat techniques under the guidance of Senior Dai Mubai. The afternoon was for basic knowledge courses for soul masters. In the evening, based on the different martial soul characteristics of the children, they were assigned to different teaching seniors for foundational improvement training. Dean Flander accompanied them throughout, promptly pointing out any issues when the teaching assistants failed to notice. This way, not only did the children receive guidance, but even the teaching assistants like Tang Jiulu benefited greatly. During the closed training period, parents were not allowed to enter Shrek Academy, especially after they signed that extremely unequal agreement. Flander had some anxiety about the contents of the agreement when it was signed, including the promise that the training would not be so intense as to damage the children's physical functions, but would maximize their potential. Additionally, if a child did not persist and withdrew midway, they would be fined. The fines were determined based on the duration of training. A child who withdrew after just one day of training would only need to pay a fine of 1,000 gold soul coins. But a child who withdrew after a week would need to pay 5,000 gold soul coins. If a child withdrew after 2 weeks, the fine was 10,000 gold soul coins, and after 3 weeks, it was 20,000 gold soul coins. Children who withdrew 3 days before the end of training would face a fine of 50,000 gold soul coins. Flander believed such a strong penalty would deter many parents. However, to his surprise, those parents, upon seeing such regulations, became even more confident in the closed training program. What kind of course would cost so much? They instinctively felt that these courses were worth the money. In reality, the training fees collected by Shrek Academy for a month were merely a fraction of the actual value. This led all the parents to tell their children that they must not drop out. As the training continued, the longer the children trained, the less they wanted to quit. A fine of tens of thousands of gold soul coins was a significant amount, even for children from wealthy families. As a result, the closed training proved remarkably effective. Although many dropped out in the early stages, as time went on, no one dared to quit. Ultimately, not only did the children's soul power increase rapidly, but their mental fortitude was also greatly refined. After a month, all the children who persisted had at least 1 level increase in soul power, and some exceptionally talented children even increased by 2 levels. This made Shrek Academy famous once again. Families of the selected children were willing to sell everything to send their kids to school. The next enrollment for the semester in 6 months saw a continuous stream of parents coming to register. Other Soul Master Academies, having learned about Shrek Academy's training methods through various means, attempted to imitate them. However, they remained far behind Shrek Academy in terms of reputation. Originally not particularly well known, the financially struggling Shrek Academy turned its fortunes around in a short period thanks to these enrollment funds. Flander looked up at the sky, feeling a bit emotional. Xiaogang, you really are thinking of me. Through your disciples, you've helped me push Shrek Academy towards greatness. Tang Jiulu stood not far from Flander, awkwardly smiling at Xiao Wu, just about to speak when she suddenly noticed the soul power fluctuating around Xiao Wu. She gasped in shock and rushed over. Oh my god! Xiao Wu, you've reached level 30? Control it. Don't advance here. Chapter 67. Xiao Ao reaches level 37 treasure, glazed tile school, conference hall. In the north side of the hall, a person was seated on an intricately carved large chair. This person had a jade-like face, gentle and refined in appearance. Around 40 years of age, he wore a spotless white robe, with soft black hair cascading down his back, and his gaze was gentle as he looked down. Below him, a young man dressed in a standard white uniform was kneeling. Reporting to the sect master, the young lady has been admitted to Shrek Academy. The middle-aged man nodded, a hint of helplessness appearing on his face. It's good for this little ancestor to go out and gain some experience. How is Shrek Academy? Please forgive me. Sect master, there's at least 1 soul sage and several soul emperors within Shrek Academy. I am incompetent and unable to investigate. However, I have delivered the letter you instructed to the teachers at Shrek Academy. It will certainly reach the hands of their dean. A smile appeared on the middle-aged man's face. I've heard that Shrek Academy has become quite famous on the continent recently. Yes. It is said that the master of the Golden Iron Triangle has sent his disciples to planet. The middle-aged man waved his hand at the young man. All right, you may leave. Yes, Secmaster. Master? The middle-aged man pondered with the staff in his hand, unsure of what he was thinking. Just then, a powerful voice echoed in the hall. Fengji, are you really so at ease letting Rong be out there alone? Could that Shrek Academy be better than what we teach? An old man with white hair, but a youthful face walked out from the back hall and sat down in the chair beside the sect master Ning Fengji. Ning Fengji looked helpless and said, Uncle Jian, just because of you and Uncle Long, I can't let this girl stay in the sect any longer. You spoil her too much. She'll be ruined. Who says that? Uncle Jian immediately expressed his dissatisfaction. We haven't spoiled Rong at all. She's very well behaved. All right, Uncle Jian. This time, no matter what, I won't go looking for her, and neither can you or Uncle Long, Ning Fengji said decisively. She has already been accepted into Shrek Academy, which is quite popular on the continent right now, and the principal is the peak of the former Golden Iron Triangle. Rong will be fine there. Seeing Ning Fengji's firmness, Uncle Jian finally snorted coldly and turned to leave. If anything happens to Rong, I'll hold you accountable. He tightened his body a bit and went to find Old Bone Dragon to stretch his muscles. Ning Fengji chuckled and shook his head helplessly. Inside Shrek Academy's inner courtyard, a month of intensive training was in full swing. This time, besides guidance from the principal, Tang Jiulu and the other new students would also serve as teaching assistants for these temporary students. It's worth noting that there aren't many teachers at Shrek Academy right now, and they really have a lot on their plates. After a busy day, Tang Jiulu lay down on the bed, too tired to move. She turned her head to look at Xiao Wu, who was lying on the adjacent bed, and asked, Xiao Wu, do you think I'm being foolish for wanting to carry out some reforms? Now look, I'm so exhausted that I can't even take care of myself. Xiao was already too sleepy to respond properly, mumbling, isn't it good? I think it's great. My soul power is increasing pretty fast. Tang Jiulu blinked. Yeah, it's pretty fast. At this rate, you'll probably break through to level 30 and get your own soul ring soon, right? Xiao Wu's body jolted, and she instantly sat up in bed, her face showing a hint of anxiety. Oh no, I almost forgot about that. What should I do? Tang Jiulu sudeli lauget. It's fine. The closed training ends today, right? Sangu and Xiao Ao have also hit the level 30 bottleneck. So we can have the available teachers take us to get our soul rings. When Xiao Wu heard Oscar's name, it seemed she thought of something. Her face slightly flushed as she turned over and buried her head in the pillow. Okay, fine. I can't take any more. I'm going to sleep. Tang Jiulu felt the fatigue in her body, listening to Xiao Wu's quick breathing as she fell asleep and closed her eyes. This world had become different from the anime of her past life. Xiao Wu hadn't developed feelings for Sangu, but had developed a fondness for Oscar, who looked elegant and noble. Surprisingly, Oscar didn't fall head over heels for Ning Rong either. And Zhu Zhuqing, despite her icy demeanor, showed no kindness towards Dai, allowed Tang Jiulu's thoughts wandered, and she eventually fell into a deep sleep. In Tang San's dormitory, Oscar was excitedly discussing soul rings with him. San, I didn't expect to catch up to you and reach level 30 as well. If it weren't for this month of closed training, the teacher would have probably taken you to get your third soul ring by now. Since the closed training had just ended and Oscar had also reached level 30, Principal Flander immediately decided to take them to the Stardow Forest to obtain their soul rings. San, what kind of soul ring do you think I should get? Tang San stroked his chin, thought for a moment, and replied, Your first 2 soul rings, one is for recovery and the other for detoxification. It would be best for the third soul ring to add another kind of auxiliary effect or to enhance the first 2. Oscar nodded. My first soul ring's ability overlaps with Jiulu's, and the effect is not as good as hers. So I think it would be better to add another kind of auxiliary effect. Tang San smiled and patted Oscar on the shoulder. That's different. Jiulu's is a combat-oriented ring, and the leaf healing and recovery have limited duration. Your sausages can not only recover, but also fill you up. It's meat-based. How can that be compared? Hearing Tang San say this, Oscar felt quite pleased. It's rare to hear you speak ill of Jiulu. Stop. How is that speaking ill? I'm just stating the differences in your martial spirits and soul skills. Tang San interrupted directly, frowning. If Jiulu hears this, it won't be good. Oscar chuckled, as if he already knew. By the way, speaking of the Stardow Forest, Oscar, have you been there? Tell me about the situation there. Oscar straightened his body and said seriously, the Stardow Forest is a great place, but it's also a very dangerous place. It's known as the cradle of soul beasts, the favorite place for powerful soul masters, but also the place with the highest casualties. Tang San thought back to the soul-hunting forest he had been to previously. Is it also a forest where we raise soul beasts in the Tiando Empire? Of course not, Oscar said animatedly. Those forests where soul beasts are raised are nothing. There are hardly any thousand-year soul beasts. Usually, only soul masters go there. We should go to the Stardow Forest. There are 3 major gathering places for soul beasts on our Doloa continent. The Stardow Forest, the extreme north, and the Sunset Forest. The soul beasts inside are extremely terrifying, and the closer you get to the center of the forest, the stronger the soul beasts become. It said that there are even 10,000-year soul beasts inside. Oscar's eyes sparkled with excitement. Any soul master, as long as they have enough strength and good luck, can find a suitable soul ring there. You know, my second soul ring was obtained when the teacher took me to the Stardow Forest. Tang San nodded, a hint of unusual color flashing in his eyes. 10,000-year soul beast. Jiulu is a 10,000-year soul beast. Could she be from the Stardow Forest? Tang San smiled at Oscar, hoping they could all obtain suitable soul rings. Oscar grinned, feeling a bit shy as he leaned closer. By the way, Xiao Wu used to be in the same Soul Master Academy as you. Can you tell me about her? Tang San was taken aback, but then laughed. She and Jiulu are very close. It seems like they knew each other in a past life. The next morning, everyone packed their things and gathered on the playground after breakfast. This time, the people from Shrek Academy's inner courtyard were all heading to the Stardow Forest. Although it was mainly for Tang San, Oscar, and Xiao Wu to obtain soul rings, it also served to train the others. This time, Xiao Wu was leading the team, while Principal Flander was still busy preparing for the enrollment of the new external academy students. This year, Shrek Academy not only recruited 5 students like Tang Jiulu into the inner courtyard, but also nearly 500 external academy students. It's worth noting that Shrek Academy hadn't been able to recruit a single talented student for many years. But now there were so many promising candidates for cultivation. Although many were just 6-year-old kids who had just awakened, and there were quite a few 8- or 9-year-olds, it still made Flander smile from ear to ear. What made him even happier was the influx of gold soul coins. There are nearly 40 impoverished students who need to work at Shrek Academy in exchange for living expenses and tuition fees. Therefore, Flander is also doing his utmost for these students, taking a hands-on approach. This time, Xiao Wu is leading the group to the Stardow Forest. However, when everyone sees Xiao Wu, they're all somewhat stunned, wanting to laugh but not daring to. Teacher Zhao's injury has been lingering for over a month. Why isn't he healed yet? Xiao Wu looks at the bruise around Xiao Wuji's left eye, which really makes her unable to hold back her laughter. She quietly pokes Tang Jiulu in the side, saying, "The dad hit him pretty hard." Tang Jiulu smiles broadly. This time, Sanji's injury isn't that serious. But she didn't expect her father to turn teacher Zhao into a pig's head. And it hasn't gone away even after more than a month. Tang San shakes his head helplessly at Tang Jiulu's reaction. However, while it's amusing, he and the others are also slightly surprised. With teacher Zhao's strength as a level 76 soul sage, who could possibly injure him? Moreover, the mark has managed to last for over a month without fading. Xiao Wu has seen this kind of expression from others for more than a month, snorts lightly, but doesn't lose his temper. All right, get ready, we're setting off. Xiao Bai, lead the way. Dai Mubai nods and walks at the front. As a senior, he is quite diligent, reminding them of the precautions when entering the Stardow Forest. The Stardow Forest is not a place to be taken lightly. There are many soul beasts there, and they are highly aggressive, with no goodwill towards humans. Everyone must be careful. Xiao Wu, walking at the back, speaks up. This trip to the Stardow Forest is not only for Xiao San, Xiao Ao, and Xiao Wu to obtain their spirit rings, but also to test your practical combat abilities. From now on, I will be behind you as your last line of defense. Of course, when you need help obtaining spirit rings, I will step in. Other than that, you'd better rely on yourselves. This time, with Xiao Bai in charge. I hope you all listen to what he has to say. Xiao Wuji's words serve as both a reminder and a warning. As geniuses, they all have a bit of pride, but they cannot act recklessly. In the Stardow Forest, it could harm both themselves and others. Dai Mubai's expression is serious as he nods and says, "In that case, I will arrange the formation for our actions. Xiao San, you will be in the front. Oscar, Rong, and Zhu Lu will be in the middle. Fatty and Xiao Wu on the sides. I and Zhu Zhuqing will be at the back. After entering the forest, we will maintain this formation in order to support and stay alert in all directions. Now let us set off. Tang Jiulu nods and follows behind Tang San. This arrangement is quite reasonable. Sangu, as a control-type soul master with hidden weapon skills and the purple extreme magic eye, is most suitable to be in the front. Xiao Wu and Rong are all support-type soul masters, so it makes sense for them to be in the middle of the formation for protection. Walking behind Sangu allows her to provide long-range support at any time. Fatty and Xiao Wu, being offensive soul masters, are on the left and right sides. Zhu Qing, who is very fast, can quickly rush to the front to provide support. As the strongest, Dai Mubai is most suitable to be at the rear. Such an arrangement is clear to anyone with a discerning eye to understand Dai Mubai's intentions. Xiao Wuji, walking at the back, sees the formation the kids have formed and shows a hint of approval on his face. Throughout the journey, the group moves at a steady pace. With Tang Jiulu's healing aura and Oscar's sausages, everyone's energy surprisingly remains in a vigorous state. Even Ning Rong, who has the least stamina, can keep up with the group. It can be said that without real application, one will never understand the importance of support martial souls. Oscar's soul power is restored by Tang Jiulu, and the two of them recover each other, oddly reaching a kind of balance. The speed at which the entire team progresses surprises even them. Although Ning Rong has the least stamina, her hard work practicing in the academy has earned everyone's recognition. Tang Jiulu is right beside her, occasionally sneaking her a few extra leaves to help her recover. They only took a day to travel nearly 400 kilometers, getting very close to the Stardew Forest. As night falls, Xiao Wuji calls for everyone to stop and stay overnight in a nearby town. This town is much larger than an ordinary small town, aside from lacking walls. It resembles a small city. The streets are lined with shops of all kinds. Chapter 69. Misplaced anger. The shops in this town mainly deal with soul masters. There are shops selling weapons, various detoxifying and recovery potions, and even clothes suitable for soul masters' adventures. This place relies on the mountains and rivers, clearly surviving off the Stardew Forest. Tang San sighs. That's right. Oscar nods. There are quite a few towns like this around the Stardew Forest. Ning Grong, surprised, asks, this should be nearly 100 kilometers from the Stardew Forest, right? The Stardew Forest is different from those enclosed forests. The wild soul beasts inside are much fiercer and often venture out of the forest range. So, if the town is too close to the Stardew Forest, it will be very bad. Xiao Wuji responds from behind. All right, we will rest in this town for the night and get some supplies. Tomorrow morning, we will enter the Stardew Forest. He steps towards the nearest hotel, saying, well, the academy has made quite a bit recently. The dean said he would reimburse the food and lodging. The group exchanges glances, instantly filled with joy. Yay, let's eat the dean out. They quickly head towards the hotel, all vowing to clear out the place. After a day's journey, they are indeed quite hungry. The hotel is a small building. The first floor is a simple restaurant, while the upper floors are for lodging. They opened 3 rooms. As the teacher, Xiao Wuji naturally gets one room to himself, while the remaining 2 rooms are shared by the 4 boys and the 4 girls. They quickly find a large table and sit around it. Xiao Wuji sits at the head of the table and waves his hand. Order whatever you want. Tang Jiulu and the others immediately cheer and call for the waiter to bring the dishes. Although they aren't too short on money, the opportunity to take advantage of the stingy dean is rare. If they don't eat a bit more, it would really be unfair to themselves. Tang Jiulu sits in the middle of Xiao Wu and Tang San, with a thick-skinned Oscar on one side of Xiao Wu and Dai Mubai on the other. Tang San sits next to Xiao Wuji, with Ma Hongjun sitting beside Xiao Wuji, while Zhu Zhuqing quickly takes a seat next to Ma Hongjun, leaving Ning Rong to sit beside Dai Mubai. Ma Hongjun, noticing Dai Mubai's occasional glare at him, feels awkward, not knowing where to put his hands. Doesn't he want to sit next to Ning Rong? Boss Dai, please don't look at me like that. It's not like I want to sit next to Zhu Qing. Ma Hongjun can't hold back any longer and suggests, how about I switch seats with you? Zhu Zhuqing glares at him, her icy eyes instantly directed at Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun shivered under the cold, frosty gaze. What's going on between you and Dai Lauda? Ning Rong curiously glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, then at Dai Mubai, her gossiping heart igniting. Xiao Wujia raised an eyebrow, remaining silent. It was better for adults to stay out of children's matters. Tang Jiulu and Xiao Wu exchanged glances, both understanding the situation. Xiao Wu snorted. Before we came to sign up, we saw Dai Luobua taking a pair of twin sisters to a hotel, so I think Zhuqing's reaction is quite justified. Tang Jiulu smiled slightly, thinking Dai Mubai was a nice person but not suitable to be a husband. She had long felt that Zhuqing was too good for such a flirtatious person due to her martial soul. Zhuqing's cold aura intensified as she jabbed a piece of meat with her chopsticks, startling Ma Hongjun, who shrank back and didn't dare to say another word. Oh my! Dai Lao Da's flirtatious history has been exposed. It's simply a social death scene. Dai Mubai's face turned ashen. This is a misunderstanding, he chuckled awkwardly, unsure of what to say in response to Zhuqing's demeanor. The atmosphere at the dining table suddenly became strange. Just then, the hotel door was pushed open, and a group of people walked in. At the forefront was a middle-aged man in his 40s, who was relatively handsome, with slick back hair and a meticulously crafted moon-white soul master robe. Following him were 6 young men and 1 woman, all seemingly under 20, dressed in similar moon-white soul master robes. Each of them had a blue circular emblem on their left shoulder, embroidered with the same 2 characters, Songhui. From their attire, it was evident they were all soul masters. In contrast, Tang San and the others were dressed casually, looking like ordinary people, while these individuals were much more ostentatious. Upon seeing the newcomers, the restaurant owner immediately approached them, bowing and expressing excessive politeness. Tang Jiulu looked at this scene with some emotion. Indeed, this small town relies on the Star Doe Forest for its livelihood, depending on soul masters for business, so soul masters naturally held a high status here. After all, being a soul master was not only a noble profession, but also a lucrative one. Ma Hongjun's eyes lit up upon seeing the newcomers. Finally, he could change the topic. Dai Lao, these guys should all be from Songhui Academy, right? Dai Mubai, feeling displeased due to Xiao Wu exposing his flirtatious side and Zhuqing's coldness, was now even angrier upon seeing these academy members being so ostentatious. Yeah, what's so great about Songhui Academy? They're just showing off. Neither Ma Hongjun nor Dai Mubai lowered their voices intentionally. The key point was that Dai Mubai raised his voice particularly loudly to vent his frustration. Tang Jiulu frowned slightly. It was their business to show off, but Dai Mubai seemed to be looking for trouble. Although she understood his anger due to Zhuqing's attitude, it was still not good to vent frustrations on others. Tang San seemed to sense Tang Jiulu's displeasure and reached out to hold her small hand. Soul masters had much better hearing than ordinary people, and despite the noise in the restaurant, the middle-aged man at the forefront of that group still turned his gaze toward them. When he saw that this table was just a bunch of kids, his expression darkened further. Xiao Wu, seated at the innermost position, was obscured from the middle-aged man's view. They should be from high-level Soul Master Academy. Tang San said lightly, glancing at the somewhat arrogant Dai Mubai. At that moment, he suddenly felt that Dai Mubai resembled Ning Rongrong in some ways. Ning Rongrong also looked at Dai Mubai in surprise. Among the group from Shrek Academy, she knew that apart from herself, he had the highest status. His occasionally revealed demeanor and attire, along with his occasional arrogance, made it clear. She instinctively glanced at Zhuqing sitting beside her, her curiosity intensifying. Chapter 70. Fighting? The 8 members of Songhui Academy had already seated themselves at a table. Tang Jiulu had been paying attention to the situation over there. The middle-aged man, clearly a teacher, whispered a few words in a young man's ear. Soon, the young man stood up from his seat and walked toward their table. Dai Mubai's eyes flickered with disdain and a hint of anger, clearly venting his frustrations on these people. Tang Jiulu's frown deepened. Just then, the waiter at their table happened to bring over their first dish. The Songhui Academy youth suddenly quickened his pace, and in the waiter's startled shout, he collided right into him. The dish the waiter was holding lost its balance and was about to crash down on Dai Mubai's head. Don't waste food, Tang San said lightly as he suddenly vanished from his seat. His left hand shot out like lightning, steadying the waiter, while his right hand reached out, controlling the crane and capturing the dragon. He perfectly caught the dish, ensuring not a single morsel spilled. He gently moved the waiter aside and walked back to his position, placing the dish on the table. Tang Jiulu gave Tang San a thumbs up, smiling slightly, but shot a fierce glare at Dai Mubai. The meaning was clear. It was all his fault for speaking carelessly that caused the trouble. Dai Mubai was taken aback for a moment, then sighed, scratching his head and falling silent. Forget it. For Jiulu's sake, I won't hold it against him. He had just made a sarcastic remark, and now the other party had come over to cause trouble, so it was even. However, the Tsanhui Academy youth walked straight over, smirking slyly sorry. He said this, but continued to walk forward, seemingly intending to pass by Dai Mubai. Yet his leg stealthily swept out, directly kicking at a chair leg under Dai Mubai. It was just an ordinary wooden chair, and with that kick, the leg would definitely break. At that moment, Dai Mubai had decided not to hold it against him. But now the other party clearly wasn't giving up and was determined to achieve their goal. Dai Mubai's suppressed anger surged again. He stood up abruptly, blocking the spot where the youth's kick was aimed. A muffled thud sounded. The Tsanhui Academy youth's face instantly turned ashen. It felt as if he had kicked an iron plate, making his entire leg numb. Immediately afterward, Dai Mubai was about to strike out. A vine shot out from behind the table, binding Dai Mubai's hand. Dai Luobua, enough. Tang Jiulu stood up. The vine had shot out from her palm. She frowned, looking at Dai Mubai with a serious expression. It was Dai Mubai who had provoked others first, now that others were looking for trouble. Taking a step back would lead to broader horizons. Of course, if the other party persisted after her warning, they were not to be trifled with. Tang Jiulu narrowed her eyes and turned to look at the youth. Hey, you guys should stop. It's just a matter of a few words. There's no need to make it like this. The young man's leg was still trembling slightly, and he looked incredulously at Dai Mubai, then at the vine that could directly stop Dai Mubai. His expression changed from green to a bit pale. He instinctively took 2 steps back, and his whole demeanor became deflated. Dai Mubai, slightly shocked, turned to look at Tang Jiulu. Although he hadn't activated his martial soul, his strike still carried considerable force. After all, he was a power-type martial soul. Yet, Tang Jiulu managed to stop his attack with just a vine, completely neutralizing the force behind it. After a brief contemplation, Dai Mubai dispelled his killing intent and stood up straight. Seeing that Dai Mubai had no intention of attacking again, Tang Jiulu retracted the vine in her hand. The restaurant was instantly in an uproar. Although no fight had started, the earlier muffled sound was real. The diners near the tables of Shrek Academy and Tsanhui Academy hurriedly got up and moved aside to avoid collateral damage. However, most did not leave the restaurant immediately, but instead watched the scene before them with excitement. Normally, to see battles between soul masters, one would have to go to the soul arena. Now, they could watch for free, and those who also had martial souls naturally felt thrilled. The group from Tsanhui Academy saw their own member at a disadvantage and immediately stood up, glaring angrily at the table of Shrek Academy. 2 young men were about to rush over, but were stopped by a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man ignored Tang Jiulu's words and asked sternly, "Which academy are you kids from?" Dai Mubai's eyes flickered with a glint, ignoring the middle-aged man and instead turning to Tang Jiulu, seemingly asking if she would still stop them. Tang Jiulu did not sit down, but stepped out from her seat into the sight of everyone. As the academy planner, she had accumulated some popularity within the academy by managing various affairs. Dai Mubai and the others also showed her respect. Tang Jiulu smiled at Dai Mubai, then turned with a serious expression to the people from Tsanhui Academy. "It's just a child's angry remark, yet you're so calculative. It seems Tsanhui Academy is nothing special. I've already given you a way out, yet you don't know how to appreciate it. Don't think just because we're young you can take advantage of us. We're not easy to bully." This series of words came out quickly from Tang Jiulu's mouth, unexpectedly carrying an air of authority. The middle-aged man was quite angry, his face turning red instantly. What a bunch of arrogant kids. Teach them a lesson. The students from Tsanhui Academy were waiting for his command. Except for the young man who had exchanged a glance with Dai Mubai and was still trembling, and the female student, the other 5 immediately charged towards Tang Jiulu. "Oh, a fight? I like it." Xiao Wu was the first to jump out and stood beside Tang Jiulu. Tang San patted Dai Mubai's shoulder and walked to the other side of Tang Jiulu. At this moment, a faint purple hue had already covered Tang San's eyes. However, since they were fighting outside, both sides tacitly did not activate their martial souls. Tang Jiulu put away the vine in her hands turning jade-like, and shared a smile with Tang San, each taking a starting pose. This was the starting stance of the Tang sect's basic techniques. Although Tang Jiulu seemed to not want to cause trouble on the surface, she was actually quite excited about the prospect of fighting, especially since she had previously been seen as a support-type martial soul. While protected, her hands itched for action. As a little schemer, she also wanted to prove herself. Chapter 71. Activating Martial Souls. seeking initial subscription. A flash of excitement passed through Tang Jiulu's eyes. Ghost shadow mysterious steps. Her figure moved and appeared in front of the group from Tang Hao Academy. She blinked her big eyes, her baby fat face accentuating her cute features, appearing somewhat innocent. Brothers, are you really going to make a move? The 5 young men froze for a moment, exchanging glances, stopped by a girl who looked so cute. Their aggressive demeanor suddenly froze. They hesitated slightly, unsure whether to advance. The middle-aged man behind them snorted coldly, breaking their train of thought, and they returned to their senses. At that moment, Tang Jiulu moved again, her figure disappearing from their sight, suddenly appearing in the center of the 5 young men. She crouched down abruptly, her hands swiftly pointing at the legs of the 5 young men, all fingers landing on a specific spot behind their knees. This was a Tang sect's specialty, the pressure point technique, capable of temporarily interrupting blood flow. Then, Tang Jiulu disappeared again, returning to her original position. The legs of the 5 young men instantly went weak, and one by one, they knelt on the ground. At the same time, Xiao Wu leaped, using one hand to support Tang Jiulu's shoulder, flipping over. A black braid flew out of nowhere, wrapping around the neck of one young man. Her body curled up just at that moment, and she forcefully pushed off against the opponent's chest. Because of Tang Jiulu's pressure point technique, the 5 young men's legs were still weak, unable to stand. That young man was thus kicked away by Xiao Wu, crashing into the remaining 4 young men, bringing them down hard onto the ground. All this happened in the blink of an eye. The surrounding diners watched as the 5 from Tang Hao Academy were instantly taken down by 2 little girls, all excitedly cheering. Go! Fight! The teacher from Tang Hao Academy, seeing Tang Jiulu and Xiao Wu's attack methods, was shocked and furious, immediately shouting, "Fools, activate your martial souls." On the other side, Oscar's peach blossom eyes sparkled as he watched Xiao Wu, unable to get enough of her close combat style. After spending time together, Oscar had gradually been attracted to Xiao Wu. Although Ning Rongrong's looks were quite beautiful and he found her appealing, Xiao Wu's occasional whimsical and playful demeanor with Tang Jiulu made his heart race even more, especially her equal-heartedness, which made him feel closer compared to Ning Rongrong's sometimes inadvertently revealed arrogance. One was the proud daughter of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, while the other was an ordinary civilian girl. Unbeknownst to Oscar, he had already made a choice. Once he understood his feelings, he would be unwavering. Wow! Ma Hongjun gaped, standing on his chair, his eyes wide as he watched Tang Jiulu and Xiao Wu. So fierce. I'm glad I didn't offend these 2 ladies. He jumped down from the chair and winked at Tang San. Little San, you're amazing, bringing them to school all by yourself. Tang Jiulu shot a glare at Ma Hongjun, and he immediately fell silent. In Shrek Academy, you could offend anyone, but not this Lady Jiulu. Xiao Wu, come back. With us boys here. There's no need for you girls to step in. Dai Mubai stepped up again, moving to the front. Tang San, however, smiled, his figure moving to stand beside Dai Mubai. He didn't say anything, but his actions had already proven his intention. Ma Hongjun turned his head and winked at Ning Rongrong beside him, then walked over to Tang San's side, cracking his knuckles, making popping sounds. Xiao Wu stepped back and stood next to Tang Jiulu, while Oscar walked over to Xiao Wu's side and quietly gave her thumbs up. Xiao Wu looked at Oscar's peach blossom eyes, smiled brightly, and a faint blush appeared on her cheeks. Tang Jiulu stood nearby, watching the 2 interact quietly, a hint of teasing in his eyes, his gaze darting around, not knowing what idea he was contemplating. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing also walked over to Tang Jiulu's side, looking ahead. 3 young boys faced off against 5 young men. Although the 5 young men had just gotten up from the ground, it still seemed that Tang San's side appeared to be more outnumbered. Since Tang Jiulu and Xiao Wu had not used their spirits before, the 5 young men, despite having fallen, were not truly injured. However, when they stood up, their anger had clearly reached a peak, and they released their martial spirits without hesitation. Their earlier failure was merely because they had underestimated them and had shown some restraint. Now that they were serious as students of a high-level Soul Master Academy, how could they lose to the few in front of them? In an instant, various lights burst forth. The 5 young men's feet were surrounded by soul rings. 1 white and 1 yellow. 2 soul rings appeared around them. 2 were weapon spirit masters, and 3 were beast spirit masters. The weapon spirits were a spear and a trident, while the beast spirits were a deer, a sheep, and a horse. In terms of the spirits themselves, they were not particularly strong. Seeing the opponent's martial spirits released, Dai Mubai's lips curled into a cold smile. Is this what they call students of a high-level Soul Master Academy? Their first soul rings are all 10-year rings? Brothers, let us show them what our soul rings can do. Dai Mubai was actually quite arrogant. Unless his strength was acknowledged, one could feel his lofty pride. He could be considered a typical noble. However, if his strength was acknowledged, he would get along very well, making him quite a contradictory person. Tang Jiulu and Xiao Wu had mixed feelings about Dai Mubai. They neither liked nor disliked him. Instead, they felt more pity for Zhu Zhuqing. As Dai Mubai spoke, he was the first to activate his martial spirit. White Tiger, possessed. A strong pale white light suddenly erupted from him. A white tiger with black stripes stood upright, suddenly merging with Dai Mubai behind him. His arms spread wide, hands resembling two floating tiger claws, his chest thrust out, bones cracking, muscles instantly bulging. Every muscle was extremely visible beneath his clothes, and the surrounding pressure instantly increased. A faint pattern on his forehead formed a character for King. As his 10 fingers twitched, sharp claws emerged, each like a blade, glistening with a cold light. 3 soul rings rose one after another from the ground, 2 yellow and 1 purple, swirling and creating a wave-like pressure of soul power. In front of the tiger, how could the deer, sheep, and horse not panic? Especially when Dai Mubai's 1,000-year purple soul ring appeared. It sent a shock through the hearts of the 5 young men present. Even the surrounding diners couldn't help but gasp in surprise. It was actually a 1,000-year soul ring. Chapter 72 Confrontation with Songhui Academy. Seeking initial subscription. As Dai Mubai released his martial spirit, Tang San and Ma Hongjun also activated their martial spirits. Phoenix possessed. A purple-red light surged from the fat man's body. His short hair seemed to have a purple-red glow, suddenly lengthening and gathering towards the back, resembling the crest of a bird behind its head. 2 circles of yellow soul rings rose simultaneously from his feet, and on his exposed arms, fierce purple-red flames extended, resembling the wings of a bird. His hands also transformed into claw shapes. Behind him, a purple-red creature that looked like a mix between a chicken and a bird let out a cry towards the sky. Not only the diners, but even Tang San and the others stared at Ma Hongjun. This was the first time in a while that Ma Hongjun had displayed his martial spirit, although he always claimed that his martial spirit was a phoenix. No one had seen it before. However, it really did look quite like a phoenix. The only difference was that the color of the flames was not pure red, but purple-red, clearly a result of mutation, possessing the aftereffects of evil fire. Scorching air currents swirled around the fat man's body, and despite being shorter than the members of Songhui Academy across from him, once that purple-red flame was released, his aura instantly changed. Combined with Dai Mubai's martial spirit, it created a feeling of suffocation for the opponents. Only Tang San's martial spirit remained calm, with 2 identical yellow soul rings slowly rising from his feet. Dense blue-silver grass quietly released, surrounding him and gradually spreading. There was no need to take action. But after Dai Mubai released 3 soul rings, the 5 members of Songhui Academy had already completely lost their momentum. They understood all too well how much power a difference of 1 soul ring could make. Moreover, the 3rd soul ring was at the 1,000-year level, something they could not contend against. What made them feel particularly unsettled was that these kids across from him were clearly much younger. The 2 who looked like they were only 12 or 13 years old, even the one who possessed the white tiger, looked no more than 17 or 18. To have a 3rd soul ring at such a young age, reaching the rank of Soul Master, was simply unheard of based on their prior knowledge. The surrounding diners also widened their eyes, taking deep breaths, not daring to make a sound. Yet they were all extremely excited, their faces flushed. This scene was something they could boast about for 10 years. Have you ever seen a 12-year-old Soul Master or a 17 or 18-year-old Soul Master? Surely not. I have. Enough, stop. The teacher from Songhui Academy, seeing this, finally couldn't hold back any longer and stood up, waving his hand at his students, telling them to step back. This teacher was a middle-aged man, well experienced, and upon seeing Dai Mubai's 3 soul rings, he had already begun to guess continuously in his mind. Clearly, these young people were from some major sect or a powerful academy. Not to mention that his students were not a match for the opponent. Even if they could defeat them, he wouldn't let them take action again. Some troubles were not to be provoked casually. This teacher did not activate his martial spirit. but blocked their soul power pressure, standing in front of the young men, and said, "I am the director of the Foreign Affairs Department of Tsanghue Academy. My surname is Yi. May I ask which sect you are from?" In the original work, the teacher's name is Yi Zhiqiu. The author, upon reaching this point, couldn't help but think of a leaf, knows autumn, so the last two characters of the name were omitted. Dai Mubai furrowed his brow slightly, feeling that the teacher from this academy was not simple. Before he could speak, Ma Hongjun had already replied proudly, "We are from Shrek Academy." Director Yi was taken aback. The name of this academy sounded somewhat familiar. The surrounding diners suddenly gasped in astonishment. "It's actually Shrek Academy? My goodness, are the students of Shrek Academy this strong? That just means the teacher teaches well. A relative of mine recently enrolled his son in close training, and after a month, he came back without passing, but his soul power increased by 1 level. What? 1 level of soul power increase in a month? How do they teach that?" The diners present looked at Tang San and the others with curiosity, inquiry, excitement, and anticipation in their eyes. It seems that Shrek Academy is indeed powerful. I also want to enroll my child. Director Yi of Tsanghue Academy's expression changed instantly as he remembered the recently renowned Shrek Academy on the continent. They had organized a closed training session with particularly good feedback, and many people were considering sending their children there. Originally, the noble academies like Tsanghue Academy in some cities looked down on such grassroots academies. So what if they have a reputation? The quality of teaching might not necessarily be strong. However, the powerful faculty spread the word around various cities, and those who had undergone closed training promoted it. Shrek Academy became popular, with students increasing their soul power by at least 1 level in a month, and some even by 2 levels, which was unprecedented. Although the students were young and their soul power had not been developed, or were just at a bottleneck, it could all be considered excuses. However, the overall improvement in the strength of all the students still impacted many academies. Tsanghue Academy began to take Shrek Academy seriously. Director Yi snorted coldly. Since it was Shrek Academy, they could not lose face even more. At the very least, they had to let those around them know that Tsanghue Academy was not inferior to Shrek Academy. With this in mind, Director Yi no longer hesitated. A glint flashed in his eyes, and he directly released his martial soul. Xiangui embody. A circle of black ripples erupted from Director Yi's body, forcefully suppressing the aura of Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Ma Hongjun. His back slightly arched, and a huge shell appeared on the raised part of his back. Black light flickered all over his body as 5 soul rings rose from beneath his feet, swirling above his body. 1 white, 2 yellow, 2 purple. He was a soul king expert above level 50. Although such a soul ring configuration was not considered strong among soul kings. The presence of his soul power at level 50 immediately suppressed the aura of Shrek Academy. The appearance of the 5 soul rings caused an exclamation in the restaurant. After all, soul kings were not common on the continent, and their strength was quite formidable. In some small kingdoms, one could even hold the title of Viscount or even Earl. The expressions of Tang San and the others changed slightly, and Tang Jiulu and the others became tense. One by one, they quickly released their martial souls. A uniform 2 yellow soul rings rose from beneath their feet. Fragrant sausages, agile hellcat, pink soft bone rabbit, clear-hearted 7 treasure, glazed tile tower, and a green 1 leaf sky blue vine. Instantly, they attracted the attention of everyone present. Chapter 73. The white-cut black Tang Jiulu. Seeking first subscription, and standing at the center, a circle of purple light rose from Tang Jiulu's body. Another soul master. Still a 1,000-year soul ring. The exclamations in the room grew louder. And the 7 treasure, glazed tile tower. A disciple of the 7 treasure, glazed tile sect. The disciples of the 7 treasure, glazed tile sect all went to study at Shrek Academy. Didn't you notice? These kids seem to only be around 12 or 13 years old. Yes. Oh my God. That soul master is also only 12 or 13 years old. All eyes turned to Tang Jiulu and the others. Especially on Tang Jiulu. Many looked at her tender face with disbelief. Tang San frowned slightly, instinctively wanting to stand in front of Tang Jiulu. However, Tang Jiulu went directly to Tang San's side, standing shoulder to shoulder with him. She looked at Director Yi without any fear. The few people behind her also stepped forward in a line, standing there with firm gazes. Although their strength could not compare to the Soul King of over 50 levels, the aura and determination they exuded were not lacking at all. Director Yi squinted his eyes. and his voice unconsciously softened. You little kids don't understand. Don't speak recklessly in the future. Call your academy teacher out. He wanted to communicate with the other party's teacher. As if they could negotiate, it would not only showcase the generosity of Sanghui Academy, but also demonstrate that they were not weaker than Shrek Academy. Everyone, esteemed soul masters. The shopkeeper had to come out now. Both sides had already released their martial souls. And this was clearly a rhythm where a disagreement could lead to a fight. Please don't fight in my small shop. It's a small business. The shopkeeper's face was almost like a bitter melon. If these two sides fought, his little shop would be directly washed away by the storm in the next moment. Tang Jiulu glanced at the shopkeeper and narrowed her eyes slightly, saying, if you want to fight, let's go outside. Why call our teacher? You have to know about freedom of speech. Although our big brother Dai said something inappropriate that made you feel uncomfortable. But Tang Jiulu suddenly smiled. We actually let you off before, and now it's you who are being aggressive. Besides, if we really delve into it, what our big brother Dai said wasn't wrong. Just looking at our age and martial soul configuration, Sanghui Academy indeed cannot compare to Shrek Academy. We haven't boasted. What right do you have to brag? Saying something is bragging is not a problem, right? Tang Jiulu is not like Dai Mubai. She speaks with skill. She first states the background and context. Although Dai Mubai's words triggered a conflict between the two sides, it was also due to the other party's boasting attitude that they couldn't stand. At least they had been patient behind, but the other party came to provoke. They didn't benefit from it. If they hit the small ones, the big ones come. The teacher bullies the students. Tang Jiulu's words didn't contain any profanity, but it instantly made the faces of everyone from Sanghui Academy turn red, especially Director Yi, who was so angry that his body trembled, because he clearly saw that the diners around them were already looking at them with strange eyes. It was one thing to flaunt strength, if they were not as strong, and the other party did not boast, but they did, and the other party couldn't stand it and said something, yet they were unyielding. The key was that their ages were much older than the other side. It was simply a disgrace. After Tang Jiulu finished this remark, it was guaranteed to stir up hatred. Tang San and Xiao Wu both knew her black belly personality. She looked cute and delicate, could act spoiled, and liked to cling to others. When it came to dissing someone, she was the best in the world. Occasionally, she would drop some profound sayings that would make you feel embarrassed. The key was that the people around could still applaud her. However, the others from Shrek Academy had only just interacted with Tang Jiulu. Although they knew Tang Jiulu was talented in certain aspects, such as planning and management, they hadn't assessed her strength yet. They had now witnessed her skill in dissing others. Ma Hongjun gasped, subtly nudging Tang San with his elbow. Thankfully, we didn't provoke this one from your family, otherwise I might have been scolded terribly. Tang San chuckled. No, at most you would get skinned. It may have been all those who could be squeezed. And then Xiao Wu nodded, smiling somewhat cunningly. Oscar saw such a Xiao Wu, and despite Yenner's bad demeanor, his heart inexplicably raced a few beats faster, and he subconsciously moved a little closer to Xiao Wu. Ning Rongrong's eyes were already filled with little stars, looking at Tang Jiulu with a hint of admiration. For Ning Rongrong, Tang Jiulu, who was cute, articulate, strong, and capable of planning for the academy, was simply a perfect match for her heart. No, it should be said that he was exactly the goal she wanted to achieve. Zhu Zhuqin glanced at Tang Jiulu with some surprise. She thought Tang Jiulu had previously stopped Dai Mubai because she disapproved of him, but unexpectedly, she would speak up for Dai Mubai in front of the public. Dai Mubai was also taken aback, and then a slight smile appeared on his face. If it weren't for Tang Jiulu stopping him earlier, he might have said more sarcastic remarks or even taken action directly. Given his arrogance, it would be surprising for him to do so. But if that were the case, there wouldn't be the current righteous indignation. And it would feel so good to scold him, especially with the gazes of the diners around them, each one accusing Sanghui Academy. It was almost like saying that a trash academy like Sanghui Academy still wanted to show off, but had now hit a brick wall, unable to deal with those students and still looking for the academy's teachers. Director Ye's face turned from red to blue with anger, arguing, I'll teach your teacher a good lesson right now. Let you know what it means to respect your elders. The black light around Director Yi suddenly surged, clearly about to strike. But Tang Jiulu shouted again, wait. She glanced at the store owner beside her, who was trembling and pale. Let's go outside to fight. But we mustn't damage their shop. Director Yi glared at Tang Jiulu in anger and turned to walk outside. The black turtle shell behind him looked somewhat comical. but the thick soul power made people worry. Tang Jiulu and the others followed the Tsanghue Academy members out of the hotel. The diners around exchanged glances, but all followed suit. Would those kids be all right? Yes, one was a soul king of over level 50, while the others were just a group of kids in their 20s or 30s. Wasn't this clearly bullying the weak? Where are the teachers from Shrek Academy? Why aren't they coming out? Could it be that these kids didn't have a teacher leading them? But there was clearly still someone sitting at that table, right? Chapter 74. Combat Planner Tang San. Seeking initial subscription. Outside the hotel, Director Yu was already standing there aggressively, ready for battle. As Dai Mubai walked out of the hotel, he whispered to Tang San, "This old guy is over level 50. His martial soul is the black turtle, which is quite a good beast martial soul. Be careful later. I'll hold off his attacks in front. You need to be quick. I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on for too long." Tang San nodded. We might not necessarily lose. Although his soul power is stronger than ours, his martial soul also has weaknesses. At this moment, the other members had walked up to them and happened to hear Tang San's words. Tang Jiulu thought for a moment and understood Tang San's meaning. I see. So his attack methods will tend to be weaker. A flash of realization crossed Xiao Wu's eyes, but the others looked a bit confused. They understood the latter half of the sentence, but what was the first half about? Ning Rongrong blinked her beautiful eyes and linked her arm with Tang Jiulu's, asking, "What is it?" Tang Jiulu chuckled awkwardly and quickly explained, "It's my abbreviation for heavy defenders. In a team, such people are suitable to stand at the front, sharing damage for their companions, resisting attacks, and creating time for others to attack and recover." Tang Jiulu briefly introduced the situation regarding it, and everyone nodded in understanding. This term is quite good. In this way, we can also have combat code later. Dai Mubai stroked his chin, deep in thought. Zhu Zhuqing stood quietly to the side, not saying a word. She was inherently this way, and with Dai Mubai present, even though they had spent these days together, it felt like she still hadn't completely integrated into the group. Tang San nodded. He had already gotten used to Tang Jiulu's occasional strange terminology. Perhaps this was knowledge unique to the 10,000-year soul beasts? He didn't delve deeper, because no matter what, Tang Jiulu was still his sister. And that point wouldn't change. All right, since the opponent is a heavy defender, then it's easy to handle. We're not one-on-one, but rather many against one. His defense is strong. We clash head-on. Fire counters water. Fatty, you use fire to restrain him from the outside. I, Zhuqing, and Dai Lauda will take turns attacking, while Xiao Wu is responsible for support. Rongrong is in charge of amplification. But the main amplification will be on the four of us attacking. Everyone will take turns receiving supplies from Jiulu and Oscar. So our soul power consumption won't be too great. We'll just tire him out since he doesn't have sufficient attack methods that can threaten us. Tang San quickly laid out his suggestions, and everyone couldn't help but applaud. Nice one, Xiao San. The way everyone looked at Tang San changed a bit. They didn't expect that after Tang Jiulu, the planner, Tang San would also demonstrate strong combat planning abilities. They hadn't gone far because right outside the hotel was a small square. The diners followed out of the hotel and other soul masters nearby. Seeing the 5 soul rings on Director Yi, curiously gathered around. When they saw that Director Yi, this middle-aged man, was facing opponents who were kids with 2 or 3 soul rings, they all showed expressions of shock. The key was that these kids were generally very young. Many people were already quietly inquiring around. Once they learned that these kids were from Shrek Academy, their eyes immediately lit up. Soon, the news that Shrek Academy students were going to fight against teachers from other academies spread throughout the entire town. The soul masters lingering in the town all rushed over, wanting to see this battle. Some ordinary people couldn't suppress their curiosity and admiration for the famous Shrek Academy and also gathered around. Seeing that more and more people were watching, Director Yi's expression grew even worse. "Are you all done?" His voice was filled with anger and impatience, with a hint of shame and indignation. "Maongjun chakod, so anxious." "Don't worry, we won't say you're bullying the weak." Just as his words fell, Dai Mubai took the lead in making a move. Second soul skill, White Tiger Radiant Wave. His second soul ring shone brightly. An intense white light condensed into a sphere, which he spat out as a round light bullet. At the same time, Zhu Zhuqing's body instantly cut at an angle, accelerating toward Director Yi's flank. Although Zhu Zhuqing seemed very resistant to Dai Mubai, she would never let personal feelings affect training and battle. Tang San also moved at this moment, charging toward Director Yi from another direction. The flames on Fatty's head flickered in the night breeze, his first soul ring shining brightly, and he opened his mouth to spew out a purple-red fire line. First soul skill, Phoenix Fire Line. The four of them launched their attacks almost simultaneously, showing no fear even though the opponent was a Soul King over level 50. At the same time, the enhancement from the 7 treasure glaze tile was already upon them. The 7 treasures turn out to be glazed, and the 7 treasures are well known, with the first being strength and the second speed. Oscar's sausage immediately appeared in his hand, ready to be thrown to the others at the right moment. Tang Jiulu stood in front of Ning Rongrong and Oscar, and the first soul ring on her body instantly lit up. First soul skill, Healing Aura. A green light spread outwards from her, instantly enveloping her companions. As the only support-type soul master with certain offensive and defensive capabilities, the safety of Ning Rongrong and Oscar was entrusted to her. On the opposite side, Director Yi sneered coldly, thinking it was a pipe dream for these kids, who were only in their 20s or 30s, to take him down. A black light surged from his body, and with a low growl, both his first and second soul rings lit up simultaneously. His body quickly spun halfway around, revealing the tortoise shell on his back. At the same time, a black light, flowing like water and carrying a chilling aura, was suddenly released. First soul skill, Mystic Tortoise Protection. Second soul skill, Mystic Water Ice Seal. A cold light flashed in his eyes. His only goal now was to deal with these young boys and girls in the shortest time possible and give them a profound lesson. Sometimes, if words cannot gain the approval of others, one must let their strength speak for itself. This way, he could vent his anger and showcase the strength of Tsanghui Academy. Director Yi believed that with his soul power at level 53, the Mystic Water Ice Seal could directly freeze all these youths. The flowing black light instantly surrounded Director Yi. Suddenly, a wave of cold air erupted from the black light, and under the support of his immense soul power, the cold swept through the area instantly. Chapter 75. Interrupting the battle, seeking initial subscription. The White Tiger's fierce light wave hit Director Yi, exploding with a bang on his back. The surrounding diners became tense, wondering if this Soul King of over 50 levels would be taken down so easily. However, Tang San and the others were extremely serious. They did not believe that a first soul skill from a soul master in the 30s could do much to the opponent, especially since the opponent was known for defense with the mystic tortoise martial soul. As the swirling white light dissipated, everyone's gaze was fixed on Director Yi's back. They saw the tortoise shell on his back, pitch black and glossy, showing no signs of any injury. Clearly, this attack had no effect at all. Director Yi's body didn't even move. At this moment, Tang San had already closed in around Director Yi. Being the closest, an extreme chill surged towards him, making it feel as if all the blood in his body was about to freeze. Tang San's heart sank, and he instantly activated his Xiantian skill to resist the cold. His forward motion abruptly halted, and the blue silver grass in his hand quickly spread out, wrapping around Director Yi from all directions. First soul skill bind. In terms of temperature, whether cold or hot, as long as it is in a fiery state, plant-type martial souls have a certain restraining effect. However, under the extreme cold of the black light, the blue-silver grass obviously became somewhat sluggish. At that moment, the fat guy's Phoenix Fire Line arrived, and the long line of fire directly struck the tortoise shell. Although the heat of the Phoenix Fire Line was weakened by the Mystic Water Ice Seal, the coldness of the Mystic Water Ice Seal was also mitigated by the flames. The purplish-red flames, while unable to penetrate the tortoise shell, did not extinguish immediately but clung to it like a sticky substance. Director Yi felt a sudden heat on his back, startled, and the black mystic water that was coiling around him immediately split off a tendril towards his back. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Tang San quickly had the blue-silver grass bind Director Yi. A great opportunity. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes lit up, and her ethereal figure silently appeared behind Director Yi. First soul skill, Netherworld Stab. Her target was clear, Director Yi's neck. This battle was not a friendly spar, and there was no concept of holding back. Just as the Netherworld Stab was about to pierce Director Yi's neck, a slight smile appeared on Zhu Zhuqing's lips. Tang San and Ma Hongjun, who were nearby, also showed a hint of anticipation. However, just at that moment, the third soul ring on Director Yi lit up. His entire neck suddenly retracted into his chest, narrowly avoiding Zhu Zhuqing's Netherworld Stab. A plume of water mist suddenly sprayed out from his retracted head. The intense cold air extinguished the flames on the tortoise shell. The black mystic water within the mist grew larger, like a fish returning to water, and the chilling aura surged once again. Tang San almost simultaneously retracted his blue-silver grass. Otherwise, if the blue-silver grass froze, it would affect his own speed. Zhu Zhuqing's netherworld stabbed mist, and instinctively, her claw-like hand struck the tortoise shell, propelling her backward. But as she struck, her hand was immediately frozen. Director Yi clearly did not intend to let these few people around him escape. The black mystic water that had been swirling around him split into several branches, instantly heading towards each person. Dai Mubai unhesitatingly activated his first soul skill, White Tiger Shield. He leaped directly in front of Zhu Zhuqing. Tang San did not hesitate to use his blue-silver grass to densely block in front of himself, continuously retreating. Ma Hongjun fared slightly better, using the Phoenix Fire line once more to block the incoming black mystic water. Oomph. Third soul skill, Mystic Water Surge. A cold grunt sounded again. Director Ye's head suddenly shot out from his chest, opening his mouth to spray another plume of water mist. The intense cold made everyone present shiver, especially Tang San and Dai Mubai. Although they had certain means of defense, it was not enough to completely withstand the attack. After all, the opponent's soul power was far too strong. Zhu Zhuqing held her frozen right hand, standing behind Dai Mubai, her brow slightly furrowed. The speed of the mystic water's freezing was extremely fast. Parts of Tang San's blue-silver grass had already frozen into ice. Frost had also appeared in front of Dai Mubai. Zhu Zhuqing cradled her frozen hand, her eyes revealing urgency. What to do? Just then, several green vines suddenly appeared. Each one wrapped around their waists and pulled back sharply. It was Tang Jiulu's support. Tang Jiulu had been observing the situation here, and the green vines in her hand were already prepared. Seeing this moment of crisis, she decisively intervened, pulling all three of them back. The brief confrontation left Tang San with a grim expression. Earlier, he had deduced that the opponent had no special offensive skills, based solely on the research and knowledge taught by the master. Now, it was clear that there was a problem. Although Director Yi of Songhui Academy did not have a mutated martial soul, the chilling soul skills were quite difficult to deal with. Little did Tang San and the others know, Director Yi was even more surprised. He had originally wanted a quick resolution, but these kids had quickly developed their own cooperation. Although it was not yet at a seamless level, their soul skills complemented each other. If it weren't for the special nature of his soul skill, he might not have gained such an advantage, and the desire for a quick resolution was clearly no longer attainable, because Director Yi saw that the three people who had been affected by the cold began to visibly dispel the coldness after retreating back to the green light circle. What a powerful support-type soul skill. Director Yi narrowed his eyes, staring directly at Tang Jiulu, who had used the green vines to pull Tang San and the others back. It was obvious that the green light circle was also produced by this child. Clearly, if they were to engage again, Director Ye's target would no longer be anyone else but Tang Jiulu. TSK. Coming here at night without even having dinner, what's the point? Just then, a lazy voice suddenly rang out, interrupting the match. Wasting food is not acceptable. After all, this meal is reimbursed by the academy. Get back to eat. Dai Mubai, who had dispelled the freezing and was preparing to unleash his third soul skill to charge forward, suddenly froze at the sound of this voice, obediently standing in place and retracting his martial soul. The others also instinctively stopped and retracted their martial souls, except for Tang Jiulu, who was still healing them. So he had not retracted his first soul skill. Standing at the entrance of the hotel restaurant was Xiao Wu. He glared at Tang Jiulu and the others, not even looking at the side of Songhui Academy, and directly shouted, "What are you still dawdling for? Go eat." Tang Jiulu playfully stuck out his tongue, also retracted his martial soul, and pulled Tang San to be the first to run into the hotel lobby. However, with Xiao Wu's interruption, Director Yi was not pleased. Wait a minute. Chapter 76. A palm to send flying Director Ye's words made Xiao Wu turn around somewhat impatiently. What is it? Director Yi took 2 steps forward, somewhat angrily, and coldly said, "You must be a teacher from Shrek Academy, right? Just now, several members of your academy insulted our Songhui Academy. Shouldn't you give us an explanation?" Hearing this, Xiao Wu's mouth suddenly curved up in a smirk. What explanation? What is there to explain? Oh, I get it. Are you saying you're too ostentatious? Or are you saying you're too trashy? Songhui Academy is just a trash academy. What they said isn't really an insult. Xiao Wu was someone well known in the Soul Master world. Although not the strongest, he was still quite a terrifying presence. He naturally wouldn't take a 50-something level Soul King seriously. Director Yi could no longer contain his anger, striding towards Xiao Wu. The students didn't take them seriously, and even the teachers didn't take them seriously. Shrek Academy was simply going too far. Director Yi had made up his mind to let them see the power of Songhui Academy. Xiao Wu snorted coldly, turned around, and looked at Tang Jiulu and the others gathering around him. What a bunch of useless people. Can't even deal with an old turtle. I'll take care of you when I get back to the academy. Now go eat. If you dare waste even a little food, see if I don't break your legs. Tang Jiulu and the others immediately jogged into the hotel lobby, heading towards their dining table. Ma Hongjun, running at the back, kindly reminded Teacher Zhao, "The old turtle you mentioned is here." After saying that, he dashed away without a trace. Xiao Wu snorted, turned around to look at Director Yi, who was emanating a chilling aura. All right, it's most fair to let strength do the talking. Xiao Wu strode out of the hotel door and stood in front of Director Yi. His surging soul power instantly erupted. 2 yellow, 2 purple, 3 black. 7 soul rings suddenly rose from Xiao Wujia's feet. The surrounding diners gasped. This is a soul sage? My God, this is a soul sage. Director Ye's pupils shrank slightly. But before he could react, Xiao Wujia had already retracted his soul rings. I don't even need to use my martial soul to deal with you. In the next moment, Xiao Wujia's figure flickered. The director, who had caused a lot of trouble for Tang Jiulu and others, was sent flying like he was riding the clouds, slapped away by Xiao Wujia. A large crack appeared on the turtle shell, and he flew more than 10 meters before crashing heavily to the ground. Xiao Wujia didn't even glance at Director Yi, turning around and walking towards the hotel lobby, muttering as he walked, "Indeed, it feels good to slap someone without using a martial soul. No wonder." Xiao Wujia rubbed his palm as if recalling his former self, shivering slightly before quickly entering the lobby. With the help of many Songhui Academy students, Director Yi barely managed to get up, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His back felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him, making it hard to breathe. And he couldn't help but feel horrified. Although he had only used his first soul skill for defense, and hadn't used the 1,000-year soul rings behind it, he was well aware of his own defensive power. The opponent hadn't even used their martial soul, yet a casual slap had injured him. Even if the opponent was a soul sage, they shouldn't be someone who had just reached that level. The difference in rank must be at least 15 levels. Likely a high-level soul sage. A high-level soul sage at such a young age. Thinking of this, Director Yi shivered, casting a resentful glance at the hotel entrance, and left with the Songhui Academy group in a disheartened manner. The surrounding diners seemed to have just come to their senses, their eyes shining. Did you see that? 7 soul rings. A soul sage. Compared to the teachers from Shrek Academy and the Senior Soul Master Academy, it was simply childish play, truly worthy of Shrek Academy. All right, my young ones must attend this Shrek Academy. After this farce concluded, Shrek Academy unexpectedly became famous in the nearby town of Stardew Forest. All kinds of soul masters vowed that they had personally witnessed how powerful the teachers from Shrek Academy were and how talented the students were. It became a common saying among the soul masters in the town that students could reach the soul master level by the age of 12 or 13. After having dinner and resting for a night in the hotel, when Tang Jiulu and the others left the town, they felt something was off. The manager's attitude was way too enthusiastic when we left the hotel. Xiao Wu recalled the manager's smile, feeling goosebumps rise on her skin. And those waiters, they smiled so exaggeratedly as if they had seen gold coins. Tang Jiulu nodded in agreement. Ning Rongrong chuckled. Wasn't it because our Jiulu geniuses level scared them? I heard many diners talking while I was having breakfast, saying the students from Shrek Academy are amazing, reaching Soul Master level by 12 or 13. Hearing Ning Rongrong say this, Zhu Zhuqing's lips curled slightly, finding it amusing, and a hint of warmth appeared on her usually cold face. Just then, Tang Jiulu turned his head, wanting to ask Dai Mubai about the Stardew Forest, and saw Zhu Zhuqing smile. She turned her eyes, slowed her pace, and came to Zhu Zhuqing's side. Zhuqing, how's your hand? Is it okay now? Zhu Zhuqing was slightly taken aback, raising her right hand, which was already smooth without a trace of injury. A gentle smile appeared on her face as she looked at Tang Jiulu. I'm fine, thank you. Tang Jiulu looked at Zhu Zhuqing's smile, a hint of a constrained smile appearing on her face. By the way, what is your relationship with Dai Luobing? It seems like you knew him before. Did he abandon you after starting something? Did you come to Shrek Academy to reunite with him? Tang Jiulu asked directly without hesitation. Dai Mu Bai, who was not far away, immediately felt awkward upon hearing Tang Jiulu's question. The other members of the team also turned their heads at the right moment, clearly curious about the question. Zhu Zhuqing's expression stiffened, her cool demeanor intensified, and there was a flash of anger and grievance in her eyes. However, when she saw the look in Tang Jiulu's eyes, she was momentarily stunned. In those big eyes, there was not curiosity, but only concern and worry, along with a gentle tenderness. Zhu Zhuqing suddenly felt a bit at a loss, unsure of how to respond. After asking the question, Tang Jiulu noticed the gray light radiating from Zhu Zhuqing. This gray light also had a hint of black. She was sad. Zhu Zhuqing was indeed sad, seeing the gray light enveloping Zhu Zhuqing's entire body, along with the occasional black light emanating from her heart. Tang Jiulu felt uneasy. In the original anime, Zhu Zhuqing did forgive Dai Mu Bai. Although Dai Mu Bai did not have other women later on, at the beginning, he was cowardly and evasive, running away without caring about the consequences for his fiancée. Dai Mu Bai was a scumbag in the early stages. And now, Zhu Zhuqing was the girl hurt by the scumbag. Tang Jiulu remembered that at the beginning of the anime, Zhu Zhuqing probably wanted to find Dai Mu Bai to cancel the engagement, right? But after spending time together at Shrek Academy, she was moved. So what if she had made it clear from the start? Tang Jiulu wanted to save this girl. Why should such a good girl be paired with a scumbag? Zhu Zhuqing looked into Tang Jiulu's eyes, pondering what to say. Tang Jiulu's doll-like face, paired with her big eyes, was gazing at her with such tenderness, as if her eyes were filled with tears. Who could withstand that? Zhu Zhuqing instinctively reached out to help Tang Jiulu wipe her tears, but her hand froze mid-air, as if it had been electrocuted. Tang Jiulu noticed a hint of pink emerging from the gray light surrounding Zhu Zhuqing, and she was slightly taken aback. Zhu Zhuqing took a deep breath and finally spoke. I came to cancel my engagement with Dai Mu Bai. What? Cancel engagement? Before Tang Jiulu could respond, Ning Rongrong, who had been paying attention, exclaimed in surprise. Immediately, everyone in the team turned to look at Zhu Zhuqing. Even Xiao Wuji, who had been silent, widened his eyes and looked over. Tang Jiulu was slightly taken aback, turned a glance at Dai Mu Bai, and then looked back at Zhu Zhuqing. Zhuqing, are you canceling the engagement because of Dai Mu Bai's infidelity or for another reason? Zhu Zhuqing paused for a moment. In their family, it was rare to have monogamy, but in a woman's heart, who wouldn't want her husband to love only her? For Tang Jiulu and Xiao Wu, they came from the 21st century, where monogamy was the norm. That was why Tang Jiulu was dissatisfied with Dai Mu Bai's infidelity. Seeing the gray around Zhu Zhuqing becoming denser, Tang Jiulu frowned. She reached out and gently held Zhu Zhuqing's hand. Zhuqing, the most important thing for a woman in her life is to find someone she can rely on. What kind of person that is, only you can decide. Tang Jiulu lowered her head slightly, a hint of longing flashing in her eyes. My man must be the only one for me. Definitely not someone who flirts around. Everything should be prioritized for me, actively bearing all my future expenses. He shouldn't make me sad, should be able to endure hardships with me, and stand by me steadfastly, even through blood and tears. Zhuqing, what about you? Tang Jiulu's voice was not small, reaching the ears of everyone present. Xiao Wu was momentarily stunned, then smiled playfully. I think so too. Ning Rongrong's eyes suddenly sparkled with a unique light. Yes, that's right, I think so too. At this point, Ning Rongrong glanced at Dai Mu Bai, then ran to the other side of Zhu Zhuqing, holding her arm. Zhuqing, what do you think? Zhu Zhuqing was slightly taken aback. Then a stunning smile appeared on her face, and a tear slowly fell from the corner of her eye. Yes, I think so too. When she was 6 years old, after her exceptional talent was tested, someone told her that she would be the future princess of the third prince. Then, she was taken to the palace to meet the third prince, her future husband. Golden hair, handsome appearance, and royal evil eyes. That was her future husband. Little Zhu Zhuqing kept the image of that person in her heart. Even when competing with her sister and facing many hardships, every time she thought of that person, she would grit her teeth and persist. Until one day, that person fled the Star Luo Empire. Zhu Zhuqing slightly raised her head, remembering how devastated she felt when she received the news that night. She closed her eyes slightly, the gray light on her body trending towards black. Tang Jiulu had been paying attention to Zhu Zhuqing, her expression slightly changing, and was about to say something. However, she saw the gray light around Zhu Zhuqing gradually fading, revealing a hint of blue. A slight smile appeared on her face. Yes, since he abandoned me from the start, then I won't want him anymore. I came to Shrek Academy to cancel the engagement. Zhu Zhuqing turned her head to look at Dai Mubai, who was staring at her in shock. I came to ask you why you abandoned me and to cancel our engagement. Now, I don't even want to ask why you abandoned me. I only have one goal now, which is to become stronger. Only by becoming strong can I not be bound by my family. So, let's cancel our engagement. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes were incredibly clear, and her serious words were truly dazzling. Dai Mubai opened and closed his mouth several times, finally letting out a sigh. Although he was proud, he had lost too much courage in this matter. Moreover, because of his cowardice, he had hurt someone who was originally bound to him. Dai Mubai closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Okay, I agree. Tang Jiulu tightened her grip on Zhu Zhuqing's hand, and Ning Rongrong also tightly held onto Zhu Zhuqing's arm, clearly wanting to give her more warmth. Xiao Wu looked at the two of them and felt a bit of a headache. Jiulu, Rongrong, with you both pulling Zhuqing like this, do we even care about maintaining the team formation? Tang Jiulu stuck out her tongue at Xiao Wu and finally released Zhu Zhuqing's hand. She turned around, looking at the light blue glow radiating from Zhu Zhuqing, smiling. Zhuqing, let's become stronger together. Zhu Zhuqing nodded, the coldness around her dissipating significantly. She glanced at Dai Mubai. We are students and also friends. Dai Mubai took a deep breath and suddenly spoke. I agree to cancel the engagement, but I haven't agreed to stop pursuing you. After saying this, he fell silent. The boys in the group exchanged glances. Oscar and Ma Hongjun secretly gave Dai Mubai a thumbs up, praising him. Ning Rongrong pouted, but said nothing. After all, their relationship was complicated, and they could see how things developed in the future. All right, a group of kids getting all sentimental. Let's hurry up. We're about to reach the Stardow Forest. Xiao Wujia spoke up, bringing their thoughts back. Ahead, a boundless expanse of green was faintly visible. Chapter 78. Entering the Stardow Forest. The Stardow Forest is located to the south of the Heavendow Empire, spanning two great empires. Due to the abundance of soul beasts here, it is also the area where the border between the two countries is the least defined. As one of the three major gathering places for wild soul beasts, it is also the place most soul masters hope to visit. Along the way, Tang Jiulu and the others encountered different soul masters heading toward the Stardow Forest. Some formed small teams, while others were elders leading juniors. However, it was relatively rare to find a group with only one teacher leading them. The closer they got to the Stardow Forest, the more Tang Jiulu could sense the fragrant aroma of the plants. The scent was refreshing, making her involuntarily take a deep breath. Instantly, a wave of fresh air entered her body, and all her limbs and pores seemed to relax. That feeling was indescribably refreshing. Not only Tang Jiulu, but also Tang San, who possessed a plant martial soul, felt the same ease. Soon, a sea of green appeared before everyone's eyes. They stood on a small hillside, gazing into the distance. The endless green trees looked so breathtaking. We're here, Tang San, standing at the front, murmured. The others unconsciously lined up. Tang Jiulu stood beside Tang San and gently held his hand. Tang San felt Tang Jiulu leaning closer, and his gaze softened. If there weren't others around, he would definitely ask, Jiulu, is this your hometown? Let's go, everyone, stay alert. The soul beasts inside are not easy to deal with. Xiao Wujia shouted, jumping down from the small hill first. Tang San pulled Tang Jiulu and followed closely behind. The group finally arrived at the entrance of the Stardow Forest. From a distance, it didn't seem so intimidating, but up close, they realized the trees in the Stardow Forest were indeed very tall. These trees were at least over 20 meters high, and that was only the outermost ones. The dense forest had no visible paths, with shadows of trees obscuring the true scenery within. The air in the forest was even more pleasant, but the temperature seemed to drop a few degrees, and the humidity was much thicker than outside. The slightly damp plant fragrance constantly stimulated everyone's sense of smell, making them feel invigorated. Everyone stop! Xiao Wujia suddenly called out. The group halted and looked at Xiao Wujia. He turned to Oscar and Tang Jiulu. Oscar, you make a batch of sausages for everyone. Jiulu, prepare some restorative vine leaves. You all eat a sausage to recover your energy. Everyone nodded and took the sausages made by Oscar and began to eat. The sausages warmed their stomachs, replenishing their energy for the journey ahead. Listen carefully. Xiao Wu's expression became extremely serious. The Stardew Forest is not a place where the country raises magical beasts. The magical beasts here are extremely dangerous. You may face attacks from soul beasts that are thousands or even tens of thousands of years old at any moment. Therefore, after entering the forest, you must maintain the previous formation at all times. Even in battle, if there's some distance, do not stray more than 20 meters away from me. Also, Jiulu, Rongrong, Oscar, you three must stay close to me, especially Rongrong and Oscar. Without my order, no one is allowed to attack soul beasts recklessly. Do you understand? Understood. Everyone nodded. In the forest, compared to Tang Jiulu, who had a certain level of attack and defense, Ning, Rongrong, and Oscar were obviously more vulnerable, as they were purely supportive soul masters without any attack capabilities. After eating the sausage, Oscar quickly began making more sausages and cured sausages. Tang Jiulu also began to use her second soul skill to collect a lot of leaves. Oscar handed each person a sausage and a cured sausage. My sausages can last for 12 hours in the air. The sausages have restorative properties and can stave off hunger, while the cured sausages are mainly for detoxification. Tang Jiulu also distributed her leaves to everyone. My leaf can be applied to wounds for rapid healing and can also be ingested to treat internal injuries. They don't stave off hunger, but can restore some soul power. However, they don't last as long as Oscar's, only 3 hours. Originally, her leaves only lasted for 1 hour, but as her soul power increased, the duration also extended. After making several sausages, Oscar consumed quite a bit of soul power. Tang Jiulu handed him a few more leaves, and without hesitation, Oscar ate them. After all, Tang Jiulu's second soul skill only required one use to collect many leaves. In other words, aside from a healing aura that needed to be maintained and would continuously consume soul power, Tang Jiulu's actual soul power consumption wasn't particularly high. Once Xiao Wu saw everyone was ready, he waved his hand and said, "Let's go." This time, Xiao Wu let Dai Mubai and Tang San walk at the front, while he personally took up the rear, and Zhu Zhuqing went to the sides. After adjusting their formation, they truly stepped into the Stardew Forest. Once inside the Stardew Forest, the most excited were undoubtedly Tang Jiulu and Xiao Wu. Although Tang Jiulu didn't have memories as a soul beast, she felt quite friendly toward the soul beast aura surrounding the forest. Xiao Wu, however, seemed to feel no danger at all, her face beaming with joy. Tang Jiulu happened to walk beside Xiao Wu and tugged at her arm. "You haven't forgotten, right?" Xiao Wu turned, somewhat surprised. "Forgotten what?" Tang Jiulu helplessly turned away, thinking that after so many years, she might have forgotten the plot. But Xiao Wu suddenly laughed, winking at Tang Jiulu. "I haven't forgotten, but isn't this great?" Tang Jiulu was taken aback and then realized that Xiao Wu also needed to advance. She nodded in understanding. Given Xiao Wu's characteristics as a 100,000-year soul beast, she wouldn't need to hunt soul rings to advance. Getting lost was also a good way to do it. After all, Xiao Wu wasn't in any danger. Moreover, Sangu hadn't recognized Xiao Wu as a sister, so he probably wouldn't impulsively chase after her. Tang Jiulu felt a sense of relief wash over her. The terrain inside the Stardew Forest was extremely complex. There were no paths in the forest, and naturally, the task of clearing the way fell to Dai Mubai. White Tiger Possession. Dai Mubai activated his martial soul. The blades on his tiger paws extended, and with a swing of his paws, he cleared the thorns in front of him, creating a path. Tang San followed closely behind Dai Mubai, his eyes shimmering with a hint of purple as he activated the purple extreme magic eye, carefully observing the surroundings. After walking for a short distance, Tang San suddenly reached out and gently tapped Dai Mubai's shoulder, signaling him to stop. The moment they halted, the group following them also came to a stop. After stopping, a faint rustling sound emerged from a patch of grass not far away. Chapter 79. Phoenix Tail, Coxcomb Snake. Everyone's bodies instantly tensed up, taking up combat stances. All eyes were fixed on the grass. Dai Mubai glanced around and silently waved his hand to cut through a portion of the thorns, creating an alternate path. The group instinctively moved cautiously toward that direction. On this path, they could see the soul beasts lurking in the grass from the side. With his purple extreme magic eye activated, Tang San was the first to clearly identify the soul beasts behind the grass. It was a group of weasel-like rodents. These soul beasts were not large and had weak attack power, but their teeth were extremely powerful and could bite through metal. Thanks to the experience imparted by the master, Tang Jiulu and Tang San recognized at a glance that this group of weasel-like rodents was merely 10-year-old soul beasts. The weasel-like rodents had a very keen sense of smell and had certainly detected their presence at this distance. Yet they showed no signs of agitation, clearly uninterested in them. Tang Jiulu whispered, 10-year-old weasel-like rodents, let's not disturb them. Tang San nodded and pointed to the side. Dai Mubai understood and continued to cut through the thorns, bypassing the group of weasel-like rodents. Why not kill them? They're just 10-year-old weasel-like rodents. Ning Rongrong turned around and asked, already unable to see the weasel-like rodents behind. They never intended to confront us in the first place, so why resort to killing? Tang Jiulu said with a serious expression. If every soul master killed every soul beast they encountered, wouldn't there be fewer high-age soul beasts in the future? Tang San nodded and continued, moreover, fighting would inevitably create noise and the smell of blood, which could attract other powerful soul beasts. Dai Mubai agreed, saying, that's true, we should be more cautious. Ning Rongrong nodded in understanding. Indeed, if lower-age soul beasts were all wiped out, there would be no higher-age soul beasts left for future generations to use as spirit rings. Jiulu truly thought long-term. As for what Tang San and Dai Mubai said, Ning Rongrong didn't pay much attention, as there was a level 76 teacher Xiao among them, who could handle most soul beasts with ease. Xiao Wu walked at the back, nodding with satisfaction, seemingly pleased that Tang San and Tang Jiulu had been well taught, which was also what he wanted to impart to them. The group continued to advance for an hour. It was now noon. During this hour, they encountered quite a few soul beasts, but most were 10-year and 100-year ones. They mostly avoided conflicts and did not engage directly. Occasionally, those who came to their doom would be tied up with Qing tongue and Lanin grass by Tang Jiulu or Tang San, and then tossed aside. Tang San knew that Tang Jiulu was a 100,000-year soul beast, unless it was a soul beast necessary for killing. She would try her best not to harm the lives of soul beasts. For some stronger soul beasts, Dai Mubai would use his tiger palm to deal with them, either driving them away or injuring them. All right, let's take a break, Xiao Wu said, looking at the sky through the gaps in the leaves and finding a spot for everyone to rest. They were still at the periphery of the Stardoe forest, where high-level soul beasts were not commonly seen, making it relatively safe. Their goal was to help Oscar, Tang San, and Xiao Wu obtain their third soul rings. So they needed to find suitable 1,000-year soul beasts. Otherwise, how could they justify their potential? However, since they were looking for 1,000-year soul beasts, they needed to delve deeper. The further they went in, the less time they would have to rest. Therefore, it was best to adjust to the optimal state when they reached a relatively safe place. Tang Jiulu sat down on the ground, crossed her legs, and began to circulate her Xiantian. She and Oscar, aside from Dai Mubai and Tang San, consumed the most soul power. Although they could recover some soul power by eating each other's sausages and leaves, Oscar's sausages couldn't alleviate fatigue. So Tang Jiulu was the most exhausted. Xiao Wu sat next to Tang Jiulu, her eyes occasionally glancing toward a certain direction in the forest. As Tang Jiulu's Xiantian began to operate, her soul power rapidly recovered. Half an hour later, when she opened her eyes, she saw Xiao Wu lost in thought. Are we fast? Xiao Wu nodded slightly, her movements small. Tang Jiulu understood and prepared herself. Just then, Tang San and Xiao Wujia's gazes suddenly shot toward a certain direction. A faint rustling sound came from afar. Everyone get up. Something is approaching, Xiao Wujia shouted. Tang San and Dai Mubai instinctively positioned themselves in front of Tang Jiulu, Ning Rongrong, and Oscar, while Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ma Hongjun guarded nearby. In an instant, everyone released their martial souls, including Xiao Wujia. The rustling sound grew from faint to loud. Even Oscar and Ning Rongrong, as pure support soul masters, could clearly feel how fast the unknown creature was approaching. Tang Jiulu instinctively activated her purple extreme magic eye. Zhu Qing, go check what it is, Xiao Wujia ordered in a low voice. Zhu Zhuqing silently leaped up, her ghostly spirit cat instantly merging with her, claws extending from her palms as she darted to the side of a tree. She swiftly ran along the trunk, quickly leaping to another branch. Before long, Zhu Zhuqing returned, crouching on a branch. It's a flying snake, but it doesn't fly high, about 3 meters off the ground. It has a fleshy crown on its head that looks larger than its head, blood red in color, and its tail is somewhat special, shaped like a fan. Xiao Wujia's eyes lit up immediately. That's the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake. The fleshy crown on its head has many wondrous effects. Xiao Ao, you're in luck. This old beast is quite rare. Just don't know how many years it has, he added. Zhu Qing, keep an eye on its direction, and report back to us at any change. Understood. Zhu Qing nodded. It's heading our way, moving fast, but it seems to have some trouble maintaining balance. Tang San and Tang Jiulu exchanged glances and suddenly asked, what is the length of that phoenix-tail coxcomb snake? What color are its wings? The wings are light red, and its length is about 6 to 8 meters. Zhu Qing replied after a glance. Tang Jiulu's eyes instantly lit up. Light red wings were a sign of its evolution to 1,000 years, indicating it was a 1,000-year phoenix-tail coxcomb snake. Tang San nodded. Based on its length, it should be between 1,300 and 1,800 years of cultivation. Xiao Ao, this is perfect for you. The phoenix-tail coxcomb snake is non-venomous and uses its body to wrap around enemies to suffocate them as its means of attack. Its method of attack is simple, but its speed is extremely fast. Its fleshy crown contains nutrients that can grant it a sudden boost in speed in times of crisis. If you obtain this soul ring, your next soul skill should be related to speed. Chapter 80. About to succeed. Awesome. Oscar's peach blossom eyes lit up as he looked at Tang Jiulu and Tang San. You guys really know a lot about soul beasts. Ning Rongrong looked at Tang Jiulu with sparkling eyes. Yes. Jiulu is truly amazing. Tang San looked at Ning Rongrong, staring at Tang Jiulu, his brows slightly furrowed. But he said nothing. Tang Jiulu, however, smiled and said, it's because my teacher and third brother's teacher is the master. This is the knowledge taught to us by the master. Although Tang Jiulu felt that her teacher was comparable to Dai Mubai in handling emotions, she couldn't deny the outstanding aspects of her teacher's research on soul beasts and soul masters. Moreover, the teacher was still her mentor, if given the chance. She would like to change the tragedy of her teacher's family, but it was still too early to discuss this. Not only Oscar and Ning Rongrong, but also Xiao Wujia and others looked at Tang San and Tang Jiulu with a hint of change in their eyes. After all, soul beasts are as diverse as martial souls, and their age and rank are difficult to determine. Tang Jiulu and Tang San's teacher was indeed remarkable. Xiao Wujia couldn't help but ask, since you know about this soul beast, what is the best way to capture such a soul beast? Tang San answered without hesitation. Any snake-type soul beast is afraid of birds. We can let the fatty go. His martial soul can be considered the king of birds. The attack of the phoenix-tailed cockatrice is not particularly strong. As long as we are careful not to let it escape using its speed, we will be fine. Xiao Wujia nodded, and everyone looked towards Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun grinned, stepped forward, and used his thumb to poke his nose, saying, all right, leave it to me. Here it comes. Zhu Qing said in a low voice, slightly leaning forward and taking an attack posture. Immediately, she pounced from the air, showing no fear of the 1,000-year soul beast, her sharp claws and the first soul ring on her body lighting up at the same time. First soul skill, Shadow Piercing Strike. What came into view was indeed a giant snake, exactly as Zhu Qing had described. It rushed towards him rapidly, only to be hit head-on by Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing's Shadow Piercing Strike directly aimed at the flesh crown on its head. The phoenix-tailed cockatrice reacted quickly, instantly tilting its head to the side. Zhu Qing's claw did not catch its flesh crown, but hit its protruding body instead. With a thud, the speed of the phoenix-tailed cockatrice suddenly decreased. It seemed startled as the snake's head tilted. It suddenly opened its mouth and sprayed a mouthful of colorful mist towards Zhu Qing. At the same time, the bright red flesh crown on its head lit up, and its previously stalled speed increased again. Dai Mubai, seeing this scene, almost shouted without thinking, be careful. In his anger, the third soul ring around him lit up. Third soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation. He roared and charged towards the phoenix-tailed cockatrice. 7 treasures are famous. The second is speed. Ning Rongrong's voice rang out at the right moment. A beam of colorful light flowed by, and Dai Mubai felt his body suddenly lighten, increasing his forward speed, just in time to block in front of the phoenix-tailed cockatrice, which was about to launch an attack. With a loud bang, Dai Mubai grunted, and his body was suddenly pushed back nearly 10 meters. However, the phoenix-tailed cockatrice's forward charge also came to a halt. Its massive body twisted in midair, its balance disrupted, and it fell to the ground. The colorful mist it sprayed was just for show, no poison. Tang Jiulu shouted from behind. The blue-silver grass beside them suddenly rose from the ground, tightly wrapping around the fallen phoenix-tailed cockatrice. Tang San stood nearby, his first soul ring already lit up, clearly having been prepared. At that moment, a purple-red phoenix let out a long cry behind Ma Hongjun as he unleashed his martial soul with all his might towards the phoenix-tailed cockatrice. The phoenix-tailed cockatrice seemed to sense the aura of the evil fire phoenix, its body trembling suddenly. However, it was still a 1,000-year-old beast and began to struggle violently. Tang San's blue-silver grass was toxic, yet the grass binding it couldn't penetrate its skin. Instead, under the intense struggle, it managed to wriggle free from the gaps in the blue-silver grass. Although it couldn't fly, its speed was still incredibly fast, darting 10 meters away in the blink of an eye. Trying to escape? Not so easy, Xiao Wu shouted, and then his third soul ring lit up. Third soul skill. Gravity enhancement. The phoenix-tailed cockatrice's body suddenly stiffened, its entire frame coming to a halt, clearly affected by the gravity. Following this, Xiao Wu's fourth and fifth soul rings lit up. Fourth soul skill, target tracking. Fifth soul skill, gravity compression. Using 2 consecutive soul skills, he first tracked the phoenix-tailed cockatrice and then used gravity to compress it to the ground. Xiao Wu's fifth soul skill was provided by a black 10,000-year soul ring. A mere 1,000-year phoenix-tailed cockatrice had no way to escape Xiao Wu's grasp. Tang San, Tang Jiulu, and the others finally understood how lucky they were to face Xiao Wu during their initial academy test. If Xiao Wu had used his soul skills in combination right from the start during that battle, they probably wouldn't have been able to withstand even one round. A smile appeared on Tang Jiulu's face. She knew that teacher Xiao had gone easy on them during the test. Xiao Wu reached out, grabbing the head of the phoenix-tailed cockatrice and lifting it up, slapping its flesh crown with his palm, knocking it unconscious. "We've got it!" Everyone cheered excitedly, each one retracting their martial souls. Oscar, who was 14 this year, 2 years older than Tang San and the others, rubbed his hands in excitement and ran towards Xiao Wu in a few quick steps. Xiao Wu and Tang Jiulu exchanged glances. Although they were soul beasts in this life, they were humans in their previous one. They didn't have much resistance to killing soul beasts, after all. This was a world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. They just needed to uphold their inner bottom line. Let's do it. Just stab down from that flesh crown, and we can damage its brain. Xiao Wu took out a short knife from his waist and handed it to Oscar. Oscar excitedly took the short knife. Previously, he had come to the Stardow Forest to hunt 100-year-old beasts, but now, this was a 1,000-year-old beast right in front of him, like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. The third soul skill was within reach, and it was a 1,000-year skill. Oscar's hands trembled with excitement. Just as he was about to stab down, a hoarse voice suddenly rang out. "Stop!" Chapter 81. Unbelievable. 2 figures suddenly rushed out from the side, coming from the direction the phoenix-tailed cockatrice had previously flown. One was old, and one was young, both female. The older one looked to be in her 60s or 70s, with a head full of white hair, neatly arranged. Her eyes shone with intelligence. And although her back was slightly hunched, the pressure she exuded was not to be underestimated. She held a 2-meter-long, snake-headed cane in her right hand, and 6 soul rings moved gently around her. In the original text, the cane was 3 meters long. In the anime, it is about 1.5 heads taller than a person. Considering height, a 2-meter cane seems reasonable. 3 meters would be quite tall, definitely higher than a door frame, which is a bit unrealistic. Tang Jiulu squinted her eyes and looked over. Is that the snake lady? The cane in her hand should be her martial soul. Beside the old woman stood a beautiful young girl with short hair, dressed in a neat outfit, appearing to be around 16 or 17 years old. A pair of deep brown eyes were fixed intently on the phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake that Xiao Wu was holding. She also held a snake-headed cane, which was slightly shorter than the old woman's, measuring just over 1 meter, and her soul rings were only 200-year rings. In the original text, the cane was 2 meters long, as the martial soul is a cane, and the soul power is related to the length of the cane. So this part has been modified for consistency. The appearance of the old woman and the girl startled everyone. But when they saw the 6 soul rings on the old woman, they breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the 7 soul rings on Xiao Wu were not to be underestimated. Tang San felt relieved, But the old woman's expression changed. The one who had shouted to stop was naturally her, but she soon noticed the 7 soul rings on Xiao Wujia. Her brow furrowed slightly as she stared at Xiao Wujia, seemingly lost in thought. What is the matter? Xiao Wujia glanced at the old woman, but his gaze fell on her snake-headed cane, which reminded him of someone. No, it was a couple. The old woman coughed lightly twice to soften her expression. Hello? Esteemed soul sage, you cannot give this phoenix-tailed, chicken-crowned snake to this child. Oscar tightened his grip on the short knife, unable to help but look at the old woman. Why? Xiao Wujia frowned, his eyes also on the old woman, clearly sharing the same question. Because we discovered and hunted this snake first. Otherwise, how could we have tracked it all the way here? The old woman spoke, although her words were very respectful. There was no trace of fear on her face. If it weren't for the 7 soul rings on Xiao Wujia's body, she might have acted directly. Oscar couldn't hold back anymore and directly asked, how can you prove that it was you who hunted it first? We didn't see any traces of you when we found it. Young man, don't be hasty. The old woman smiled slightly. Look at the abdomen of this phoenix-tailed, chicken-crowned snake. There are 2 wounds inflicted by my cane, and there are also some under its wings. The phoenix-tailed, chicken-crowned snake is extremely fast. We just accidentally let it slip away. My granddaughter just reached level 30 and really needs this soul ring. You all saw that she inherited my weapon martial soul, the snake cane. A high-level snake martial soul is the most suitable for her. Upon hearing the old woman's words, everyone instinctively looked at the abdomen of the phoenix-tailed, chicken-crowned snake and indeed saw 2 wounds. It was known that they had not made any similar attacks just now, so it was clear that these wounds must have been inflicted by the old woman. The expressions of the crowd changed instantly. Xiao Wujia sneered, esteemed elder, may I ask for your name? Not daring. I am Xiao Tianxiang, honored by the friends of the Soul Master World with the title of Snake Granny. My husband is Meng Shu, known as Dragon Gong. The old woman spoke, but her body unconsciously straightened a bit, and a hint of pride appeared on her face. We came to the Stardow Forest to find a suitable 3rd soul ring for my granddaughter. I see that these children around you are still young and do not seem capable of absorbing a 1,000-year soul ring. So why not return it to us? Xiao Tianxiang seemed a bit smug. In her heart, these children were likely here to obtain their 2nd soul ring and could not be compared to her granddaughter. Oscar felt anxious and immediately wanted to say that he had already reached level 30. But just as the words were on the tip of his tongue, he was stopped by Xiao Wujia's hand. He asked in a deep voice, is this the snake granny among the legendary dragon and snake? Not daring, indeed. Xiao Tianxiang's voice remained, carrying a hint of pride, but not an unpleasant feeling. Xiao Wujia's expression changed slightly. He had heard of the name of the legendary dragon and snake. This couple had debuted early and was extraordinarily powerful. Tang San and the others felt something was amiss as they stood behind. It seemed that this old woman was quite influential. Tang Jiulu's eyes flickered as she seemed to recall that this unexpected event had attracted the attention of the dragon and snake couple towards Tang San, wanting him to be their granddaughter's husband. Thinking of this, she felt a bit uncomfortable and frowned slightly. She did not want her 3rd brother to step forward, and if possible, she wanted to take his place in battle. But if that happened, it might really provoke the displeasure of the dragon and snake couple. It should be known that Dragon Gong and Dragon Po were always together, and the fusion technique of the couple's martial souls was extremely domineering. Unless one was a title de loi, it would be hard to resist. Xiao Wujia clearly understood this, and his expression softened a bit. I am Xiao Wujia. Xiao Tianxiang's expression shifted slightly. I was wondering how we could encounter a young soul sage. It turns out to be the unmoving king. Too kind, Xiao Wujia smiled. Glancing at Oscar, I am currently living in seclusion at the academy, just bringing my students to obtain soul rings. I didn't expect to meet an elder. He lifted the phoenix-tailed, chicken-crowned snake in his hand, revealing a somewhat troubled expression. If this were another soul beast, it would be fine. But this particular soul beast also happened to be suitable for my student. What? You don't intend to return this snake to us, do you? The girl beside them could no longer hold back and spoke directly. Xiao Wujia cast a glance at the girl and smiled at Xiao Tianxiang, Elder Snake Granny. In this Stardow Forest, all soul beasts are unowned. Perhaps this phoenix-tailed, chicken-crowned snake was indeed discovered and injured by you before, but since it managed to escape, it no longer belongs to you. The one who ultimately caught it is us. Such a relatively mild soul beast is also very suitable for my student. Xiao Tianxiang was taken aback. Are you saying that among your students, there is someone who has also reached level 30? Upon hearing this, both Chao Tianxiang and the girl displayed looks of disbelief, their gazes directly falling on Dai Mubai, who appeared to be the oldest and most handsome among them. Chapter 82. Volunteering to fight. Chao Tianxiang was extremely shocked. The young boys and girls in front of her looked to be only about 12 or 13 years old, and the oldest one was merely around 15 or 16, yet they had reached level 30. The short-haired girl's eyes also revealed disbelief. But Xiao Wu chuckled. Don't believe it? Kids, show your soul rings to Elder Snake Granny. Tang Jiulu and the others exchanged glances, instinctively hiding their martial souls and only activating their soul rings. One by one, soul rings rose from the ground. In an instant, the 8 young boys and girls illuminated the area with their soul ring light. Each person had 2 yellow 100-year soul rings, while Dai Mubai and Tang Jiulu had an additional 1,000-year soul ring. This sight truly shocked Snake Granny Chao Tianxiang. How is this possible? This was the first thought in Chao Tianxiang's mind. The 15 or 16-year-old boy was one thing, but there was also a girl who appeared to be only 12 or 13 years old, yet she was also a soul master. This was simply unbelievable. The short-haired girl's face turned pale in an instant, and she instinctively took 2 steps back, her eyes fixed on the 1,000-year soul ring on Tang Jiulu. She was much younger than her, yet she had obtained a soul ring before her. Xiao Wu smiled proudly and said, "All right, I forgot to mention. This time we are here to get soul rings for 3 children, all of them being the 3rd soul ring." The short-haired girl felt as though she had been hit hard again, her face turning even paler, and her body began to tremble uncontrollably. These people are simply monsters. Seeing the shock on the faces of the 2 in front of him, Xiao Wu couldn't help but feel pleased, and his smile widened. "Senior, do you still find my students impressive?" Chao Tianxiang took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm the turmoil in her heart, and said with a forced smile, "Of course." As expected of a disciple of the unmoved king, heroes emerged from the young. She already had a bad premonition, now that the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake was in their hands. It wouldn't be easy to get it back. However, giving up like this was clearly not an option for her. Chao Tianxiang ran her fingers through her hair, suddenly smiled, and said, "Since that's the case, why not do it this way? Let's follow the rules of the Soul Master world. Let them decide how to allocate the soul rings themselves. As long as your disciple defeats my granddaughter, I will leave without a word. Conversely, I will ask Zhao Laudi to surrender this 1,000-year-old phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake." A confident smile appeared on the snake woman's face. What if her soul power was high? Her granddaughter was not an ordinary soul master. Xiao Wu shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly, "I'm sorry, Sister Chao, but that might not be possible." Chao Tianxiang's expression changed, and she angrily said, "Xiao Wu, I've already made concessions. What more do you want? Are you bullying my old man because he is not here?" "Oomph." Xiao Wu quickly smiled and said, "No, of course not. The main thing is that my disciple suitable for the soul ring is not a battle soul master, but just a food-type soul master. How can he compare with your granddaughter?" "What?" Upon hearing Xiao Wu's words, Chao Tianxiang was once again taken aback, looking at Oscar, who was holding a short knife. He was holding a short knife to kill the snake, obviously the soul master who needed the soul ring. It's one thing for an ordinary soul master, but food-type soul masters are extremely rare. Chao Tianxiang's gaze towards Oscar instantly softened. "Child, are you really a food-type soul master? Which sect do you come from?" Oscar shook his head. "I don't belong to any sect. The principal said that my martial soul is a mutation that caused this. A genius food-type soul master, with no background, a mutated martial soul." Chao Tianxiang's heart raced with excitement. If she could recruit him into her sect, then having him assist her granddaughter in the future would be perfect. The change in Chao Tianxiang's expression was clearly seen by those around her. Tang San was about to speak when he found someone pulling his hand. Turning around, he saw it was Tang Jiulu. Tang Jiulu shook her head at Tang San. Tang San frowned slightly, but still kept his mouth shut. Just then, Xiao Wu spoke up. She also knew the plot, and this snake woman clearly had intentions to recruit Oscar. "Senior, are you trying to recruit Xiao Ao?" But Xiao Ao is currently studying at our Shrek Academy, and what the Academy can offer him is far more than what your sect can provide. Otherwise, how could he reach level 30 at such a young age? Chao Tianxiang's pupils constricted again. "You are from Shrek Academy?" The short-haired girl beside her was also slightly stunned. Is that the Shrek Academy that has been making waves across the continent? Chao Tianxiang instinctively glanced at Xiao Wu. Soul Saints over level 70 are teachers in this academy. Plus, they have nurtured so many talented soul masters. This Shrek Academy truly lives up to its name. Just then, Tang Jiulu let go of Tang San's hand and stepped forward. Teacher Xiao, why not let me take action for Oscar? Although I am already at level 30, I am just a support-type soul master. Tang Jiulu had only said half of her sentence when she was pulled back by Tang San. Teacher Xiao, Jiulu is just joking. Let me take action for Xiao Ao. I just reached level 30, so it shouldn't count as taking advantage. Tang San directly interrupted Tang Jiulu. He thought that Tang Jiulu was pulling him to say something, but it turned out she wanted to take action herself. Regardless of winning or losing, even if they lost, they could still find other soul beasts. The key point is that Jiulu's half-baked attack and defense cannot handle the battle soul master on the opposite side. Moreover, the difference in their soul power was only a few levels. Tang San pulled Tang Jiulu back a little, stepped forward a few paces, and directly walked to Oscar's side. Looking at Xiao Tianxiang, another level 30, Xiao Tianxiang's breath hitched. Although she had heard Xiao Wu say that 3 children had reached level 30, she thought he was lying. But she didn't expect it to be true. Xiao Wu glanced at Tang San, his eyes flickering. After spending some time together, he was well aware of each child's skill advantages and shortcomings as a practical teacher. Tang San could be considered a top genius among control-type soul masters. Even if he fought against Dai Mubai might not necessarily win against Tang San. Thinking of this, Xiao Wuji's face once again displayed a smile. Senior, what do you think? My disciple is indeed a battle soul master and can meet the demand for a fight. How about he represents us in battle? The snake woman glanced at Tang San, then looked at her granddaughter, and finally nodded. Although their soul powers were evenly matched, the opponent was still young. If her granddaughter really lost, then she would have nothing to say. Tang San stepped forward, one hand behind his back, and the other hand gestured politely. My name is Tang San, Martial Soul Blue Silvergrass, 30 level 2nd ring battle soul master. Please. Chapter 83. You lost. Oscar's eyes lit up, giving Tang San a thumbs up, and then retreated with the others. Xiao Wuji held the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake and also took a few steps back. However, Tang Jiulu frowned slightly, watching the two standing in the arena. What are you worried about? Xiao Wu gently nudged Tang Jiulu's arm and asked, Isn't that snake woman interested in San Go, wanting him to be their granddaughter's husband? Tang Jiulu instinctively blurted out her thoughts. As soon as these words came out, not only did Xiao Wu cover her mouth and giggle, but Ning Rongrong, who was standing closer, also secretly laughed. Although the two spoke softly, everyone present were soul masters. And who wasn't sharp-eared and sharp-eyed? Especially the few who had retreated. So Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar all wore narrow smiles. At that moment, a fair hand gently patted Tang Jiulu's shoulder, and Zhu Zhuqing said lightly, Don't worry, your Sengo won't do that. He is not like Dai Luobo. Dai Mubai's smile immediately stiffened, and it seemed Zhuqing had been influenced, as she also started calling him Dai Luobo. Tang Jiulu immediately reacted, her face turning red instantly. It wasn't because of others' attitudes, but because of her own mindset. Could it be that she had feelings for Sanga? Tang Jiulu glanced at Xiao Wu, seeing her laughing joyfully and playfully pinch her waist, saying, Your Oscar is over there. Go lean on him. Why are you so close to me? Xiao Wu's face instantly turned bright red. Oscar happened to look over here and heard this, his ears also turning slightly red. And then he saw the blushing Xiao Wu and started to grin foolishly. Xiao Wuji ignored what they were doing and kept his eyes firmly on Tang San and the girl. The girl glanced over at Tang Jiulu and coldly snorted, Mengaran, Wuhuan Snake Staff, level 30, 2nd ring battle soul master. In order to catch the opponent off guard, Tang San did not reveal that he was a control system soul master, and Mengaran also did not disclose her own type. Standing in front of Mengaran, Tang San had a well-proportioned, muscular build, dressed in a blue leather outfit that made him appear particularly energetic. His short hair was black with a hint of deep blue, gently swaying in the breeze. Tang San's skin was very fair, and his face looked quite handsome. Although not exceptionally striking, his sharp features were inherited from Tang Hao. Upon closer inspection, there was a touch of softness, making him quite pleasing to the eye. Although Mengaran was filled with anger, she couldn't help but blush slightly under Tang San's serious gaze. She stomped her foot in annoyance, not knowing whether to be angry at Tang San or her own feelings, and suddenly charged towards him. With a swing of her snake staff, she aimed for the top of Tang San's head. As the snake staff came down, Tang San swiftly slid his foot using the ghost shadow misty steps to retreat rapidly, while his first soul ring lit up. First soul skill bind. A thick blue-silver grass suddenly erupted from the ground without warning. Meng Yiran was caught off guard and tightly bound. The spikes on the blue-silver grass protruded, and the paralysis toxin activated instantly. Tang San stood in place, calmly watching Meng Yiran without saying a word. His personality had become much more stable after living with Tang Jiulu and Xiao Wu, so he didn't arrogantly think that he had already defeated his opponent with one move. Instead, he quietly observed from the side, remaining vigilant. Meng Yiran snorted coldly, and her two soul rings lit up simultaneously. Tang San narrowed his eyes. Once she was affected by the toxin of his blue-silver grass, she would be unable to mobilize her soul power. Now, she could only mobilize her soul power if she cured the toxin, or if she was not afraid of poison at all. Tang San's gaze fell on the snake staff in her hand, and a look of understanding flashed across his eyes. The snake staff naturally carried the characteristics of a snake, and many snakes were poisonous. Without hesitation, he continued to use the ghost shadow misty steps to retreat rapidly. Meanwhile, Meng Yiran made a surprising move that shocked everyone. Her body twisted as if it had no bones, and her soft form instantly slipped out of the binding blue-silver grass, as slippery as the previous phoenix tail coxcomb snake. At the same time, the snake-headed staff in her hand came crashing down towards Tang San's face. The top of the snake-headed staff had a snake's head, and a 2-foot-long snake blade shot out like a knife, instantly closing the distance to Tang San. The snake blade shimmered with a blue sheen, clearly indicating its potent poison. Tang San immediately confirmed his guess. Meng Yiran was immune to his blue-silver grass's paralysis toxin because her martial soul was poisonous. Second soul skill, snake body. First soul skill, snake blade. After breaking free, Meng Yiran exuded a murderous aura, wishing nothing more than to kill Tang San. The reason was simple. Her clothes were already torn to shreds by the spikes of the blue-silver grass. Ma Hongjuan's small eyes, squeezed out by his chubby face, immediately lit up as he stared intently at Meng Yiran. It was known that Meng Yiran had a figure that was well-proportioned, slim where it should be, and curvy where it needed to be, just like those adult women. Dai Mubai, who had been watching with interest, suddenly thought of something and quickly turned his head, his eyes instinctively looking towards Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing said nothing, her expression calm, seemingly unconcerned with Dai Mubai's actions. This made him feel a bit dejected. Oscar's eyes widened in shock. Before he could react, 2 small hands covered his eyes. Xiao Wu's annoyed voice came from behind. "You can't look." Oscar immediately stiffened, and after realizing what happened, he nodded repeatedly, saying, "I won't look. I won't look." But his body remained still, leaving Xiao Wu unable to change her position. At that moment, their heartbeats seemed to sync up, both quickening a bit. Tang Jiulu's face was tense, her eyes fixed on the snake blade. She had already taken out a leaf and was ready to use her first soul skill at any moment. If third brother was hit, that poison would definitely harm his body. Tang San watched expressionlessly as the snake blade approached his face, his feet suddenly halting, stopping his retreat. Instead, he leaned to the side, using his toe to push off, almost brushing against the snake blade, and charged forward. At the same time, his left hand used the internal energy of the crane catching dragon to pull towards Meng Yiran. His right hand struck down towards the lower part of the snake staff snakehead. If this were a real snake, that would be its vital spot. With a loud thud, the snake-headed staff was smashed apart. Meanwhile, several strands of blue-silver grass suddenly rose up from beneath Tang San's feet, propelling him forward. His left hand perfectly gripped Meng Yiran's slender neck. The two figures came to a sudden stop. Tang San calmly tightened his left hand, lifting Meng Yiran slightly, and said, "You lost." Chapter 84. Mushroom Sausage. No, I can't lose. Meng Yiran gritted her teeth and raised the snake-headed staff to strike at Tang San. Tang San frowned slightly, his palm instinctively tightening. A choking sensation immediately came over Meng Yiran, and her hand fell weakly. "Stop!" Snake Lady shouted urgently. Tang San instantly released his grip, retreating several meters and standing there calmly. Tang Jiulu immediately ran over, nervously checking Tang San from head to toe. "You weren't bitten, right?" Tang San looked at her worried expression and chuckled as he rubbed her nose. "No. Can't you tell?" Tang Jiulu sighed in relief, standing up with a smile. After being released from the grip, Meng Yiran gasped for air, swaying on the ground until she finally steadied herself. She looked up and saw Tang Jiulu and Tang San being affectionate. In Tang San's eyes, the previous indifference was replaced with fondness. Meng Yiran tightly pressed her lips together, her face filled with unwillingness. Xiao Wu smiled as he looked at Snake Lady. How about it, sister? A deal is a deal. Snake Lady supported Meng Yiran and said lightly, a loss is a loss. The phoenix tail coxcomb snake is yours now. However, I will remember today's events, and we shall meet again. After speaking, she quickly glanced at the group of children, memorizing their appearances, and then pulled Meng Yiran away. Wait, a female voice suddenly sounded. Two whooshing sounds broke the air as Ko Xiang suddenly stretched out her hand and grabbed two leaves from midair. Tang Jiulu's voice followed. After consuming them, you can recover some soul power and relieve some fatigue. Ko Xiang paused, snorted coldly without speaking, and quickly left with Meng Yiran. You little brat, hurry up. Xiao Wu urged impatiently. Xiao Wu had already removed her hands from Oscar's eyes. Oscar was still standing there, grinning foolishly. After being urged by Xiao Wu, Oscar finally reacted and hurried over with a short knife. Xiao Wu looked at Oscar's silly expression, her small face turning bright red. Tang Jiulu teasingly elbowed Xiao Wu in the waist. Xiao Wu, how does it feel to be in close contact? Xiao Wu shot a glare at Tang Jiulu. But your third brother was staring at that person's torn clothes just now. Tang San felt anxious and immediately retorted, I didn't. In my eyes, that's just an opponent. There's no gender distinction. Tang Jiulu smiled proudly at Xiao Wu, her dimples becoming more pronounced. Did you hear that? My third brother said no. Xiao Wu, angry, pinched Tang Jiulu's small face, huffed, and fell silent. After they teased each other for a while, they quieted down, watching as Oscar plunged the knife into the head of the phoenix tail chicken snake. The snake was hit in a vital spot and immediately began to struggle violently. However, it was locked by Xiao Wujia's soul power, so how could it escape? In the end, it gradually stopped struggling and lost its life force. Xiao Wujia threw the dead phoenix tail chicken snake on the ground and let Oscar sit in front of it, signaling that it could begin. Oscar nodded, summoned his sausage martial soul, and under the soft pink light, began to draw the soul ring of the phoenix tail chicken snake into his body. Xiao Wujia's eyes were not on Oscar, but were fixed on the surroundings. Although the snake women had already left, it couldn't be guaranteed that they wouldn't feel discontented and come back to ambush. Or perhaps other soul beasts would come smelling the blood. After supporting Meng Yiran for a quarter of an hour, Chao Tianxiang finally couldn't help but speak. Grandma, I'm not reconciled. Chao Tianxiang handed her 2 vine leaves. Then will you eat this? Meng Yiran hesitated for a moment, but still took it and stuffed it in her mouth, of course. Why wouldn't I eat it? This is what they owe me. The vine leaves melted in her mouth, feeling very refreshing, transforming into a stream of soul power that swept away her fatigue, making her feel much better instantly. The soul power she had previously consumed had somewhat recovered. Meng Yiran was somewhat surprised by the effect of the 2 vine leaves. This effect is really good. Ordinary auxiliary soul masters don't have such obvious effects. Chao Tianxiang narrowed her eyes slightly. Really? Is it that girl who looks the youngest but reached level 31st? Meng Yiran nodded, feeling quite unconvinced about Tang San, especially since he had ruined her clothes. However, for Tang Jiulu, apart from the initial shock and disbelief, she didn't have a very bad impression. Moreover, in the end, she even gave her 2 vine leaves for recovery. Meng Yiran felt a bit of fondness towards Tang Jiulu. Grandma, we could actually recruit her into our sect. Such auxiliary soul masters are quite rare. Chao Tianxiang nodded. Those kids all have outstanding talents, and that food system soul master is one of them. The food system guy doesn't have a sect. I don't know if she has one. Let's find your grandfather first, and we'll talk about the rest later. Meng Yiran nodded and followed Chao Tianxiang to quickly move towards another part of the forest. The sky was gradually darkening. Tang Jiulu and the others were sitting nearby resting, while Xiao Wujia stood beside Oscar, guarding him. Half an hour later, Oscar slowly opened his eyes. The faint pink on his body suddenly began to change, turning into a bright pink, and 3 soul rings rose from beneath his feet. In addition to 2 yellow soul rings, another bright purple soul ring showcased its power. Oscar had also broken through to the soul master level, entering the soul sovereign rank. Level 31 food system soul sovereign Oscar. Congratulations, Xiao Ao. Xiao Wujia said with a smile. Congratulations. Dai Mubai patted Oscar on the shoulder. Tang Jiulu and the other girls stood together, smiling as they looked at them. Tang Jiulu pushed Xiao Wu, go on. Xiao Wu's face turned red, and she walked up to Oscar. Congratulations. Oscar stared blankly at Xiao Wu, a silly smile on his face. After obtaining the third soul ring, Oscar's whole demeanor became more spirited, especially his peach blossom eyes, which sparkled with colorful light, making him even more attractive. Tang San smiled. Xiao Ao, quickly see what your third soul skill is. Oscar came back to his senses, a hint of embarrassment flashing across his face. I said it, but you all can't laugh. Everyone became even more curious about this soul skill. Xiao Wu leaned in closer and patted his arm. Hurry up. Oscar cleared his throat, raised his right hand, and recited his third soul incantation. I have a mushroom sausage. Ha! Upon hearing this, everyone instinctively burst into laughter. Xiao Wu directly stepped on the top of Oscar's foot. How can there be such a strange soul incantation? Chapter 85. Real siblings or emotional siblings? Hiss. Didn't we agree not to laugh? Oscar, feeling aggrieved, hugged his foot. Xiao Wu's step hurt so much. However, he still wanted Xiao Wu to step on him a few more times. Everyone watched Oscar and Xiao Wu's interaction, laughing even harder. In the palm of Oscar's right hand appeared a strange sausage, the top of the mushroom sausage resembling the meat crown of the phoenix tail chicken snake. What exactly is this soul skill? Tang San stopped laughing and asked again. Oscar, feeling proud at this moment, raised the sausage in his hand, effect, flying. All laughter ceased abruptly as everyone stared in shock at the sausage in Oscar's hand. With the speed of the phoenix tail chicken snake, it can fly for 1 minute. Oscar looked at the shocked expressions of everyone and dropped another bombshell. Everyone's eyes widened even more. Oh my god, that phoenix tail chicken snake is so fast. 1 minute. This auxiliary effect is too strong. In that 1 minute, it could at least cover a distance of over 2,000 meters. This soul skill is quite impressive. Everyone gave Oscar a thumbs up. However, Oscar bowed to Tang San and the others. I could obtain this soul skill thanks to all of you. And also to Teacher Zhao. Thank you. Tang Jiulu's expression softened as she winked at Xiao Wu. Alright, just with this sentence, I agree to you pursuing Xiao Wu. Oscar, who had been emotional just a second ago, turned red in the face. Xiao Wu, also blushing, angrily said, Jiulu, what are you talking about? Tang Jiulu laughed. Weren't you quite bold before? Why are you hesitant now? Look at Zhu Qing. She's so bold in love. Xiao Wu stomped her foot in anger, turning her back, making her expression hard to see. Seeing Xiao Wu like this, Oscar's expression instantly fell. I'm sorry, Xiao Wu. He walked behind Xiao Wu, feeling at a loss for words, not knowing what to say. A faint voice suddenly came through, then listened to Jiulu. Oscar was stunned, not daring to believe his ears. He subconsciously took 2 steps forward and asked, Xiao Wu, what did you say? Xiao Wu covered her face with both hands. I said to listen to Jiulu. After saying that, she directly ran behind Tang Jiulu to hide. Oscar stood there dazed for a long time, unable to come back to his senses. Silly. What Xiao Wu means is that you can pursue her now. Dai Mubai couldn't stand it anymore and slapped Oscar on the shoulder. Oscar suddenly started laughing foolishly, his eyes bursting with intense light. Alright, next, we need to find suitable soul beasts for Xiao San and Xiao Wu. Zhao Wujia smiled as he watched everyone interact. Today's kids are so mature. Let's find a place to rest for the night and set off tomorrow. That night, Oscar kept fawning over Xiao Wu, making everyone chuckle secretly. The first half of the night was guarded by Tang San and Dai Mubai, while Zhao Wujia and Ma Hongjun took the second half. The girls were not required to keep watch and were resting together. Xiao Wu quietly leaned over to Tang Jiulu and whispered, Jiulu, you seemed pretty nervous about your third brother during the last battle. Tang Jiulu's face turned slightly red. I'm his sister. It's normal to care about my brother. TSK. You still say I don't dare to love or hate. Xiao Wu muttered, aren't you the same? Tang Jiulu snorted coldly. What do you know? Third brother hasn't figured things out yet. If I act like that, I'll be shut out. Let's just go with the flow, okay? Alright. But if someone else takes him away later, don't regret it. Xiao Wu raised her hand in surrender. Don't worry, we'll keep an eye on it. Ning Rong chimed in from the side. Zhu Qing also nodded gently. Tang Jiulu coughed a couple of times, feeling a bit embarrassed. Okay, let's sleep. On the other side, Dai Mubai was sitting next to Tang San. Xiao San, Jiulu seemed really nervous about you earlier. Having a sister like that is great. Dai Mubai suddenly said, unlike our family, where brothers act like enemies. Tang San's eyes flickered for a moment. We're all family. How could it be like that? Dai Mubai sighed. Brotherly competition is fierce, Losing means death, of course. You'd have to work hard to climb up. By the way, I noticed your relationship with Jiulu. He suddenly smiled. You two aren't actually siblings, right? How do you know? Tang San asked in surprise. Hee, I can tell. You guys are practically like siblings. Daimubai chuckled. Tang San cleared his throat. Don't talk nonsense. I've always treated her like a real sister. But I'm not saying this if someone really pursues Jiulu. Daimubai tried to ask. Tang San's face instantly stiffened. I would definitely beat him until even his parents wouldn't recognize him. Daimubai couldn't help but laugh. All right, I get your relationship now. Tang San ignored Daimubai, closed his eyes, and began to cultivate the Xiantian skill. Daimubai smiled slightly and glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, who was dozing off nearby, a hint of loneliness and regret flashing in his eyes. The night passed without incident. The next morning, they continued their journey to find suitable soul beasts for Tang San and Xiao Wu. In fact, the master had already planned Tang San's third soul ring long ago. The same went for Tang Jiulu's fourth soul ring. The master had done a detailed analysis of which soul rings would be suitable all the way up to the title Doloa level. However, Tang Jiulu's soul ring was automatically generated, so planning was useless. Thus, Tang San also shared his needs with Xiao Wujia and the others. But contrary to expectations, after 2 full days, they still hadn't found a suitable soul beast for Tang San. Xiao Wu's situation was even stranger. There wasn't a single soul beast related to rabbits nearby. Nevertheless, living in the Star Doe forest every day, where dangers lurked, kept everyone on high alert. As a result, the cooperation among the students became increasingly tacit. In particular, Ning Rongrong had changed from before, and Zhu Zhuqing was no longer so cold. The whole team felt more cohesive. Originally, their team lacked healing, ranged, and shielded soul masters. Tang Jiulu's soul skills seemed to naturally fill this gap. The team's combat power had risen to another level. They were now resting in a small clearing, with the girls comfortably asleep. Suddenly, Xiao Wujia, who was on watch, abruptly opened his eyes, a chilling aura emanating from him. He growled, and the great strength diamond bear martial soul instantly possessed him. Everyone, get up and be alert, quick! Chapter 86, Titan Giant Ape. After a few days of cooperation, the students had already developed a certain level of tacit understanding. They quickly stood up and formed a battle formation. Teacher Zhao, what's wrong? Daimubai, standing at the front, asked Xiao Wujia cautiously as he looked around. Xiao Wujia stood at the front of the group, his expression serious. If anything happens, you all don't need to worry about me. Leave here immediately and get out of the Star Doe forest first. Xiaobai, I'm leaving the responsibility of protecting everyone to you while I'm not around. Neither Daimubai nor Tang San understood what had happened that made Xiao Wujia, who usually maintained his composure, so tense. But Tang Jiulu and Xiao Wu knew. They exchanged glances. Tang Jiulu, is it coming? Xiao Wu, it's here. The two understood each other's thoughts in an instant. Suddenly, a rumbling sound approached from a distance. In front of Xiao Wujia, the tall trees on both sides began to slowly fall to the sides. A massive figure silently walked out from there. Everyone's breath momentarily caught in their throats as they realized what Xiao Wujia was worried about. A body as tall as a mountain, covered in dark fur that shimmered faintly in the weak moonlight. Even with its limbs on the ground, it was at least 7 meters tall. Its eyes, the size of lanterns, glowed with a yellow crystal-like brightness, and its body was covered with muscles harder than granite, bulging like small hills. There was no doubt about its powerful melee and defensive capabilities. This was undoubtedly an extremely powerful soul beast. This is the king of the forest, the Titan Giant Ape. Tang San instantly recalled information about this soul beast from his knowledge base. A dominant level soul beast, even a 100-year soul beast, could compete with 10,000-year level soul beasts. It possessed unparalleled strength and speed, with almost no flaws in attack or defense. The most terrifying part was that it could perform skills similar to soul skills. Moreover, it had intelligence comparable to that of humans, making it the absolute king of the forest. Tang San slowly recounted everything he knew about the Titan Giant Ape. Xiao Wujia listened intently, especially when he heard that this soul beast had intelligence comparable to that of humans. He immediately spoke up. Respectful king of the forest, we mean no offense. If this is your territory, we will leave immediately. The Titan Giant Ape ignored Xiao Wujia's words and made a simple movement that made everyone's hearts leap to their throats. It took a step forward. Just that step brought it extremely close to the group from Shrek Academy. What do we do? What do we do? Xiao Wujia's mind began to race. Such a powerful soul power fluctuation was far beyond what his level 76 soul sage could contend with. The terrifying presence of the Titan giant ape was definitely beyond that of the legendary dragon snake couple. Xiao Wujia finally gritted his teeth. I'll block it. You all eat Oscar's mushroom sausages and leave here immediately. I'm afraid I can't hold on for much longer, so you have to move quickly. After saying this, he took a deep breath, and the 7 lights on his body shone brightly as he charged towards the Titan giant ape. The first, second, third, and fifth rings lit up simultaneously. The immovable king protected his body, and gravity control, centered on Xiao Wujia, fully enveloped the Titan giant ape, with gravity compression and gravity control launching instantly. This was to restrain the Titan giant ape's body, not just for his attack, but also for the children behind. Xiao Wujia's palm spun, fully activating the great power diamond palm. He leaped into the air, using the towering tree beside him, channeling all his soul power towards the Titan giant ape. Xiao San, you cover everyone and I'll help teacher Xiao, Dai Mubai instructed, and the white tiger howl was immediately unleashed. His third soul ring lit up. Third soul skill, white tiger diamond transformation. Dai Mubai's already robust body, thanks to the white tiger martial soul, expanded even further. His muscles bulged exaggeratedly, his upper clothing burst open, and black tiger stripe patterns appeared on his skin. His tiger paws grew larger, and the blades on his claws turned bright silver, enveloped in a strong golden light. His eyes turned blood red, exuding immense power. With a roar, Dai Mubai charged forward with all his might. Xiao Wujia's target was the top of the Titan giant ape's head, while Dai Mubai aimed for the ape's forelimbs that were bent and resting on the ground. The 7 treasures are famous. The first is strength. The second is speed. 2 beams of light suddenly fell upon Xiao Wujia and Dai Mubai. First soul skill, healing halo. A green halo then unfolded. What are you waiting for? We are not the kind of people who would abandon our companions. Tang Jiulu stood in front of Ning Rongrong and Oscar. The others nodded, and their martial souls instantly took form. The 8 students had already formed good tacit understanding. Tang San didn't even say anything, just gently stroked Tang Jiulu's hair and charged out. Tang San's target, like Dai Mubai's, was also the Titan giant ape's forelimbs, but he used his first soul skill, bind. His aim was simply to restrict its movements as much as possible, because Tang San understood very well that the Titan giant ape was not only strong in attack and defense, but also terrifyingly fast. Zhu Zhuqing disappeared as Tang San charged out. Under the cover of night, she hid among the branches and leaves, looking for an opportunity to attack. Ma Hongjun had 2 soul rings light up simultaneously. His second soul skill, Fire Phoenix, could not only protect him, but also enhance his first soul skill, Phoenix Fire Line. A thick, purple fire line, as thick as an arm, spewed from Ma Hongjun's mouth. However, this guy was somewhat insidious, aiming for the lower abdomen of the Titan giant ape. If this Titan giant ape wasn't female, the hatred would surely reach its peak. Of course, regardless of gender. This was a vital area. Unlike Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu charged up without hesitation, her expression the most relaxed among everyone. She winked at Tang Jiulu and flipped in the air, soaring upwards. Oscar was busy making mushroom sausages, preparing escape tools for everyone. Boom! Xiao Wujia's great power diamond palm, boosted by Ning Rongrong's 30% enhancement, struck heavily on the Titan giant ape's head. The instant boost in power and speed made him feel very satisfied. He was sure this was, so far, his strongest strike, aside from unleashing his 7th soul, Ring's martial soul true body. Even if he couldn't defeat the Titan giant ape, he could at least inflict some injury, right? However, a scene of terror appeared that made everyone feel afraid.